Chapter 1. Wow, Dragon Ball? A teacher, on a Sunday afternoon. Amidst the bustling streets, a young man with a hint of stubble held a cigarette in his mouth, standing rigidly with a furrowed brow, his expression heavy, with gravitas. Boss, is money truly that important to you? One cannot take it with them in life or death. It is merely a transient possession. Beside a lengthy wooden counter stood a burly middle-aged man, his upper body bare, gripping a sharp knife tightly, his eyes glinting with menace. I will give you 10 seconds to leave immediately. He barked. With determination, Su Zhonghua forcefully flicked his cigarette to the ground, stepping forward, his gaze locked onto the rugged man, the tension palpable as if a confrontation were imminent. The two men engaged in an intense stare-down for several long seconds. At last, the burly man began to lose his composure, his tone softening as he lowered his weapon. Young man, this is fresh pork more lean than fat yat 14 yuan per pound. It truly cannot be any cheaper. Su Zhonghua, suddenly animated, raised his voice dramatically. What the heck, you unscrupulous boss? After over an hour of haggling, you won't budge a single cent? Do you not understand the principles of courtesy and humility? The pork vendor sighed in resignation. All right, they'll sell it to you for 7 yuan. Su Zhonghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, you have the price in an instant. The vendor continued, 7 yuan for half a pound. Fine by you. In the Dashin apartment on Phoenix Street, a 20-story building with 18 units per floor, located on the less desirable eastern side of Phoenix Street. The apartments were affordable and populated by individuals from all walks of life. Su Zhonghua's unit, modestly sized with 2 bedrooms and a living room, included a filthy bathroom. The landlady collected rent every 2 months. On a sweltering day, Su Zhonghua, clutching a small bag of half a pound of pork and drenched in sweat, laboriously ascended to the 9th floor. Breathing heavily, he collapsed onto the stairs, closing his eyes to catch his breath, unwilling to take another step. He cursed the unreliable elevator, which seemed to break down every few days despite countless repairs. Would it truly be so burdensome to replace it? After resting for a brief moment and regaining his composure, he rose and walked back to his room, fumbling for his keys. Why is the door ajar? He wondered, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Pushing the door open, he scanned the room, finding nothing amiss. Dismissing his concerns, he thought perhaps he had simply forgotten to close it. Inside, the living area was in disarray, several small wooden stools haphazardly arranged around a round table, remnants of unwashed dishes littering the surface. An old-fashioned fan stood nearby, while across from it sat a rare black and white television, carelessly adorned with unwashed socks and undergarments. For someone with a penchant for cleanliness, the living conditions here could easily be mistaken for a garbage heap. Su Zhonghua harbors a distaste for tranquil environments, as they evoke an inexplicable sense of solitude within him. Thus, he traverses over to a small wooden stool and activates the black and white television set, allowing its speakers to shatter the silence of the room. The screen flickers to life, revealing the classic animated series Dragon Ball, where the protagonists have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, poised to summon the Eternal Dragon to grant their wish of world domination. Casting a fleeting glance, he finds himself disinterested, his stomach gnawing with hunger since no morsel has graced his lips. He hastily retrieves half a kilogram of pork and strides toward the kitchen, deftly wielding a blunt kitchen knife to slice the meat with practiced ease. At the age of 26, Su Zhonghua finds himself without a home, his delicate features and slender frame reminiscent of a bookish scholar, yet his demeanor starkly contrasts with this image, revealing a lecherous and unscrupulous nature, as well as a penchant for boastfulness. Beneath this facade lies a rich and sensitive inner world, marred by tendencies toward violence that he often struggles to control. Incredibly, this morally and physically unimposing individual serves as the homeroom teacher and physical education instructor for Class 2 of the 3rd year at Muggy High School. He passionately declares that his lifelong aspiration is to cultivate a garden of talent, to be a candle that burns itself to illuminate the future. This, of course, is a promise many educators have made before embarking on their teaching journeys. Yet how often does it come to fruition? At this moment, engrossed in his task of cutting the pork, a sudden loud crash reverberates through the halachare has toppled over, followed swiftly by the sound of shattering. Oh, damn! A thief! Su Zhonghua reacts swiftly, deducing that such a commotion can only be caused by a person, not a mere rodent. With urgency, he lunges forward, knife in hand, prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the intruder. However, the scene that unfolds before him leaves Su Zhonghua in a state of astonishment. A bearded stranger lies sprawled on the floor, a broken bowl having pierced his cheek, blood oozing from the wound while his contorted expression betrays both pain and panic. It appears he has stumbled in his escape, tripped by the very stool that now lies askew. In this moment of distraction, the stranger, despite the agony etched on his face, gathers himself and makes a desperate bid for the exit. "Damn it, you scoundrel!" Su Zhenghua regains his composure and shouts. Witnessing the thief's imminent escape, in a moment of sheer urgency, he hurls the kitchen knife, knowing that if it finds its mark, it could either severely injure or kill the intruder. Unaware of the peril closing in, the stranger remains fixated on the door, convinced that with merely a second to spare, he could evade capture. Yet fate has other plans in store. With another resounding crash, the thief is once again ensnared by the small stool, cursing his misfortune, oblivious to the fact that this stroke of ill luck has allowed him to narrowly evade the trajectory of the flying knife that whirls above him in a 360-degree arc. The knife remains undeterred in its path, continuing its relentless advance. Bang, 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 a tremendous explosion reverberated with an ear-splitting decibel level. In that fleeting moment, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and 2 meters away, Su Zhenghua suddenly felt an immense force surge toward his head, inundating him with a torrent of heat that crashed violently against him. He was akin to a solitary vessel adrift in a tumultuous ocean, buffeted by fierce winds and relentless rains, tossed to and fro amidst the chaos. His consciousness gradually became hazy and ethereal, ultimately feeling as though his soul had detached from his corporeal form, leaving him utterly spent. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, he hazily beheld the scene from the television show Dragon Ball, where Oolong had just made a wish, and the Dragon Ball shimmered brilliantly. That moment, the kitchen knife he had hurled struck the screen, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. 5 hours later, as Su Zhenghua awakened groggily on the threshold, his gaze wandering aimlessly. His mind felt as though it had been hollowed out, and his limbs were weak and powerless. The scant strength he possessed was insufficient to support his body, compelling him to shift into a more comfortable position on the ground. With his eyes tightly shut, he endeavored to recall the events preceding his fainting spell. After much contemplation, memories began to resurface, playing out in his mind like scenes from a film. So, it was like this, he murmured to himself upon realization. That television had quite an explosive force. As he lay there, he turned his head to survey the surroundings. The thief had long vanished, leaving behind only splotches of blood on the floor. The black and white television lay shattered, its screen in ruins, with a charred kitchen knife lodged within. Tables, chairs, and clothing had been hurled about, and the scene was one of utter disarray. Curiously, the kitchen window was also shattered, with shards of glass strewn across the floor. Su Zhenghua pondered the peculiarities. Had the thief broken the window before fleeing? That seemed unlikely. Could the explosion have caused it? Such a notion defied logic. The likelihood of a connection between the two distances was negligible. His thoughts drifted further afield. Time gradually slipped away, and his strength began to return. A warm sensation enveloped his body, inducing a comforting tranquility that prompted him to close his eyes and quietly absorb the sensation. He felt as though a warm energy was gradually replenishing his depleted vitality, flowing through him like a gentle stream, nourishing every cell within. Minutes passed, and the warmth continued to surge, filling his body boundlessly. Soon enough, Su Zhenghua found himself able to rise, feeling an invigorating strength coursing through his limbs, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He bounced on his feet, brimming with energy, feeling as though he could effortlessly dispatch a formidable water buffalo with a mere slap. Just when he thought the ordeal had concluded, while stretching his body, Su Zhenghua exclaimed in astonishment, his tone laced with deep surprise and a grave expression upon his face that he had distinctly sensed that his current state was more vibrant than ever before. His body should have felt replenished. But why, then, does the warmth within me continue to flow ceaselessly? Initially, he believed that this was merely a normal function of the human body and thought little of it. However, Su Zhenghua soon realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. While he had previously experienced similar bouts of exhaustion during physical exertion, he had never encountered the peculiar phenomenon of his body generating a flow of warmth. To replenish energy, a profound curiosity was ignited within him as Su Zhenghua took a deep breath, closed his eyes once more, and endeavored to sense the astonishing source of warmth. He followed the flow of this energy, gradually ascending alongside it, and felt an increasing heat enveloping his body. What? Su Zhenghua was suddenly jolted, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his cheeks. How is this possible? He struggled to trust his own sensations. Everything felt too sudden, too surreal. Astonished, he gaped, his mind racing as he beheld a scene within his consciousness. There, in a miraculous display, a Dragon Ball from the animated series lay nestled within his awareness, rotating slowly in a clockwise direction amidst a halo of golden light. It was from this very sphere that the warm energy emanated. Is this an illusion? He remained transfixed, staring at the rotating Dragon Ball, grappling with the acceptance of this scientifically implausible notion as a reality. Time became nebulous as he remained in this state of shock, until the tumultuous waves of emotion within him finally subsided. Su Zhonghua shook his head vigorously, striving to dispel the fog of confusion and to regain clarity of thought. From fainting to the restoration of energy, culminating in the extraordinary Dragon Ball, this bewildering series of events must surely stem from the explosion of the television. If I am not mistaken, the explosion must have caused the Dragon Ball to traverse into my consciousness, and a marvelous power surging within me is a gift bestowed by the dragon. Bald T pinched his thighs sharply, the pain grounding him in the reality of his situation. To further validate his newfound strength, he leaped to his feet and dashed into the bedroom, concentrating intently as he summoned half of his strength to strike the ultra-heavy punching bag he regularly practiced with. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the bag soared into the air, bursting apart and scattering sawdust and sand across the floor. Su Zhonghua stared in disbelief at his slender fist, utterly astonished by the magnitude of his newfound power. In the past, merely causing the bag to sway vigorously had been a significant achievement. At that moment, exhilaration surged within him like a tidal wave, violently crashing against Su Zhonghua's taut nerves. Joy, excitement, and exuberance radiated from him. He spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and erupted into laughter, his demeanor reminiscent of an ancient conqueror, reveling in his triumph, laughing defiantly at the heavens. Eventually, he struggled to temper the fervor swelling within him, gradually calming the tempest of emotions. Su Zhonghua preferred not to delve into the origins of this phenomenon, fearful of losing the power that could potentially alter his destiny irrevocably. Never mind, he reassured himself nonchalantly, adopting a carefree demeanor as he picked up a broom from the corner, preparing to tidy the chaos that lay before him. With a simple sweep, he cleared away the sawdust and sand from the ground, heading to the living room to dispose of the now-defunct television. That a wave of curses for the thief surged within him, accompanied by a sigh as he lamented the loss of the television that had accompanied him for several years. Purchased with a gritted determination for 500 yuan.As, he righted the table and stool that had toppled from the blast. A round stone rolled out when he lifted the small stool. Bending down to investigate, he was astonished to find 3 identical round stones scattered across the floor. Driven by curiosity, he picked up one of the stones, studying it closely while pondering its origin. The stone was roughly the size of a billiard ball, its surface slightly uneven, and it appeared no different from an ordinary rock. As he toyed with the orb in his hand, a thought struck him. A round stone? This round. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and the puzzlement within him faded away. He couldn't help but exclaim internally, Dragon Ball. Could it be a Dragon Ball? As an avid fan of the series, he was aware that the Dragon Balls transform into round stones after granting a wish. He began to suspect that this orb was indeed one of those legendary Dragon Balls. Indeed, it must be true. The Dragon Ball came from the wish granted by Oolong, and after the explosion of the television, it transformed into this stone. At this moment, he was fully convinced that the orb was a Dragon Ball, yet a question lingered in his mind. But why does this Dragon Ball exist in my consciousness? He found himself lost in this unanswered question, his mind growing weary. Rather than pursue the elusive answer, he thought it better to contemplate something more exhilarating. With that thought, he gazed at the stone with a grin, allowing his imagination to soar. Although uncertain of the gifts the remaining Dragon Balls might bestow upon him, the mere idea of the stone reverting to a Dragon Ball one day stirred a fervor within him. What if I could gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon? Should I wish to conquer the world, or perhaps to find a beautiful wife? Oh, what a delightful dilemma. Just as he entertained these thoughts, he abruptly slapped the back of his head, exclaiming, wait, what about the other 3 Dragon Balls? At that moment, his mind flashed back to the shattered glass in the kitchen, and he realized, according to his theory, the other 3 Dragon Balls must have flown out through the broken window. If that were the case, he wondered who else might acquire the Dragon Balls. Would they possess even greater power than him? This sudden urge to collect all 7 Dragon Balls surged within him. By now, it was deep into the night, the moon hidden behind clouds, and a cool breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat. The world is vast, full of wonders, he mused. Yet the excitement of his unexpected adventure gradually gave way to fatigue. His mind was weary, and so he carefully stowed away the stone, then leaped onto his cluttered bed, pulling the covers over himself and drifting into slumber. In the realm of slumber, Su Zhonghua envisioned the Dragon Balls bestowing upon him unparalleled, miraculous powers, rendering those who once mocked him prostrate at his feet. Suddenly, the scene shifted within the vast underground. 7 Dragon Balls had congregated, while a colossal azure dragon spiraled through the murky sky. Su Zhonghua laughed unabashedly, exuding an air of utmost arrogance, then spread his arms wide and cried out to the heavens, "O dragon, grant me the companionship of mature beauties, enchanting Lolis, and the most beautiful schoolmates." Chapter 2. Ah, teacher, your pants? On Monday, marking the 3rd day of Su Zhonghua's tenure as a teacher, he lay quietly in bed, still struggling to believe the surreal events of the previous night. It felt like a fantastical dream. After a moment of introspection, he discerned that the Dragon Balls continued to spin slowly in a clockwise direction, yet the radiance surrounding them was even more resplendent than the day before. Upon realizing this, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a burgeoning confidence illuminated his countenance. Breaking from his usual routine, he rose early, basking in the warm sunlight that kissed his face, a truly delightful sensation. He meticulously shaved off the stubble on his chin, styled his hair into a 1970s middle part, and donned a charming ensemble tailored to captivate the attention of the lovely high schoolgirls. As I reflect upon this anima, Su Zhonghua vividly recalls the moment he purchased it from a street vendor. The seller, brimming with bravado, proclaimed, "Sir, you truly possess discerning taste. This suit is freshly imported from abroad, a genuine Armani. Though priced at 15,000. I shall reduce it by a mere 150. This is an exceptional clearance sale. After all, it is an internationally renowned brand." At that moment, he felt a sense of triumph, believing himself to be quite fortunate. However, it was only later that Su Zhonghua comprehended the look the vendor cast upon him after the transaction. It was unmistakably akin to the gaze one bestows upon a fool. Now, reflecting on that experience elicits a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. The world is treacherous, and humanity can often be heartless. Who would have thought that someone of my intellect could fall prey to such a simpleton? Having swiftly tidied up his thoughts, he now felt a blend of anticipation and exhilaration. He eagerly awaited the transformation that would accompany the acquisition of extraordinary abilities, and the thrill of embarking on his initial step towards educating and nurturing others. Suddenly, a cold smile crossed Su Zhonghua's face as he recalled last Friday when a student had summoned local ruffians to assault him. Just wait, my young pupil, he thought. With no time for breakfast, he headed straight to the bus station. The morning commute was notoriously congested, with traffic jams a daily occurrence. Su Zhonghua, alongside a throng of office workers, waited patiently at the bus stop. After what felt like an eternity, a bus finally arrived, with only a few seats remaining. Yet, the crowd below disregarded the decorum expected of gentlemen, surging forward like unrestrained wild dogs. Su Zhonghua, despite his visual impairment and swift legs, shamelessly occupied a seat thanks to years of experience in securing a spot. He reclined comfortably, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. The azure sky, drifting white clouds, fresh air, children heading to school, and elderly individuals exercising all filled his heart with tranquility. As the bus approached another stop, a man with a leg disability slowly boarded, limping his way to Su Zhonghua's side, struggling to grasp the overhead strap. His unsteady lower body swayed with the motion of the vehicle. Most of the surrounding crowd regarded him with indifference, while a few female students hesitated, shifting uneasily yet too bashful to appear as though they were staring. Initially, Su Zhonghua considered ignoring the situation and feigning sleep, pretending to be oblivious to his surroundings. However, he soon recalled that as a teacher, he ought to set an example and lead by his actions. Yet, the school was still quite a distance away, and standing for long periods could be exhausting. A fierce internal conflict ensued in his mind. Suddenly, the images of Lei Feng, Dong Xuanrui, Wang Jiguang, Lu Hulan, Jiao Yulu, Kong Rong, and Mark surfaced in his thoughts. Their deeds inspired him. Indeed, he could not prioritize his own comfort over the well-being of others. Resolutely, he rose to his feet, akin to a man marching to his execution, a surge of noble spirit welling within him as he declared with strength, "Comrade, you have worked hard. Please take a seat." His voice resonated throughout the bus, drawing the attention of those around him, who inwardly murmured, "Is it merely giving up a seat? Why does it feel like a grand act of self-sacrifice?" Su Zhonghua broke into a cold sweat, chuckling awkwardly, reflecting on his seemingly exaggerated behavior. Ah, the fervor of youth. The disabled man did not express anything verbally as he took a seat. Yet Su Zhonghua distinctly perceived the glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. That was sufficient for him, and he felt justified in his stance. 10 minutes elapsed, and they arrived at the school. Disembarking from the vehicle, they proceeded towards their destination. The entrance of Mugo High School was adorned with an architectural style reminiscent of antiquity, contrasting beautifully with the modern buildings that had sprung up around the campus. Before the gate lay an expansive area, devoid of vehicles, allowing pedestrians to traverse freely. Situated approximately 400 to 500 meters from the nearest road, ensuring the safety of the students. On this summer morning, many teachers and students were out exercising, with throngs of individuals at the intersection engaging in spirited discussions or hurrying along. After exchanging morning greetings with the elderly guard, they entered the school gate, revealing a straight avenue ahead. On either side of the road were long flower beds, and in the center stood towering sycamores, reaching heights of over 10 meters. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorated the spirit. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, shaking his head and nodding in turn, his gaze scanning the crowd. He muttered to himself, "Today's high school students are truly well developed. That one's chest is quite impressive. If only I could touch it. Wow, that girl's skirt is exceedingly short. Ah, and she has leg hair. What is wrong with her? Why wear such a short skirt?" Honestly, at that moment, Su Zhonghua's demeanor revealed a rather lecherous and indecent side, completely devoid of the virtuous and respectable image one would expect of a teacher, resembling instead a lascivious, corrupt-minded uncle. Casting furtive glances, he proceeded northward towards his office, occasionally greeted by some polite female students, which greatly satisfied his vanity as an educator. As morning exercises concluded, it was now time for study, and Su Zhonghua hurried to his office to collect the files and attendance sheets for Class 2 of the third year. After hastily exchanging pleasantries with a few unfamiliar colleagues, he strode purposefully towards Class 2. The rising sun cast a warm glow across the campus, the cool morning breeze stirring fallen leaves, while the classroom echoed with the vibrant voices of students' readings, showcasing the youthful exuberance of the children and the flourishing vitality of the school. Upon reaching the floor designated for the third year, which housed 3 classes, he made his way to the leftmost classroom, Class 2. Inside, it was devoid of the resounding reading that characterized other classes. Most students were slumped over their desks, catching up on sleep, while a few engaged in a game of do-di-ju in a circle. One particularly acne-ridden student was preening before a mirror, sporting an exaggerated hairstyle and a look of sheer delight. Su Zhonghua halted his steps, adopting a demeanor of solemn authority, carefully crafting his words. He could not allow that group of rascals to discern his novice status. Most importantly, he must exercise utmost caution to prevent them from staging another rebellion. As the harrowing experience of the last encounter still lingered vividly in his memory, he recalled his first class just last week, when he had expected the students to greet their new teacher with genuine warmth and enthusiasm. However, due to his own carelessness, he was met with a barrage of pranks from this mischievous class: superglue, water basins propped against doors, snakes, and chalk thrown at him stealthily, among a series of other antics. These were merely trifles that he could overlook. What he could never forgive himself for was the humiliation of being beaten by a student referred to as a societal figure. This not only struck at the dignity of a teacher, but also insulted the honor of a man of iron and blood. Hiding by the classroom door, Su Zhonghua straightened his attire and squared his shoulders. With a sudden, powerful kick, he flung open the classroom door with a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the room, echoing in the ears of every student present. He hoped that this dramatic display would instill a sense of fear in his students, providing them with a stark warning. The entire class was taken aback, with those who had been chasing, chattering, or dozing off suddenly frozen in place, as if under a spell. The silence was so profound that one could distinctly hear the sounds of studying from the adjacent classroom. Dozens of eyes fixated on the new homeroom teacher by the door, questioning his sanity. Hadn't they tormented him enough already? Su Zhonghua surveyed his surroundings, clasped his hands behind his back, and ascended the podium with a gait that betrayed his anxiety, insincerity, satisfaction, and arrogance. He placed the attendance sheet down and coldly declared, "It is time for morning reading. Do you know what to do? Immediately put away whatever you have in your hands." At that moment, his emotions were akin to a bucket being drawn from a well, turbulent and erratic. This was his inaugural experience in the teaching profession, and the lack of experience left him palpably nervous. The presence of several students, towering and formidable, only amplified his trepidation. There were notorious incidents of teachers being assaulted, and some students hailed from affluent backgrounds, wielding considerable influence and resources, rendering the school powerless to discipline them. This lawlessness emboldened them further. The thought of inciting their wrath and facing a potential mobbing sent shivers down his spine. He pondered whether the strength granted by the Dragon Balls would suffice. The mere notion of hospitalization from a severe injury left him drenched in perspiration, prompting him to feign an itch to wipe away the sweat on his brow, attempting to mask his discomfort. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. "Ah, teacher, your zipper is down." A short-haired girl at the front covered her face in feigned embarrassment and exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes shifted to the teacher's midsection, while a few audacious boys eagerly brandished their phones to capture the moment, and several bashful girls averted their gazes, too shy to look again. Mischievous students erupted into chaos, shouting provocations. "What a pervert! Did you intentionally leave your zipper down to flaunt your endowment? Good heavens! How disgusting! I challenge you to a duel." The classroom descended into pandemonium, and Su Zhonghua was taken aback, hastily glancing down to discover that his bright red underwear was indeed exposed. With a startled gasp, he swiftly covered himself with his hands, turning away in a flurry to zip up. After an arduous moment, he turned back, utterly mortified. His once imposing and dignified image had crumbled in an instant. This uproar shattered the solemn atmosphere he had painstakingly cultivated, akin to a deflated balloon. Rubbing the back of his neck, his expression turned awkward as he forced a smile and attempted to explain. "Ahem, dear students. I was up late last night organizing your materials, so I was a bit careless this morning." The students, seemingly unwilling to grant him a reprieve, seized the moment. A rotund boy from the back row stood up with a grin. "Teacher, you're sweating profusely. Don't be too nervous. I have tissues for sale at $10. Ah, can a perverted exhibitionist teacher truly be nervous? Surely he is a novice. What a disgrace, truly a misfortune for the nation. How embarrassing for the teacher." Several students, reveling in the chaos, continued to chime in. Su Zhonghua found himself in an increasingly awkward predicament, beads of perspiration soaking his forehead. With one hand, he wiped away the dampness and feigned a calm demeanor, stating, "Classmates, this is a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding. The teacher is not an exhibitionist. That was merely an accident." He then cleared his throat and continued. "Furthermore, I possess 5 years of rich teaching experience, and I am certainly no novice. Come on, teacher. If you truly have 5 years of teaching experience, why are you sweating profusely? This is utterly ridiculous," exclaimed a chubby classmate who had earlier suggested selling Su Zhonghua as tissues. "Haha, teacher, I have faced countless storms in my life. How could I possibly be nervous? It is truly laughable. Back when I was battling the Northeast Tiger, my heart was as steady as ever. How could I be rattled by such a trivial matter?" Su Zhonghua's embellishments flowed effortlessly, as if he were playing in the mud. No sooner had he finished speaking than another student rose to challenge him. "Wow, teacher, your bravado is quite entertaining." This time, it was an adorable girl with bangs, sitting at the second table, who chimed in sweetly. Upon hearing her, Su Zhonghua felt a profound sense of insult and retorted, "Classmate, I will not permit you to question my words. Although years have passed since my encounter with the tiger, I can recall it as if it were yesterday. I still vividly remember the scenes from that time. If you doubt me, I can recount the tale to prove that I am not lying." His gaze momentarily lingered on the girl's chest, and he swallowed hard, inwardly admiring her development. Go on, do tell." The class was visibly intrigued, eagerly urging him to continue. They ceased their objections and chimed in support, although a group of boys scoffed disdainfully, dismissing him as merely a blusterer. Su Zhonghua disregarded the group, allowing a contemplative expression to wash over him. His tension eased considerably as he gestured for silence and began to recount his memories. "I vaguely recall those days when I wielded a whistle baton, charging into the chaotic thicket. Exhausted, I would rest upon a large, smooth stone, leaning the baton aside. Just as I reclined, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Once the wind subsided, a thunderous sound erupted from behind the tangled trees, and a ferocious tiger leapt forth. In that moment, I exclaimed in alarm, tumbling from the stone and grasping the baton in hand, positioning myself at the edge of the stone. Just as I spoke, the beast lunged towards me. I swiftly dodged, finding myself behind the formidable creature. The tiger, struggling to perceive its adversary, lowered its front paws to the ground and arched its body. Stop! Stop! A voice interjected. Isn't this a scene from the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger? How did it come to you? A classmate, keenly observant, unceremoniously exposed his fabrication before all. Su Zhonghua paused in surprise, halting his speech. Ah, is that so? Perhaps I have a connection with Wu Song. He chuckled nervously, feeling utterly embarrassed as his bravado was exposed. Fixing his gaze, he noticed it was that plump classmate from the back row again. Could it be that this fellow, burdened by excessive fat, had nowhere else to vent his frustrations? Always picking on him, it seemed he would need to discipline this chubby boy in the future. Before the students below could react and further torment him, Su Zhonghua quickly interjected. Oh, students, I still have some materials to organize, so I must take my leave. Please continue reading. He sought a feeble excuse to make his escape, as his current image was entirely negative. He needed to return and carefully contemplate his strategy. Just as he was about to exit the stage, several inquisitive girls surrounded him, leaving him no chance to flee. As he reached the doorway, a few bold girls tugged at his sleeve, peppering him with questions. It was already impossible for him to maintain a stern demeanor and assert his desire to leave. Teacher, how old are you? One girl asked. Oh, I just turned 20, the prime of youth, Su Zhonghua replied, scratching his head as he fabricated a lie. He feared a generational gap with the students. If they deemed him old, he decided to lower his age a bit. Before long, a few boys joined the throng, bombarding him with a myriad of questions. Wow, teacher, you're so slim. Your figure is fantastic. How do you maintain it? Is that so? Perhaps it is due to my daily practice of the 8th set of radio calisthenics. It is said that mastering the 8th set can even defeat judo experts. So you should take your morning exercises seriously. He rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if one often lived from meal to meal, they would undoubtedly be slimmer. Which celebrity do you like, teacher? Wuding Lan, Aoi. Oh no, Michael Jackson and Beckham, among others. Wow, dear teacher. There's a bit of sleep in the corner of your eye. Unlike other teachers, who maintain a more formal stance towards their students, you began with a serious demeanor. Yet as the atmosphere lightened, you became remarkably approachable. Su Zhonghua's awkwardness and scattered chatter brought an unprecedented sense of novelty and curiosity to Class 3-2. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the morning reading session rang, and Su Zhonghua found himself cornered at the door, unable to escape the throng of inquisitive students bombarding him with trivial questions. He was torn between the desire to leave and the compulsion to remain at the podium, engaging in casual conversation with the students. Occasionally, a girl's smooth skin brushed against him, sending waves of excitement through him, and he became even more animated in his storytelling. It was until the bell for the next class rang, prompting other subject teachers to arrive, that the students reluctantly returned to their seats. Su Zhonghua, feeling quite flustered, had spun numerous fabrications to placate the children's simplistic inquiries, leaving them with an impression of erudition and affability. As he observed these playful and mischievous students, Su Zhonghua stepped out of the classroom, and suddenly, a long-buried sense of youthful fervor stirred within him. A decade ago, he had vowed to gain admission to university. His youthful ignorance, rebellious escapades, and first love flooded back to him, accompanied by a bittersweet sense of nostalgia for days gone by. In that moment, he yearned to compose a poem to articulate the chaotic and unspoken emotions within him, yet his mind seemed to falter, unable to conjure even a single line. Banishing the bittersweet memories, he reflected on his way back, realizing that troublesome students were merely a minority. The majority were kind-hearted and endearing. If he could provide targeted guidance and encouragement, instilling in them his determination to inspire their growth, then challenges would cease to exist. This thought filled Su Zhonghua with joy, and he returned to the office, invigorated and spirited. Chapter 4. Impersonating a scholar at this hour. It was the first period of the morning. In the office, many teachers were free from classes. There was Teacher Wu Yi, smoking while grading assignments, Teacher Su shouting, listening to music as she prepared her lesson plans, and Lin Yukon, engrossed in his phone. A few other idle teachers sipped their morning tea, exchanging banter and boasting among themselves. As Su Zhonghua stepped through the door, he made it a priority to foster good relations with his colleagues, politely nodding to the esteemed teachers. He greeted them with a courteous salutation before taking his seat at his desk. Having neglected to review the student files the previous week, he now found himself pressed for time to familiarize himself with the issues facing each student, enabling him to provide targeted guidance. He retrieved a stack of documents pertaining to Class 2 of the 3rd year from his drawer, extracting a seating and attendance chart to glance over. The class comprised 39 students, with 20 boys and 19 girls, a relatively balanced ratio. After a brief review, he randomly selected a student file to peruse. Duan Xue, male, age 17, served as the class monitor of Class 2. Since the beginning of high school, he had accumulated a staggering 96 absences, with tardiness and early departures amounting to a staggering 120 instances. He had been involved in 8 fights and had assaulted 2 teachers. His record included 2 incidents of being caught drinking and smoking by the student council. His academic performance was dismal, seemingly devoid of any passing grades. To think this student held the position of class monitor. How absurd! It would be a miracle if he were not expelled, yet here he was, leading the class. Continuing to delve into the file, Su noted that his mother, Zhao Lu, was unemployed, while his father, Deng Jing, served as the deputy director of the Jianghai City Police Department. Aha! He has connections, which explains his audacity. Su Zhonghua muttered a curse at the unfairness of it all, filing the document away and opening another. To his surprise, the next file featured a familiar face. This was the very student who had once instigated an assault against him. Yang Fan, aged 18, resided in the vicinity of Fumin Road in the Gangnan district. His parents worked away from home, and he had been raised by his grandfather. With a proud and solitary disposition, he was almost always involved in significant altercations at school, frequently associating with street delinquents. The school had once suggested he withdraw, but it was unclear what means Yang Fan employed to evade that fate. Su Zhonghua was deeply alarmed. The current student seemed to have fallen into a state of moral decay. The flowers of the motherland were tainted. In his own student days, even arriving late would have filled him with dread. Alas, it appeared that he now bore the heavy responsibility of rescuing these precious blossoms. Teacher Su felt immense pressure. His heart weighed down. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed perusing the files of other students. While there were no severe disciplinary violations recorded for the rest, each did exhibit various issues, such as early romantic entanglements, truancy, disruptive behavior in class, sleeping during lessons, fighting, and playing pranks on teachers. Such behaviors transpired daily. What manner of students were these? Indeed, Su Zhonghua felt he had been deceived, having taken on an utterly dismal task. It was no surprise that during his application for the teaching position, all requirements such as a university diploma and a teaching qualification were waived. He was appointed directly. He had initially assumed that the old principal recognized his exceptional qualities and intended to cultivate him. However, now he found himself on a treacherous ship, compelled to endure. Furthermore, with the extraordinary power of the Dragon Balls at his disposal, if ideological education proved ineffective with the children, he could resort to forceful measures. He was confident that this group of unruly adolescents could not possibly rebel against him. Feeling a sense of determination, Su Zhonghua felt somewhat reassured. He retrieved a cheap cigarette, disregarding the office decorum, and lit it. As he exhaled a smoke ring, he observed it slowly expand and eventually dissipate into the air. He harbored a desire for revenge and a responsibility to educate his students. He contemplated starting with the most troublesome student, using him as an example to instill discipline among the others. With a grim demeanor, he muttered to himself, "Yang Fan, tonight your worldview shall be irrevocably transformed." The time spent smoking was fleeting. He gathered the student files and glanced at the schedule on his desk. Today, there were no physical education classes. Only a class meeting summary for the second-grade class. Tidying up the materials, he rose and exited the room, having rushed through the morning without breakfast. A gnawing hunger now gripped him, prompting him to seek sustenance at the school cafeteria. The cafeteria, located behind the student dormitory, was spacious with 2 levels. Through the bright windows, he could see clean tables and chairs arranged neatly for the students, with several bins for leftover food scattered around, already overflowing with unprocessed scraps. It was shortly after 8 in the morning, and breakfast had just concluded. Several cafeteria staff were still mopping the floors and wiping down tables, leaving the ground damp. Without hesitation, Su Zhonghua strode into the kitchen. The air was filled with an unpleasant mix of greasy odors, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Large bowls of cold dishes were spread across the tables, while the disinfection cabinet was stocked with various pots and utensils, and the vegetables in the water bucket awaited cleaning. "Hey, you there. This is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel are allowed. Violators will be dealt with severely." As Su Zhonghua stepped further in, he was abruptly confronted by a bare-chested man who blocked his path and shouted, "Restricted area? Severely dealt with?" Su Zhonghua widened his eyes, staring at the imposing figure before him, wondering if the man had watched too many dramas and lost his senses. The bare-chested man cleared his throat, spat a large glob of phlegm onto the floor, and then pushed his greasy hand against Su Zhonghua's suit, urging him, hurry up, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll unleash my lethal techniques and put an end to you. Su Zhonghua was unceremoniously pushed outside by a bare-chested man. A bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he silently pondered whether this individual might be somewhat mentally unstable or perhaps experiencing a temporary lapse in judgment. Amidst the commotion, a dark-skinned man, hastily putting down his kitchen knife, rushed over and exclaimed, "Hey, Sanyun, wait. The dark-skinned man seized the individual named Sanyun and clarified, "Sanyun, this is my brother. He is here looking for me. Please, show some courtesy and don't chase him away." Sanyun, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and released his firm grip on Su Zhonghua, breaking into a hearty smile. In his deep voice, he then remarked, "So it's a brother of ours. I apologize for the rudeness. I hope you will forgive any offense caused." Su Zhonghua harbored no dissatisfaction towards this bold and robust man. Rather, he was momentarily taken aback by his manner of speaking, at a loss for words. He found this brother Sanyun to be remarkably cultured, especially for an era that has largely abandoned classical literature in favor of modern vernacular. Such audacity deserved commendation. After a brief silence, in a bid to alleviate the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Su Zhonghua endeavored to conjure up some antiquated phrases reminiscent of classic dramas. Momentarily masquerading as a learned individual, he replied, "No offense taken, no offense taken. I too have my moments of rashness. Let us put this matter behind us, brother Sanyun. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Sanyun's face lit up with joy, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. He promptly patted Su's back and boisterously exclaimed, "Well said. I did not expect you to be a person of such temperament. Our meeting must be fated. How about we indulge in some wine tonight and engage in a hearty conversation?" Su Zhonghua found himself momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It appeared that brother Sanyun held him in high regard, yet he felt his mind had run dry of words, fearing that communication might pose a challenge. Thus, he could only manage a sheepish smile, striving to preserve the dignity of both parties. After a brief pause, as their conversation had dwindled, the dark-skinned man who had previously rushed over to the table pulled Su Zhonghua aside with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "That's just my colleague from the cafeteria. He can be rather eccentric, but don't mind him. By the way, Su, what brings you to me?" Su Zhonghua wiped his forehead and remarked with admiration, "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, surpassing even my own as a teacher." He continued, "I have nothing pressing on my mind. I merely came to find you, as I haven't eaten anything this morning and sought your leftover scraps to satiate my hunger." The dark-skinned man, Zhou Zhifei, was a childhood companion of Su Zhonghua from the same village, a bond akin to that of brothers, an affection that words could scarcely encapsulate. Zhou Zhifei was known for his steadfast honesty and somewhat simple demeanor, lacking the cunning often found in others. He approached everyone around him with genuine goodwill. It was he who had introduced Su Zhonghua to the teaching profession. His straightforward nature made him a target for the more devious individuals, who frequently took advantage of him. Yet he would merely smile and let it pass. Upon hearing Su Zhonghua express his hunger, Zhou Zhifei broke into a simple grin, affectionately patting his shoulder. "Wait here a moment," he said, before hurrying to the back of the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with warm dishes, inviting Su Zhonghua to the dining hall designated for students, while cheerfully admonishing, Su, you ought to take better care of yourself at your age. Skipping breakfast can lead to stomach ailments. In the future, if you find yourself without breakfast, feel free to come here. I won't charge you a penny." Su Zhonghua is an emotional individual, easily moved by tender moments. At present, he was nearly brought to tears by the other person's kindness. Aside from his parents, it seems this individual cares for him the most. He sniffled and sincerely expressed, "Lao Zhou, thank you," though he struggled to articulate overly sentimental words. He cherished this brotherhood deeply and poured out his feelings through actions. What is there to thank for? We've been brothers for decades, and you still say this? Asu, you're crying. Zhou Zhifei had rarely witnessed such emotions from his friend, yet the two elder gentlemen could not indulge in excessive sentimentality and could only jest. "What nonsense. I've got sand in my eyes." Su Zhonghua feigned rubbing his reddened eyes, wiping away the glistening tears, and then buried himself in his meal. Zhou Zhifei observed him eat, chuckling softly, and casually inquired, "Asu, your teaching job is going well, right? Which class are you the homeroom teacher for?" "My sister is also studying at this school." Upon hearing this, Su Zhonghua raised his head with interest and inquired, "Is your sister studying here as well? The tuition fees are rather steep. Can you afford it?" He had only seen Zhou Zhifei's sister a few times during their childhood and had little impression of her until now. Upon being reminded, he continued, "I am the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Year 3. Which grade and class is your sister in?" Zhou Zhifei's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence. My sister is indeed a student in Class 2, Year 3. You must take extra care of her and ensure she isn't bullied." Su Zhonghua lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that old Zhou's sister was in a problematic class, which could pose significant challenges. The adage one is influenced by their companions came to mind, and he feared that the girl might have neglected her studies. Recollecting himself, he asked, "Old Zhou, do you know your sister's name? How are her grades?" When it came to his sister, Zhou Zhifei's demeanor shifted to one of pride as he joyfully stated, "My sister is named Zhou Xiaoang, and her grades are excellent. She consistently brings home test scores that are either perfect or above 90. He expressed confidence that she would undoubtedly gain admission to a prestigious university in the future. This left Su Zhonghua somewhat perplexed. He had just reviewed the class performance report, which indicated that only a handful of students in Class 2, Year 3 had passed, let alone excelled, unless he had misread the information. It was very likely that Old Zhou's sister had manipulated her test scores to deceive her brother. As Old Zhou's friend, her mischief would reflect on him. Whether in the role of a brother or a teacher, he felt a sense of responsibility to guide and correct her if she strayed. In the time that followed, Su Zhonghua and Zhou Zhifei refrained from discussing Zhou Xiaoang, instead reminiscing about amusing childhood anecdotes, those carefree days of their lives, filled with laughter and innocence. They exchanged stories of each other's youthful follies, mocking their past naivety while cherishing the purity of those times. After their meal, Su Zhonghua returned to his office, feeling the weight of his responsibilities even more acutely. He resolved to not only educate Old Zhou's sister, but also to ensure the academic success of all the students in Class 2, Year 3. He picked up the seating chart, preparing to observe this group of problematic students during class, and to discreetly assess Zhou Xiaoyang's attitude towards her studies. In order to ascertain whether she had indeed altered her grades to mislead her brother, Su Zhonghua ascended to the third floor of the teaching building. Quietly positioning himself at the corner of the doorway of Class 2, Year 3, peering into the classroom to observe the situation within. The classroom was arranged into 4 groups, with boys and girls seated separately, and several seats remained unoccupied, indicating that some students were absent. It was the second period of Chinese language class, and the teacher's lecture lacked brilliance. The students displayed none of the vitality typically expected at their age. One by one, they slumped over, either sleeping, fiddling with their phones, or passing notes, while the only sound that permeated the room was the monotonous voice of the teacher delivering his uninspiring lesson. Su Zhonghua pulled out the seating chart from his pocket, checking the position of Zhou Xiaoyang, who was seated in the first group, third row on the left. His gaze fell upon a strikingly sweet-faced girl, her hands resting on the desk, her head cushioned as she slept. Her youthful, fair visage had taken on a distorted shape. Round and plump, she wore nothing but a blue denim skirt, her flawless legs and delicate toes resembling jade, and the serene smile gracing her lips, accompanied by a glistening droplet at the corner of her mouth, painted a captivating picture. "Wow, Zhou's sister is quite beautiful," Su Zhonghua murmured, having previously assumed she would resemble her brother, who was rather dark-skinned. At that moment, the female teacher on stage recognized that many students below were dozing off. So she deliberately posed a question to engage them, smiling as she asked, "In ancient times, what were some ways to refer to oneself? Which student knows the answer?" This inquiry prompted several students, who had been distracted, to lift their heads, eager to respond, while the more diligent students eagerly shouted out answers. "There are, I." The teacher smiled and gestured for them to continue. Then, a chubby boy from the third group raised his hand with apparent confidence and exclaimed loudly. Standing outside, Su Zhonghua recognized this student as the same chubby boy who had repeatedly troubled him during morning readings. Now he was causing a ruckus in another class. Despite his size, the boy was quite lively, showing no signs of restraint. It seemed he was another formidable thorn in the side. The teacher, hearing the boy's response, rolled her eyes and ignored him, asking, "What else?" The chubby student eagerly shouted again. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even Zhou Xiaoyang, who had been asleep, woke up, bewildered and looking around. The teacher waved her hand for silence, inwardly lamenting, "Such frivolity leads to a loss of ambition. I wish to teach, yet they have no desire to learn." Alas, outside the classroom, Su Zhonghua felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, thinking to himself, "Impressive. This chubby student will surely be a key focus for my future cultivation." After observing for a while longer, he noticed that the students had returned to their lackadaisical demeanor. Zhou Xiaoyang, once again, was yawning and resting her head on the desk, continuing her slumber. With such an attitude towards learning, how could she possibly achieve good grades? Resorting to cheating and altering scores to deceive her honest and earnest brother. If old Zhou were to find out, how heartbroken he would be. Su Zhonghua was filled with a blend of helplessness and anger as he approached the classroom's main entrance and knocked softly. "Excuse me, teacher. I am the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Grade 2. I need to speak with student Zhou Xiaoyang." Ignoring the teacher's attempts to intervene, he strode directly to Zhou Xiaoyang's desk, roughly pulling the still sleeping girl from her seat. The abrupt action was rather crude. Startled awake, Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes widened in surprise and fury upon recognizing the man before her. She struggled desperately against his firm grip, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let me go. If you don't, I'll tell my brother, and you'll be sorry." Unfortunately, the girl was too weak to escape his hold, her efforts proving futile. The surrounding classmates erupted in a flurry of excitement, their enthusiasm only amplifying the commotion. The language teacher, realizing that the man was the new teacher, rushed down from the podium, hastily putting down the book she had been holding. "Mr. Su, what is happening? You can't treat a child like this. It will leave a psychological scar." With a serious expression, Su Zhonghua replied, "I apologize for interrupting your class, but I believe this student is a societal failure, an idler, disrespectful, and utterly uneducated. I must correct her moral compass." With that, he resumed, dragging her towards the lawn below. Just as the language teacher was about to plead further, she witnessed him confidently leading the girl down the stairs. "You jerk. If my boyfriend finds out, you'll regret it," Zhou Xiaoyang protested, futilely pounding on his arm with her free hand. "What? You have a boyfriend? Is he strong? Bring him here. I could easily handle him with one hand," Su Zhonghua retorted, finally releasing her grip once they reached a more secluded area of the lawn, a mocking smile on his lips. Freed from his grasp, Zhou Xiaoyang's face flushed with indignation as she stumbled back a couple of steps. "Are you insane? I'm going to report you to the principal for your despicable behavior. You're nothing but trash in the teaching profession." Fuming at this inexplicable act of aggression from her new homeroom teacher, she felt a surge of anger. "Hey, you little brat, remember that I am your homeroom teacher. Don't speak so harshly. How about this? I'll treat you to something to eat." Understanding that a firmer approach might backfire with rebellious students, Su Zhonghua reluctantly softened his tone, attempting to establish a better rapport. "Humph. Eating with a messy person like you would be embarrassing. I have no time for you. I need to return to class." After delivering her retort, Zhou Xiaoyang made her way back. Seeing her attempt to leave, Su Zhonghua swiftly stepped forward, grasping her small hand and spinning her around. She nearly stumbled but managed to regain her balance. His expression darkened, and he whispered menacingly, "Listen, girl, I warn you, don't provoke me." Zhou Xiaoyang's face, which had initially flushed with excitement, paled at his fierce demeanor. Though fear crept into her heart, she insisted defiantly, "What do you want from me, Su Zhonghua? I haven't done anything to you." Confusion washed over her as she pondered why her seemingly harmless homeroom teacher from the morning had suddenly transformed into such a brutish figure. With a cold snicker, Su Zhonghua released the girl's hand and fixed his gaze upon Zhou Xiaoyang's tearful eyes. "You inquire what I intend to do? I wish to ask you, what is your purpose in deceiving your brother with false grades? Are you unaware of the immense expectations he has for you? How can you say such things?" Zhou Xiaoyang exclaimed, startled, quickly averting her gaze from his piercing stare. With a hint of guilt, she retorted, "This is my family matter. It is not for a scruffy person like you to meddle in." "What? You assert that it is not my concern? Let me make this clear. Your brother is my comrade, and you are, in a sense, my little sister. As both a teacher and a brother, I have a responsibility to guide you, to lead you, a wayward lamb, back onto the righteous path," Su Zhonghua declared passionately, his emotion surging. "Humph. Who considers you my brother? How shameless." Zhou Xiaoyang scoffed, her earlier panic now replaced by composure. She then threatened, "If you continue to harass me, I will ensure my boyfriend pays you a visit." "Hey, don't be so arrogant," Su Zhonghua began. But Zhou Xiaoyang turned her back on him and ran away without a glance. "Goodness," Su Zhonghua sighed, exhaling a puff of smoke, and muttered to himself, "I never anticipated my first attempt at ideological education would end in such failure, especially with a female student issuing a warning. Truly an inauspicious start." Chapter 6, Beauty. Li Yin feeling somewhat stifled, he returned to his office, his mind preoccupied with thoughts on how to effectively teach this group of students. Meanwhile, Wu Yi having finished grading assignments, was feeling rather bored. Noticing the new teacher, Sue, deep in thought, he couldn't help but inquire, "Sue, has one of your students gotten into trouble again?" "Yes, that class is like that. One eventually becomes accustomed to it," Su Zhonghua responded. Upon noticing a teacher engaging him in conversation, Su Zhonghua felt invigorated. Being new to the school and unfamiliar with his surroundings, he could not help but feel a touch of loneliness. With warmth, he offered a modest cigarette worth 4 yuan to his interlocutor, exclaiming, "Hey, those rascals. Have they caused any trouble? They can be quite mischievous, making it somewhat challenging to teach them." Wu Yi accepted the cigarette, disregarding the fact that they were in an office, and lit it, exhaling clouds of smoke. His fondness for the new young teacher grew significantly as he chuckled and replied, "Indeed, since you are new here, you are still unfamiliar with the situation. In time, you will come to understand that there are matters beyond the control of us teachers." Upon hearing this, Su Zhonghua sensed an underlying implication and curiously inquired, "Oh, what is it?" "I would appreciate Teacher Wu's guidance to help this newcomer avoid unnecessary detours." He deliberately positioned himself in a humble manner, embodying the spirit of seeking knowledge without shame. Wu Yi exhaled a plume of smoke, cautiously surveying the individuals in the office. Noticing only a few subject teachers and the homeroom teacher present, he gestured for Su Zhonghua to come closer and lowered his voice to a whisper, saying, "Young Su, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The majority of students here are offspring of influential families. As humble educators, we cannot afford to offend them. When dealing with these students, it is prudent to turn a blind eye to their antics. My intention in saying this is not to imply that we teachers are irresponsible, but rather to emphasize that offending certain students could jeopardize our very positions, leading to even graver consequences." Su Zhonghua squinted, pondering for a moment before asking in confusion, "With teachers rendered powerless, could there be anything more dreadful? Are the students' parents truly so indulgent, allowing them to act with impunity? This matter extends far beyond the classroom. Students frequently distort the truth in front of their parents, blaming us teachers for their own misdeeds. Naturally, their parents, biased in favor of their children, believe them. Those in positions of authority can easily leverage their connections to oust a mere teacher like myself. And that's not even the worst of it. Some students' parents have ties to the underworld. If you offend their children, not only could you lose your job, but you might also find yourself in physical danger." The severity of such threats is underscored by Wu Yi's gesture, mimicking a beheading. This situation is truly alarming. The complexities within this school are astounding. With both legitimate and illicit influences at play, how can teachers, stripped of authority, manage their students? It feels akin to being a puppet. This has become an open secret at Muge High School, though it mustn't be spoken of openly. Little Sue, just be aware of the situation to avoid unnecessary trouble for yourself, Wu Yi kindly cautioned. "Oh, I truly appreciate your warning, Teacher Wu. Otherwise, I might have unwittingly invited trouble upon myself," Su Zhonghua replied with a forced smile, his mind racing with thoughts. Even this sanctuary of learning has been tainted. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. What an intriguing school this is. Ultimately, my duty is to educate my students, regardless of whether their parents are high-ranking officials or underworld figures. Subsequently, the two shifted their focus from these tedious topics. Su Zhonghua was a master of conversation, capable of embellishing the most trivial occurrences into grand tales, while Wu Yi was equally engaging. Their dialogue traversed from amusing school anecdotes to the charms of female students, from there to Japan, and finally to the intricacies of romantic encounters. Their camaraderie blossomed, and the laughter of two morally compromised teachers echoed, drawing curious glances from their colleagues. "Hey, little Sue, a certain film has just been released. I hear it's available at the video store. How about we check it out after work?" "I've heard it's quite sensational," Wu Yi suggested with a chuckle. "Sounds great. By the way, does it have a rating or not?" Su Zhonghua inquired. "Of course. It's unedited. Who would bother with a censored version?" His words abruptly trailed off. "Hey, La Wu, are you all right? Continue your thought. Don't space out." Su Zhonghua was enjoying their conversation when he noticed Wu Yi had suddenly fallen silent, staring blankly at the office door. Following his gaze, a fair and beautiful young woman appeared. She appeared to be around 24, clad in a slightly form-fitting pink dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Her delicate, oval face bore a hint of blush, and her long, flowing black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Her bright, clear eyes exuded a youthful innocence, complemented by a dainty nose and smooth, tender skin. Her thin lips resembled delicate rose petals, and her serene elegance instantly captivated Su Zhonghua, momentarily rendering him speechless. Ahem. Xiao Su, be mindful of your demeanor. She is none other than the most stunning beauty of our school, Li Yin, who joined us as the music teacher last semester. Wu Yi, snapping back to reality, whispered to him, Hey, stop daydreaming. Don't wear that expression as if a toad is yearning for a swan. She has already gracefully declined all the advances from single male teachers at our school. Moreover, I recently heard rumors of her growing close to the second-grade physical education teacher. Han Jinyan, there seems to be some impropriety involved. With your lack of height and charm, it is best to abandon any hopes. You claim I am neither tall nor handsome. Come on, old Wu, don't be dishonest. Is there any need for such disparagement out of jealousy? Su Zhonghua was merely taken aback by Li Yan's external beauty. He harbored no genuine intentions of admiration or pursuit towards a woman whose allure was purely superficial and whom he did not truly know. Any thoughts he entertained were but fleeting fantasies. Who is jealous of you? I am merely stating the truth. It is indeed the case that you lack both height and good looks, Wu retorted. Su Zhonghua's self-esteem suffered a severe blow, leaving him filled with discontent. He immediately began to concoct a series of justifications. What use are good looks and charm? Nowadays, the discerning beauties have no interest in such superficial attributes. They prefer men like me, humorous, erudite, refined, and modest. If you doubt it, just check my QQ mailbox. I have at least hundreds of love letters. And I can hardly keep up with them, he asserted earnestly. Furthermore, as a physical education teacher, I am robust and strong, my combat prowess rivaling that of 10,000. Do you see this curve on my shoulder? Do you know what it signifies? It is the legendary explosive power, he said, jesting as he flexed his muscles. Wu Yi looked at him with disdain, scrutinizing him from head to toe before mocking. Oh really? Refined and modest? Hundreds of love letters? You should at least prepare a draft for such grand claims. Young man, you ought to practice humility and avoid such exaggeration. Hey, let me tell you. Do not doubt me. I have never boasted since I was 8 years old, Su Zhonghua retorted, feeling cornered yet unwilling to lose face. In a moment of desperation, he declared, if you truly do not believe me, I will show you how my innate charm can win over a beautiful woman. If I do not manage to get her phone number, I will treat you to a night at the Eagle Emperor Palace. Chapter 7. Is this how to flirt? Li Yin, possessing both beauty and intelligence, exuded an extraordinary aura. However, she never adopted an aloof or haughty demeanor. Her character was gentle and serene, treating others with warmth and kindness. Throughout her tenure, numerous handsome male teachers approached her, brimming with confidence to express their admiration. While wealthy suitors from outside the school showered her with gifts, all of which she graciously declined with a smile. According to authoritative statements from professionals within the school, it was believed that Li Yan's heart had likely already been secretly captured by Han Jinyan, the sophomore physical education teacher. This conclusion was not unfounded. It stemmed from her frequent attendance at Han's basketball games and their light-hearted conversations. Wu Yi, being one of the foremost purveyors of such gossip, was well informed. Noticing that Su Zhonghua seemed genuinely determined to follow through with his claims, he thought to himself that, despite his own desire to enjoy a night at the Eagle Emperor Palace, he should afford his colleagues some dignity. With a chuckle, he said, all right, Su. It was just a jest. Even if you possess boundless charm, success is still unlikely. Initially, Su Zhonghua had hoped to salvage a shred of dignity from Wu Yi's earlier remarks, but the latter statement severely provoked his wounded pride. Is it merely flirting? Asking for a phone number? I refuse to believe that as a distinguished and mature man, I cannot accomplish such a trivial task. With newfound determination, he rose. Disregarding Wu Yi's attempts to dissuade him, he raked his fingers through his tousled hair, grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, and made his way toward his target. Li Yan's desk was situated just to the left of Su Zhonghua's, where she was presently seated, engrossed in writing something. Su Zhonghua stepped up to Li Yan's side. Rarely one to initiate conversation with a beautiful woman, he felt a flutter of unease within. After taking a deep breath, he adorned his face with what he believed to be the most amiable and charming smile, slightly bowing his head as he addressed her. Hello, Teacher Li. I am Su Zhonghua, the new homeroom teacher for Class 2, Year 3. From the moment Li Yin entered the office, all the male teachers had been attentively observing her. Some with bold, unabashed gazes, others with subtle, furtive glances. Now, witnessing an inexperienced new teacher approach her, they were acutely aware of the underlying coldness that lurked beneath her amiable exterior. With a collective sense of anticipation, they thought to themselves that yet another man might succumb to the allure of her enchanting presence. Li Yin paused her actions, lifting her gaze with a smile that, though slight, was undeniably charming. A few strands of hair cascaded delicately down her face, adding to her allure. He, hello. I just heard that the demon class has a new homeroom teacher. So, it's you. It seems that Teacher Su must possess some extraordinary skills. By the way, is there something you need from me? From the very beginning, Su Zhonghua's gaze remained fixed on Li Yin, resembling that of a lecher. It was only when he heard her melodious voice responding with a question that he regained his composure. I have something to discuss. I have heard that Teacher Li possesses profound musical knowledge, and I, too, have delved into this field. I specifically came to engage in a fruitful discussion and exchange insights with you. Upon encountering a new teacher who clumsily approached her under the pretense of wanting to discuss music, and noting his lewd demeanor and awkward speech, Li Yin concluded that he was yet another individual seeking an excuse to get close to her. Although slightly displeased, her well-bred upbringing compelled her to maintain a veneer of politeness. Teacher Su, I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps we could save our discussion for another occasion. She replied with a forced smile. Oh, since Teacher Li is busy, please carry on. Why not share your phone number with me? We could discuss great composers like Beethoven and Mozart when time allows, he insisted, his persistence growing. Li Yin felt her patience waning as irritation began to surface on her face. Shaking her head, she responded, Teacher Su, I am not well versed in Beethoven or Mozart. So there is no need for that. Oh, that's quite all right. A conversation would suffice for familiarity. Do share your number so we can connect regarding work matters in the future, Su Zhonghua continued to press, undeterred. There were others observing them, and the prospect of failure felt embarrassing. Li Yin, having encountered such relentless individuals before, remained composed and smiled politely as she declined once more. I apologize, but I am unable to remember phone numbers. I do not teach music in Class 2 of Year 3, so there shouldn't be any work-related matters. Despite her clear refusal, Su Zhonghua remained obstinate, gritting his teeth as if making a difficult decision. With narrowed eyes, he earnestly proposed, how about this, Teacher Li? I will give you 100 yuan if you sell me your phone number. Even with her refined demeanor, Li Yin reached her limit after being persistently bothered. The crudeness of his proposition, using money to obtain a young woman's phone number, left her both exasperated and amused. A shadow crossed her fair and delicate features as she retorted, that is unacceptable, Teacher Su. Please do not disrupt my work. Having reached this point in the conversation, even Su Zhonghua, with his thick skin, could no longer press further. He awkwardly returned to his seat, dejected and disheartened. The loss of face was trivial. Yet having proclaimed that if he could not obtain the number, he would treat everyone to dinner at the Eagle Emperor Palace that very night. The thought of the exorbitant expenses there made him shudder. A single visit would likely reduce him to subsisting on pickled vegetables for the remainder of the month. The male teachers in the office, witnessing his plight, could hardly contain their glee, each secretly musing that if even a man as outstanding and handsome as themselves could not win over the goddess, it was utterly ludicrous for someone who looked like a fool to entertain such aspirations. Wu Yi, observing Su Zhonghua's glum return, felt quite pleased. As long as the other did not renege on their word, he would relish a night at the Eagle Emperor Palace, envisioning the alluring courtesans in their luxurious boxes. His heart trembled with delight. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of sympathy, feigning sorrow as he said, Little Su, it's all right. You aren't the first to face this. There will be other opportunities. Keep striving. I believe you can do it. Seeing Wu Yi's uncontained joy and his feigned demeanor, Su Zhonghua felt an urge to kick him. However, he merely managed a forced smile, regretting his impulsiveness. Youthful passion, indeed, can be too fervent. As the clock struck noon, he felt quite embarrassed, his bravado waning. He turned his back on Li Yin and sat down, engaging in light banter with Wu Yi, unaware that time had slipped away. With the ringing of the final bell, students eagerly grabbed their bowls and surged toward the cafeteria, as if fearing they would miss out on their meal. Little Su, let us head to the second-floor dining hall for lunch. You only had 2 buns this morning. You must be famished, Wu Yi said, tidying up the table before pulling the listless Su Zhonghua along. You look like you haven't sorted out a cafeteria meal card, have you? No worries. Today's meal is on me. Su Zhonghua looked up in astonishment and asked, do we still need to apply for a meal card? He had no idea that teachers at the school were required to obtain a meal card, as he had assumed that meals were complimentary. In his heart, he secretly cursed, recalling how in his previous job as a cement worker, meals and accommodation were provided. Now, as a proud educator, he found himself compelled to pay for his own meals. Xiao Su, you truly know nothing at all. You can apply for the card later, For now, let's share a meal together. Don't be shy with me, my friend. Wu Yi said warmly. Su Zhonghua certainly would not be modest. It would be foolish to forego a bargain. With a smile, he patted the other man's shoulder and said, Old Wu, I must thank you in advance. Instantly, his fondness for Old Wu increased significantly. Although this man had his vices and was somewhat lecherous, his heart was genuinely kind. The fact that he showed such consideration for Su despite their brief acquaintance indicated that he could be a worthy friend. However, unbeknownst to him, Wu Yi was actually preoccupied with the upcoming dinner invitation at the Eagle Emperor Palace. To Wu, the cost of this meal was negligible. A small part of his motivation was to return a favor, ensuring future convenience in their dealings. Su Zhonghua and Wu Yi exited the office and made their way to the cafeteria. Along the journey, Wu Yi, being aware that Su Zhonghua was a newcomer and not well-versed in the school's dynamics, enthusiastically took the opportunity to elucidate the structure of the various departments and the specifics of certain faculty responsibilities, feeling gratified by the intelligence of this bright newcomer, young Su. As Su Zhonghua listened attentively while nodding in humble agreement, he took note of everything. The two then entered the cafeteria, where a throng of students anxiously formed a long queue, while only a few teachers were at the serving window. The duo effortlessly acquired their meals, 3 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and a soup, quite a decent fare. They chose a secluded corner table to sit down, engaging in conversation while occasionally whispering a few risque jokes. Listening to the vulgarities and lewd tales, Li Yan, seated 2 tables away, felt her face flush crimson. Her willow-like brows furrowed in discontent as her impression of the 2 men plummeted to an all-time low, even evoking a sense of disgust. She promptly urged her female companion to move to a seat far from them. Oblivious to the fact that their crude humor had reached the ears of the beautiful Li Yan, who had entertained fantasies about them, Wu Yi and his friend continued their jovial discourse, growing louder and more animated. Suddenly, the commotion in the cafeteria escalated as a portly man stormed towards the teachers at the serving window, his face flushed with anger. He pointed vehemently at the cafeteria staff, exclaiming, "What sort of establishment is this? There is a cockroach in my food." With that, he hurled a plate of food towards the window, the contents scattering across the floor, revealing a rice mound with the head of a cockroach bitten off. Upon recognizing the irate figure, the chef behind the window paled. Visibly shaken, he stammered, "Why yes, I apologize, Director Luo. It was a negligence on our part. Would you like a clean plate of food instead?" The chef, sweating profusely, was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of offending this man. Director Luo's tirade captured the attention of most students and teachers in the cafeteria, including Su Zhonghua, who discreetly pointed at the man and inquired of Wu Yi, "Who is that? Why is he so arrogant?" "Ah, that is the school's disciplinary director, Luo Ito. He has a rather haughty and overbearing nature. Be cautious not to offend him," Wu Yi replied. As the disciplinary director, Luo Ito was known for his stern demeanor, adhering strictly to rules and punishing students in peculiar ways, earning him the disdain of the student body, who dubbed him the bullying director. Recently, having avoided quarrels with his menopausal wife, he had been in a good mood until today, when he discovered a cockroach amidst his lunch, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. His frustration with the cafeteria staff was palpable, and he was determined to seek accountability. "What? A replacement? Do you expect me to continue consuming this filthy food? Are you trying to poison me?" Director Luo bellowed, striding forward to grasp the chef by the collar through the glass window, demanding, "Where is the cafeteria manager? Bring him to me. I intend to discipline your irresponsible staff." His booming voice reached the ears of a bare-chested man at the student serving window next door. Known for his sense of justice, he could not stand idly by while a colleague was mistreated, regardless of the circumstances. Seizing a serving ladle, he charged over, aiming a blow at Director Luo's outstretched arm. With a sudden cry of pain, Director Luo was unexpectedly attacked. Caught off guard, he endured a blow, causing his entire arm to go numb and weak. He hastily retreated from the window, hunched over like a shrimp, his expression contorted in agony. Beads of sweat pouring down his face as he pressed his right hand against the throbbing spot, which had already turned a deep shade of purple. The chef, momentarily stunned, was horrified by this unforeseen incident and hurriedly ran out of the kitchen towards Luo Ito. From a distance, he could see the grimace of pain on Director Luo's face, and unease swelled within him. Moistening his parched lips, he stammered, "Director Luo, are you all right? It was truly unintentional." "Silence. You scoundrels shall brace yourselves for dismissal," Director Luo interrupted the apology with a fierce growl. The pain in his hand had eased somewhat, and he inhaled sharply, commanding, "Now. I order you to summon Manager Tang immediately. You can forget about receiving this month's wages." It was as if a thunderclap had struck, and the chef's weathered face contorted in anguish. Images of his beautiful wife, adorable daughter, and elderly mother flashed through his mind. The thought of being dismissed in such a manner left him distraught, and he desperately sought to seize any lingering chance. In a pleading tone, he implored, "Director Luo, I truly did not mean it. Please grant me another opportunity. My family relies on me for their livelihood. I told you to be silent. Go fetch Manager Tang." Came another furious shout. "Yes, I will do that right away," the chef replied, clinging to his last hope as he dashed back towards the kitchen, his chef's hat falling off without him noticing. At that moment, the burly man who had assaulted Luo Yitong entered the dining hall, approaching with a menacing glare fixed on the director. "You say you want to fire me? Damn you. I've had enough of this miserable existence. Pay me my wages now. I'd rather go home and raise pigs than endure this." Since he had started working as a high school chef, he had risen early and toiled hard, earning a meager salary each month while enduring constant frustration. His volatile temper had longed for a return to his hometown to farm, yet he had persevered, hoping to provide a better life for his family. Director Luo, undeterred, glared defiantly at the disheveled man, attempting to assert dominance in the confrontation. However, the man advanced a step closer, causing Luo to instinctively retreat, fearing another attack. His bravado faltered, and his plump face twitched. But he managed a cold scoff. According to the school staff management policy, any employee who is maliciously dismissed will receive no compensation. You are hereby officially terminated, and you shall not receive a single cent of your wages. You should have considered the consequences before crossing me. Now, pack your belongings and get out of Wooden Grid High School." With that, a thick spray of spit landed on Director Luo's already flushed face, an utterly disgusting display. The burly man seized Luo's collar with his right hand, lifting him effortlessly through sheer strength, and roared, "What? You fat pig, not only do you fire me, but you also deny me my hard-earned wages? Damn it, do you believe I won't knock you out with one punch?" He raised his left hand in a clenched fist, ready to strike down with an air of aggression. The intense quarrel attracted the attention of several individuals within the cafeteria, and students continued to converge, forming a circle around the scene. Many who had previously faced punishment from Director Luo reveled in the chaos, cheering loudly, while others marveled at the formidable strength of the bare-bodied chef, who effortlessly held up the stout Director Luo. Luo Yitong's contorted face, twisted in fury, seemed on the brink of madness as he bellowed incessantly, "Bastard! Damn bastard!" He struggled with all his might, writhing and finally managing to escape the chef's grasp. Collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, wiping the foul saliva from his face with one hand, his eyes blazed with fury, all his pin-up rage ignited. Without regard for his status as the disciplinary director, he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn you, you filthy chef. I'll have it out with you." With those words, he shifted his ample frame to charge forward. Unexpectedly, a bowl flew through the air with lightning speed from the left, striking Luo Yitong squarely on the head. The impact sent him reeling, disoriented and unsteady, causing him to fall flat on his back. Indeed, the bowl had been hurled by Su Zhonghua, who, upon recognizing the bare-chested man as the eccentric individual who had blocked his entry to the kitchen that morning, had formed a favorable impression of him. Witnessing the man's astounding strength prompted Su to extend his hand in assistance. Chapter 9. Solid performance. The scene had devolved into chaos, with a throng of people gathered around, and naturally, no one noticed that it was Su Zhonghua who had thrown the bowl. They assumed it to be an act of revenge from a student with a grudge against the disciplinary director. At that moment, Su Zhonghua hurriedly pushed through the crowd, his face a mask of righteous indignation. Who dares to act so recklessly as to assault our disciplinary director?" he exclaimed, feigning concern as he helped the fallen Luo Yitong to his feet. "Director Luo, are you all right? Should we take you to the infirmary for a checkup?" "I'm fine. I can endure it," Luo Yitong replied, rubbing his aching head, feeling the remnants of his earlier bravado dissipate. A mix of resentment and regret filled him. He loathed the wretched chef and lamented his own reckless actions that had led to his humiliation. He had never endured such indignity before. As all faculty and students treated him with utmost respect, even the principal had to accord him a measure of deference. Yet, now he found himself publicly humiliated by a mere chef, his dignity shattered before the eyes of numerous students and teachers, the flesh on his face and abdomen quivering with agitation. "You wait, filthy chef. And you, the one who threw the bowl at me, if I find out who you are, you'll be expelled from Muggy High School. Luo Yitong warned San Yun as he regained his composure, casting a fierce glance around the crowd. Damn, still so arrogant? Su Zhonghua inwardly cursed, yet outwardly he spoke. Director Luo, please, don't be too upset. Perhaps you should visit the infirmary for some treatment. Just look at how swollen you are. Without waiting for a response, he assisted Luo Yitong into the crowd. Amidst the chaotic throng, he discreetly struck Luo's injured left hand at an angle that was difficult for others to perceive. The impact elicited a sharp cry from Luo, who turned pale and began to sweat profusely. Oh dear, what has happened? Director Luo, what is wrong with your hand? Su Zhonghua's acting was masterful. His expressions were perfectly in tune, leaving no one the wiser to his pretense. Were he to pursue a career in acting, he would undoubtedly earn accolades as the best actor. All of this transpired with remarkable subtlety, surrounded by a large group of people in close proximity. Luo Yitong, unable to identify the true culprit, ultimately abandoned his search. Cautiously guarding his hand, he made his way towards the medical room, inhaling sharply several times and letting out pain groans. Su Zhonghua quickly sought to curry favor with the other party, his face etched with concern as he remarked, Director Luo, it seems many harbor animosity towards you. You must exercise caution in the future. It was only when Luo Yitong had regained his composure that he noticed the young man, surveying him as he walked, and inquired, Who might you be, sir? You don't appear to be one of the students here. Having just witnessed the young man's brave act of assistance, a sense of gratitude welled within him, prompting him to abandon his usual stern demeanor. Director Luo, I am Su Zhonghua, the new homeroom teacher of class 3-2. You must have been too busy with work to notice me. But I have long admired your rigorous dedication to your responsibilities and your unwavering commitment to the future of your students, he replied. Oh, this is merely the duty of a teacher. There is nothing praiseworthy about it. Luo Yitong professed with a facade of righteousness, though inwardly he felt buoyed by the praise. Upon learning that the young man was the new homeroom teacher of class 3-2, he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that appeared quite unsightly. You say you are the homeroom teacher of class 3-2? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Su Zhonghua replied, taken aback by the question. At once, Luo Yitong scrutinized Su Zhonghua from head to toe, his small eyes darting behind thick glasses. The young man was clad in an obviously cheap Armani suit and wore a pair of outdated Liberation shoes, his hair parted down the middle, just based on his appearance. Luo Yitong felt compelled to assign him a score of 20. If any other teacher displayed such a disregard for the image befitting an educator, they would likely face immediate reprimand. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Young Su, haven't you heard of the methods employed by the ruffians in class 2? 2 of the previous homeroom teachers suffered severe injuries after inadvertently offending them. If you act now, I can speak with the principal and transfer you to a better class. Luo Yitong held a deep admiration for the young teacher and was ready to pave an easier path for him. Haha, thank you for your concern, Director. But I believe the students of class 2 are quite delightful, albeit mischievous. Even if they are challenging to manage, how could we, as educators, harbor prejudice against our students? Su Zhonghua responded with a smile. Upon hearing his refusal of good intentions, Luo Yitong felt no small amount of frustration, silently shaking his head at the young man's misfortune. Gently touching the injury on his head, he said, Well, Teacher Su, your intentions are commendable. But do take care of yourself. If it becomes unbearable in class 2, do not hesitate to come to me for assistance. Indeed, I shall. After escorting Luo Yitong to the infirmary, Su Zhonghua excused himself under the pretense of an errand and hurried back to the cafeteria hall, where only a few students remained in line, and the figure of San Yun had vanished. After searching high and low in the kitchen without a trace of anyone, Su Zhonghua reluctantly gave up. Chapter 10. I want to study art films. During the school's lunch break, in the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, several desks at the back had been pushed together, forming a circle where a group of boys and girls were animatedly discussing some intriguing matter. In the midst of the desk sat a slender boy with long hair, pale skin, and an undeniably handsome face, albeit marred by severe acne resulting from youthful hormonal surges. This was Deng Huizhong, the class monitor. He nonchalantly pulled out a pack of Yushi cigarettes and distributed them to the group, boasting, He. Has anyone thought of any clever tricks to deal with that foolish teacher this afternoon? It's been ages since we've had some fun. And I didn't expect the school to assign us a new homeroom teacher. A stout boy on the left took the cigarette handed to him. Lighting it with the poise of a seasoned smoker, squinting his already small eyes as he exhaled a puff of smoke, exclaiming, "What the heck? That teacher's skills this morning were barely sufficient for primary school students. It's hardly worth the effort. We could easily find a whole bunch of such characters on the street. Do you think the school would actually give up on us in class 2 by sending this kind of teacher?" This chubby boy, who stood out in the crowd, was the same classmate who had frequently troubled Su Zhenghua earlier that morning. "Who cares if they give up or not? We'll carry on with our fun and just get rid of the teacher anyway," a male classmate remarked nonchalantly. "I think the new homeroom teacher is quite nice. His silly demeanor is much more entertaining than those stern, rigid teachers. Why should we be so eager to chase him away?" A girl with a ponytail and straight bangs wrinkled her small nose, fanning the air vigorously while complaining, "Cough, cough. Hey, Mo Fatty, could you not smoke here? It's choking me to death." Upon hearing this, Mo Fatty quickly extinguished the half-smoked cigarette, apologizing, "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, I want to smoke again next time." He hastily tossed the remaining cigarette into the trash, feeling a pang of regret, knowing that Yushi cigarettes cost over 100 yuan a pack, a rare treat for him. He then couldn't help but belittle Su Zhenghua, saying, "What's so great about that homeroom teacher? Just look at his shabby appearance, still wearing those liberation shoes. Doesn't he feel embarrassed?" "Enough of this nonsense, Mo Fatty," Deng Huizhong interrupted sternly, asserting, "Let us brainstorm how to deal with the teacher this afternoon. We must not tarnish the reputation of our notorious class too, and let the other classes look down on us." Mo Fatty paused, then chuckled sheepishly. "I'm the best at pranks. Let me think." He propped his head on his hand, deep in thought, and soon exclaimed with delight, "I've got it. That country bumpkin needs to be dealt with harshly. What if we put a pile of dung on the podium? Well, 2 piles would work too. I bet that teacher Sue would flee in horror. Haha, what do you think? Isn't it ruthless enough?" "Ouch." "Who?" Before Mo Fatty could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a sharp reprimand from the class monitor, who threw a piece of chalk at him, declaring, "Are you out of your mind? Such a ludicrous idea you have conceived. If word of this spreads, how could we, from class 2, ever face anyone again? Indeed, that rotund individual is utterly repulsive. Let us hasten to finalize our plans, for I wish to return and indulge in a rejuvenating afternoon nap." Zhang Xiaoyu, with her ponytail and blunt bangs, crossed her arms, exhibiting a hint of impatience. Yet, her bosom, accentuated and voluptuous, combined with her adorably rosy cheeks, would disarm any observer, leaving them no room for discontent regarding her tone. At that moment, Yang Jiafu, who had been silently seated beside Deng Huizhong, finally spoke up. Adorned with black-rimmed glasses and clad in dark attire, he possessed a fair complexion that exuded an air of scholarly elegance and sagacity. He leisurely remarked, "Heh, I have devised a feasible plan that requires everyone's cooperation. Let us start with a small undertaking. Gather around to hear me out." Upon hearing this, the group promptly huddled closer, eager to listen. As Yang Jiafu's pen danced across the paper, much like a strategist directing troops on the battlefield, he spoke enigmatically, "Fatty, you shall do this and that. If it doesn't work, after class, Chen Saixia, you will follow this approach, and Xiaoyu, you along with the rest must cooperate similarly." Meanwhile, Su Zhenghua remained blissfully unaware that the students of Class 2 had conspired against him during the afternoon class meeting. He was leisurely lounging in the office, casually smoking and humming a tune. During the school's lunch break, the office was devoid of teachers, each having retreated to their dormitories or returned home, leaving only the idle Su Zhenghua with nothing to occupy his time. Xiao Su, why haven't you departed yet?" Suddenly, the office door swung open, and upon recognizing the visitor, Su Zhenghua was greeted by teacher Wu Yi, whom he had met earlier that morning, accompanied by a slightly portly, middle-aged man dressed in a suit. Su Zhenghua cleared away the haze of smoke that lingered in the poorly ventilated office and cheerfully stood up, offering the 2 men a cheap cigarette. Lighting one for himself, he remarked, "The distance from home to school is too great, and I can't be bothered to return. There's no accommodation at school either, so I ended up here. Lao Wu, why haven't you left? Surely you're not engaging in any clandestine activities? Come now. Don't speak nonsense. I merely had a quarrel with my wife, which is why I'm avoiding her glare." Wu Yi lamented, his face etched with displeasure. He continued, "Allow me to introduce you, Xiao Su. This is Mr. Lin Yukon, the head of our grade." "The head of the grade, indeed. I must make a good impression," Su Zhenghua said as he stepped forward, extending his left hand. "Hello, I am Su Zhenghua, the homeroom teacher for Class 3, Section 2. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." As he spoke, he scrutinized the bald-headed middle-aged man before him, who appeared stern and unyielding. A first impression he deemed fitting. Guidance is assured. Su Lao, sure, if you require anything, feel free to reach out, Lin Yukon replied, shaking his hand with a smile. However, one must remember that many platitudes exchanged in social settings are merely superficial. When the time comes for genuine assistance, one might find the price rather steep. Or they may cleverly dodge the responsibility. You two need not pretend to be refined gentlemen. We are all acquainted with the darker paths, so why indulge in such formalities? Wu Yi, knowing the temperaments of both men, had intentionally introduced them. It is indeed a great fortune to converse with a kindred spirit, and an even greater joy to engage with multiple like-minded individuals. Kindred spirits? I fail to see that, Su Laosher. You are quite young. May I inquire if you possess any profound insights in this regard? Upon hearing that they were of the same ilk, Lin Yukon's demeanor shifted to a more relaxed and casual tone, indicating his adeptness in social interactions and his desire to foster a closer rapport. Chuckled and, pulling out a chair, took a seat, his tone shifting to a more frivolous manner. Teacher Lin, as you know, our compatriots have a particular fondness for art. Therefore, I have devoted considerable energy to the craft of art films. I wonder if you have seen the film Moan? Oh, no, Lin replied. I have seen it, Su continued. It's a domestic production, albeit not particularly remarkable. The leading lady refrains from revealing what she ought to, and the visuals are shrouded in darkness, rendering everything nearly invisible. Wu interjected, I personally prefer films from the island nation. Old Wu, your taste is lacking. One must appreciate domestic creations. Su exhaled a plume of smoke and elaborated. The film Moan employs a cold aesthetic. While the imagery is not overly abundant, it retains a sense of dynamism. The filming deliberately casts the surroundings into a nocturnal ambience. Tranquil yet provocative. Only two shadowy figures are discernible. The woman's form is alluringly graceful, while the man's physique is balanced, devoid of frailty. What resonates deeply is the man's beast-like heavy breathing, juxtaposed with the woman's reluctant yet yearning moans, igniting boundless imagination in the audience. The film embodies its theme, leaving a lasting impression. Wu Yi also moved a chair closer, intently listening to Su's description, savoring the imagery of the sensuous film, and laughingly remarked, Xiao Su, you truly understand this field. It would be a pity not to pursue film critique. Merely a bit of study, Su replied. In truth, we must not take art films at face value. Much like films from the island nation, which often commence with explicit content, they quickly lose viewer interest. Lin Yukong, captivated by the conversation, found himself unwittingly immersed, imagining himself as the male protagonist, feeling a slight response, and awkwardly adjusting his posture to mask his embarrassment. He praised, a remarkable film. Just listening to your explanation invigorates the spirit. I'll be sure to seek it out for further study. Director Lin, if you're interested, I can recommend another exquisite masterpiece. Xiao Su, splendid. I am indeed interested. The two had unwittingly bridged the gap between them, their address now less formal. With a confident smile, Su Zhonghua flicked away the cigarette, and began to speak eloquently, elaborating at length. When the conversation turned to domestic art films, one could not overlook the pinnacle work from 2 years ago, Lift Up Your Short Skirt. The narrative unfolds within the confines of a crowded bus, where the camera sways yet captures the vibrant scenes within, significantly enhancing the sense of reality. At the moment when a man's trembling hand first grazes the girl's short skirt, the palpable tension and excitement seem ingrained in the very essence of the moment, while the girl's subtle feelings of anxiety and slight resistance are masterfully portrayed by the director. It is as if the protagonist is a reflection of oneself, stirring both excitement and an anxious anticipation for what lies ahead. Furthermore, the final, almost imperceptible sigh, a blend of rejection and invitation, serves as a crowning touch, elevating both the narrative and the audience's emotions to unprecedented heights. Su Zhonghua's analysis of the film Lifting Your Miniskirt was astoundingly insightful, leaving Wu Yi and Lin Yukon in awe, their mouths agape, gazing at him with admiration. Their throats parched, the masculine energy in the room surged in response to his eloquence. As the trio gradually loosened up, they each expressed their opinions on various topics, while Su Zhonghua remained the epitome of perceptiveness and quick wit, earning the admiration of the other two. Truly, in this vast expanse of talent, each individual shines brilliantly in their own right. Chapter 11, Conduct Points Deducted. The lively conversation filled the air, and the smoke in the office thickened. Despite the low air conditioning, no one dared to open the windows to let in the heat. Suddenly, the door creaked open, causing the three men to instantly cease their laughter. Reverting to their dignified personas as esteemed educators, their faces solemn as they redirected the conversation. Mr. Wei, what is your perspective on the current attitudes of students towards their studies? The rapid shift was astonishing, while Su remained unfazed, leisurely puffing on his cigarette. Goodness, I thought there was a fire. With the windows closed, this is absurd, exclaimed Li Yan, entering with a music score clutched to her chest. She promptly opened the windows and made her way to her desk. Old Su parted the smoke, his gaze landing on her petite figure. Akin to a fairy emerging from ethereal mist, exuding an air of grace and noble elegance. Yet, what astounded him further was the perfect curvature of her form, almost irresistible. Stirring his thoughts, Old Su audibly swallowed in the quiet space, the sound echoing distinctly. Director Lin, did I not suggest that smoking in the office be prohibited? Li Yan remarked, her brows furrowed. This not only jeopardizes your health but also endangers the innocent bystanders inhaling your secondhand smoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yukon quickly withdrew his blatant gaze, feigning innocence. We weren't smoking, he protested, waving his hands, with Wu following suit. They had discreetly hidden their misdeeds, leaving only the oblivious old Su leisurely holding his cigarette, lewdly assessing Li Yan's figure. Such a lack of decorum. Li Yan scowled at the new teacher, recalling his inappropriate remarks from earlier. She coughed lightly, intending to signal her disapproval. Oh, Xiao Su, what are you waiting for? Hurry and extinguish that cigarette, Lin Yukon interjected, demonstrating his diplomatic finesse. Su Zhonghua, startled, quickly extinguished his cigarette and, with a feigned earnestness, declared, such a harmful substance as tobacco truly endangers lives. This is my inaugural experience with smoking, and I find it quite arduous. In truth, I engaged in this endeavor to gain a deeper understanding of why students are so enamored with it. Teacher Li Yan, you must appreciate my noble intentions. Li Yan observed his expression, which bore a semblance of sincerity that seemed devoid of deceit. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su's hands, which were yellowed and wrinkled, characteristics unmistakably indicative of a seasoned smoker. She found herself questioning how a person capable of such dishonesty and base character could possibly fulfill the role of an educator. She feared he might lead her class, still with a glimmer of hope, down a treacherous path of criminality. With barely a glance of disdain, Li Yan coldly gathered a stack of books from the table and politely bid farewell to the other two teachers before striding out of the office. Lin Yukon silently judged Su Zhonghua's immaturity and flamboyant demeanor, shaking his head in disappointment. Oh, Su, you have much to learn. He approached Su and patted his shoulder, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. Bah, that woman is insufferably proud. A mere touch of beauty has inflated her ego. Su Zhonghua felt taken aback. He believed his adept performance, coupled with his earnest tone, would remain undetected. Little did he know that the telltale stains on his hands had betrayed him. With Li Yan's departure, the fervor of their earlier conversation dissipated, and the others resumed their tasks. Bored, Su Zhonghua lit another cigarette and casually perused the teaching materials and miscellaneous documents for Class 2, idling away over 2 hours. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. Occasionally, he encountered chatty colleagues during their free periods, exchanging pleasantries and engaging in light banter, thereby bridging some distance. As the 7th period approached, Su Zhonghua picked up the attendance roster and exited the office, heading towards Class 2. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the embarrassment of the morning's incident resurfaced, causing him to hesitate. He retreated a few steps, squatting in the stairwell's corner, pulling out a cigarette to gather his thoughts and mentally rehearse his words. Hey, get up. Just as he was about to delve into profound contemplation, he was rudely interrupted. Damn it, who dares disturb me? Su Zhonghua, on the brink of seizing an inspiring idea, was irked by the sudden interruption and demanded, you better have a good reason for this. You, how dare you curse? The little girl, startled by his outburst, was taken aback. His attire, a suit paired with casual shoes, and his wind-tousled hair gave him the appearance of a madman. The girl wore a charming, old-fashioned floral dress, her delicate features resembling those of a classic Jiangnan beauty, with a hint of baby fat that rendered her irresistibly endearing. It was difficult for any reasonable man to scold such a darling. Su Zhonghua's irritation melted away upon catching sight of her. He stood up with a gentle demeanor, smiling apologetically. Dear student, what can I do for you? Are you perhaps inquiring about my phone number? Not a problem. It's 123-4567. Please, be serious. Humph. I am a member of the student council. Given your sneaky demeanor, from where do you hail, and what intentions do you harbor in our campus? The young girl fixed her piercing gaze upon Su Zhonghua, as if she sought to unravel his very essence. If I confess honestly, might I be granted leniency? Su Zhonghua raised his hands and smiled warmly. Speak, and I shall consider your words, the little girl replied with an air of maturity beyond her years. In truth, I am a teacher at this institution. Here is my identification. Su Zhonghua cautiously produced his credentials and presented them with utmost respect, making the young girl appear as though she were diligently verifying someone's identity. Ah, you are truly a teacher? That cannot be. Someone like you is a teacher? Her skepticism lingered in the air. Su Zhonghua was deeply troubled, pondering why everyone perceived him as anything but a teacher. Previously, the old gatekeeper had looked at him this way, and now this little girl exhibited the same expression. Was it inscribed on his face that he was not a teacher but a beast? He could not be bothered to explain. With a nod, Su Zhonghua replied, Yes. I am the newly appointed head teacher of Class 2, Su Zhonghua. You are the head teacher of Class 2? The charming young girl gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Is there a problem? Su Zhonghua was taken aback by the unexpected notoriety of Class 2. He was astonished that so many people reacted with such expressions upon hearing he was the head teacher. Take a look at this, the little girl said, presenting a notebook-like form to him. Su Zhonghua opened the front page, where a few elegant characters read Lu Zihan. It turned out that this young lady's name was quite graceful and charming. The subsequent pages were filled with a densely packed list of conduct demerits, encompassing a variety of infractions, such as cleanliness of designated areas, bicycle arrangement, dormitory tidiness, and student participation rates in physical exercises. Every conceivable infraction was meticulously catalogued. Su Zhonghua, disinterested in the details, immediately turned to review the conduct score. Class 2 of the third year had received a mere 560 points. Su Zhonghua nearly lost his composure. How could the score in a 1,000-point system be reduced to such a level? Lu Zihan, could it be that you've made an error? Su Zhonghua felt compelled to defend the collective honor of his class. How could there possibly be negative conduct? It was inconceivable. As only a scant few students from Class 2 participated in the morning exercises each day, the cleanliness of the area and the classroom was appallingly neglected, with litter strewn about, and the discipline during lessons was so poor that the teachers consistently deducted points, although the conduct points for Class 2 had been depleted. That did not imply that the deductions would cease. Lu Zihan pouted. While this might serve as a warning to other classes, it bore little significance for Class 2, who seemed to hold the school in utter disregard. What purpose did conduct points serve? Su Zhonghua mused that this might be a scheme to withhold funds for class activities. Teacher Su, you can't possibly be unaware that the class teacher's salary and bonuses are directly tied to the class's conduct points, Lu Zihan pointed out, gesturing towards the bulletin board of Class 3-1. Look at Class 3-1. They win the moving red flag every week, and their teachers' bonuses for conduct far exceed their base salary. In contrast, your Class 2, the one with the worst conduct points in the entire school, even has deductions from the teacher's monthly salary. What? Su Zhonghua felt a sharp pang in his heart. These kids were giving him endless headaches. Not only did they fail to strive for the moving red flag, but they also intended to have his salary deducted. This simply could not stand. Strict measures were imperative. Zihan, I find myself somewhat perplexed about this matter. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhonghua leaned closer to Lu Zihan, inhaling the faint, sweet scent of youthful innocence. He felt a moment of intoxication, his arm subtly brushing against her modest bosom. The softness was lacking, yet the resilience was undeniable, though his actions were indecorous. His amiable and benign expression made it difficult to perceive any malice. How could points be deducted for the girls' dormitory when it only has a total of 7 points? Lu Zihan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stepped back, feeling embarrassed and eager to excuse herself. Teacher Su, why don't you just check for yourself? I have other matters to attend to. Zihan, are you in such a hurry? I still have many questions. Please leave me your phone number so I can consult you about anything unclear. Su Zhonghua hastily sought to retain this charming girl's contact information. Lu Zihan hesitated. Aside from a few girls, she had not shared her number with many boys. How could she casually give it to someone she had just met? Politely, she declined, saying, I don't have my phone with me, and I can't remember the number. Maybe next time. Su Zhonghua, with his extensive life experience, could easily discern that this was merely an excuse. In his heart, he thought with a tinge of mischief, Little girl, I have plenty of lollipops here. Speak up, and there will be a reward. Yet, he feigned indignation, saying, Zihan, you truly disappoint me. I had believed you to be a kind-hearted girl eager to assist others. Who would have thought you couldn't even comply with such a trivial request? Very well, very well. Lu Zihan noticed the teacher's expression dim, his stubbled chin and the half of his face illuminated by the setting sun, which lent him an air reminiscent of a fallen prince. She felt a pang of sympathy. Seeing him in such a disheveled state tugged at her heartstrings. As a member of the student council, she felt it was her duty to lend a helping hand. Thus, she replied, "All right, Su teacher. Please write down your phone number for me, and I will send you mine later." Su Zhonghua secretly reveled in delight. His acting skills were truly comparable to those of the popular star Lu Tingfeng. The book on self-improvement for actors that he kept by his bedside had not been in vain. However, his expression shifted once again as he sighed and said, "Zihan, there is no need to put yourself in a difficult position. If you are unwilling, do not force yourself." Despite his words, Su had already torn off a piece of blank paper and swiftly inscribed his phone number upon it. Lu Zihan accepted the number, smiled, and cheerfully bade farewell before scampering down the stairs. Su Zhonghua gazed at the petite and slender figure, earnestly saying, "Take care and do keep in touch." Chapter 12. Violent tendencies. As the cigarette extinguished, Su Zhonghua discarded the butt, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. He composed himself and proceeded towards the classroom of Class 2. "You scoundrels, truly lacking in upbringing. How could you commit such an act?" A thunderous roar from a man suddenly erupted from within Class 2, causing Su Zhonghua, who had just arrived at the classroom door, to halt in astonishment. The door to Class 2 swung open forcefully and slammed shut behind an enraged middle-aged man, whose demeanor suggested that one might assume his wife had been assaulted. Su Zhonghua's gaze was piercing as he quickly spotted the word history emblazoned on the teaching materials held by the middle-aged man. It was well known that among all the teachers who had endured the antics of Class 2, only the history teacher, Qin Yong, had managed to withstand the onslaught. Su hurriedly intercepted Qin's path, greeting him with a smile. "Teacher Qin, wait. What has happened to you? Why are you so upset?" With a huff, Qin exhaled a heavy breath through his nostrils and, baring his yellowed teeth, replied, "Teacher Su, look at your students. Can they even be called students? They are nothing but the dregs of society." His words were sharp and cutting, undoubtedly born from the torment he had suffered at the hands of his pupils. Taking a moment to compose himself, he lifted the transparent teapot in his right hand and continued, "Do you see this? It was originally filled with cool water, but before I knew it, those little rascals switched it for a bottle of ergot. They are fully aware of my severe stomach issues. Yet they still made me drink this high-proof liquor. Are they trying to kill me? Teacher Qin, please calm down. I will handle this matter. Do you know which student is responsible? I will bring him to you for your judgment." It was no wonder that Qin Yang, usually composed and gentle at over 50 years of age, was now so furious. Su Zhonghua maintained a serious demeanor. The gravity of the situation was significant. It was shocking that such misbehavior could arise from high school students. Utter disrespect. Were this his own son, he would have delivered a sound thrashing. "I certainly know who it was. That little rascal had the audacity to stand up and boast that he did it. His name is Huang Yu." "Teacher Su, can you really call this a student?" Qin's face, once vibrant with energy, now bore an unusual weariness. In the past, when many teachers deemed Class 2 beyond redemption, Qin had never given up hope. He firmly believed that there were no unteachable students, only teachers who lacked the ability to teach. Yet now, he found himself willing to embrace the role of a teacher who could not teach. As Su Zhonghua watched Qin Yong leave, he slowly entered the bustling second class. Maintaining a smile, he strode directly to the podium and surveyed the 30 or so students before him. His first words resonated with authority. "Which student is Huang Yu? Please step forward." Although his voice was not loud, it was deep and commanding, ensuring that every individual in the classroom could hear him clearly. The once raucous second class swiftly fell silent, with students staring at the teacher on stage, yet none seemed to heed his words. "Huang Yu, I insist that you come forward at once." The initial authoritative statement was now replaced by an irresistible and pressing demand. Seated in the second row of the fourth group, Huang Yu suspected that the old man Qin had gone to complain to this troublesome homeroom teacher. He chuckled nonchalantly, but being publicly reprimanded by the teacher made him uneasy. If he remained seated, it would imply a public admission of defeat. Yet, if he stood, it would suggest he had been intimidated. After contemplating this dilemma multiple times, Huang Yu ultimately decided that it would be better to stand up. After all, a few sharp words from him would preserve his dignity. With this thought, he rose. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, "Mr. Su, what is it? I still have to review my lessons, so please don't waste my time." "Excellent. Huang Yu, please accompany me." Su Zhonghua replied, continuing to smile. his tone leaving no room for dissent. He stepped out of the classroom, leading the way. Huang Yu, with an air of casual flair, flicked his long hair and, dressed stylishly, followed suit, eliciting admiration from some boys and girls left behind in the classroom for his audacity. Yet, little did they know that Huang Yu's mind was a tumult of anxiety, tension, and a hint of fear. Huang Yu, please proceed. Su Zhonghua continued to play the role of the benign tiger, guiding him to the staircase and deliberately allowing him to lead the way. Hey, Mr. Su. Where are we going? Huang Yu inquired, glancing back at the seemingly harmless smile. As he descended the stairs, an unexpected chill coursed down his spine. As Su Zhonghua lagged 2 steps behind and remained silent, a sudden and unexpected event unfolded. Positioned at the center of the staircase, Old Su abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Huang Yu's lower back. The strike was entirely unforeseen. Huang Yu merely felt a fierce gust of wind rush toward him, followed by an agonizing jolt in his back, akin to being struck by a massive truck. Helplessly, he lurched forward, plummeting down the staircase, unable to halt his momentum. The descent was steep, and he tumbled down in a most undignified manner, landing with a painful thud that jarred his body, leaving his elbows throbbing with intense pain. Su Zhonghua observed the student sprawled on the ground with a cold gaze. Gradually descending the stairs, he had initially hesitated to employ such violent measures against a student, but the boy's reckless disregard for consequences left him no choice. Teacher Qin Yong, nearing retirement at over 50, suffered from severe gastric ailments. The ramifications of any mishap were unfathomable. Instilled with the values of traditional education since childhood, he believed in respecting teachers, the idea that once a teacher, always a father, and he felt that to defy this principle was to be lower than animals. Huang Yu, struggling to rise on his knees, seethed with frustration. How could a teacher dare to strike a student? It was utterly unacceptable. He was about to hurl insults and threats at the teacher when, without a word, the seemingly unyielding educator leaped down and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. With cries of anguish echoing through the air, Huang Yu, who had once strutted with pride, was once again sent tumbling down the staircase. His face contorted in pain as he rolled down. The impact of the hard steps against his spine intensified the agony, leaving him feeling as though his very insides were being wrenched out. His head struck the unforgiving concrete floor with a resounding thud, and he clutched his head, wailing in despair. In his terror, he watched as the seemingly frail yet violent teacher followed him down, preparing to deliver another kick aimed at his head. The jovial Su Zhonghua transformed into a different being, breathing heavily as he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the groaning student lying on the ground. After venting a portion of his fury, he finally stopped, hastily lighting a cigarette to regain his composure, fearful that his violent tendencies might render the student severely injured. Huang Yu was kicked from the 3rd floor down to the corner of the staircase on the 1st floor, his initial rage giving way to pleas for mercy, ultimately culminating in terrified whimpers. His once handsome visage was now marred, bruised and battered, with a few teeth seemingly missing from his already bloodied and dirted white shirt. The new homeroom teacher, who had begun with a gentlemanly smile, had transformed from calmness to frenzied madness in a heartbeat. Huang Yu could scarcely fathom the nature of this man. It was beyond his comprehension how a lunatic could be employed at Muge High School. Su Zhonghua exhaled a plume of thick smoke, inhaling deeply before releasing it in a gentle sigh. After several repetitions, his agitated heart gradually began to calm. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld classmate Huang Yu sprawled on the ground floor, writhing in pain as if wishing for death. He instinctively recoiled a few steps, troubled by the escalating severity of his own violent tendencies, which had become increasingly difficult to control in that moment. Su Zhonghua hesitated momentarily, then gently crouched before him and inquired, Huang Yu, do you feel all right? Huang Yu, in agony, partially opened his eyes, oblivious to the blood and mucus trickling down to his lips. Upon noticing the maniac crouching closer, fear gripped him, and he hastily recoiled, his eyes wide with terror. He exclaimed repeatedly, Teacher, teacher, I promise I won't dare again. I will immediately apologize to Teacher Qin and admit my mistake. Huang Yu, Su Zhonghua replied. Acknowledging one's faults and seeking to amend them is indeed commendable. However, I suggest you diligently revisit the subject of moral education to avoid future transgressions. For now, I shall extend my forgiveness. Transforming from a maniac back into a courteous educator, his tone, though considerably gentler, still bore an undeniable authority. By tomorrow, I expect you to submit a reflection on this incident, with a profound understanding of your misdeeds, exceeding 1,000 words. Additionally, You are to deliver a summary of your reflections before the class. Suppressing his physical pain, Huang Yu nodded in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Terrified that this refined instructor might once more revert to a maniac and assault him, Su Zhanghua straightened his posture and ascended the stairs to class 2, casually remarking, Huang Yu, do not harbor thoughts of revenge. You lack the capability. Remember to apologize to Teacher Qin after school. Chapter 13, The Classroom Farce Unleashed Upon Re-Entering Class 2. Su Zhanghua immediately donned a benevolent smile, cheerfully addressing his students, classmates, please settle down. Huang Yu has acknowledged his mistakes and is now sincerely repenting. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of whispers and speculations. Soon after the homeroom teacher had summoned Huang Yu outside, faint cries had been heard, leading to wild conjectures about whether Huang Yu had suffered a severe reprimand from the teacher. Some imaginative souls even entertained the notion that Huang Yu had met a dire fate, given the haunting nature of the cries. What to do? The tall sports committee member, Duan Xue, contemplated sending a text message, his left hand tightening around a firecracker tucked away in his desk, hesitating whether to throw it. Let us observe the situation first. Let others take the initiative while we remain watchful. Yang Jiafu, who received the message, responded thoughtfully. Possessing intellect beyond his peers, he was aptly dubbed the military strategist of the class. Classmates, as we embark on a new week, I realize my previous introduction was rather rushed, with many of you absent. Thus, let us reacquaint ourselves. And I encourage each of you to introduce yourselves as well. With that, he picked up a piece of chalk and scrawled his name, Su Zhanghua, on the blackboard in a haphazard manner, resembling a worm, the characters crooked and uneven, the Su appearing almost disjointed. His chalkboard skills were so lacking they could hardly compare to those of a kindergarten child, yet Su Zhanghua gazed at his work with a sense of self-satisfaction. As if he were a disciple of the great Zhang Su, the students continued to chatter amongst themselves like a bustling marketplace. Recognizing the need to restore order, Su Zhanghua cleared his throat and announced, classmates, it is now time for lessons. Please maintain classroom decorum and refrain from disrupting other classes. A few students muttered under their breath, but Su Zhanghua, with his proverbial keen hearing, chose to ignore them, pondering why these students harbored such disdain for their teacher. He then assumed the authoritative demeanor of a homeroom teacher and feigned ignorance, asking, who is the class monitor? Deng Huizheng promptly stood, embodying the image of a diligent student. Report, teacher. I am Deng Huizheng, the monitor of class 2. Very well, quite handsome indeed. Su Zhanghua offered a meaningless compliment. Realizing he needed to engage with this assertive class monitor to foster rapport with the students. Please help maintain order in the classroom. With a gesture of authority, Deng Huizheng raised his hand, commanding, classmates, the teacher wishes to speak. Let us be quiet. The surrounding students swiftly complied, creating a brief silence, which pleased Deng Huizheng as he nodded in approval, albeit at the expense of Su Zhenghua's dignity as the homeroom teacher. All right, classmates, I shall now formally introduce myself. My surname is Su. Just as he pointed to the character Su on the blackboard, he was suddenly interrupted by a small, pockmarked boy in the front row exclaiming, wait a moment. Having already squandered a considerable portion of the lesson, the atmosphere finally settled into a semblance of tranquility, only to be disrupted once more. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired with evident dissatisfaction, classmate, please state your matter expeditiously. Oh dear, my stomach aches terribly. I must have eaten something improper. Teacher, I need to use the restroom, exclaimed the petite student, clutching his abdomen in a display of distress. What? You wish to leave for the restroom? Is it for defecation or urination? Queried Su Zhanghua with a tone that brooked no nonsense. Oh, it hurts so much. I cannot endure it any longer. I must go, the small student lamented. Faced with the teacher's crude remarks and surrounded by a throng of girls, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, compelling him to feign even more convincingly. However, the seasoned actor, old Su, adept in the art of performance, could easily discern the pretense. You cannot simply leave the classroom in the midst of a lesson. That is out of the question, he declared resolutely. Left with no alternative, the small student reluctantly took his seat again, silent, with his discomfort forgotten. Su Zhanghua smiled with satisfaction, remarking that the young child dared to play tricks on him, but was far too inexperienced. He pointed once more at the character Su on the blackboard, ready to grandly introduce himself. Classmates, my surname is Su. Suddenly, a classmate from the back, as plump as a pig, shouted loudly, Teacher, I have an urgent matter. May I leave class early? Su Zhanghua, his patience wearing thin, pinched his prominent nose. veins bulging on his forehead, giving the impression that he was on the verge of erupting. Give me a sufficient reason. He had already recognized this mischievous and obstinate chubby boy and had endured his antics since the morning. The other students observed Mr. Xu's escalating emotions with a sense of delight, relishing in the thrill of provoking their teacher. Stealthily, they signaled their approval to the chubby boy. While he basked in the admiration from several girls, feeling as though he had stumbled upon treasure, his face brimming with smugness, he maintained a facade of seriousness, stating, "Well, teacher, the Ultraman Digga show starts at 4:30, and I am eager to return to watch it." Damn it! Su Zhonghua, unable to contain himself any longer, seized the chalkboard eraser from the lectern and hurled it at the boy without hesitation. The chubby boy had no chance to evade the well-aimed eraser, letting out a cry as he toppled over, chair and all, landing awkwardly on his back, his round face now marked with a swollen, red rectangle. Why must you force this amiable and gentle teacher to take such action? Su Zhonghua shook his head, wearing an expression that said he was compelled to respond. Yet his voice remained stern as he declared, "Is there anyone else who has something to say? Step forward now." The four groups of 35 students fell into an eerie silence, the classroom enveloped in an unsettling stillness, each youthful face displaying incredulity. How audacious for a teacher to resort to violence against students. Did he not fear expulsion from the school? Was he truly oblivious to the gravity of assaulting a student? Su Zhonghua squinted his eyes with authority as he swept a gaze over the students in the classroom, then smiled and said, "Since there are no issues at hand, I hope no one will disturb my lecture henceforth. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." After speaking, he strode over to the desk of the chubby boy, squatted down, and inquired with genuine concern, "It is entirely my fault, dear student. Are you all right?" The chubby boy, inwardly seething with resentment towards the homeroom teacher for embarrassing him so greatly in front of the entire class of girls, wished he could stab him in that very moment. However, under the oppressive atmosphere, he could only meekly reply, I'm fine." He secretly vowed to seek revenge after school. "Since you are fine, then sit properly," Su Zhonghua commanded calmly before returning to the podium. Jiduisheng, Yang Jiafu, stared at the teacher on stage in astonishment, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and smiled slightly. Finding the situation amusing, he discreetly took out his phone and sent a series of messages. "Yang Shui, put away the firecrackers. Plan A is cancelled. Yang Fan, be prepared. We will execute Plan B in 10 minutes. Chen Saixia, hide the ink, glue, and foam. Plan C is cancelled. All right, let us resume class. My name is Su Zhonghua. You may call me Teacher Su," he stated, aware that time was of the essence. After a brief introduction, he added, "To foster a deeper understanding between us and enhance our learning experience, I will now take attendance. When I call your name, please stand and introduce yourself." He opened the roster to the first page, Chun Minjing. From the middle row, a girl approximately 1.60 meters tall stood up, with long, silky black hair cascading down her shoulders and skin as smooth as cream. She exuded an aura of a cherished daughter from a wealthy family. With a hint of shyness, she smiled and said, "I am Chun Minjing. Chun is the Chun from Chun Guanxi, and Ming is the Ming from Minjing." "Oh wait, that's wrong." The girl adorably stuck out her tongue and clarified, "Ming is the T reference, and Ing is the hero. Thank you, everyone." Seeing her innocent and charming demeanor stirred a flurry of emotions within Su Zhonghua, who longed to rush over and embrace her, saying, "Minjing, it's all right to make mistakes. Come here, and let the teacher take care of you." He continued with the roll call, calling out, "Xiang Zhuxing." A slender yet delicate boy stood up and solemnly declared, "I am Xiang Zhuxing, not like a beast. My QQ number is 291864112. My phone number is 789456123. My address is 23 Linqiao Street, 3rd floor. And my height and measurements are..." Hey, have you lost your mind? Stop right there." Su Zhonghua quickly interrupted the loquacious student and continued with the attendance. "Next, Su Xianlong. I am Su Xianlong, and my dream is to become an international superstar. Thank you all for your support." Turning his gaze towards the speaker, Su Zhonghua noted the boy's flat nose, crooked mouth, slanted eyes, and high cheekbones, all adorned with acne. He concluded that the student must be exceptionally confident in his everyday life to harbor such lofty aspirations. Goodness, are you suffering from delusions? Sit down and spare yourself the embarrassment. At the side of Su Xianlong's desk, someone whispered, "I am Fu Mingding. Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, she promptly took her seat, offering no further introductions, which gave the impression of her aloof demeanor. Lao Su keenly perceived her disdain towards him. Rather than dwelling on it, Su Zhonghua spent several minutes finally completing the roll call, encountering a plethora of peculiar self-introductions that were both amusing and bewildering. Yet, upon careful consideration, he noted that although there were ostensibly 39 students in the class, 4 were notably absent during attendance. Could it be that even his class was subject to truancy? Who could elucidate the whereabouts of these 4 missing students? I don't know, echoed the students in unison, each adamantly declaring their ignorance. If no one could provide an explanation, he would have no choice but to classify it as truancy, which would result in deductions from their final scores. This prospect of losing points was particularly distressing for the students. Failure to meet the requirements could lead to mere academic probation or, in severe cases, prevent graduation altogether. Report to the teacher. Zhou Xiaoyang is suffering from a fever of 50 degrees today and is unable to attend class. She has requested me to inform you of her absence and hopes for your understanding, spoke the class monitor, Deng Huizhong, whose face was marred by acne, as he managed to convey a semblance of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Zhonghua couldn't help but chuckle. After all, children from affluent families are typically coddled and sheltered, to the extent that they lack even the most basic understanding that a fever could never reach a staggering 50 degrees. Moreover, just this morning, when he conversed with Zhou Xiaoyang, she was full of vitality. How could she suddenly fall ill now? Oh, I see. I shall consider this her leave of absence. But henceforth, any student wishing to take leave must obtain my approval for it to be valid. Old Su made a point to extend some leniency, given that she is the sister of Zhou Zhifei. P.S. As you can see, the votes are quite scarce. I kindly ask for a vote or 2 in my favor. Chapter 14. A handsome and domineering grip on the throat. Upon hearing this, Su Zhonghua couldn't help but chuckle. After all, children of wealthy families are often coddled and sheltered, and it is quite absurd that she is unaware of the basic knowledge that a fever could not possibly reach 50 degrees. Furthermore, just this morning, when he spoke with Zhou Xiaoyang, she was full of vitality. How could she suddenly fall ill now? Ah, I see. I shall consider this her excuse for absence. From now on, any student wishing to take leave must obtain my approval for it to be valid. Old Su made a special exception given her connection as Zhou Zhifei's sister. Now, what of the other 3 students? It seems they have their own issues. Oh. Qin Yuexing was struck by a vehicle. Lu Songxing suffered from a cramp in his leg. And then there's Li Qing, who is experiencing painful menstrual cramps. Therefore, teacher, you must forgive them. Deng Huizhong originally intended to assist the girl he secretly admired, but he found himself under the teacher's scrutiny. As the class monitor, he could not show blatant favoritism. Failing to support the other students would surely lead to whispers of disloyalty, tarnishing his reputation as a leader. Surely it cannot be this dire, Su Zhonghua mused, a few strands of annoyance appearing on his forehead. He deemed their excuses rather flimsy. Observing the class monitor Deng Huizhong's faltering words and nervous demeanor, sweat beading on his brow and his breathing uneven, Su Zhonghua was incredulous at such poor acting. Yet, he refrained from exposing him, knowing that today's youth are sensitive about their pride, and revealing the truth could ignite resentment. With a sympathetic expression, he remarked, "If these claims are true, then that is indeed unfortunate. Deng Huizhong, please take a seat. I will make a home visit to extend my condolences." As time passed, Yang Fan executed Plan B, reminding himself not to go overboard. Just a little scare would suffice. The students at the last table observed Yang Fan, head bowed over his phone, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He then retrieved a metal rod from his drawer and boldly charged toward the podium, shouting, "Teacher, I challenge you to a duel." The classroom erupted in astonishment from those who had not attended Deng Huizhong's meeting at noon, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. If a fight were to break out, it would surely be bloody and relentless. Little did they know, strategist Yang Jiazhu merely intended for Yang Fan to frighten the teacher for comedic effect, never truly intending to engage in violence. "What in the world?" Su Zhonghua exclaimed, taken aback by the aggressive student rushing toward him. He found it rather absurd that his class had devolved into such chaos. Hey, student, don't force my hand," he warned, as he observed the student brandishing the iron rod, poised to strike. Any ordinary teacher would likely be terrified enough to cower or flee the classroom. But old Su was no such figure. As the two were merely half a meter apart, he swiftly kicked toward the student's abdomen. Yang Fan, feeling triumphant, noticed the flicker of panic in the teacher's eyes. However, just as he raised the rod, a sudden gust of wind struck his lower abdomen, causing a sharp pain that felt as though his insides might spill out. He collapsed backward onto the ground, sliding a meter or 2 before finally coming to a halt. Su Zhenghua restrained the pent-up fury accumulated from being repeatedly interrupted during class and calmly addressed the situation. You must be Yang Fan. Last week, you already assaulted me. And now you wish to challenge me again. Pray tell, have I wronged your wife? Or is it that I have offended your dignity in some way that incites such hatred? His words, devoid of decorum and utterly disrespectful of his role as an educator, left several delicate female students blushing deeply in embarrassment. Yang Fan lay sprawled in the aisle of the classroom, writhing in pain, his back throbbed fiercely, and his stomach churned uncontrollably. The iron rod he had wielded lay discarded beneath another student's desk, while his mind buzzed with a singular thought: to incapacitate this insufferable teacher. Though the intention was noble, the execution proved arduous. Observing the stunned faces of the students before him, Su hurriedly clarified, "Oh, dear students, do not misunderstand me. I am, in fact, quite gentle and reasonable. It is merely that Yang Fan here attempted to assault me, and I was compelled to defend myself. Let me remind you all that fighting is unacceptable. As cultured high school students, we must firmly uphold the principles of propriety and virtue." Regaining his composure, Yang Fan, seething with indignation, brandished the iron rod once more, charging at Su in a fit of rage. Having navigated the halls of Muga High School for so long, he had never before endured such humiliation. He was accustomed to being the aggressor. Last week's skirmish, though framed as a group assault against him, had merely resulted in a stalemate, with both sides sustaining injuries. Su Zhenghua turned around with a cold smirk, stepping back 2 paces, and declared, "Classmate, violence cannot resolve issues." When suddenly his adversary lunged forward. Left with no choice, old Su delivered a resounding slap with his left hand, followed swiftly by his right, which simultaneously gripped the opponent's neck, rendering him immobile. An impressive and domineering chokehold. Su Zhenghua tightened his grasp on the assailant's neck, forcefully pinning Yang Fan's head against the podium, indifferent to the latter's futile struggles. Dust from the chalk covered the surface, causing Yang Fan to weep and cough as he gasped for breath, creating a cloud of powder. "Classmates, bear witness," Su Zhenghua proclaimed with feigned righteousness, akin to a preaching monk, capable of justifying any action as virtuous. Yet, he maintained his grip, continuing, "I believe that Yang Fan should revisit the principles of the 8 honors and 8 disgraces, the 5 disciplines and 4 beauties, and the importance of respecting teachers and valuing education." Just then, he noticed a slip of red paper sliding from Yang Fan's pocket. Quick-witted, old Su executed a skillful maneuver to snatch the red paper. It was folded into a heart shape, neatly and beautifully crafted, signifying it was a love letter. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he disregarded the invasion of privacy and unwrapped the letter with meticulous care. "To my dear Zhang Xiaoyu, the sky is clear, the air is fresh, and the weather is splendid. My love for you cannot be hindered. Today, I finally summoned the courage to pen this letter, hoping you will comprehend my feelings. Below is a poem I specially composed for you, rather ordinary, merely infused with a hint of contemporary modernism, conceived during a moment of discomfort while seated on the toilet. It barely represents half of my capabilities. I love you, loving you. Not like old Chu loves rice. You are like a pot of dog meat, fragrant to smell, even more delightful to taste. After reading my poem, do you feel particularly touched, believing me to be quite talented? I suspect so. Well, time is limited. Tonight at 10 o'clock, beneath the 100 Herbs forest, do not be absent." The entire letter was disjointed, with erratic thoughts and numerous typos, culminating in a hasty final sentence that took him a while to decipher. Su Zhenghua refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, keenly aware of the need to preserve the student's dignity and maintain the classroom atmosphere. He issued a stern warning: "Boy, if you're a man, don't cause a scene in my class. Once school is over, if you wish to challenge me one-on-one or in a group, I shall oblige." With that, he released Yang Fan's neck, arrogantly brushing off the dust from his hands. Yang Fan, relieved, stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing on the podium. He clutched his painfully throbbing neck, panting heavily. He could hardly fathom how a single person's left hand could exert such tremendous force. After all, an adult's left hand might not even match the strength of a 15 or 16-year-old's right hand. Despite having some muscle, his desperate struggles had been futile. It felt as though he had been ensnared by a vice made of tempered steel, utterly immobilized. Old Su paid no heed to Yang Fan's distress. He stepped forward, crumpling the red note he held and politely stuffing it back into Yang Fan's pocket. With a mocking tone, he said, "A good-for-nothing like you, who reveres violence and disrespects his elders, could never win the affections of a sweet and lovely girl like Zhang Xiaoyu. However, If you choose to listen to me and study diligently, I might just teach you a few tricks to win a girl's heart, ensuring success in both love and academics." Young Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had been too overwhelmed earlier to comprehend what had transpired. Now, seeing the crumpled note in his pocket, he realized with mortification that the love letter he had painstakingly composed over several days had been violated. The embarrassment was unbearable. Anyone would be furious if such a private matter were exposed. Young Fan, known for his volatility, was no exception. And he erupted in rage. "You son of a... I'll settle this with you." He charged forward without a second thought. "Hey, Affan, stop. Quick, hold on." Sports committee member Duan Xue and several classmates rushed to restrain him, but Young Fan charged like a bull, determined to confront old Sue. "Stop, Young Fan. You can't win against him. We'll settle this later." Duan Xue, with his tall and robust physique, forcibly dragged him toward the classroom door. Gasping for breath, Young Fan violently shook off Duan Xue's grip, fixating his glare on the detestable teacher. Today, he, the self-proclaimed campus bully, had been humiliated. If he did not reclaim his honor, he would surely be the laughingstock of his peers. "Su Zhonghua, just you wait. I will not let this slide." With that, he stormed out of the classroom without a backward glance. Chapter 15, The Bluetooth Girl, Sister Piglet. The students below erupted into chaos, the atmosphere charged with indignation. The brutality of the teacher, who repeatedly assaulted students, was utterly inexcusable. Under the fervent encouragement of class leader Deng Hui and strategist Yang Jia, the classmates united in their resolve to confront the violent teacher. What kind of teacher resorts to beating students? "I will report this. I will report this. Curse you. Su Zhonghua. We shall band together to take you down. Help! Help! The teacher is killing us." The air was thick with discontent as frustrated voices echoed throughout the room. Su Zhonghua, drenched in cold sweat, wore an awkward smile, feeling utterly embarrassed. As a novice teacher, he had never encountered such a tumultuous scene and was at a loss for how to quell the uproar. If the other directors or the principal caught wind of this, he might as well pack his bags and leave with dignity. While pondering his next move, his phone vibrated intermittently in his pocket. Puzzled as to who might be calling, Su Zhonghua hesitantly pulled out his brick-sized phone. The screen flashed a notification. "You have a new connection. Would you like to accept?" It was neither a call nor a text, but rather a Bluetooth file transfer request, boldly displaying the name, Maizuzi. Goodness! Su Zhonghua couldn't help but exclaim, adopting a popular phrase among the youth. What was happening? After over 20 years of life, he had only heard of Bluetooth transmission but never experienced it. He glanced up at the chattering students before him, each wearing an expression of indignation, while a couple of quiet girls sat aloof, seemingly detached from the chaos. Was this yet another trap? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he ultimately pressed the confirm button. Within a couple of seconds, the transfer was complete, and he let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a simple note, revealing encouraging words. "Teacher Su, I believe in you. Keep it up. And good luck." Who would have the time to do this? Su Zhonghua smacked his lips, suspecting that this was yet another prank by the students, and chose to disregard it. Perhaps the classmates had grown weary of their antics, as the uproar gradually subsided. Meanwhile, some mischievous students from the adjacent class sneaked over to investigate, only to be shooed back by Su Zhonghua, who, with a firm grip on their arms, cleverly insisted that this was a reading lesson, employing a mix of persuasion and intimidation. After dealing with 3 unruly students in succession, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Summoning his inner actor, he transformed into a friendly and approachable figure, smiling gently as he said, "Classmates, in this season of autumn harvest, let us also find joy in our hearts. Let us quiet down and listen to the whispers of the wind." After delivering a flowery sentiment, he continued, "I must sincerely apologize for how my previous dispute with Yang Fan affected our lesson." His words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Most students had merely sought to stir trouble amidst the chaos, and with Su Zhonghua's masterful performance, they ceased their clamor. However, a few, particularly those close to Yang Fan, persisted in their disruptive antics out of a sense of loyalty. Su Zhonghua, feeling disinterested in the group of indifferent students, noted that there were only 5 minutes left until the end of class. He hurriedly stated, "As you all know, our class's conduct scores have almost always been in the negative." After a brief pause to gauge the students' reactions, he continued, "Are you aware of how students from other classes mock us? They call us a trash class, a sloppy class. What a disgraceful title. Think carefully, my fellow classmates. In order to uphold our class's honor, we must improve our discipline and maintain cleanliness in our daily lives. Do we have confidence in this? A few students, seemingly lacking enthusiasm, responded weakly with no or I don't know. Do you truly possess no sense of class honor? Su Zhonghua felt disheartened, despite his earnest words. The students remained apathetic, merely sitting in their seats, waiting for the bell to signal the end of class. The notion of class honor seemed utterly foreign to them. They were more preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to the larger picture. Not a single student responded to him, and a few of Yang Fan's friends continued to ridicule him. Feeling a headache coming on, Su Zhonghua could only call upon the class monitor for assistance, Deng Huizhong. Which area of the school is designated as our class's cleaning zone? The conduct scores were tied to his own salary, and the students' behavior was akin to undermining their own future. That patch of lawn next to the garbage bin is our cleaning zone, Deng Huizhong lazily pointed out the window. Following his gesture, Su Zhonghua's gaze fell upon a patch of withered grass on the third floor, littered with food wrappers, used tissues, and discarded homework papers, with a towering pile of garbage in front of it. The filthy cleaning zone left Su Zhonghua momentarily speechless, as memories of how the old principal had instilled the importance of maintaining a clean environment flooded back to him. Suddenly inspired, he smiled and said, "Students, the school is our home, and cleanliness relies on us all. As the saying goes, if one cannot even clean their own room, how can they hope to govern the world? Therefore, we must start with hygiene and focus on the small things. Do you understand?" "Not really," came the responses. "What does that mean?" "If you give me $10, I'll help you clean." The lack of awareness frustrated Su Zhonghua to the brink of revealing the dire connection between conduct scores and his salary. He was already struggling to make ends meet. If his pay were to be reduced further, he might as well go back to manual labor, where at least food and lodging were provided. After several more minutes of futile persuasion, the bell for the final class rang. In an instant, the group of previously lethargic students sprang to life as if invigorated by a stimulant, disregarding whether the teacher had officially dismissed the class, and rushed out of the classroom to continue reveling in their vibrant youth. Deep within Su Zhonghua's heart, he was uncertain of his own feelings. Perhaps from the very beginning, they did not regard him as a teacher. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Well, let's call it a day. Regarding matters of cleanliness and hygiene, I merely wish to remind you that when one wields power, it is imperative to shoulder responsibility. Though you may believe these issues do not pertain to you, I find it hard to believe that the sight of such misconduct would not stir discomfort within you." Having uttered these words, he picked up the attendance sheet and exited the classroom. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, his frail silhouette appeared even more desolate. No one paid him any heed, nor did anyone ponder his words. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs. "Mingting, do you see what Teacher Su is doing down there?" Chen Saixia, who remained in the classroom, nudged Fu Mingting, who was lost in thought, gazing at the doorway. Su Zhonghua had arrived at the desolate yellowing lawn beneath the teaching building, where a wooden sign marked the area as the second-class cleaning zone. From the upper floor, he had been unable to discern the extent of the mess, but upon reaching the scene, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Piles of refuse loomed like small hills, including used sanitary napkins stained with blood, sunflower seed husks, scraps of paper, and even spoiled leftovers, while flies and mosquitoes swarmed about. Realizing that reasoning would be futile, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Rolling up his sleeves, Su Zhonghua approached the foul-smelling heap, retrieved a small bag, and began to meticulously collect the discarded fruit peels and paper scraps. With each piece of garbage he placed into the bag, two young girls standing by the window on the third floor seemed to feel an inexplicable tug at their hearts, as if something had been drawn away from them, leaving a heaviness in their chests. Su Zhonghua's hunched figure and his frail silhouette appeared oddly poignant, resembling both a weathered elder and a stubborn child. No one mocked him. Instead, his disheveled appearance suddenly took on a certain grandeur in the eyes of Chen Saixia and the indifferent Fu Mingting. Perhaps, they mused, he might indeed be a good teacher. Before long, Su Zhonghua had made several trips between the garbage pit and the designated cleaning area. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon and the temperature began to cool, the shirt beneath his suit was soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he found a relatively clean spot to sit down and lit a cigarette. Reflecting on the sensation that reminded him of the years spent helping his grandfather harvest rice during summer vacations, it dawned on him that it had been quite some time since he had last returned home. Soon it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that moment, Li Yin, who had just finished teaching music to the third-year class, descended the stairs and glanced up to see the solitary figure beneath the setting sun. She was momentarily taken aback as the fading light illuminated the man's gaunt back, casting a long shadow. His indistinct profile bore sharp angles that conveyed a profound melancholy. And in that instant, Li Yin felt as though he resembled a defeated general from a myth. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket, startling Su Zhenghua back to reality. After wiping his soiled hands on the grass, he retrieved his phone, its bright screen displaying a notification. You have a new connection. Would you like to accept? To his surprise, it was yet another Bluetooth transfer from Mei Zhuzai. Curiously, he pressed the confirm button, and upon receiving the message, he quickly opened it. Persevere, I will always support you. Once again, it was a brief phrase. Su Zhenghua pondered whether this could be the girl who harbored a secret affection for him, as her encouragement seemed to suggest. Surely, she must be a romantic dreamer, shy yet imaginative, to resort to such a unique method of communication. But what if she were unattractive? Should he gently decline her advances? But who could she be? Excitedly, he turned his head, scanning the surroundings in search of the girl behind the Bluetooth connection. The boys playing on the field and the group of girls huddled beneath the trees revealed no connections until, could it be? Teacher Li Yin? As Su Zhenghua observed the elegant figure in the distance, holding a phone with its screen aglow, he chuckled to himself about the necessity of garnering votes and collections for his rather disheartening performance. In Chapter 16, titled The Initial Steps of a King, a large sack of refuse was abruptly dumped onto the carefully organized pile of trash that Su had painstakingly managed to flatten. A burly man, after discarding the garbage, was about to depart when a voice called out to him. Wait a moment, good sir. As a staff member who values hygiene and decorum, how can you carelessly dispose of trash in another class's designated clean area? Su Zhenghua, seated a few meters away, squinted in the sunlight. The man, with his back turned, was obscured from view, his robust physique clad in a disheveled manner. I'll throw it where I please. It's none of your business, the man retorted, his temper flaring as he had just been dismissed by that insufferable director. He sought an outlet for his frustration, deliberately choosing this spot for his refuse. The garbage station is less than 10 meters behind you. I kindly ask that you refrain from using Class 2's clean area in the future. You ought to respect the efforts of others, Su Zhenghua replied with a measured calmness. Respect? What a joke. I've labored tirelessly, yet I can't even collect my wages. Where was the respect for my toil? The man, whose anger was palpable, resembled a ferocious dog, nostrils flaring. Who is this person? Su Zhenghua straightened, extinguishing the half-smoked cigarette beneath his foot. As he approached to discern the man's face, a look of recognition dawned upon him. Ah, it is you, Brother San Yun. I failed to recognize you earlier. He smiled broadly and offered a cigarette. San Yun, who had previously dismissed Su with a glance, finally lifted his gaze. It took a moment for him to realize this was the gentleman he had encountered earlier in the cafeteria. He sheepishly accepted the cigarette, apologizing, my apologies. I did not see you and inadvertently discarded my trash here. Not to worry. In the future, just call me Ah Su. There's no need for such formality. By the way, how did things unfold at noon? Su Zhenghua struck a match to light San Yun's cigarette. Intrigued by the fact that San Yun was no longer speaking in the archaic style he had employed earlier. That wretched director not only dismissed me but also evicted me from the staff dormitory. If I see him outside, I swear I'll make him regret it. And by the way, your actions at noon, were you aiding me? San Yun, hailing from a remote rural area, spoke with a penchant for coarse language, leading the uninformed to perceive him as a nefarious character. It was merely a trifling matter. What are your plans now? Su Zhenghua inquired, as he began to tidy up the towering heap of garbage. I'm uncertain what to do. I lack sufficient funds for transportation. Perhaps I should find another job and save enough to return home to farm, San Yun reflected, his gaze distant. San Yun's expression instantly dimmed with anger, and as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, confusion filled his eyes. He had already sent his entire salary back home, leaving only a meager amount sufficient for his daily sustenance. Observing his helplessness, old Su felt a surge of emotions, recalling his own experiences from 3 years prior, when he had faced a similar predicament, albeit with far graver consequences and retaliation. He patted San Yun on the shoulder and proposed, San Yun, I see you possess considerable skills. How about joining me in my endeavors? Join you? Oh, a Su, aren't you just a garbage collector? Is the school in need of janitors, and you wish for me to sweep alongside you? San Yun appeared reluctant. Although he was unemployed, he did not consider stooping to the level of an 800 yuan a month cleaner. No, you want me to sweep floors. I can provide you with a life 100 times better than this. Wealth, power, and the company of beautiful women, all within your grasp, should you choose to accept. Old Su's face bore an air of solemn authority, exuding the aura of a savior. However, San Yun gazed at the man before him, his disheveled hair, soiled suit, and worn-out shoes, which rendered him akin to a beggar on the street. Despite Old Su's commendable character, such absurd propositions were not easily trusted. Forcing a faint smile, San Yun replied, Su, we must remain grounded in reality. I believe washing dishes at the Regal Hotel would offer me a more promising future. Su Zhonghua picked up a bucket of spoiled instant noodles and forcefully stuffed it into an already overflowing garbage bag. Once the refuse was nearly cleared, he remarked, washing dishes? No. You ought to live like a man. Am I not a man now? Self-reliant, self-sufficient. San Yun was perplexed by his words. Being driven out of school by a mere director while having to endure humiliation and then submissively washing dishes for others, was this what he termed being a man? Lao Su chuckled, ceasing his task of collecting trash, and donned a demeanor more solemn than that of a representative at a meeting. He declared, let me enlighten you. A man must be formidable, standing above the masses, commanding the elements with a mere gesture, deciding the fate of thousands with a single word. With all bowing in reverence, this is the essence of true manhood, do you understand? His hands, still clutching the foul refuse, and his entire being seemed suddenly enveloped in a sanctified radiance, rendering his assertions beyond reproach. What nonsense! San Yun had never envisioned such lofty ideals. It was indeed audacious. Momentarily hesitant, he surveyed the man before him, this garbage collector, and rationally declined. Su, I can barely afford a decent meal. So those lofty declarations about life and death are irrelevant. I think I'll stick to washing dishes. I hear it comes with meals and accommodation. Very well. I consent to your temporary dishwashing. From this day forth, you are under my wing. Worry not. As long as I have a full meal, you shall not go hungry. Here, take this 50 yuan, find a modest inn for a few nights. Lao Su was forthright, unilaterally approving San Yun to accompany him. Pulling out a handful of loose change and thrusting it into his hands, unsure if it even amounted to 50, having emerged from the countryside, where he was robust, yet simple-minded, San Yun gazed at the man's money. Had it been anyone else speaking such grandiose claims, he would have deemed them insane. Yet, facing the piercing light in Su Zhonghua's eyes, he found himself inexplicably enchanted, accepting the scattered coins. The moment he grasped the money, he felt as though he had embarked on an irreversible path, foolishly inquiring, if I follow you, will you provide meals and lodging? Can my monthly salary reach 1,000? Do not burden me with such foolish questions. Tell me, what is your greatest aspiration in life? Su Zhonghua's words increasingly resembled those of a seasoned charlatan, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a schoolteacher earning over 2,000 a month. Aspiration? Let me think, San Yun, bewildered and unwittingly beginning to believe his words, scratched the back of his head and finally replied, I wish to buy a house in the big city and then bring my parents from the countryside to lead a better life and ultimately find a wife. Excellent. Within a year, I can help you realize your wish tenfold. Now, please provide me with your phone number. Await my call. Su Zhonghua, with an imposing demeanor, retrieved his brick-sized mobile phone, ready to jot down a number. San Yun glanced at Lao Su's device, let out a derisive snicker, and from his pocket produced a Nokia N97. He pressed it against his business card holder, reciting the number he couldn't remember, then seemingly in a boastful tone, held up the N97, exclaiming, This Nokia of mine cost over 500 yuan. I hear it's a smartphone, with full-screen handwriting capabilities, 5 million pixels, and built-in dual LED flash. Lao Su glanced at his own brick-like phone, comparing it to the N97, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and muttered a curse under his breath. Subsequently, in silence, he trudged towards the nearby waste disposal site, burdened by a large bag of rubbish. After discarding the refuse, Lao Su found himself inwardly cursing his misfortune. How could a respectable teacher be reduced to performing free labor for his students? This was indeed a pitiful state for an educator. Upon returning to the office, he noted that most of his colleagues had already departed, leaving only a few dedicated homeroom teachers behind to supervise the students during evening study sessions. As Su Zhonghua brushed off the lingering dust from his attire, he approached Wu Yi, who had yet to leave the school, and cheerfully declared, Old Wu, let us go. I promise to treat you tonight. Wu Yi, initially skeptical about the prospect of being treated, instantly broke into a grin, resembling a blooming flower, and replied, That sounds splendid. How could I refuse a treat from you, Xiaosu? Should we invite old Lin as well? The more, the merrier. In the midst of their lively conversation during the lunch break, they naturally thought of including him. This is essential. I am actually worried about not having enough company. By the way, Teacher Su, you should join us too. Let us unwind together tonight. Su Zhenghua instinctively offered a cigarette. Su Xiaoding, who was diligently grading mathematics assignments, paused to survey Su's shabby appearance and couldn't help but inquire, Teacher Su, where do you plan to take us for this treat? Let us go to the Eagle Emperor Palace. It's been quite a while since I visited that place, Su replied. Su Xiaoding looked at him with skepticism. The lavish establishment was notorious for its exorbitant prices, requiring a minimum of 70 to 80,000 just to step inside. He recalled that he had only been there once last year with the board of directors and wondered if Su, in his outdated and shabby attire, could genuinely afford such an outing. The thought of indulging in food and entertainment there made him question whether Su had ulterior motives. Consequently, Su hastily declined Su's generous invitation. Hey, Teacher Su, since Su Xiaoding isn't going, I certainly will. I have long grown weary of my wife's cooking, so today is the perfect occasion to treat myself. Lu Quan quickly interjected, eager to seize the opportunity for a free outing. No problem at all. Su Zhenghua thought that fostering good relationships with colleagues was essential. Since Su was unwilling to accept his invitation, he would not beg for his company. He then turned to Li Yan, extending an invitation. Teacher Li, would you care to join us as well? The thought of her companionship was appealing, and he entertained the notion that she might be the one subtly encouraging him, perhaps even harboring a secret admiration. Feel free to go. I am not accustomed to such places, Li Yan replied while organizing her sheet music. Smiling as it seemed her disdain for Su had diminished. Since it was a kind invitation, her naturally courteous demeanor prevented her from outrightly rejecting it. Perhaps it was merely the modesty and shyness typical of young women, Su mused, as he continued to warmly invite her. Wu Yi and Lu Quan eagerly encouraged the beautiful teacher to join, and after a few moments of polite refusals, Li Yan ultimately relented to the collective enthusiasm of her colleagues. After agreeing to meet at the entrance of the Eagle Emperor Palace at 8 o'clock, Su Zhenghua hummed a cheerful tune and departed from the school. After agreeing to meet at 8 o'clock in front of the Eagle Emperor Palace, Su Zhenghua began to tidy up the disordered documents on the desk in preparation for departure. He realized there was nothing of significance to take back for filing, so he picked up the class roster of the second class, intending to study it at home. As a homeroom teacher, it was essential to remember the names of all the students, after all. With the roster in hand, old Su bid farewell to his colleagues and exited the office. His spirits lifted as he hummed a popular tune while making his way towards the school gate. Although Mugu High School is a private institution, it does not operate under a fully enclosed educational model. Students who find the dormitory environment uncomfortable may opt to commute home, thus avoiding evening study sessions. At the peak of the 5 o'clock dismissal, a diverse crowd had gathered at the school entrance. Parents arrived in cars to pick up their children. Friends congregated to walk together, and young couples in the throes of first love waited eagerly. Moreover, some students had summoned local delinquents, their aim being to confront their adversaries, causing many who feared trouble to steer clear. Even the elderly man at the gate hastily retreated into the booth, feigning ignorance of the unfolding scene. Su Zhenghua caught sight of several menacing figures outside the school gate, their intimidating presence accentuated by the contours of knife handles discernible at their waists or the long sticks they wielded. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he recalled having struck 3 students earlier that day. Surely, they would not seek immediate retribution. He feigned scratching his forehead, attempting to obscure his identity, moving cautiously as he feared recognition. Just as he stepped out of the school's iron gate, a bald man with a fierce demeanor approached him, brandishing a stick. Hey, you. Stop right there. The bald man barked with authority. Have I been recognized? Su Zhenghua's heart raced as he shuffled nervously, his mind racing to devise over 60 strategies to navigate this perilous encounter. Did you not hear me? I said stop. The bald man charged forward, shoving Su Zhenghua aside and lunging towards a frail student, seizing the boy by his uniform collar. Dong Chun, why are you still hiding? A wave of relief washed over Su Zhenghua as he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the confrontation was not intended for him. He hastened away, only to hear the distressed cries of Dong Chun behind him. Teacher, help me. Indifferent to such commonplace troubles, he boarded the bus without a backward glance, dreading the thought of his friend San Yun witnessing his cowardice. Would he truly believe this was the essence of a man who could turn the tides with a mere gesture? Upon returning to the Daxing apartment on Phoenix Street, he trudged up 9 flights of stairs, spending over 10 minutes preparing a large pot of noodles. devouring it voraciously before collapsing into bed, casting aside the troubles of his students from his mind. At 7:30, an incessant ringing jolted Su Zhonghua awake from his slumber. Cursing under his breath, he answered the phone. "Hello? Who asked the fool? Speak quickly if you have business, otherwise, hang up." "Ah Su, it's San Yun. I've run out of money after paying the rent. Didn't you say I could stick with you and not go hungry? I'm starving right now." The urgency and melancholy in San Yun's voice indicated genuine distress. Su Zhonghua activated the speakerphone, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and replied with a serious tone, "San, if you're following me, you must be prepared to endure hardships. I've already advanced you 50 yuan. It's against the rules to ask for more now. But you promised I could live a life of luxury." Su Zhonghua, while absent-mindedly picking at his toes, admonished him with a tone of disappointment. "Wealth and prosperity are mere outcomes. The journey is fraught with difficulty. As the ancients said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a person, it must first sharpen their will, toughen their bones, and starve their bodies. It implies that one must endure hardship before tasting sweetness. Do you understand?" "I understand, but Asu, I really want to eat." San Yun, a blunt fellow, remained oblivious to the profundity of his words. After enduring humiliation earlier that day, without even a morsel of food, his substantial frame now demanded sustenance, and it was no wonder he felt ravenous. Su Zhonghua felt a twinge of guilt about continuing to extort this honest man. Realizing that without a little incentive, this individual might betray him within 3 days, he knew he couldn't invite him to share a bowl of sticky noodles. Adopting the tone of a local tycoon, he declared, "Very well. Meet me at the entrance of the Eagle Emperor Palace at 8 p.m. tonight. There will be a feast of exquisite delicacies, and you will have an abundance of cash. Just remember to bring a large bag to carry the money." "Ah Su, you're not deceiving me, are you?" "Enough of your nonsense." The cordiality that Su Zhonghua had initially displayed had vanished, revealing his rogue demeanor. Without allowing the other party to finish, he abruptly hung up the phone. Sleep eluded him. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was already 7:40. He hastily took a cold shower, dawdled for a moment, and then slowly retrieved his 38-inch bicycle from the ground floor. Making his way to the Eagle Emperor Palace for their meeting, after cycling for over 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the bustling hub of Phoenix 2nd Road in Gangan City. The vibrancy of Phoenix 2nd Road stemmed from the multitude of shopping malls and hotels flanking each side, with commercial streets on one side and leisure avenues on the other. Upscale hotels, restaurants, bars, and high-end shopping and entertainment centers illuminated the street, creating a veritable city that never slept. The Eagle Emperor Palace, an entertainment venue that melded a hotel, restaurant, KTV, and casino into one, was situated in the most prosperous section of Phoenix 2nd Road. Renowned for its lavish decor and steep prices, it attracted a plethora of business dealings. The establishment not only satisfied one's vanity, but also boasted beautiful hostesses, making it possible for those with ample cash to take them away, albeit at a cost that would leave patrons exhilarated. As old Su stood at the entrance of the Eagle Emperor Palace, the teachers he had summoned were already gathered, each one standing awkwardly outside, growing increasingly impatient. They mistakenly believed that this boastful teacher Su had stood them up, secretly cursing his entire family in their hearts. After securing his 38-inch bicycle to a lamp post, Su Zhonghua felt no embarrassment whatsoever about his old-fashioned demeanor. With a cheerful disposition, he approached and greeted Wu Yi, Lin Yukon, Lu Quan, and others, before turning to glance at Li Yan, who was merely 2 feet away, offering a gentlemanly smile in her direction. In the evening, Li Yan appeared even more enchanting. Her delicate face adorned with minimal makeup, she donned a youthful and lively white cartoon t-shirt, the pair of rabbits on her chest accentuating her figure. Subtly visible beneath was a black lace bra, complemented by a snug pair of jeans that highlighted her long legs. This simple attire perfectly accentuated her alluring physique, evoking thoughts that were difficult to suppress. While such a captivating image was undoubtedly worth lingering over, Su Zhonghua felt a twinge of displeasure at the sight of a man standing beside Li Yan, sharing laughter and conversation in an intimate manner. Could he be her boyfriend? Su Zhonghua mused to himself, scrutinizing the gentleman beside her. With flowing ebony hair that gracefully fell over his eyes, striking eyebrows, bright eyes, a pronounced nose, and a dazzling smile, he stood at approximately 6 feet tall, presenting an admirable appearance. Nevertheless, Su Zhonghua believed that he still paled in comparison when measured against himself. Su Zhonghua brushed his dry, split-end black hair, coughed lightly, and deliberately interrupted the jovial exchange between Li Yin and the man, wearing a rather displeased expression while inquiring politely. "Ah, may I ask who this handsome gentleman is?" "Oh, he is also a teacher from Muge High School, Han Jin. We happened to cross paths on the way, and I took the liberty of inviting him to join us. You don't mind, do you, Teacher Su?" Li Yin paused her conversation with Han Jin and smiled as she introduced him. "Haha, a person as generous as I would certainly not mind." "It is a pleasure to have you, Teacher Han," old Su replied with a forced smile. That evening, Han Jin had finally found an opportunity to engage in a delightful conversation with Li Yin, yet his moment of bliss was abruptly disturbed by this man. Although he felt a twinge of displeasure, his upbringing instilled in him a sense of decorum, and he maintained a pleasant demeanor, responding, "Teacher Su is truly magnanimous. I shall be in your debt for tonight's expenses, and I promise to reciprocate the invitation on a future occasion." He extended his hand to shake old Su's, all the while pondering why this mere educator could afford such a lavish venue. Su Zhonghua shook hands with a lack of sincerity, casually wiping the sweat from his palms caused by gripping the bicycle handlebars. He then beckoned everyone to enter the palace of the Eagle Emperor. Since he was the host, it was only fitting that he walked ahead to reserve a private room. Generally, when reserving a room at the palace of the Eagle Emperor, a deposit of approximately 1,000 yuan is required, followed by the issuance of a receipt. Su Zhonghua was well aware of this custom and hurried to the front desk where a charming female cashier awaited. With an air of arrogance, he placed a postal bank card on the counter, deliberately raising his voice so that Li Yin and the others behind him could hear, proclaiming, "Excuse me. I would like a room on the 3rd floor. Here, I wish to pay by card." He spoke with bravado, yet inwardly he winced, knowing that he possessed a mere 320 yuan for his living expenses, which he had planned to stretch by purchasing 2 pounds of pickled vegetables to accompany his rice porridge next month. The attractive cashier, exhibiting commendable professionalism, warmly replied, "Welcome, sir. Please hold on a moment." After taking the bank card, she skillfully processed it and swiftly entered information on her computer. With a mechanical smile, she announced, "Sir, it is ready. You have reserved the King Fenjiang room on the 3rd floor." After securing the private room, a young lady dressed in a cheap how led the group through the intricately decorated palace of the Eagle Emperor, which exuded an air of antique charm without appearing contrived. The elegant pavilions, artificial hills, and winding corridors were complemented by a pond filled with vividly colored fish swimming gracefully. The overhead lights illuminated the entire space like daylight without being glaring. Overall, both the creativity and design of the place evoked a sense of being in a fairyland. Upon entering the elevator and traversing several corridors, Lu Quan and the others resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, unable to resist glancing around in wonder. However, the abundance of exquisite details along the way gave them a sense of hurried superficiality. In contrast, Han Jin appeared composed, suggesting he was a man of the world. Su Zhonghua, feeling somewhat bored, fixated his gaze upon the voluptuous form of the waitress, allowing his hands to wander in a brazen manner. Emboldened by the softness of her figure, which stirred an untamed desire within him, ultimately he succumbed to a base impulse and audaciously pinched her. The enchanting waitresses who graced this establishment had undergone rigorous training to earn their positions, fully aware that the clientele were predominantly affluent individuals, each of whom was not to be trifled with. The allure of a generous salary compelled them to endure such indignities. Lin Yukon observed Su Zhonghua's actions and couldn't help but think, young Su's frivolous demeanor and ostentatious gestures rendered him unworthy of respect. It was unlikely he would ever achieve significant stature in life. Chapter 18. Please listen to my renowned melody upon entering a grand, antiquated building. Several individuals took their seats around a Zhang Baxian table. Su Zhonghua and Lin Yukon feigned reluctance for quite some time regarding the prime seat, ultimately conceding to let Lin Yukon sit, as he was, after all, the head of the department. As the ordering commenced, Wu Yi, unreservedly, opted for shark fin and sea cucumber, having long desired a sumptuous feast. With someone else footing the bill, he saw no reason to hold back. Lu Quan, on the other hand, displayed courtesy by selecting a few modestly priced homestyle dishes, while Han Jin, disregarding any pretense of restraint, ordered goose feet, Australian lobster, 8 delicacies, and pearl scallop dumplings. Had it not been for old Su's concern for the collective, he might well have felt compelled to chastise that impudent individual for treating his money with such disdain. When it was Lin Yukon's turn, he initially offered a polite remark. Young Su has just started working and surely lacks the means to treat everyone. Do save some for him. Yet, Without a hint of hesitation, he proceeded to order 7-star fishball soup, phoenix braised peony, and lychee shrimp balls. He then passed the menu to Li Yin, who simply shook her head, stating, "There are already enough dishes. I shall not order anything." Su Zhonghua gazed in disbelief, initially believing that a modest gesture would suffice. However, to his astonishment, this pack of wolves unabashedly ordered an extravagant array of delicacies. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known, he would have opted to take them to a roadside stall for a simple bowl of noodles, economical and satisfying. With a forced smile, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said, My stomach hasn't been well lately. I'll start with a glass of plain water." "Yes." "And a dish of peanuts along with a plate of fried rice noodles." The expressions of those around him turned to shock, while the waitress, her smile rigid, shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry, we do not serve those items here. Is there anything else you would like?" Internally, she berated the provincial man. Aware that nothing at the Eagle Emperor Palace was priced under 100, it seemed that a tip was out of the question. "What? None? Well, fine." Su Zhonghua felt a twinge of embarrassment as he fished out a crumpled 10 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to the waitress, saying, "Just bring me a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. The remaining 3 yuan is yours, a little gift from me." The waitress accepted the money with a resigned sigh, rolling her eyes discreetly, yet maintaining a cheerful faade as she promised to return shortly. As they waited for their food, conversation meandered among the group. Wu Yi, a perceptive individual, remembered the adage about enjoying life with drinks and cigarettes, and promptly produced a pack of his cherished soft Zhonghua cigarettes to share. Li Yin furrowed her brow but refrained from dampening the mood, while Han Jinyin, striving to uphold a gentlemanly image in front of Li Yin, declined the offer of a cigarette. Lu Quan exhaled a plume of smoke, savoring the sensation as it danced through his lungs and nostrils, and unabashedly proclaimed, "What a fine smoke! For a man, life is about indulging in smoking, drinking, and women. If we were to call a lady for company, that would be heavenly." "Teacher Lu, how can you harbor such base thoughts?" Li Yin was taken aback, having always known Lu Quan as genteel and polite within the school environment. "Lu Quan, please mind your manners," Lin Yukon admonished sternly, assuming the role of the elder superior. Internally, he found himself in agreement with Lu Quan's sentiments, but felt it inappropriate to elaborate with Li Yin and Han Jinyin present. "Let us not kill the mood, everyone. Come, let us sing," Wu Yi interjected cheerfully, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. "Why is little Su so quiet? Are you unwell?" Wu Yi was indeed astute, suspecting that Su Zhonghua was troubled by the mounting cost of the meal. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating my students." Su Zhonghua forced a smile, though inwardly he was preoccupied with thoughts of how he would manage to procure funds that evening. After settling the bill, he would be left poorer than a beggar. And with San Yun pursuing him for money to eat, how could he refuse? The private room at King Fenjiang was spacious enough to accommodate 50 or 60 individuals, featuring not only a round dining table but also a long brown sofa, a glass table for drinking and card games, and a colorful LED screen for displaying music videos. Singing, Wu eagerly began to search for songs with the remote control. "Xiao Su, since today is your treat, shall you lead with the opening song?" Wu smiled at him. "Well, although I have been dubbed the singing god of the stage in the past, I would prefer to cede this opportunity to the magnetically voiced teacher Han." Su Zhonghua was acutely aware that his thunderous voice would only serve to humiliate him in song. Han Jinyin, however, did not shy away from the challenge. Considering singing to be one of his strengths, "Then I Shall Perform You Along the Way" by Jackie Chung. This was my signature song during my university days, and back then, my rendition attracted numerous fans seeking my autograph. He boasted, aiming to impress Li Yin. All right, just sing already, why all the talk?" Wu Yi set the remote aside, not particularly fond of Han Jingyin's arrogant demeanor and ostentation, which made him seem somewhat dismissive of others, even male colleagues. "Next, I dedicate this song, You Along the Way, by Jackie Chung, to Teacher Li Yin. I hope everyone enjoys it." As Han Jinyin stood up with the microphone in hand, he lifted himself on tiptoes, holding the mic with his right hand while his left hand formed a fist, mimicking the grand demeanor of a television superstar. To his credit, he did exude a certain star-like aura. Meanwhile, Li Yin, who was munching on snacks, felt her cheeks flush as she heard Han Jinyin announce his intention to sing for her, remaining silent and gazing at him intently. Su Zhonghua chuckled heartily, puffing on a cigarette while sipping his beer. He leaned towards the individuals at the table and remarked, "Look at Teacher Han's demeanor. He seems quite accomplished, akin to a superstar. His singing must be remarkable, one can tell just by looking." Wu Yi cast a glance at Han Jinyan, his expression one of indifference. I shall perform the next song, and I assure you, it will astonish you all, he said with a smirk. The mere sound of Wu Yi's voice was rather unpleasant. Should he attempt to sing, it could very well shatter eardrums. Su Zhonghua muttered under his breath, Teacher Li, what song do you wish to sing? I can assist you in selecting. Observing Li Yan's rapt gaze fixed on Han Jinyan, Lao Su mistakenly assumed she too wished to sing, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he inquired aloud, He, let us wait for the next one. Do you also enjoy singing, Teacher Su? Li Yan snapped back to reality. Acknowledging her passion for music as a music instructor, seeing an opportunity to showcase her vocal talents, she could hardly contain her eagerness to sing a few lines. I have been immersed in music since childhood, and I possess an immense affection for it, particularly for renowned masters like Beethoven and Mozart. Surely, as a music educator, you feel the same, so why don't we sing a duet together later? Su Zhonghua, seizing the chance to get closer to the beautiful woman, disregarded his own less than pleasant voice and thought to himself, perhaps through singing, emotions might well be evoked. Do you know? Loving you is not easy, Han Jinyan began to sing. Gazing deeply at Li Yan, with a sudden outburst, Lao Su, upon hearing Han Jinyan's voice, sprayed his drink everywhere. While undeniably magnetic, Han's voice possessed an overwhelming quality. If one were to close their eyes while listening, they might mistake it for a hippopotamus bellowing. Wu Yi, lacking any regard for decorum, covered his ears and exclaimed, Goodness! Is this a famous song or merely infamous? Even the exceptionally cultured Li Yan could not help but cover her ears, while the server who brought in the dishes wore a pained expression as he hurriedly placed the food on the table and exited. Though most people may struggle with singing, their off-key notes are often tolerable. However, Han Jinyan, despite his handsome appearance, possessed a voice akin to a duck's quack that was utterly unbearable, with his pitch straying far off the mark and the lyrics barely audible. With you along the way, I would gladly endure the pain. Han Jinyan remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety, gazing affectionately at Li Yan as he sang. His voice, at times harmoniously discordant, fluctuated erratically, truly a mesmerizing experience. He boasted about being sought after for autographs by fans, and one could only imagine that any impetuous listeners might be tempted to hurl a folding chair at him in response to such auditory torture. At that moment, the composed Lin Yukon could no longer bear it. He pretended to make a phone call and stepped out of the private room. Li Yan, whether intentionally or not, hastily made her way to the restroom. Now, only the steadfast Lu Quan and Su Zhonghua remained in the room, while Wu Yi's whereabouts were unknown. Even if it's only in dreams that I can embrace you, Han Jinyan sang with his eyes lightly closed, believing himself to be possessed by the spirit of Jackie Chung, the final note trailing off like the last gasp of a dying pig. After a brief moment, old Su sighed in relief when the subtitles on the screen finally disappeared. Teacher Li Yan, how did I sing? Was it not exceptionally beautiful? As soon as Han Jinyan set down the microphone, he proudly grinned at Li Yan, who had just returned from the restroom. Li Yan was at a loss for words. She did not wish to speak the truth and hurt his pride, yet to utter a falsehood would betray her own conscience, leaving her stammering as she gazed at him. Oh, Teacher Han, it was simply wonderful. This is the most beautiful song I have ever heard, even better than Jackie Chung's. What will I do if I cannot hear such a melodious voice again in the future? Su Zhonghua hypocritically praised, coming to Li Yan's rescue. Is that so? Upon hearing such high praise from Su Zhonghua, Han Jinyan's eyes sparkled with pride and joy. Of course it's true. I have never told a lie. Just ask Director Lin. Old Su cleverly shifted the dilemma onto the already seated Lin Yukon. Director Lin, how did I sing? Han Jinyan eagerly inquired, oblivious to the fact that many people, much like himself, are often under the delusion that their singing is remarkable, serenading to their own ears while others perceive it as only slightly more pleasant than the barking of dogs. Well, I only caught a few lines before I stepped out to take a call and hurried back, hoping to continue enjoying your enchanting voice. But it seems I missed the rest. However, I still found it somewhat pleasant, Lin Yukon said, awkwardly glancing at his phone, ultimately sacrificing his integrity to compliment him. Is it truly delightful? Then I shall sing another stirring Chinese song for everyone. Han Jinyan declared, ready to take the stage once more. Perhaps not, Teacher Han. Your singing is simply too captivating. Let us save it for next time, someone suggested. As the dishes were all served, the group decided to indulge in the meal before it lost its flavor. Su Zhonghua, noticing the foolishness of Han Jinyan, who seemed intent on torturing them with his singing, quickly intervened. Yes, let us eat and drink without singing, he affirmed. Lu Quan, apprehensive of Han Jinyan's continued serenading, agreed, acknowledging that such repulsive songs could indeed be detrimental to one's mental faculties. The table was laden with an impressive array of dishes, and even those who typically exuded an air of decorum were now relishing the feast. The cuisine at the Eagle Emperor's palace was undeniably exquisite, presenting both aesthetic appeal and delectable flavors that left one yearning for more. Li Yan, however, appeared disinterested in the meal, only sampling a few bites before engaging in conversation with Han Jinyan. In contrast, Su Zhonghua was determined to make the most of his investment, unwilling to return to a bowl of noodles that resembled swine feed. As the merriment ensued, 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojia were swiftly consumed, prompting Lin Yukon to take the initiative to order 2 more. Wu Yi, seemingly inebriated, insisted on showcasing his celestial vocal prowess. He swayed slightly, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Next, I shall serenade you with a delightful tune." A familiar and popular melody filled the air, and Wu Yi, in high spirits, belted out, "Love is not something you can simply buy. When it's gone, it's gone." As the group wiped their brows, entranced by Wu Yi's passionate performance, they eventually prepared to leave. Yet, Wu Yi stubbornly insisted on singing the love of the boatman one more time. Reluctantly, Lin Yukon and Lu Quan had to drag him out, as if he were a reluctant dog. After the meal, Su Zhonghua, visibly satisfied, approached the counter to settle the bill, where a different charming attendant greeted him. "Sir, the total for the King Finjiang private room is 34,620 yuan. She said with a sweet smile. "Is it truly that expensive?" Su Zhonghua was incredulous. He began rummaging through his pockets, the pungent aroma of his cigarette leaving him in tears, reluctant to part with his cash. However, after a thorough search, he could only produce a few crumpled bills of 5 and 10 yuan. The others jolted awake from their stupor upon realizing the gravity of the situation. Had this fellow forgotten to bring adequate funds? Such a hefty sum was at stake. Surely, with his casual attire, he could not have carried several thousand yuan with him. It seemed they were trapped here, fully aware of the dire consequences of dining and dashing. Substantial fines and severe repercussions awaited those who dared. A cascade of thoughts echoed in the minds of a few individuals, their faces wilting like frost-bitten eggplants. Under Lin Yukon's anxious guidance, Wu Yi and Lu Quan nervously began to rummage through their pockets for cash, while Han Jinyan observed old Su's predicament with the bemusement of a jester, busily dialing on his phone to summon assistance. Li Yan, equally distressed, searched through her bag for bank cards and cash. Ultimately, they discovered that their collective funds barely amounted to 5,000. Faced with the inevitable prospect of a brutal beating, they realized that the Eagle Emperor Palace was a key entertainment venue under the protection of the Knife Gang, the most notorious gang in city. Offending them could lead not only to assault and extortion but also to the grave possibility of severe injury or worse. Frustration began to mount against Su Zhonghua. After all, it was his ostentatious display of wealth entreating them to a meal that had lured them into this predicament, and they cursed their own greed for such trivial advantages. Su Zhonghua was perplexed by the psychological state of these individuals, muttering to himself, "Strange. I distinctly remember bringing it." He continued to fumble around in his pair of undergarments. Meanwhile, the cashier's eyes reflected increasing disdain, contemplating whether to summon the manager. The sight of the man in a worn-out white vest, oversized shorts, and broken flip-flops epitomized the characteristics of poverty, leaving her to wonder how security had permitted him entry. At last, he found it. Old Su exhaled in relief, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from the fold of a 10 yuan note and presenting it to the cashier, saying, "I haven't used this in ages. I wonder if it still works." The cashier accepted the paper, her curiosity piqued. It was riddled with cracks and appeared tattered, emblazoned with an ominous image of a grotesque demon, seemingly poised to leap forth, evoking an unsettling sensation. Yet, it was neither a bank card nor a VIP card, rendering it useless for payment. How absurd. The cashier's expression darkened, convinced these individuals were attempting to dine and dash. Without further ado, she picked up the intercom. "Manager Wang, we have a situation at the counter that requires your attention." After all, this was an upscale establishment, and the security personnel at the entrance exhibited commendable professionalism and ethical standards, already positioned to keep a vigilant watch on these individuals, lest they attempt to flee. Su Zhonghua could not help but let out a bitter smile, turning to the several teachers to offer some light-hearted comfort. "Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for the delay. But there's no need to panic, no need to panic." However, how could Wu Yi and the others quell their anxious hearts? Cold sweat had already drenched their brows, and they could vividly envision the grim fate that awaited them. Before long, the impeccably dressed manager of the establishment emerged, flanked by several thugs from the small knife gang. The manager, with a stern demeanor, seemed well-versed in handling such unexpected incidents, while the rough-looking thugs behind him bore menacing expressions. Their scarred faces a clear indication of their nefarious nature. Teachers, who had always valued harmony, had never encountered such a scene. Lu Quan and Wu Yi trembled in fear, their shaking legs starkly contrasting the jovial conversations they had shared moments ago in their private room. Meanwhile, Li Yin was shielded by Han Jinyin, who offered her repeated reassurances. Even the usually composed Lin Yukong was drenched in cold sweat, inwardly cursing his misfortune, pondering whether tomorrow's headlines in the education sector would feature corrupt teachers indulging in a free meal. Was it a matter of morality or depravity? Manager Wang. These few intend to dine without payment, exclaimed the receptionist, rising in indignation and pointing at Su Zhonghua and his companions, hurling the tattered piece of paper into the wastebasket. Humph, you think you can fool me with this ragged scrap? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang, who despised freeloaders, scowled and bellowed, "Qilong, take care of these ruffians." He planned to teach them a harsh lesson before sending one of them home to fetch the money. The 5 or 6 thugs from the small knife gang brandished their gleaming knives and daggers, advancing menacingly. "Wait," called out the young man previously addressed as Qilong, halting his companions. He had noticed the paper the receptionist discarded, and upon bending down to examine it closely, his expression shifted dramatically to one of shock. Without regard for the filth of the wastebasket, he reverently lifted the paper, and as he fully grasped the implications of his thoughts, this typically arrogant young man was rendered speechless. "Brother Su," Qilong murmured, his voice trembling. "What is the matter?" inquired a blonde-haired subordinate, eager to please. Qilong stared fixedly at Su, seemingly petrified, his face flushed and the sound of his racing heart echoing in his ears. After a prolonged silence, he began to murmur, "A miracle? Is it truly a miracle? But how could it be?" His tone was steeped in loneliness, helplessness, and sorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Qilong stepped forward and stammered, "Sir, may I ask your name?" His voice quivered, revealing the turmoil of uncertainty and anxiety coursing through him. And even Manager Wang noted the tremor in his legs. Su Zhonghua, stroking the stubble that had just emerged on his chin, leisurely lit a Hongtong Mountain cigarette and offered one to the other party, calmly stating, "Let us first address the current issue." Qilong, recognizing the familiar gesture and the cigarette, was already 90% certain. He hastily accepted it without a moment's hesitation and turned to pull the manager aside, lowering his voice. "Manager Wang, I implore you to consider my request. Whatever this gentleman has spent tonight, I shall cover it." Although Qilong maintained a serious facade, a tempest of emotion surged within him, causing his hands and feet to tremble with excitement. The oblivious manager, only aware that the protection fee had already been paid to the Little Knife Gang, could not simply allow someone to dine and dash without consequence. He promptly retorted, "Absolutely not. Dining and dashing at the Eagle Emperor Palace must be met with a lesson. Otherwise, this will tarnish our reputation and invite ridicule for our cowardice." With a sudden, resounding slap, Qilong's demeanor shifted dramatically. He swiftly struck Manager Wang across the face, sending the latter sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes wide in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Lin Yukon and several other teachers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. The situation had reversed with breathtaking speed, far more exhilarating than they could have anticipated. Who would have thought that a mere slip of paper could wield such power to alter fate? Was this piece of paper some sort of talisman granting immunity from punishment? Su Zhonghua, indifferent to the reactions of others, casually dismissed the crowd with a few words about the Eagle Emperor Palace's owner being his brother-in-law, and that the slip of paper was a complimentary consumption card he had provided. He then sent Wu Yi and several teachers out the door, allowing them to return home first. Given the lingering unease surrounding the slip of paper incident, the others refrained from further discussion and each departed for home in their respective vehicles. Chapter 20. Tang Shishi's plea for help. "Su, you have finally returned." The robust man known as Qilong, unexpectedly misted at the corners of his eyes, seemed on the verge of tears as he stammered, Hey, don't embarrass yourself in front of me." Su Zhonghua had little recollection of this individual. After all, so many years had passed, and the Xiao Dao gang had undergone significant changes. Yet, the fact that this man recognized him suggested some prior connection. He firmly clasped Qilong's shoulder and whispered, "You are Qilong, aren't you? I hope you can forget what transpired tonight." You are absolutely forbidden to disturb me in the future, otherwise. You are well aware of my methods. To the few confused subordinates nearby, it appeared that old Su had spoken amicably. However, to Qilong's ears, the words sent a chill down his spine. The oppressive aura left no room for defiance, and he could only nod dumbly in agreement. With a smile, Su Zhonghua released him and turned to leave. However, the previously dazed Qilong suddenly had a realization. He knelt behind Su, grasping his foot, trembling as he pleaded, "No. Su Gu, you will always be our guiding star. For 3 years, we have been searching for you. The Little Knife Gang cannot exist without you." Unable to contain his excitement, tears streamed down his face. Fool! Su Zhonghua did not accept Qilong's impulsive act of kneeling. Instead, he kicked him away, sending him crashing against the counter, startling the cashier into confusion. Coldly, he uttered, "The Little Knife Gang has nothing to do with me. Remember my words." The younger members of the Little Knife Gang stared in disbelief. Their proud leader had knelt to plead with a disheveled man, only to be kicked away. They hesitated, unsure whether to take action, and after a prolonged moment of indecision, they could only watch in stunned silence as the man departed. Upon exiting the palace of the Eagle King, Su Zhonghua, burdened with thoughts, finished a cigarette before retrieving a striking 38-inch Phoenix bicycle from under a streetlight. He pedaled towards a dark alley beside a restaurant, recalling that this route was a shortcut through Gangnan City. Riding at a pace comparable to walking, he estimated it would take about 10 minutes to reach home, allowing him to enjoy the breeze and sober up along the way. Suddenly, an unsettling presence prompted Su Zhonghua to halt his bicycle, his muscles tensing. He shed his usual lethargy, narrowing his eyes to sense the surrounding changes. The moment he stepped out of the palace of the Eagle King, he felt as if someone was following him. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as drunken paranoia, reasoning that no one in Gangnan City was aware of his return. If Qilong had any sense, he would not dare to follow or leak information. As he rode into the quiet alley, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The pursuers' movements were clumsy, their breathing heavy, indicative of an unremarkable character. He was taken aback by his own negligence, only now recognizing the danger he had overlooked. Su Zhonghua possessed a remarkably keen intellect, capable of discerning from subtle sensations that there was likely only one individual present. Having already called out, it seemed unnecessary for this person to remain concealed. After a brief wait, contrary to his expectations of encountering a formidable opponent or a ruffian, he was taken aback to see a frail girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, emerge from the shadows. Her shivering form in the evening breeze, coupled with the tears glistening on her cheeks, elicited a natural instinct to offer comfort and compassion. "Is that you, Tang Shishir? Why are you out so late?" Su Zhonghua asked, somewhat bewildered. The dim light in the alley allowed him to discern the girl's features, and he recalled her distinctly from the afternoon roll call. Her complexion was as fair as snow, leaving a lasting impression on him. "Teacher, please help me," she sobbed, disregarding all modesty as she rushed forward. Burying her face into Su Zhonghua's shoulder and weeping uncontrollably, her crystalline tears soaking through his shirt. Classmate Tang, please don't cry. What happened? I can assist you." He stammered, caught off guard by her sudden emotional outburst. In his confusion, he struggled to find the right words to console her, fearing that if someone were to witness this moment, they might misconstrue his intentions towards the distressed girl. Through her continuous sobbing, Tang Shishir managed to convey between gasps, "I don't want to go home," as her tears, mingled with snot, dripped onto Su Zhonghua's arm, leaving him feeling both sticky and uncomfortable. Su Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned bachelor, he had never encountered such a situation before. However, seeing his student in distress compelled him to think of the typical resolutions portrayed in dramas. He earnestly wished to embody the noble image of a teacher and continued, "Tang, crying will not resolve the issue. Please share with me what has transpired." The girl, wiping away her tears, softly whimpered, "Teacher, I am so sad, so sad. May I come to your home?" Tang Shishir managed to stifle her sobs, lifting her gaze to him with sorrowful eyes, her cheeks still marked with tear streaks. Under the luminous moonlight, she appeared exceptionally graceful and enchanting. What a pure and delicate maiden she was. Su silently praised her. As a robust and normal man, he felt an instinctual urge to say, "Come to my home, dear, and I shall comfort you." Yet now, he was a teacher, and the circumstances felt rather peculiar. An unsettling sense lingered within him, prompting caution against unwarranted consent that might lead to complications. With this thought, Su gently pushed the girl away and dismounted his bicycle, adopting a serious demeanor. Tang, visiting a male teacher's home at such a late hour might attract unwarranted speculation. If there is a burden you carry, please confide in me, and I shall assist you. He spoke with unwavering conviction, hoping to instill a sense of trust within her. After a moment of silence, the girl remained mute, her tears threatening to spill once more. Su Zhonghua felt a mix of frustration and anxiety, pondering if her reluctance to return home was a consequence of domestic violence. He hastily inquired, "Did your father strike you?" Tang Shishir appeared aggrieved and shook her head. "Was it your mother then?" He pressed on, but she again shook her head. "Could it be that both your parents are abusing you? How cruel." "No, no." The girl suddenly became agitated, as if his words had unearthed her buried emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a relentless flood, her expression one of profound pain and injustice. She sobbed, "Teacher, my parents are getting a divorce. They truly want to separate, and they said they no longer want me. What should I do?" Su Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback, gently caressing the girl's head as he softly spoke. "I believe I understand now. Do not weep. I can assist you. Trust your teacher." He was acutely aware of the profound shadow and psychological trauma that parental divorce could cast upon a youth. In her moments of helplessness and despair, all she sought was someone to lean on, someone who could restore her hope. "What should I do, teacher?" Tang Shishir asked, her voice heavy with sorrow and helplessness, before suddenly burying her face in Su Zhonghua's embrace. She craved a broad and warm chest to anchor her wounded heart. Taken aback by her abrupt action, Su Zhonghua nearly lost his balance with the bicycle he was holding. His eyes widened in shock, unsure of how to react. It had been nearly 8 years since he had held a girl's hand. Now, he felt the soft warmth of her presence pressing against him, which made his heart race with a mix of anxiety and confusion. His mind momentarily blanked, leaving him uncertain of what to say, his hands awkward and stiff, unsure of where to place them, ultimately resorting to gently rubbing Tang Shishir's shoulder. It is said that the most harmonious height difference between a couple is when the top of a woman's head aligns with a man's eyes. With her high heels, Tang Shishir's slightly bent form was nearly level with Su Zhonghua's eyebrows, her chin resting delicately upon his shoulder, creating an intimate and ambiguous posture. Suddenly, he found it difficult to breathe, feeling his adrenaline surge and physiological responses kick in. To stave off the embarrassment, Su Zhonghua, with great effort, gently pushed the girl away from him, adopting a serious expression. "All right, Tang Shishir, your teacher will find a way to help you. For tonight, you may stay at my home. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity and would never engage in immoral acts such as assault or theft." He approached the bicycle, which was a rather loud 38-inch Phoenix model, and softly urged, "Please, get on." The girl, after a moment of silence and drying her tears, hung her head low, appearing quite despondent as she took her place on the rear seat of the bicycle. As the bike wobbled along the dimly lit back streets, the obscured streetlights cast shadows that obscured the path ahead, leaving only 2 elongated silhouettes to meander through the interplay of light and moonlight, everything appearing so indistinct. "Tang Shishir, why are you still on your phone? Who are you texting?" Su Zhonghua inquired, glancing at the faint white-green glow of her phone, surprised to see this girl, who had just been in tears, now seemingly amused as she texted. No. I was just messaging a classmate to reassure her not to worry about me." Tang Shishir hurriedly put away her flip phone, flustered as she explained, then leaned silently against the man's back once more. Su Zhonghua turned his head skeptically to glance at her. The girl's pitiful appearance, however, dissuaded him from harboring any doubts. Surely, individuals endowed with conscience and filial piety would not resort to fabricating tales about their parents' divorce, especially a girl as seemingly innocent and gentle as her. Thus, he spoke to comfort her. "Tang Shishir, you ought to adopt a more open-minded perspective and not cling too stubbornly to your thoughts. Even if your parents have separated, they remain your father and mother, do they not? As children, we cannot obstruct the affairs of adults, and you should also consider your parents' feelings. If they are unhappy together, perhaps their separation is a form of liberation for them." He chuckled, adding, "In any case, rest assured that I will do my utmost to assist you." As Su Zhonghua ruminated on these sentiments, he elaborated at length. Noticing the girl's silence, he resumed pedaling his bicycle, gazing ahead. Seated slowly on the back of the bike, Tang Shishir found herself enveloped in a wondrous nostalgia reminiscent of childhood. The cacophony of the world seemed distant, and time appeared to almost stand still. In those days of poverty, her father had similarly pedaled her to school, and she had relished lying against his broad back, quietly listening to his stories. As the cool night breeze flowed, the impulsive feelings Su Zhonghua had initially experienced began to dissipate, gradually returning to a state of tranquility. After a leisurely 20 minutes, they arrived at the apartment building. Just as he was about to call for Tang Xishe to disembark, he discovered she had fallen asleep against his back, her cheeks puffed slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, and her long eyelashes glistening with moisture. "Are you hungry, Tang Xishe?" "I just cooked a pot of noodles," Su Zhenghua inquired, pulling out the surplus noodles he had inadvertently prepared that evening. Seated on a small stool, Tang Xishe gazed at the large bowl of noodles, resembling slop, and felt a wave of nausea. She hurriedly shook her head and forced a smile. "Teacher Su, I'm not hungry at all." "Oh, not hungry? Then let us save it for breakfast tomorrow," he replied, pushing the noodles aside. He lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs in silence, uncertain of what to say regarding the sensitive topic of divorce that would surely worsen her mood. "Tang Xishe, I will speak with your parents about your situation tomorrow. If you're tired, feel free to rest in the inner room while I read a little longer." Tang Xishe remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the cluttered hall filled with empty bottles, cigarette butts, and unwashed socks and underwear that had not seen a wash in months. A strong desire to flee this wretched place surged within her. It was hardly a suitable environment for any human being. Suppressing her revulsion, she discreetly retrieved her phone from a vantage point hidden from the man. After pressing a few buttons blindly, she rose to sit on the sofa beside Su Zhenghua, her demeanor shifting from one of pitiful sorrow to a tender affection. "Teacher, may I sleep with you tonight?" "Ah." Suddenly, Su Zhenghua gasped in disbelief, standing up abruptly to look at her. "Tang Xishe, what jest are you making?" he exclaimed. Unperturbed by his refusal, Tang Xishe leapt into his embrace, their bodies pressing against each other in an unmistakably intimate manner. The unexpectedness of the event startled Su Zhenghua, causing him to drop the half-burnt cigarette onto the floor, leaving him momentarily dazed and blank-minded. His male hormones surged, igniting a heat throughout his body. The girl, clad in a thin t-shirt and a knee-length skirt, pressed her petite yet elastic figure against his chest, overwhelming him with pleasure, while his mind raced with a flurry of provocative images. A physiological reaction stirred beneath him, forming a tent that pressed against her abdomen. "Classmate Tang, I uphold strict moral principles and harbor no improper thoughts. Please, don't." Su Zhenghua's feeble attempt at rationality clashed with the intoxicating comfort of the moment, rendering him powerless to push her away. As her embrace tightened, he stumbled over a chair, and they both fell onto the old, colorful sofa, with her atop him. At that moment, the door burst open, and two teenagers burst in, each brandishing a digital camera, their flashes illuminating the compromising scene of the male teacher with his female student, forever captured in their lenses. "Haha, we got it. Xishe, get up quickly. This old lecher is taking advantage of you," exclaimed a boy with long hair obscuring his eyes, a smirk spreading across his face. "Oh my. This shameless old man is actually making a move on his student. What an exclusive scoop," chimed in another boy with a buzz cut, as he casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Tang Xishe, amused, forcefully pushed away the still embracing teacher, stood up to straighten her slightly disheveled attire, and walked over to the two boys, casting a glance at the dazed Su Zhenghua, who seemed oblivious to the current predicament. In the dead of night, a male teacher takes a lonely female student home to stay overnight. "Haha, teacher, you've landed yourself in quite a mess." She laughed. "Xishe, your acting is quite commendable. This guy must have been enjoying himself just now." At that moment, Su Zhenghua comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered by a student. He stared blankly at the two smug boys mocking him, saying nothing, as the earlier heat of impulse dissipated like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He picked up the half-burnt cigarette from the floor, lit it, and began to smoke in silence. "Hey, you old pervert. You have 2 days to come up with 20,000 yuan as a fee to buy back these photos. If you refuse, we'll take these pictures to the principal's board and accuse you of lewd behavior with a female student, or perhaps expose you to a gossip magazine. That would be quite amusing," the buzz-cut boy taunted, waving his camera mockingly. Su Zhenghua sat on the sofa, his face cold and lost in thought, indifferent to the mockery of the two individuals nearby. He puffed on a cigarette, the shadows cast by the dim light accentuating the angular contours of his face, which appeared particularly somber. "Teacher Su, we're heading back now. Haha, remember to prepare 20,000. Goodbye, old lecher. Heh. Who would have thought someone would reside in this wretched place? It's no different from a garbage dump," the two boys sneered as they exited. Upon seeing Tang Xishe standing in a daze, they called out, "Xishe, let's go. This trash heap is no place for a person. Thanks to you, we easily earned 20,000. Let's go have a nice meal later." "Stop." Su Zhenghua, with his back turned, inhaled deeply, suddenly shouting with fervor. Slowly turning to fixate on the seemingly innocent girl, he spoke in a low voice. "Classmate Tang, were your words about your parents' divorce merely a fabrication?" Tang Shishir froze in place, her gaze drifting to Su Zhonghua, who slumped on the sofa, his sharply defined features exuding an indescribable melancholy. A chill crept into her expression as she felt an inexplicable sense of fear wash over her. The surreal sensation of sitting behind the man in the car resurfaced, invoking memories of her father from her childhood, who doted on her mother, an echo of happiness long forgotten. She found herself momentarily entranced. "Hey, Shishir, hurry up." A voice from outside shattered her reverie. "Humph. Even if my parents were to divorce, I would never consult a perverse teacher like you." Tang Shishir snapped back. Regaining her composure, and without a backward glance, she stormed out. "Am I truly so perverse?" Su Zhonghua managed a bitter smile, his eyes clouded with confusion. Discarding the burnt-out cigarette, but he pulled out another, igniting it as his thoughts swirled chaotically. Chapter 22. The Bald Gang. Brother Chow. The ashtray had accumulated over a dozen cigarette butts, and more than 20 minutes had elapsed while Su Zhonghua sat vacantly, smoking in silence. After discarding the last butt from the cigarette pack, he seemed to awaken from his stupor, letting out a deep sigh as he prepared to rise and retire to his room. However, the ringtone of his phone interrupted him. Two tigers running fast. Running fast. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he recognized it was San Yun. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Hey, is this Brother Su? Please help me." San Yun's voice trembled with urgency. "What's the rush? What's wrong? No need to panic over hunger," Su Zhonghua replied. "Brother Su, I haven't finished speaking." The call abruptly cut off, replaced by a rather lewd voice, presumably from someone else. Hey, your friend is in my custody. This kid just injured my brother. How do you think we should settle this score?" Wiping the grease from his face, old Su responded calmly. My friend can be a bit hot-headed. I apologize for that. What do you think is a fair compensation?" At this moment, he suddenly realized why San Yun had not only been absent from the Eagle Emperor's palace but had also failed to respond to calls. It turned out that this individual had landed himself in trouble and now sought his assistance. "Humph, at least you still understand some semblance of decorum. Now, my brother is left with multiple fractures, completely paralyzed, unable to care for himself, constituting an 8th grade disability. It would take no less than several tens of thousands to resolve this matter. You should weigh the compensation you ought to provide." On the other end of the line, a lecherous youth exaggeratedly threatened. This is quite serious. Would 100,000 suffice?" "Brother, I am rather impoverished as well, surely. A compensation of 100,000 should be adequate." "What? 100,000? The voice on the other end, dripping with barely concealed astonishment, responded. 100,000. Considering my brother has become disabled, that might just scrape by. Ordinarily, if you were unwilling to cooperate, we could easily take you to court and demand compensation in the hundreds of thousands. However, given your apparent sincerity, we shall let it slide." "Very well. Where shall I deliver the funds?" "Come to the Tiangu rice noodle shop at Sun Plaza. Remember to bring the money, and come alone. No tricks." "Not a problem. I shall arrive shortly." As the clock approached 11, Sun Plaza, located on Shinshin Road, remained vibrant and bustling, under the warm glow of the streetlights. It appeared as bright as day, with various social circles flowing in and out, either admiring the night or engaging in conversation. A taxi screeched to a halt with a sharp turn, the driver cheerfully announcing, "Buddy, we've arrived at Sun Plaza." Pale-faced Su Zhonghua jumped out of the vehicle, clutching his head, and tossed a 10 yuan note to the driver, generously declaring, "Keep the change as a tip, and next time, don't drive so fast." Having said this, he quickened his pace toward the center of the plaza. Meanwhile, the driver, holding the 10 yuan note, watched as the passenger's figure receded into the distance. Glancing at the meter displaying 15 yuan, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, what a stingy bastard." Su Zhonghua, unfamiliar with the surroundings, cursed and wandered around the square several times, inquiring of passers-by, until he finally spotted the sign of Tiangu rice noodles in a rather dim corner of the plaza. The establishment was modest in size, barely accommodating 3 or 5 tables and chairs, with dim lighting casting shadows over the floor, which was littered with used tissues. In the left corner, crew-cut young men and 2 heavily made-up girls lounged on chairs, smoking and laughing, while a pool of congealed blood marred the ground nearby, evidence of a recent altercation. Without hesitation, old Su boldly entered, hands stuffed in his pockets, and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. He then smiled at the young men and said, "Gentlemen, I am here to find my friend, San Yun. The jovial banter among the youths abruptly ceased as they turned to scrutinize him. You? Damn, that was quick. Where's the money? One young man clad in red, noticing that Su was alone, spoke with bravado. He then addressed his companion. Alone, go fetch that kid. Here it is, 100,000. The password is 845456. Su stood up with a smile, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and slapping it onto the table. May I ask how my friend offended you, gentlemen? Why ask so many questions? In short, he harmed my brother, and now he's in the hospital, urgently needing medical expenses. The young man in red took the bank card and handed it to the heavily made-up girl behind him, instructing her to check online if the amount was sufficient and then to call Chao Go. As he finished speaking, Alone emerged, escorting San Yun, who limped painfully. The towering man, over 6 feet tall, was a pitiful sight. His once sturdy face was bruised and swollen, with a gaping wound on his head that seemed to still bleed, covered only by a crumpled newspaper. His hands and feet bore numerous cuts, stained with blood that had not yet stopped flowing, rendering him nearly lifeless. Damn it, San Yun. How could they do this to you? Su's smile vanished instantly. Initially thinking it was merely a brawl among thugs, he now realized knives had been involved. He rushed to support his friend and cast a cold, menacing glance at the youths in the room. Tell me, who did this? The young man in red, caught in Su's furious gaze, felt as if he were being targeted by an executioner, his bravado faltering as he took a step back. Yet he still retorted defiantly. Damn you, it was me. What are you going to do about it? He sized up the frail man before him, secretly convinced he could easily dispose of him in a one-on-one fight. The red-clad youth barely finished speaking before he let out a blood-curdling scream, his face shifting from red to ashen. Su, already troubled by matters concerning Tang Shishir that night, had intended to seek rest. Instead, he found himself confronted by this gang's extortion and provocation. The fury within him erupted, and he seized the young man's throat, his expression one of lethal intent. Su Zhonghua, emboldened by his newfound power, forcefully seized the head of the young man in red and repeatedly slammed it against the adjacent white wall. He raised him up only to bring him crashing down again, the cycle continuing until the once pristine wall was stained crimson. A gaping wound had formed on the youth's forehead, with blood gushing forth like a violent eruption, the vivid red reminiscent of a gruesome scene from a horror film. His method was ruthless and merciless, leaving the onlooking group of short-haired youths paralyzed with fear, the atmosphere thick with silence. As the fury began to subside, Su Zhonghua finally cast aside the young man in red, who lay sprawled on the ground, blood still pouring from his head as if it were an unending fountain. The once arrogant individual now resembled a defeated dog, eyes rolling back, emitting pitiful groans. The remaining youths inhaled sharply, their hearts quaking with trepidation. Yet adhering to the code of brotherhood that governed their youthful lives, they knew they could not turn their backs. The 2 heavily made-up women had already fled the scene, shrieking in terror, while the 3 short-haired youths exchanged glances. The first one unleashed a torrent of curses, to hell with you. The second drew a spring knife, while the third lifted a bench, charging forward, intent on exacting vengeance upon the man. Su Zhonghua leisurely aligned his toes and delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the first assailant rushing towards him. The other 2, momentarily blinded, only caught sight of a spring-loaded knife clattering to the ground, mistaking it for an electric shock. The young man emitted a grunt before collapsing motionless. In the midst of their astonishment, another youth swung a stool down upon him, but Su Zhonghua, without sparing a glance, deftly sidestepped the blow. With his left hand charged with force, he retaliated with a resounding strike, the impact reverberating as if his right cheek had been forcefully slapped to the left. The assailant howled in agony and fell over. Swiftly seizing the stool released by his previous opponent, Su Zhonghua wielded it like a weapon. As the last youth attempted to flee, he was caught off guard and struck hard on the side of his face. The dull thud echoed ominously, and in an instant, the young man's visage was obscured by a torrent of blood, a testament to the tremendous force delivered. Fragments of wood clung to his face, mingling with the vivid crimson that flowed forth. He cried out in pain, clutching his injured face, dazed and slowly sinking to the ground, rolling in agony. Su Zhonghua halted his actions, standing resolutely as he exclaimed, "Tell me, who struck the blow?" Observing the lackluster skills of the assailants, he concluded that they were incapable of rendering the robust San Yun in such a disheveled state. Thus, there must be another party involved. It was Brother Chao of the Bald Gang. The young man, who had just received a resounding slap from Su Zhonghua, still possessed a shred of strength. And in terror of the man's prowess, he grimaced in pain as he replied, "Your friend. He offended Brother Chow. Bald gang? Brother Chow? Su Zhonghua casually seated the young man on a chair, inquiring, how did he offend him? He said your friend stole his girlfriend. The youth gasped, his face swelling further, bravely enduring the agony as he continued. So he called a dozen men to beat up your friend, and when things escalated, Brother Chow hurried back and instructed us to extort some money from him. Very well, I understand. Su Zhonghua lifted him once more, rubbing his filthy thumb and forefinger together. Now it is my turn to settle the score. You have beaten my friend to such a state and wasted my time. How do you propose to compensate for this? I will pay. Faced with the pressure of the situation, the buzz-cut youth, trembling, retrieved his wallet. Just as he attempted to extract a couple of 100 yuan notes, Su Zhonghua rudely snatched it away, withdrawing all the cash and stuffing it into his own pocket before returning the wallet to the young man. Here you go, lad. I am generous. Take your wallet back and continue to fill it. Do you yield? I yield. The buzz-cut youth quickly responded, grimacing in pain, yet continuing to flatter, Big brother. You win people over with virtue. I am truly convinced. Thank you for your guidance, and that. Enough. Su Zhonghua released him, donning a satisfied smile with a benevolent expression, waving his hand as he said, hurry to the hospital. Having clarified the situation, Su Zhonghua was disinclined to dwell on it further. He quickly assisted the nearby San Yun and, while exiting the establishment, remarked, I never would have guessed you were quite the honest fellow. Yet you went and encroached upon another's territory. Quite impressive. Once you recover, seek out that Brother Chow to reclaim your dignity. Thank you, Sugo. San Yun, clutching his injured head, forced a bitter smile, leaving it uncertain whether he felt regret or fear. P.S. This chapter resonates deeply with me, hence the quality may not be up to par. The unfortunate incident involving San Yun is a reflection of my own painful experience. 2 months ago, I fortuitously met a girl, gentle and beautiful. That evening, I invited her to my home to surf the internet and snack, and by midnight, she stayed over. As a normal man, I felt tempted to act. But after reciting the Tao Te Ching thrice, I quelled that urge. Later, in the dead of night, I escorted her home, only to find myself in a predicament as her boyfriend struck me. At that moment, I was still bold and imposing, but he had the numbers. I required 6 stitches on my forehead. Ultimately, I called upon some friends who elegantly defeated her boyfriend, and he compensated me with 1,000 yuan. The subsequent events involving the girl and the rest, the experiences I pinned regarding San Yun are indeed my own. Certainly, in the narrative, San Yun is destined to unleash an even more formidable and spectacular display of power to triumph over her boyfriend. My forehead injury has yet to heal, hence, I implore everyone to refrain from meddling in others' relationships so casually. A shameless attempt to inflate numbers. Chapter 23, The Covert Operative. Su Zhonghua could not recall when he had fallen asleep. He only remembered spending over an hour accompanying San Yun to the hospital for treatment, where 6 stitches were affixed to his forehead. Subsequently, he busied himself with completing various forms presented by the hospital, and then ventured out to procure a late-night snack for San Yun, handing over several 100 yuan. It was only after exiting the hospital that he realized he had no money left for a taxi, and he was left with no choice but to navigate the pitch-dark streets on foot to return home. Unsurprisingly, he was late the following day. When Su Zhonghua staggered into Mugo High School, the elderly gatekeeper, adorned with reading glasses, no longer regarded him as a troublemaker as he had on the first day of work. Instead, he was greeted by several obedient young ladies who respectfully acknowledged him as their teacher, which gradually rekindled in him a sense of purpose in his role. Upon reaching the expansive playground, he found that the entire faculty and student body had already completed their morning exercises and dispersed. Only a few students remained under the scrutiny of the corpulent director Luo Yitong, who was delivering a reprimand beneath the national flag. Some of the chastised students cast their eyes downward in submission, while others clenched their teeth in frustration. It was evident that this tyrannical director had resorted to threats of disciplinary action, parental involvement, and demands for written apologies to intimidate them. In truth, among the students, some had merely been a tad lackadaisical during morning exercises or had arrived a few minutes late, yet this vindictive director had blown the situation out of proportion, rendering these unfortunate children truly pitiable. Su Zhonghua had initially arrived late and did not wish to involve himself in the commotion. However, as he passed beneath the flag, he overheard Director Luo's increasingly vehement tirade. Look at you now. You've dyed your hair yellow, donned a miniskirt. Do you think you're fashionable? Those who don't know might mistake you for a prostitute, looking like a ghost. You skip classes and frolic about. As a girl, you show no sense of shame. I truly wonder how your parents raised you. If you were my child, I would have flushed you down the toilet." The girl stood with tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge the teacher's insults. Her delicate hands were clenched into trembling fists. Su Zhonghua, initially unable to recognize her from a distance, finally discerned her features as he approached the corner. Rushing forward, he sought to intervene in Director Luo's furious diatribe. "Excuse me, Director Luo, please hold on. She is a student in my class. Allow me to handle this. I assure you, I will not show her leniency in her education." Old Su patted the director's shoulder and offered him a cigarette. "Oh, it's you, little Su. Since this girl is in your class and you've spoken up, I'll allow you to take her away this time. I won't discipline her for now, but I hope you will guide this wayward lamb." Upon recognizing the person who had helped him the previous day, Luo Yitong's expression softened, and he accepted the cigarette, placing it behind his ear. He then turned to the pitiful Zhou Xiaoyang, saying, "This time, for the sake of your homeroom teacher, I'll grant you another chance. You must dye your hair black immediately after school at noon. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiaoyang bit her lip, turning her head away, seemingly indifferent, as if she had not heard him. "You." Luo Yitong exhaled in frustration. "Oh, Director Luo, do not stoop to the level of a child." Su Zhonghua quickly interjected, attempting to calm the fuming director. "I will take her back to class now. Director Luo, please continue to educate the other students." With that, he took the girl's hand and led her around the flagpole back to his office. The remaining students, who had harbored a flicker of hope that old Su would advocate for them, were disheartened to find he was merely protective of his own student and had departed. They resigned themselves to endure the oppressive wrath of the domineering director. Upon entering the office, with Lin Yukon absent due to class, Wu Yi, Lu Quan, and Su Shouting were engaged in idle chatter, while Li Yin was absorbed in her materials at her desk, her ponytail cascading gently, revealing a delicate nape that was subtly alluring. "Good morning, Teacher Li," Su Zhonghua greeted with a teasing tone. Li Yin looked up in confusion, startled to see Su Zhonghua, who had appeared quite handsome yesterday, now sporting stubble, a pale complexion, and dark circles under his eyes, his appearance disheveled. She managed a forced smile and returned the greeting before returning her gaze to the materials. Releasing the girl's hand, Su Zhonghua turned to sit at the desk, adopting a polite tone as he inquired, "Now, speak. How foolish of you. You skipped class yesterday, and now you present yourself in this manner. Do you even wish to pursue your studies? If you have no intention of continuing, I shall inform your brother and assist you in the process of withdrawing from school." Zhou Xiaoang, who had been idly playing with her toes, suddenly froze, then regained her composure and nonchalantly replied, "Thank you, teacher. Please proceed with my withdrawal. I no longer wish to study. You must understand that without education, you will lack culture and find yourself toiling in menial jobs, carrying bricks and engaging in hard labor. I shall offer you another chance. Will you continue your studies or not?" "Humph. My boyfriend has assured me he will support me, so you need not concern yourself with my future. Please expedite my withdrawal. Thank you." With that, she turned on her heel and dashed out, just as she had before. "Damn it. Why is this approach ineffective?" Su Zhonghua fumed, snapping his pen in two. He vividly recalled how his high school teacher had instilled discipline in him, rendering him as docile as a lamb. Was my intimidation insufficient just now? "Teacher Su, it seems your methods of educating students are rather outdated. Today's youth do not respond to such harsh tactics," Lu Quan whispered. In the presence of numerous teachers, Su Zhonghua, despite facing humiliation, maintained an unwavering composure. As if nothing had transpired, he nonchalantly remarked, "TCH, what do you all know? This is merely a tactic of feigned abandonment. Within 3 days, she will undoubtedly return," begging to continue her studies. With a confident smile, he casually produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among the gathered crowd, before igniting one and exhaling a plume of smoke. Once a leader had emerged, the others, emboldened, began to indulge in the smoke, which wafted towards Li Yan's domain like a noxious gas. Having dined on Su's generosity the previous night, Li felt reluctant to voice her discontent. She shot him a glare before clutching her books and exiting the office. With her departure, the 4 teachers abandoned their pretense, loosening their ties and adopting a rather ungainly yet comfortable posture. In an instant, the room was enveloped in a dense haze, obscuring all visibility. "Xiao Su, what were you doing there last night while we left? Surely you weren't enjoying some amusement by yourself?" Wu Yi inquired, feigning reproach. "What else could I do? I packed up the leftovers, and of course, I returned home to embrace my pillow and sleep. Unlike you all, I don't have a wife to warm my bed." Su Zhonghua replied with a wry smile. Am I supposed to confess that I was overcome by lustful thoughts for a female student, only to be taken advantage of and extorted? Or perhaps that I got into a scuffle with some ruffians? This morning, we were just discussing it with Director Lin. Wu remarked, flicking ash from his cigarette. You mentioned we spent so much. How come you could settle it with a mere piece of paper? Truly remarkable. Could you spare me one? Not a chance. Su Zhonghua retorted, noticing the inquisitive gazes of the other three. His boastful nature resurfaced as he exhaled another cloud of smoke, saying, that piece of paper is not something just anyone can wield. It symbolizes nobility, luxury, and status. I could dine at every restaurant in the city without spending a single cent. Come now, that's quite an exaggeration, Lu Quan chuckled. Xiao Su, your bluster could reach the heavens. Who said I was bragging? Su Zhonghua squinted, adding, I shan't conceal it any longer. I am a secret agent dispatched by the state to undertake this mission. That card was issued to me by the government, granting me complimentary meals. The others, recognizing that his fabrications were escalating, understood that extracting the truth was futile. They chose not to pursue the matter further, as they had already indulged in the lavish meal, considering it a fleeting experience of aristocracy, unbothered by the details of the bill. Chapter 24. The Bluetooth Enigma. After a lengthy exchange of bravado, the group bore little resemblance to educators, their coarse language and crude jokes more befitting of ruffians. With a half-empty pack of Hongta Shan cigarettes in hand, the class bell rang, signaling the end of the period. At that moment, Lin Yukon returned to the office, clutching his books. Su Zhonghua greeted him, and Lin, with a beaming smile, nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's events. By the way, Xiao Su, you have the next physical education class for year 1. Class 3, right? Lin Yukon glanced at the schedule. You should prepare the sports equipment promptly. We wouldn't want the political education office to catch you and mark you absent. He chuckled softly, expressing his understanding. Su Zhonghua exited the office, casually holding a cigarette without discarding the stub, ambling along the path to Class 2, contemplating a brief investigation of the discipline as class was about to conclude. Do you think Su resembles a teacher? To me, he seems more like a rogue. Lu Quan inquired, his mouth agape, only to realize that the gazes of his companions mirrored his own, indicating a unanimous sentiment. As he approached the third-floor classroom, old Su engaged in self-psychological adjustment, striving to suppress any inclinations toward aggression. I am now a teacher. I must maintain a refined demeanor. I am an honest individual, not a delinquent. I cannot resort to violence indiscriminately. Otherwise, should I harm a student, it would entail financial repercussions. Restraint. I must practice restraint. Upon nearing the classroom, a cacophony erupted from Class 2, vibrant and boisterous, reminiscent of a festive gathering. Students engaged in various activities, music blared from phones. Playful banter echoed between genders, discussions on games thrived, and card games were played, embodying the vivacity of youth, promising an exhilarating teaching career ahead. As he pushed the door open, a modern poem, inscribed by an unknown hand on the blackboard, caught his eye. Teachers are the sowers of darkness. They possess the power to render humanity even more ignorant and malevolent. Teachers are the despicable enablers, condoning human corruption while accepting lavish gifts from students' parents. Teachers are the arbiters of children's dreams, stifling aspirations and leading them down irrevocable paths. It was evident that the poem was a deliberate affront to educators. Old Su felt a renewed sense of indignation as his dignity was once again trampled upon. Yet he internally reminded himself, I am a refined individual. I must display composure. With an unfaltering expression, he praised the work. Who penned this? Quite impressive. Indeed, elegant phrasing, a critique of reality, and neat handwriting that vividly highlights the deficiencies in today's educational landscape. He offered a perfunctory response before erasing the words from the board. Students, I have something to discuss. Su Zhonghua announced from the podium, yet no one paid him heed. The students continued their individual pursuits, treating old Su as if he were invisible. Su Zhonghua, seemingly unperturbed, leaned against the podium, smoking a cigarette. Yet, his gaze, sharp and predatory, swept slowly over the crowd, and anyone who met his eyes felt a chill run through them. It was peculiar how such a sensation could manifest in the sweltering heat of summer. A few timid students, caught in the crossfire of his fierce stare, faltered, unable to articulate their thoughts, their words choked in their throats. This unsettling atmosphere began with individuals, gradually spreading to a few, and ultimately enveloping the entire class. Silence fell as everyone ceased their chatter, uncomfortably fixated on Su Zhonghua, whose eyes roamed like a scanning device. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the sound of Su Zhonghua's cigarette crackling. The class monitor, Duan Xue, felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed the plans devised that morning had been effortlessly dismantled by the new homeroom teacher. Even Li Jintao, known for his thick skin and incessant chatter, found himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to remain silent. Except for Qin Minjing, who had initially kept quiet, the rest of the students continued their banter. Disregarding Su Zhonghua's presence as a teacher, "I await your conclusion," Su Zhonghua said with a faint smile, gesturing for them to continue. Just as he exerted his authority, the school bell rang, disrupting the moment. "Please, proceed with your lesson," he said, feeling disheartened as he left the classroom. He had intended to emphasize the significance of teachers, likening them to selfless oxen, candles, and gardeners, metaphors for the burdens they bore, but the students had denied him the opportunity to speak. As he stepped outside, his phone vibrated, prompting a thought. Could it be San Yun? He swiftly pulled out his phone to check the notification. "You have a new connection. Would you like to accept?" Frustration welled within him. Who could it be? Staring at the familiar Bluetooth name, Pig's sister, his mind raced with confusion. He was certain it was not Teacher Li Yan, who was currently absent, making such a distant connection improbable. It had to be one of the students in the class. He pressed to accept the connection and opened the Notes app, revealing a brief but profound message. "I believe you are a very good teacher." Such a simple sentiment nearly brought tears to Su Zhonghua's eyes. Once might be a fluke, twice a scheme, but 3 times? That was sincerity. This could not be a ruse. It had to be genuine. Finally, a student had expressed support, rekindling his motivation to teach. Su Zhonghua quickly halted, lifting his phone to search for the Bluetooth connection again. After a lengthy search, he found an array of whimsical names: Little Su, Grass Nima, Ma Lugo Bai, Shoot a Meter, Harry Potter, but Pig Sister remained elusive. Old Su felt a tinge of disappointment as he reluctantly closed his phone, realizing that he could only wait for her to reach out to him. As he pinned this thought, he recalled the legendary figure from the 3rd chapter. The 25th chapter, Blowing Pigskin. Class had commenced a few minutes prior when Su Zhonghua hurried into the office, seized a book on physical education and health, and briskly made his way towards the 1st grade teaching building. Passing by the playground, he noticed students from another class, also engaged in physical education, standing in neat rows under the guidance of teacher Han Jinyan, who was instructing them in simple warm-up exercises. Consequently, old Su quickened his pace, heading straight for Class 3 of Year 1, not even casting a glance at the girls in their sporty skirts. Class 3 of Year 1 was easy to locate. Upon entering the teaching building and turning left, he spotted the sign for the class. Inside the classroom, it was not the chaotic uproar typical of a devilish class. Instead, the students sat obediently at their desks, diligently studying other subjects, quietly playing with their phones, or dozing off. Some resting their heads on the desks in anticipation of their physical education teacher's arrival. With a gentle shake of his sticky hair, old Su donned a serene smile, swaggered confidently, and pushed open the classroom door. He proclaimed in a clear and decisive tone, "Hello everyone, I am your new physical education teacher, Su Zhonghua. Now, let us line up on the playground." Suddenly, the previously tranquil classroom erupted into a lively commotion as students eagerly rushed out, thrilled at the prospect of escaping the classroom's confinement, something every student yearns for. Among high school subjects, aside from their favorites, physical education was undoubtedly the most cherished, for it offered students precious moments of freedom after the initial warm-up exercises. Leading a horde of disorderly students, he found a spacious area. Once everyone had gathered, Su Zhonghua clapped his hands and sternly instructed, "Students, please line up according to height, with girls in the front row and boys behind them. Shorter students should stand in the front, while taller ones stand at the back." After the playful students gradually formed a line, Su Zhonghua theatrically called upon the class monitor to lead the roll call. Given the whimsical nature of these students, he genuinely feared one might foolishly hug a tree. 1, 2, 3, 34, 35. The numerous students shouted in a disorganized and feeble manner. Upon confirming that all students were present, the robust class monitor saluted like a young pioneer. "Very good," Su Zhonghua nodded in satisfaction, his gaze beginning to wander among the first-row girls. Overall, the developmental status of these first-year girls was less than ideal. They were flat-chested and of unsatisfactory height and waist measurements, appearing gaunt and overly slender, devoid of the notion that health and beauty stem from fullness. Old Su felt a pang of compassion and wanted to say to the girls, "Come, you've all grown up. Come over for a health checkup." However, It was evident that while he harbored such thoughts, he lacked the courage to voice them, swallowing hard as he gravely announced, "Next, we will engage in warm-up exercises. First, let me explain the benefits and necessities of warming up." Su Zhanghua, in a moment of creative exhaustion, searched his mind fruitlessly for knowledge regarding warm-ups. Clearing his throat softly, he uttered a brief pause, and then began to peruse the sports and health material in his hands. Warm-up is an essential skill that every athlete must master. It stimulates the brain and prepares the body for more vigorous activity. Furthermore, warming up can prevent injuries caused by sudden exertion during exercise. Many other injuries can also be averted through the proper execution of warm-up routines. Su Zhanghua recited the textbook in a monotonous and uninspired manner, lacking any sense of shame as he droned on. It is best to commence warm-ups with systematic stretching activities. Stretching should be performed slowly, avoiding sudden force. The muscles being stretched should remain relaxed. In essence, you must understand that warming up is your key to health and victory. After placing the book down, Su Zhanghua forced a smile, asking, "Do you all understand?" The atmosphere during physical education is particularly crucial. If it is dull and unengaging, it may adversely affect the children's future feelings towards sports classes. However, his smile was painfully strained, causing discomfort among the onlookers. A dozen students had already begun to whisper amongst themselves, silently condemning this antiquated teacher for his lack of culture, while they stood awkwardly, their feet sore and numb, eager to finish the free activities. "All right, let us commence with some practical exercises," Su Zhanghua declared, casting aside the textbook and completely disregarding the students' discontent as he began to stretch. He instructed the students to spread out and form a line for gymnastics. As a physical education teacher, he was not entirely ignorant. He had long since grasped the few phrases and techniques he had encountered during his own high school sports classes. After a quarter of an hour, he led them through a series of exercises, including chest expansion, stretching, torso rotation, and bending. The boys performed the movements half-heartedly, while the girls attentively followed his instructions. During this time, Su Zhanghua shamelessly observed some of the more attractive female students, though they were a tad slender. He found their figures acceptable. Warm-up complete. "All right, class, we want to be running today. You are free to engage in activities." With his duties as a physical education teacher fulfilled, Su Zhanghua felt no inclination to oversee them further. He strolled to a large tree to rest in the shade, casually lit a cigarette, contemplating how delightful it would be to take a comfortable nap in an air-conditioned office on this dry day. Lost in thought, he began to doze off. "Well, look, the PE teacher has such a stylish smoking posture," one girl exclaimed. "Indeed, his gaze is quite melancholic. It's truly captivating. And he resembles a youthful breeze from the side." A group of girls stood less than 5 meters away, pointing and giggling with starry eyes. Having stayed up late the previous night, Su Zhanghua briefly closed his eyes, only to be awakened by their chatter. As he was about to rise and admonish the impolite girls, he noticed that one or two of them were rather attractive, with commendable figures. Unable to resist, he let out a playful whistle and immediately donned a charming smile, waving handsomely, "Hello, would you ladies care to join me for a chat? Oh my, how handsome. Is the teacher calling me? I'm so nervous. Should I play it cool?" This morning, Su Zhanghua had no time to groom himself. His hair was as unkempt as a tangle of weeds, and his stubble had grown rapidly, leaving him unshaven. The signs of sleep deprivation were evident in the dark circles beneath his eyes, rendering him pale and feeble, reminiscent of a consumptive specter. Yet, in the eyes of some students who were drawn to the allure of rugged, mature men, he was quite the object of admiration. His chiseled profile and perfect facial contours, combined with the confusion brought on by his lack of rest, were misinterpreted by students as a brooding demeanor, making him appear like a fallen prince. As a couple of daydreaming girls hesitated, the bolder ones had already rushed to Su's side, chattering incessantly. "Teacher, your beard looks great. It's so sexy and has such a sense of maturity. Is your disheveled hairstyle inspired by Western fashion? Let us go play badminton." To the barrage of somewhat naive inquiries from the girls, Su Zhanghua welcomed them all, responding to each with a sense of pride as he launched into a lengthy discourse, instantly impressing the naive young girls with his erudition. "Teacher, what are your hobbies? Do you enjoy shopping?" One girl in fashionable low-rise jeans called out. "Haha, you want to know about my hobbies as well?" Su Zhanghua wiped the sweat from his brow. "I enjoy playing the piano, the violin, the guzheng, and the flute. I also dance ballet and partake in sports like golf, basketball, and billiards." He specifically mentioned activities that appealed to the refined tastes of wealthy individuals or those admired by girls. thereby elevating his rather disheveled image. Wow, that is impressive, the girls exclaimed, clamoring to speak over one another. Teacher, is that true? Can you teach me to play the piano? My ballet posture isn't quite right. Could you guide me when you have time? Of course, of course. I often discuss piano techniques with the great Lang Lang, and I'd be happy to teach you whenever I can. As for ballet, I have some insights too. Come over to my home one day, and I'll teach you hands-on. Su Zhenghua, in a fervent display of enthusiasm, passionately extolled his views with an exuberance that surpassed even the most boastful of boasts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and with a cough, he transformed from a jovial figure into one of solemnity, elevating a copy of physical education and health with utmost seriousness. Ahem. He began, the school is preparing to implement a health inspection for high school students. Due to the unexpected nature of this initiative, I must now conduct spot checks on 1 or 2 students regarding their health and report back to the authorities. His gaze swept across the faces of several girls before landing on the most enchanting among them. The girl with the ponytail, please step forward. Yes, you. A girl, blushing and hesitant, took small steps from the back of the group. She was undeniably charming, with bright, expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and fair, smooth skin. Despite her petite stature, she could be regarded as a captivating little beauty. What should I do, teacher? She stammered, seeing her in a state of anxiety. Su Zhenghua feigned indifference and inquired, It's quite simple. I will ask you a few questions, and you can respond. What is your name? What are your height and weight? He pretended to borrow a pen from a classmate, preparing to jot down the responses. My name is Su. The young girl, Su Tong, was visibly nervous, her palms tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. The teacher's gaze would invariably cause her heart to race, evoking an inexplicable sensation within her. You share the surname Su as well. There's no need to be anxious. Take a deep breath and think of me as your older brother. Now, what are your height and weight? Su Tong pouted slightly, took a deep breath, and imagined the teacher before her as her next-door older brother. Gradually, her mood settled, and she said, I am 1.57 meters tall, and my weight last semester was, I believe, 41 kilograms. What are your bust, waist, and hip measurements? What size bra do you usually wear, and what color is it? Do you find it tight? Old Su asked in a manner that seemed overly serious, but upon realizing he had overstepped, he quickly corrected himself, saying, discussing bras is rather private. Just your measurements will suffice. Do I really have to say that? Is it possible to skip it? Su Tong's adorable face turned crimson, overwhelmed with shyness, which only heightened her charm, causing a few nearby female classmates to giggle uncontrollably. All right, don't be shy. Since you prefer not to answer, we can leave it for next time. Su Zhenghua, charmed by the adorable little girl, found it difficult to refrain from further inquiries. He feared that the vigilant girls would perceive him as a lecherous man. He pulled out a plastic lighter, worth merely 1 yuan, and generously offered it to her, saying, Su Tong, this lighter has been with me since childhood. Here, it's a gift for you. Could you please share your QQ number with me? A lighter? Su Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as the blush on her face receded slightly. Upon realizing he intended to gift her something, her cheeks flushed anew. Having never received a gift from a boy before, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, a mix of excitement and trepidation, as she accepted the half-used red lighter, whispering, Thank you, teacher. Wow, teacher, you are biased. Teacher, I want one too. Su Zhenghua, filled with triumph, momentarily forgot to inquire about Su Tong's QQ number. With a grand gesture, he declared, No problem. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all the lollipops. A gaggle of innocent young girls encircled him, peppering him with questions, while old Su, with his silver tongue and charming wit, had them in fits of laughter, their giggles echoing around him. Wow, Teacher Han is playing basketball. Come quickly, he looks so cool. A group of girls at the northwest corner of the basketball court erupted in excitement, eagerly pointing at the player on the court, their cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. On the court, thud, thud. Han Jinyan gently dribbled the ball past the three-point line, lowering his center of gravity. The basketball danced between his legs as he focused intently on the defenders ahead. Suddenly, with a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself towards the paint like an arrow released from a bow, darting with agility past his opponents. The sharp sound of his sneakers skidding against the floor pierced the ears of everyone present. Teacher Han is just like Rukawa Kid. So handsome. Under the shade of a tree, Su Zhenghua halted mid-joke, turning his gaze towards the source of the commotion. There, at the far end of the court, Han Jinyan had risen to his full height, leaning back momentarily before leaping into the air. A backward jump shot. Just barely evading the outstretched hand of a student attempting to block him, the fiery red basketball soared towards the hoop without a hint of spin. Swish. The two-point shot nestled into the net, immediately igniting a wave of applause and cheers that surged through the crowd. Wow, he really is quite impressive. Su Zhonghua couldn't help but utter a compliment, yet he adamantly refused to acknowledge it. Pointing at Han Jinyan on the court, he scornfully remarked to a few female students, "What a disaster. Look at him. He's as skinny as a bamboo pole, surely malnourished. Anyone can make a basket." He reminisced about his own glory days, when he dominated the basketball scene, adding with a chuckle, "Back then, they even called me Lu Chuanfeng." However, before he could finish his boast, a few of his devoted fans swiftly gravitated towards the court. Humph. A bunch of infatuated girls. I still prefer a teacher like Su. A stylish girl in low-rise jeans leaned forward, eagerly suggesting, "Teacher Su, why don't you join Teacher Han for a game of basketball?" "Well, it's just a game of basketball. A piece of cake." Su Zhonghua replied nonchalantly, rising to his feet and dusting off his pants with a smile. "Let's go see what's happening." As the competition intensified on the court, Su Zhonghua, accompanied by the remaining Su Tong and the girl in low-rise jeans, approached the sidelines. Faced with the unreasonable shrieks of the female students, he furrowed his brow, muttering, "What on earth is this, a battle?" After a few more complaints, he shamelessly squeezed past the group of girls, secretly relishing the moment, wishing he could repeat the experience multiple times. Standing unobstructed at the sidelines, he glanced at the frenzied students around him and casually tugged at a pockmarked student beside him, inquiring, "Hey, fellow student, why are the students playing basketball against the teachers? Isn't that asking for trouble? Who are you?" The acne-ridden student retorted, brushing off his hand coldly. However, upon noticing the two charming girls beside Su Zhonghua, his demeanor softened as he explained, "This is a friendly match between our first and third classes. Teacher Han was requested to participate by Lin Dao, the sports representative of their class. Quite audacious, but it seems they're facing a beating now, haha." At this moment, Lin Dao from the third class, once renowned for his impeccable shooting, finally found an opportunity. Positioned for a shot, he hesitated as Han Jinyan swiftly darted in front of him. With a tremor in his hand, Lin Dao's shot ended up missing entirely. A student from the first class, sporting a buzz cut, leaped high to secure the rebound without hesitation, passing the ball to Han Jinyan, who was sprinting back to the center of the court. The number 8 player from the third class quickly pursued him, attempting to thwart this fast break. Just as the number 8 managed to intercept him, Han Jinyan executed a rapid pass and engaged in a series of screens with number 6 from the first class, effortlessly leaping to score. Observing the score, with the first class leading 23-8, the disparity was glaring. The third class, being merely freshmen, stood no chance against the athletic prowess of Han Jinyan, a coach from a sports academy. On the court, Han Jinyan was a force to be reckoned with. His every agile movement and graceful form, coupled with swift releases, resembled a wandering specter, always appearing in the most unexpected corners to deliver a piercing arrow to the net. Swish. Another beautiful shot swished through the hoop, scoring for the first class. Timeout. Timeout. Su Zhonghua could no longer bear to watch. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he leaped over the concrete barrier and approached Han Jinyan, who was preparing to continue playing. With a smile, he said, "Teacher Han, it seems rather unjust for you to bully the students of Class 3 like this. Since you're stepping in for Class 2, as the physical education teacher for Class 3, I must also take to the court." He could not allow this fellow to steal the spotlight in front of so many girls. Naturally, old Su had to join in. "Ah, how amusing. If Teacher Su wishes to join, then by all means," Han Jinyan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow while casting a meaningful glance at Su Zhonghua, who was half a head shorter than him and appeared so frail that he might crumble under a mere collision. His presence on the court would be negligible. "I find this straightforward game rather mundane. Why not spice things up? How about a wager of 1,000 yuan? Su Zhonghua confidently inserted his hands into his pockets, cigarette still in mouth. "Ah, Teacher Su, as educators, openly gambling may not reflect well on us." Han Jinyan shook his head. Although he was not concerned about such a trivial amount, the presence of so many students witnessing the event could lead to complications if they were caught in a scandal. He inwardly cursed Su for his lack of foresight. A little gambling adds to the thrill. "Surely, Teacher Han, you are not so worried about a trifling sum? Or are you afraid of losing to me?" Su Zhonghua retorted, clearly undeterred. "Very well, it's settled then." He relished in his dictatorial nature, leaving no room for Han to object, and promptly jogged to the center of the court. Chapter 27. The basketball prodigy Old Xue gave little thought to the implications. Although he rarely played basketball, he understood its basic rules. Hey, everyone, come over here. He called to the students of Class 3 on the court. Hearing their teacher's voice, 5 panting students ambled toward him. You there, you look exhausted. Step aside and rest. I'll take your place. Without waiting for protest, Su Zhonghua firmly ushered a small, sweating student off the court, exuding a leader's authority. And you, the sports representative, right? Find a good position and I will pass the ball to you for the score. He encouraged the lackluster Lin Dao, saying, get your spirits up. All right, it's your turn. Once the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The spectators at the sidelines suddenly felt as if they had stumbled upon a new revelation. Wait, the new PE teacher is also joining? Oh, this should be entertaining. That man in flip-flops and baggy shorts is truly a PE teacher? Are we sure he isn't a janitor? As the game commenced, Old Xue instinctively chose to defend against Han Jin. From the few minutes of careful observation earlier, he had discerned that Han's primary advantage lay in his unparalleled speed, an asset that was impossible to defend against. In light of such characteristics, as long as one is swifter than the rest, every dilemma may be effortlessly resolved. Without the prowess of a diamond, who would dare handle fragile porcelain? Su Zhonghua possesses unwavering confidence in his superior speed, believing that defending against his opponent's ball would be no arduous task, thus he boldly gambles 1,000 yuan. At this moment, Lin Dao of Class 3 seizes the ball, launching an aggressive drive towards the basket, only to be met by a double team from his adversaries. Unable to find a clear passing lane, he forcefully pivots and attempts a hook shot. With a resounding thud, Lin Dao's shot, disturbed by the defense, veers slightly off course, striking the rim before ricocheting towards the left. The rebound is mine. Qin Xianglin, also a member of the sports committee, exclaims, as he uses his towering stature to secure the optimal position. Like a rocket, he springs upward, firmly grasping the basketball in his embrace. As his feet touch the ground, Qin Xianglin charges towards the opponent's basket without hesitation. The number 8 from Class 3, neglecting his defensive duties, rushes forward to intercept him. Suddenly, Qin Xianglin halts his momentum, bending slightly as he dribbles the ball, producing a rhythmic sound akin to the heartbeat of the number 8, who stands before him, drenched in sweat and poised for action. Rubbish. Qin Xianglin's gaze flickers to the right, his wrist twisting expertly. The vigilant number 8 reacts instinctively, lunging forward, but Qin Xianglin deftly flicks the ball, executing a splendid long pass directly to Han Jin, who awaits beneath the basket. Wow, incredible! The onlookers from Class 3 cannot help but exclaim in admiration, it's over. They're about to lose this point. At that moment, only Su Zhonghua and Han Jin remain near the basket. Han Jin uses his back to firmly press against his opponent, leaning forward with both hands ready to receive the ball. Meanwhile, Su Zhonghua, under pressure, shows no intention of contesting for the ball. He merely raises his hand slightly, feigning an attempt to disrupt, but appearing utterly powerless. Nothing more than this. Han Jin scoffs at Su Zhonghua, still irked by the earlier display of arrogance in the 1,000 yuan wager, though he refrains from voicing his frustration due to his good upbringing. It seems he can almost hear the cheers of the crowd in advance as he smirks, his fingertips poised to make contact with the basketball. Suddenly, a hand that is neither strong nor imposing reaches out from the left wing, just managing to intercept the ball. Both Han Jin and Qin Xianglin are momentarily stunned, and the entire audience is left in a state of disbelief. Those familiar with Han Jin's playing style know that no one could ever calmly snatch the ball from his hands, which are synonymous with speed. Although both are physical education teachers, this fellow's height and build are hardly remarkable. What are you waiting for? Fast break. Su Zhonghua throws the ball to the dazed sports committee member, Lin Dao, and then stands idly by like an uninterested spectator. I want to take part in shooting. That is not my forte. The students from Class 3 quickly regain their composure and execute a well-coordinated fast break, passing and setting screens with great unity, allowing Lin Dao to easily shake off his defender and score. Finally, the long-suffering girls of Class 3 have a moment to cheer, showering their applause upon Lin Dao for his successful basket. However, several students knowledgeable about basketball, without exception, directed their gaze towards Su Zhonghua, who was entirely disengaged from the offense, his hands stuffed in his pockets, resembling a mere spectator, exuding an aura of indifference. What is this? Can't they see that it was the teacher who snatched the ball? Truly remarkable. Come on, teacher. The voices of the girl in low-rise jeans and sutong appeared somewhat monotonous, contrasting starkly with the surroundings. in this moment of interception by Su Zhonghua. Though it merely accounted for a trivial 2 points, it undeniably invigorated the spirits of the third class. After all, at Muge High School, successfully intercepting a ball from teacher Han, renowned for his ghostly speed, is not an achievement within reach of everyone. No one wishes to lose face before so many peers. Thus, with a glimmer of hope, they are determined to seize the momentum and strive for victory. Han Jinyin cast a surprised glance at Su Zhonghua. This frail individual, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, he had surged forward from half a position behind, skillfully intercepting the ball just as it came within reach. Such acceleration and explosive power. Was it his anticipation, or was he truly a master? Han Jinyin furrowed his brow tightly, becoming serious. His once prideful basketball skills had been effortlessly undermined, a blatant affront to his arrogance and self-esteem. He intensified his movements, running with greater zeal, determined to reclaim his dignity and ensure that this individual would not intercept the ball again. Rebounding King Qin Xianglin seized the ball once more, dashing swiftly to the half-court. He executed a feinting pass with remarkable precision this time, meticulously gauging the force and angle to perfection, ensuring the ball was delivered to Han Jinyin in an optimal position for a smooth reception. Han Jinyin, now acutely aware of the distance between himself and Su Zhonghua, deliberately slowed his pace, positioning his body to shield Su from behind. Excellent. Han Jinyin advanced towards the incoming ball, successfully receiving the pass. Confronting Su Zhonghua's defense, he perceived the latter as remarkably unprofessional, with seemingly countless vulnerabilities. Was the previous interception merely a stroke of luck? With a swift fake turn followed by a rapid sprint, he effortlessly breached Su's feeble guard. Clearly, he was a novice. Han Jinyin deduced that, given this observation, he ought to display some flair upon receiving the ball to recover the pride that had just been lost. As he contemplated how to execute an impressive move to score, suddenly, a slender arm brushed past him from the side, effortlessly swatting the basketball away in a smooth steal. Lin Dao, rush. Su Zhonghua tossed the ball, then casually strolled alongside a student from the backcourt, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Teacher Su, incredible! Su Tong's cheeks flushed with excitement. Yet her shout was drowned out by the cacophony of screams around her. The atmosphere shifted imperceptibly. The students, who had previously hung their heads, were now invigorated, their spirits soaring as if by a miraculous elixir. The astute among them recognized that this surge of energy stemmed from Su's impressive consecutive interceptions. Meanwhile, Su Zhonghua, a novice in basketball, had no comprehension of positioning or anticipation, relying solely on his explosive power and speed to seize the ball, fortuitously managing to intercept twice. Now, he found himself contemplating his next move. As the game resumed, Han Jinyin adopted a new strategy. He received the basketball directly from the serving area, resolutely deciding to orchestrate a solo play. He deftly dribbled the ball towards the front court, confronting Su's seemingly non-existent defense. The latter merely raised his hand in a token gesture of guarding, allowing Han to advance effortlessly. Having learned from his previous misstep, Han keenly observed the pathway to the basket, noticing with relief the absence of any defenders. With confidence, he surged forward, ready to execute a flawless three-step layup. His movements both precise and graceful. Suddenly, a powerful hand descended from above, delivering a resounding block. Lin Dao swatted the ball to the ground, swiftly recovering it and launching it forward with considerable force. All eyes followed the trajectory of the ball, eager to see whom it would reach. With an unremarkable height and weight, a composed demeanor, and a subtly mischievous grin, it was none other than the cunning physical education teacher, Su Zhonghua. How sly of him! Intentionally neglecting his defensive duties, he had dashed to the opposing half to initiate a fast break. Score! Score! Teacher Su! Score! The cheers from the third class reverberated throughout the campus. Anyone capable of intercepting Han's passes was undoubtedly a basketball prodigy, and scoring was merely a formality. Some even exaggeratedly shouted for a dunk. The players from the first class resigned themselves to the inevitability of the point, standing idly by to watch the spectacle unfold. Su Zhonghua inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness as he was scrutinized by the multitude, his cheeks flushing momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure. He caught the ball soaring through the air and, without hesitation, darted towards the basket. However, his running style appeared rather awkward, and he struggled to maintain control of the ball, which seemed perilously close to slipping out of bounds. A chorus of jeers erupted from the sidelines. Could it be? As a physical education teacher, is he truly this inept at basketball? With determination, old Su leaped high into the air, his posture reminiscent of a frog, attempting a three-point layup inspired by the great Kobe Bryant. Alas, the ball clanged against the rim, missing its target. Undeterred, he retrieved the rebound and soared again, his stance akin to a dog relieving itself, emulating Yao Ming's signature layup. Once more, the ball met the rim with a resounding thud, failing to find its mark. After securing yet another rebound, he bent forward for a layup. Yet again, it was in vain. "Teacher, pass me the ball," called out the number 8 from Class 3, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. With an innocent gaze directed at old Xue, he accepted the ball tossed his way and effortlessly sank a basket. The audience erupted in boos, deriding his performance, their disdain palpable. Oh dear. It's hard to find the words. Amidst the sighs and murmurs of disappointment, Su Tong's crisp voice rang out, strikingly solitary yet refreshingly unique, offering her unwavering encouragement. "Come on, teacher." Su Zhonghua felt a dark cloud looming over his head. He had clearly emulated Yao Ming's layup from the television, and the movements were identical. It was truly puzzling how the ball failed to go in. Chapter 28. The game is not played this way. Su Zhonghua was enveloped in a cloud of frustration when player number 8 approached and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering a few words of solace. "Teacher, I hope you aren't feeling too disheartened. With a technique like yours, hurling the ball at the hoop, success is unlikely. Perhaps focusing on defense would be more prudent." Player number 8 sighed regretfully, shook his head, and swiftly returned to his defensive position. "Are you looking down on me?" Old Xue felt a deep sense of defeat, humiliated by the mockery of a mere youth. How infuriating. If I don't score at least a few points, I might as well crush this basketball beneath my feet. As Su Zhonghua made his way back to the half-court, he noticed the smug expression on Han Jinyan's face as he approached, saying with a hint of significance, "Teacher Su, your layup technique is truly impressive. It's just a shame it didn't find its mark." "Haha, keep striving." Su Zhonghua despised being regarded with such disdainful glances and tones. It was truly irksome. "Well then, I look forward to your guidance, Teacher Han. I've heard that students refer to you as the master of impeccable nose-picking." "Quite impressive." Su Zhonghua smiled politely, maintaining a calm demeanor. What does one need to endure countless trials and tribulations to master this legendary nose-picking technique? Nose-picking? That's the skill of a pitcher. Han Jinyan shot Su Zhonghua a sidelong glance, cautioning him, "I advise you to prepare a wager of 1,000. If you lose, don't embarrass yourself like last night, when you couldn't produce the money." "Thank you for the reminder," Su Zhonghua replied with a nonchalant smile, disregarding the surroundings as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, lingering in the defensive position. Han Jinyan fell silent, shrugged, cast a knowing look at old Xue, then darted to the corner of the court to receive a ball passed from the baseline by a student. With a powerful strike, he initiated an offensive play. The basketball seemed alive in his hands as he broke through, and broke through again, moving with such seamless grace that no student could intercept his swift, shadow-like maneuvers. He effortlessly launched the ball from beyond the three-point line. The crimson sphere traced a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. "Incredible, Lu Chuanfeng. That uncle can't hold a candle to Teacher Han." The audience rallying behind Han Jinyan erupted into applause and cheers, creating a wave of excitement. Meanwhile, old Xue remained motionless, languidly exhaling smoke, his demeanor reminiscent of someone indulging in cannabis, provoking a chorus of jeers from the players of Class 3 and the spectators outside, who derided him for his pretentiousness and melancholic demeanor. Under Lin Dao's leadership, Class 3 commenced another offensive. Despite their collective technical skills, stamina, and height falling short of Class 1, their greatest asset lay in their unity and cooperation. Coupled with Su Zhonghua's earlier interception, the momentum shifted dramatically, leaving the scoreboard at a tense 28-26. As the match progressed towards its conclusion, the atmosphere was charged, drawing a crowd of over 100 from Classes 1, 3, and others, all captivated by the spectacle of the two physical education teachers engaged in their basketball showdown. Nearby, on a patch of grass, a burly student with dark skin thumped the basketball onto the ground, settling down on it as he leisurely extracted a packet of sunflower seeds from his pocket and began to munch, observing the match with keen interest. Beside him, a petite bespectacled boy inquired, "Wu Ge, is that peculiar man over there our homeroom teacher, Mr. Su? I just saw him miss 3 shots in a row. Haha. What a rookie." Qin Wu spat out a sunflower seed shell, smacking his lips, and nodded. "Yes, that's him. Just a clown seeking attention. I heard that young fan, whom he struck yesterday, will be seeking revenge tonight. He might not be around this school for long." On the court, The score had tightened significantly, and possession was now in the hands of the third class, causing the first-class students to exhibit glaring defensive lapses due to their anxious mindset. In a fleeting moment, Lin Dao seized an opportunity deep within the paint, positioning himself adeptly. With a swift motion, the eighth player, holding the ball, immediately passed it to him. Aha! With remarkable precision, Lin Dao received the ball, and this time, scoring seemed inevitable. The boys and girls from the third class were utterly engrossed in the game, envisioning themselves as the players on the court. Upon seeing Lin Dao receive the ball, they collectively exhaled in relief. Intercept, block him. Han Jinyan, observing the situation, felt a surge of urgency. This match was a matter of pride, and he was keenly invested. He shouted loudly at his teammates on the court, "Cover your positions. What are you waiting for? Move." As Lin Dao caught the ball, he prepared to back down against the towering Qin Xianglin for a one-on-one, but soon found himself besieged by two opponents from different angles, effectively confining him to a minuscule space. Not only was shooting impossible, but passing options were equally limited. "It's my turn to shine." Su Zhonghua, stationed at mid-court, exhaled the last wisps of smoke from his cigarette, extinguishing it as he called out to Lin Dao, who was searching for an opening in the paint. "Give me the ball." Lin Dao looked in the direction of the voice, discovering a clear passing lane. "Teacher, it's your moment." Without hesitation, Lin Dao leaped, throwing the ball toward the open spot on the perimeter from his elevated position. As the receiver beyond the three-point line came into view, the audience gasped in disbelief. "No way," he asked, passing to the athletic novice teacher. "This is futile. He can't score. Pass it quickly, pass it quickly. There is space on the left." The students from the third class, in a frenzy, shouted anxiously, their hopes for Su Zhonghua's scoring abilities dwindling. "Come on, teacher. You can do it." On the sidelines, a girl clutched her red lighter tightly, fervently cheering. Her cheeks flushed and perspiration trickling down her temples, her clear voice resonating with a sense of solitude. "I'm here to steal the spotlight, and I want to let your doubts deter me." Su Zhonghua, disregarding the crowd's pleas, showed no inclination to pass the ball. Instead, he recalled the rhythm of basketball stars he had seen on television, sprinting toward the basket, striving to find his flow. "Are you ready? I've been waiting for you." Han Jinyan dashed forward, lowering his body to prepare for a steal, a large hand reaching out from below. If Su did not evade at this moment, the trajectory of the ball would undoubtedly collide with Han Jinyan's hand. Han Jinyan held unwavering confidence in his speed and reflexes. The title of Ghost was not earned lightly, and victory seemed assured. What on earth? Why isn't that old man dodging? The students from the third class, witnessing the imminent loss of the ball, instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing such a tragic scene. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Su Zhonghua charged forward without a hint of hesitation, akin to an out-of-control freight truck, barreling through with unrelenting force. Just as Han Jinyan's hand was about to make contact with the basketball, a resounding thud echoed through the air. In an instant, their bodies collided, and an overwhelming power sent Han Jinyan hurtling away, crashing onto the adjacent white line. My goodness, the sheer violence and exhilaration of the moment were palpable. Witnessing his formidable presence, one could hardly deny that his impact rivaled that of a raging minotaur. Su Zhonghua controlled the ball, sprinting fervently towards the free-throw line. Although his movements appeared somewhat clumsy and riddled with flaws, rendering him seemingly vulnerable to interception, none dared to step forward to obstruct him. Clutching the basketball, Old Su harnessed the explosive power of his momentum. As his feet touched the free-throw line, he leaped high into the air, shouting fervently, "The ball! This is not how it's done." What on earth was he attempting? Han Jinyan, lying beneath the white line, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, utterly perplexed by the intentions of this individual leaping from the free-throw line. Was he trying to play the fool? Suddenly, he was astounded by the sight before him. A figure, not particularly tall, surged upward with remarkable speed. Su Zhonghua leaped from the free-throw line, ascending to an extraordinary height and velocity, his head nearly grazing the lower edge of the rim. With both hands raised high, he bellowed, "This is how the game is played." Swinging his arms in a wide arc, he forcefully struck the ball toward the hoop. Chapter 29, An Undistinguished Basketball Game. Su Zhonghua reached the lower edge of the hoop, raising the ball high above his head and shouting, "This is how you do it." With a sweeping motion of his arm, he forcefully struck the basket. If the scene were to freeze at that moment, Su Zhonghua's momentum resembled that of a general charging into battle. No one could impede his advance. Lo and behold, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. With a force capable of moving mountains, Old Su exerted all his might to slam the ball down. The resounding thud echoed throughout the arena as the basketball crashed against the rim and ricocheted outward. The impact sent Su Zhonghua spiraling through the air, landing awkwardly on his backside. Alas, how embarrassing. After planning for so long, his Jordan-esque dunk had failed. It seemed he needed to strengthen his fundamentals. Wincing from the pain, he sighed and shook his head, retreating to sit beside the hoop, calling for a timeout. Kobe's jump shot, Yao Ming's layup, Jordan's dunk, he had botched them all today. He felt a pang of self-reproach, but after a moment of silence, the crowd erupted once more into a frenzy. I can't believe my eyes. That old man actually jumped from the free throw line? A dunk. A near-successful dunk. Is this truly a height attainable by such a frail teacher? Su Tong gasped upon witnessing her teacher fall from such a height, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lin Dao stood dumbfounded in the paint, his mouth agape. As if he had seen a ghost. Teacher, did he have hidden prowess? A dunk from the free throw line. Such a feat would be nearly impossible to find in all of Gangnan City. And considering Su Zhonghua's height and slender physique, what did it signify that he could leap from the free throw line? Teacher Su, Teacher Su. Someone started the chant, and soon the entire student body echoed the call, celebrating their teacher as if he were a returning hero. Although the ball did not make it through the hoop, the visual spectacle was beyond compare. The image of his fierce momentum was indelibly etched in the minds of these impressionable high school students. Qin Wu dropped his sunflower seeds in astonishment. I was wrong. The teacher is no clown. Absolutely not. He is someone who can dominate the entire court. For a man of ordinary height, even more slender than most, Su Zhonghua's head nearly grazed the rim. How terrifying. Even NBA stars could not evoke such awe by making 10 consecutive dunks. Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Wu approached Su Zhonghua but suddenly halted, as if struck by a thought, before turning to dash toward the classroom of Class 3, Year 2. On the court, Han Jinyan groggily rose from the ground, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his defiant gaze. What manner of person is this? Raising his gaze to the hoop, Su Zhonghua recalled the moment when he had been deliberately knocked down by that brute. The ghastly image, drenched in blood, was haunting. He had never suffered such humiliation before. A fiery indignation surged within him. Damn it. It was time to get serious. Lao Su called a timeout, which swiftly concluded, and the game resumed. Han Jinyan charged recklessly towards the front court. The player inbounding the ball acted with remarkable speed, delivering a cross-court pass that landed perfectly in Han Jinyan's hands. The opposing players, still reeling from the shock, scrambled to position themselves for defense. Breakthrough, dodge, dribble. No one could withstand Han Jinyan's offensive onslaught. He moved with fluidity, as if gliding through the air, his movements akin to art. He reveled in the exquisite rhythm, entering a state of peak performance, the path ahead clear and unobstructed. At that moment, Han Jinyan sensed someone pursuing him from behind, yet he paid them no mind. He knew that once he accelerated, no one could impede his way. He stood at the edge of the three-point line, confidently raising his hands to cradle the ball in an impeccable stance. Bending his knees, he lifted his arms, aligning his gaze with the hoop, savoring and repeating the rhythm of his well-practiced shot. He leaped, launching a long-range attempt, his form worthy of being featured in a textbook. His timing was impeccable, with no obstructions between him and the basket. No one dared to believe anyone could block such a shot under these circumstances. However, just as Han Jinyan felt the ball leave his fingertips, an unexpected gust of wind rushed toward him, accompanied by a ferocious blow that struck him harshly on the head. Reminiscent of a bear's paw, the force was enough to incapacitate a water buffalo. Han Jinyan let out a cry, his body crashing onto the concrete floor, his head ringing incessantly. The crowd of first-year students erupted into chaos, their voices a cacophony of shrieks and shouts, rushing forward to assist him. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Su Zhonghua turned around, wearing an expression of triumph as he picked up the still-in-play basketball, awkwardly dribbling back down the court, ready to continue the game. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the earlier incident had never occurred, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence, profoundly impacted by Lao Su's incredulous behavior. After a moment, Qin Xianglin, the sports committee member from Class 1, regained his composure and shouted, "That was a malicious foul. Assault. Assault." Yet Lao Su paid him no heed, continuing to dribble towards the basket. Fully aware that there were no referees in this informal game, completely devoid of authority to call a foul, he halted just short of the three-point line, aimed at the hoop for 3 or 4 seconds, then shot, only to miss. He retrieved the rebound and dashed back to the three-point line, this time aiming for 5 or 6 seconds before attempting another jump shot, which clanged off the rim. He picked the ball up again and shot, another clang against the iron. This sequence repeated 7 or 8 times, with every shot either ricocheting off the backboard or hitting the rim. During the game, players from both Class 1 and Class 3 stood frozen in disbelief, unsure whether the match should continue. It was only when Su Zhonghua, feeling utterly embarrassed, paused to pass the ball to Lin Dao nearby. Lin Dao, after a moment of dazed hesitation, finally came to his senses and sprinted to the three-point line, executing a jump shot that swished through the net. The sound of the final basket echoed just as the school bell rang, signaling the end of this lackluster basketball match. Su glanced at the scoreboard, noting the narrow victory by a single point, 28-29. The vibrant red numbers before him conjured images of 10 crisp banknotes. Aha! This class had indeed been quite enjoyable. Su Zhonghua wiped the sweat from his brow with his damp shirt, casually picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the sidelines, and gulped it down in one go, releasing a sigh of relief. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, he waved at the still-dazed Su Tong on his left. The girl, her cheeks flushed, hurried over, followed by several admirers who were chattering excitedly. "Mr. Su, you jumped so high, it was like you could fly," one exclaimed. "Haha, I told you I dominated the basketball scene back in my school days, didn't I?" Among them was the girl in low-rise jeans, who, holding her sleek high-resolution phone, asked, "Mr. Su, can we take a picture together?" Beautiful girls are always fond of capturing memories, especially with their idols. A group of students from Class 1, witnessing the arrogant boy chatting and laughing with the girls, began to voice their discontent, stirred by some unseen provocation. Old Su combed his sweat-soaked hair back, ignoring them. "What? A group photo? How could I?" Su Zhonghua scratched his head, feigning modesty, completely forgetting the ferocity he displayed when he had just sent Han Jinyan flying. After maintaining that facade for a moment, he relented. "Well, since the students have made a request, we teachers cannot refuse. But you must promise to study hard. Come on." "Mr. Su, you're so verbose. Can we get a basketball in the picture? I want to remember this incredible day." One girl boldly linked her arm with his. "Of course. Absolutely." The touch of her delicate skin sent a thrill through Su Zhonghua, filling him with pride. The girls eagerly found their positions and struck various adorable poses, prompting one of them to step forward with the phone. With a few clicks, the image of the sweaty Su Zhonghua, gripping a basketball with one hand while embracing Su Tong and the other girls with the other, was immortalized on the screen. After bidding farewell to the charming Su Tong and gently urging the reluctant girls away, old Su was in no rush to collect the 1,000 yuan bet from Han Jinyan. Wary of provoking his ire, he casually announced the end of class to the third-year students and sauntered towards the office, his spirits lifted, marveling at the vibrant youth bustling around the campus, reflecting on the beauty of the world. Chapter 30. Have I developed feelings? Under the scorching sun at 11 in the summer, the heat was relentless. If only he could lounge in the air-conditioned office for a nap in the afternoon. That would be the epitome of comfort. Back when he worked laboriously, his routine mirrored that of a cowherd, but since becoming a teacher, he had yet to fully adjust to this new schedule. Having just finished a game, Su Zhonghua raised his damp shirt to wipe his face and entered the office, immediately grabbing a disposable cup and rushing to the water dispenser for a refreshing drink. "Ugh, Su, why are you drenched in sweat?" Lu Quan, who was grading papers, asked with a furrowed brow. "Well, I just had gym class and worked up quite a sweat. I'll take a shower before heading home. It's unbearably hot today." Su Zhonghua leaned over his desk, using his lecture notes to fan himself, just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite. His gaze fell upon a piece of paper held down by a ballpoint pen, inscribed with the words self-criticism. Upon picking it up, he noticed the signature was from Huang Yu, which reminded him of the previous day when he had thoroughly thrashed Huang Yu and subsequently threatened him to compose a 1,000-character reflection. To his surprise, this arrogant fellow had indeed humbled himself. However, something felt amiss. The paper had an unusual heft. Upon flipping it over, Su Zhonghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Affixed with transparent tape was a vibrant red 100 yuan note. Bribery. He was at a loss for whether to feel elated or enraged. Hastily, he set the self-criticism aside and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before discreetly peeling off the bill and swiftly tucking it into his pocket. It seemed that Huang Yu had some redeeming qualities after all. A smile crept onto Su Zhonghua's lips as he silently assessed the student. He then resumed his examination of the self-criticism, slowly reading through the crooked handwriting that was hardly better than that of an elementary student. Self-criticism. Dear Teacher Su, greetings. First and foremost, I must express my sincerest apologies. I have committed a grave and principled error. I insulted our esteemed and beloved teacher Chin. After much internal struggle, I realized that I should not have substituted Teacher Chin's plain water with ergo too. I have betrayed the trust you placed in me, squandering the resources my parents invested in my education. Hurting Teacher Chin is an indelible stain on my life. I feel fortunate to have such a good teacher who is dedicated, responsible, and always considers the students, much like a caring father. I hope the homeroom teacher can show magnanimity and grant me another chance. I am determined to amend my ways and become a better person. If I fail to change. The self-criticism, filled with rambling to meet the word count, was not poorly written. Originally, he was meant to present his reflections before the class. But considering the 100 yuan note, Su Zhanghua chose to forgive him with great leniency, rubbing his eyes. Weary from a lack of sleep the previous night and the intense physical exertion earlier, Su Zhanghua felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Naturally, he withdrew his cigarette, taking several deep puffs, only to be suddenly seized by a violent cough. A sharp pain pierced his lungs, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Tears streaming down his face as he hunched over the desk like a sickly specter. The other teachers in the office observed him with detached indifference, with only Lu Quan, who was slightly acquainted with him, offering a few words of caution to smoke less and suggesting a hospital visit at noon, yet he made no move to assist. After 7 or 8 years of smoking, the damage to his respiratory system and lungs had become evident, beginning to devour his health and vitality. As he continued to cough uncontrollably, a gentle hand patted his back, accompanied by a melodious voice. Perhaps you should drink some water. As he spoke, a cup of clear water was presented before him. Sighing, Su Zhanghua took a deep breath, the rhythmic patting on his back bringing him considerable comfort. After downing the water, a refreshing coolness enveloped his lungs, alleviating some of the pain. Turning to express his gratitude, he was momentarily taken aback to find that it was Li Yin, who usually treated him with indifference. Today, she wore a sleeveless dress adorned with a ruffled floral embellishment, her petite form exquisitely wrapped within. The delicate curve of her waist accentuated her figure, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Su Zhanghua was utterly captivated, momentarily forgetting his discomfort. "This is for you," Li Yin said, placing a folded note on the table. Thank you," he managed to stammer as she turned to leave, her lingering fragrance filling the air. "She cares for me and even hands me a note. Could it be that she has feelings for me? Is this note a love letter?" His spirit soared, the pain dissipating entirely. She slipped away after delivering her message. Indeed, this girl was quite shy. In this day and age, encountering a bashful girl was truly a rare fortune. With a heart full of delight, Su Zhanghua unfolded the note, revealing a delicate script that read, "Please pay attention to your personal conduct and refrain from smoking in the office." In disbelief, he crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket with fervor. Grabbing a book he had brought, he made a nonchalant exit from the office, avoiding any glance at Li Yin, as if nothing had transpired. With no classes scheduled for the morning, he thought it best to seek solace in the tranquil expanse of the botanical garden located in the southern part of the school. Sneaking out of the office, he cautiously evaded the scrutiny of the academic discipline officers, darting left and right like a thief. The botanical garden, nestled in the southern region of Gomu High School, was a verdant haven filled with trees of varying heights, predominantly towering sycamores that reached several dozen meters skyward. The vibrant green and yellow canopies spread across the sky, shielding it from the scorching sun. Sitting beneath the shade of the trees on the grassy lawn, one could relish the cool breeze that occasionally swept through, providing a refreshing reprieve. Venturing deeper into the garden, he reached a sunlit slope where he could see children joyfully running and laughing on the basketball court. Su Zhanghua squinted as he reclined there, his expression grave and solemn. Immersed in the pages of his book, the worn cover boldly proclaimed, "An actor prepares." He occasionally lifted his gaze to the horizon, seemingly lost in contemplation, his demeanor devoid of vitality, resembling an elder weathered by life's trials. This place was ideal for a midday nap. Indulging in a moment of cool tranquility here each day would indeed be a delightful escape. Su Zhanghua picked up a fallen leaf and placed it over his eyes, feeling a sense of comfort that almost lulled him to sleep. In the distance, a familiar melody drifted through the air, played on a flute, its cadence slow and imbued with a subtle melancholy, evoking deep reflections and nostalgic memories. The song was titled "The Love of a Lifetime," the theme from Stephen Chow's film A Chinese Odyssey, Cinderella. In high school, Su Zhanghua had listened to the song several times, always finding it excessively melancholic, eventually leading him to forget it. Yet now, as the melody is rendered through the delicate notes of a flute, the poignant sorrow is vividly intensified, causing an emotional tide from the film to surge back into his heart. If only he could possess a moonlight treasure box to reverse the flow of time, how splendid that would be. As he exhaled smoke rings, he couldn't help but indulge in fantasies akin to those of a young girl. The sorrowful strains of the music lingered in the forest, the air thick with melancholic particles, each breath imbued with a sense of unfulfilled longing, the flute's lament piercing through Su's eardrums, compelling him to hum along softly to its tune. Suddenly, the flute fell silent. Su Zhonghua opened his eyes to see a girl in a knee-length white dress approaching, her head slightly bowed. Her long, dark hair danced gently in the breeze, and her gracefully elongated neck exuded an indescribable beauty. She caressed a crimson short flute in her hands, creating an exquisite tableau that left Su momentarily speechless. To be frank, any creature encountering such a delicate and enchanting girl would have extraordinary thoughts, and Su Zhonghua was no exception. Most importantly, he felt his heart racing inexplicably, pounding wildly without rhythm. Could it be that he was smitten? Classmate, do you also cherish the song The Love of a Lifetime? He mused. As the chapter unfolds, he noticed the girl standing before him, her dress billowing, her legs elegantly rounded and elongated. Su's gaze inadvertently drifted, captivated by the allure of her presence. While he wouldn't declare himself a fan of The Love of a Lifetime, he certainly appreciated its unforgettable, enchanting melody. He yawned and hastily averted his eyes from the girl, lazily reclining on the grass, the sharp blades pricking his skin. Enchanting melody? The entirety of the song encapsulates sorrow and helplessness. How could it be deemed beautiful? As the girl stepped closer and discerned the man's face, she paused, seemingly surprised, lost in thought, before smiling gently. I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell. Hey, wait, Su Zhonghua exclaimed, bewildered, as he watched the girl's graceful silhouette recede into the distance, inhaling the lingering fragrance. With a sigh, he rested his head on his hands and closed his eyes. Time drifted until the school bell rang, prompting Su Zhonghua to spring into action, more eager than anyone else. Today, Wu had brought a lunchbox prepared by his wife, and Su shamelessly asked to borrow his meal card to dine at the cafeteria. On the second floor of the cafeteria, the dining hall boasted a significantly higher price for meals compared to the first floor, with fewer patrons and a clean, serene environment. Through the windows, lush greenery and vibrant gardens could be seen. Only 20 to 30 teachers and students scattered across the seats, enjoying their lunch. Rarely did Wu Yi refrain from accompanying him, allowing Su Zhonghua the liberty to indulge in as much food as he desired. Having skipped breakfast, his stomach growled in protest, prompting him to order a generous plate of rice accompanied by braised ribs, a fragrant mushroom soup, stir-fried pork, and beef with vegetables. He selected an empty seat by the window and immersed himself in his meal. Ah, Teacher Su, you're dining here too. A melodious and warm voice broke through his focus. Turning his head, he saw Su Tong standing beside him with a small plate of food, her smile inviting and friendly. Oh, it's you, Su Tong. Please, join me, he replied. At that moment, Su Zhonghua's posture was decidedly unrefined. His slippers were cast aside, one foot perched on the chair, and as he devoured his meal with fervor, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. His face bore traces of sauce and rice, and he occasionally sniffled. His shirt completely unbuttoned, resembling a disheveled laborer. Your eating manner is rather unappealing, teacher, Su Tong remarked, feigning modesty as she wiped the seat clean and settled in front of him, her youthful fragrance enveloping the air, a scent far more delightful than the food itself. From this vantage point, he realized that by merely tilting his head slightly, he could glimpse the delicate curves concealed beneath her t-shirt. Yet, what significance did an elegant eating style hold when, after the meal, one must inevitably relieve themselves? Moreover, being a straightforward and genuine individual, how could he possibly pretend to be refined? Su Zhonghua, unreserved, spoke the most taboo words one could utter at the dining table. Yet he felt no sense of impropriety whatsoever. Su Tong delicately pursed her lips while eating, exuding an air of refinement and elegance that clearly reflected her well-bred upbringing. Upon hearing Teacher Su's remarks, she nearly choked, gazing at him with a mixture of confusion and dismay. Teacher, why are you speaking such nonsense? Just focus on enjoying your meal. She shot him a playful glance, then hesitated, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. About that. Didn't you ask me for my QQ number earlier? Oh, indeed. What is your QQ number? Su Zhonghua felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Regretting the clumsiness of his words, he truly felt inept in conversing with girls. Here, the number is written on this paper. Be sure to add me as a friend. Teacher, will you be online tonight? Su Tong set down her chopsticks, retrieving a note from her pocket that she had prepared earlier, which contained her QQ number. No problem. I will be online if I have the time. Su Tong, a little girl, was shy and reticent, at a loss for how to continue the conversation, while old Su, a man of few words, was preoccupied with his meal. The two sat in silence, their words unspoken. Su Tong observed the grotesque manner in which he consumed his meal. Grain scattering and juices splattering, culminating in him mixing the broth into the rice and devouring it with remarkable speed. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, recalling a scene from a certain television drama featuring a famished sow. Teacher, I still have some left. Please help yourself. Su Tong pushed her dish toward him. Despite his lack of table manners, she appeared utterly unperturbed, carefully chewing her rice while occasionally glancing at him, her eyes revealing a blend of curiosity and concern, finding this seemingly mature teacher endearingly childlike. Wow, Su, your meal looks delightful. I shall not be modest. Su Zhonghua reached for Su Tong's plate, his appetite piqued by the array of meats and several dishes within. By the afternoon, Su Zhonghua initially intended to return home for a well-deserved nap. But just as he made up his mind, the broadcasting station announced that all homeroom teachers were required to attend a meeting in the comprehensive building's conference room during the third period. With nothing pressing to attend to, Wu Yi and his companions speculated about the necessity of the meeting. Lu Quan, ever the optimist, suggested, perhaps the board of directors or the principal believes we homeroom teachers are overworked and wishes to grant us a raise. Lao Lu, you truly have a vivid imagination. We've been homeroom teachers for 2 years without a single pay increase, retorted Su shouting, taking a sip of tea. It surely bodes no good. Lin Yukon stacked a large pile of homework, weary, and remarked, we teachers truly belong to the lower salary class. Not only is our work arduous, but our salaries have remained as unchanging as Mount Tai. Su Zhonghua smiled non-committally, refraining from engaging further in the conversation. Instead, he stated, I need to use the restroom first. If I'm late, please inform the principal on my behalf. No problem. Go ahead, came the response. With that, Lao Su hurriedly dashed off towards the men's restroom downstairs. To his surprise, a cluster of students loitered outside the restroom, leisurely smoking and boasting, neglecting their classes. Su Zhonghua walked straight in, indifferent to their presence, as they were not his students. Inside, a man stood at the urinal, a cigarette dangling from his lips, humming a tune, while the sound of water trickling resonated. Su Zhonghua glanced over to see the man, utterly engrossed, aiming at an insect, shooting as it fluttered about. The meeting was quite significant, with several key members of the board in attendance. On stage, a row of chairs faced the podium, with over 200 teachers and class heads present for the assembly. Several rotund board members occupied the central seats, while the bald principal sat slightly to the right, indicating that he had little real authority and was merely a puppet. The principal made a token speech, and just as the head honcho was about to pick up the script to officially commence the meeting, the door creaked open. This was a grand door, reminiscent of European style, towering like that of a cathedral, though its sole drawback was its immense weight, requiring 2 individuals to push it open, accompanied by a peculiar sound. Upon the door's opening, a disheveled individual peeked in. Under the gaze of all the teachers, he exhibited no signs of embarrassment or fear, casually strolling towards the back row with a smile. The board members' expression soured, suspecting an intruder had wandered into the meeting, and signaled the head of security. The burly man stepped forward, admonishing, Hey, where did you come from? Get out, can't you see we are in a meeting? Luo Yitong recognized him as Su Zhonghua and quickly whispered a few words into the board member's ear, presumably offering some kind words. The board member's expression softened slightly, casting a disapproving glance at Lao Su before choosing to ignore him. Su Zhonghua was actually drenched in cold sweat beneath his calm facade. Fortunately, having been exposed to various situations, he managed to maintain his composure and ingratiate himself into the small circle of Lin Yukon and his colleagues. Most of the staff on the first floor of the teaching office were present. Hey, Su, what has that peculiar odor about you? Lu Quan whispered, covering his nose. Don't mention it. I just had an incident in the restroom where a little rascal soaked my shoes, and I ended up in the pit. Su Zhonghua replied without a hint of shame. He felt it was rather disgusting and added, I apologize, everyone. I truly lacked the time to clean up. Please bear with me. Chapter 32. A dramatic turn of events. The meeting was destined to last anywhere from 1 to 3 hours, and during this interminable period, all the teachers within a 5-meter radius of Su Zhonghua endured a torturous experience. Though they harbored their grievances, it was awkward to leave after such a pronouncement. They could only endure it as if participating in a peculiar scientific experiment. Just as Su Zhonghua settled into his seat, he felt the weight of two penetrating gazes upon him, tightening his nerves. Years of experience had taught him to discern the intensity of such stares. Turning towards his left at the 9 o'clock position, he beheld a portly, balding man clad in a suit, the esteemed Principal Wang Anhao. When he shifted his gaze to the source of the other stare, he was unexpectedly met with delight. The owner of that gaze was the flute-playing girl he had encountered briefly that morning in the arboretum. She was adorned in a knee-length white dress, her flowing black hair cascading elegantly. The girl's serene demeanor was akin to a breathtaking painting, a sight to behold. Her expression as she looked this way was one of confusion and bewilderment, leaving Su Zhonghua perplexed. He certainly wouldn't indulge in the vanity of believing it was an expression of infatuation directed at him. "Hey, who is that girl next to the principal?" Su Zhonghua quietly inquired, tugging at Wu Yi's sleeve. "That is the principal's daughter. Now, let us keep our voices down. Be mindful of the surroundings. There are recording devices here. Don't speak out of turn, or we'll be in serious trouble with the board of directors, who are quite stringent in their procedures." "Very well," Su Zhonghua pouted. "I'll just listen and remain silent." With the windows secured and the lights illuminated, the meeting was officially convened. The corpulent board member wasted little time on pleasantries, adhering to a concise reporting style, according to our investigations. This semester has seen a significant decline in overall student performance compared to last year, resulting in a corresponding decrease in enrollment rates. The analysis suggests that this downturn is primarily due to lax teaching management and student disengagement. We previously held a brief meeting and unanimously agreed to assign semester tasks to each Class S homeroom teacher, aiming to enhance student performance this term. Should a Class S performance improve, the homeroom teacher will receive corresponding rewards. Conversely, if results continue to decline, we will evaluate the possibility of dismissal. This approach not only encourages teachers to manage effectively and assist students in their studies, but also serves to uphold the school's reputation. Several board members subsequently articulated numerous topics, including the self-discipline of teachers, the enhancement of students' character development, and the expansion of extracurricular activities. The audience nodded in agreement. With displaying the most exaggerated and vibrant expressions, he alternated between fervently jotting down notes and gazing intently in anticipation, with every utterance from the podium. Even if unnoticed by others, he manifested either delight or sorrow, evidently engrossed in the substance of the discourse. Ultimately, the conversation turned to the average examination scores for each class this semester, which left in a daze, utterly oblivious to the preceding discussions. Once the board members concluded their addresses, it was the principal's turn. This venerable figure showcased his authority to the fullest extent, filling the brief meeting with a plethora of superfluous remarks, ultimately distilling the essence to three key matters. Firstly, a district-wide examination was scheduled for the following week, necessitating a mobilization of the entire school, with a veiled warning directed at Class 2 of Year 3 to avoid any mishaps. As the board was evidently concerned about this class potentially dragging down the overall college entrance examination scores. Secondly, the annual sports meeting was approaching, and he implored homeroom teachers to encourage students to prepare for active participation in extracurricular activities, which would benefit their physical and mental well-being. Lastly, prior to the National Day holiday, leaders from the municipal office and the Education Bureau would be visiting for an inspection, which, in plain terms, was merely a guise for enjoying a lavish meal. After absorbing this information, the neurotic could no longer resist the lure of slumber. He was fatigued and frustrated by the endless rhetoric of these individuals who merely spoke without action, demanding both academic excellence and vibrant extracurricular engagement, all while engaging in corrupt practices. Beside him, found himself at a loss regarding blatant disregard, having quietly nudged him several times without success. Observing him with his arms crossed and drooling, it was evident that his furrowed brow suggested he was still grappling with some issue even in his sleep. The principal, with eloquence akin to a master orator, continued to ramble on, causing the surrounding committee members to succumb to drowsiness as well. Awoke 3 times during this monologue, only to turn back to slumber upon realizing that the principal showed no sign of cessation. Ultimately, the principal summarized in a manner reminiscent of a cult leader, expressing his hope that through the collective efforts of the school's faculty and staff would ascend to the ranks of premier institutions, both provincially and nationally, urging everyone to rally together. Luo Yitong seized the opportunity to spring up from his chair, clapping loudly, his demeanor rather unsightly. Nevertheless, his obsequiousness achieved the desired effect. prompting the principal to nod in satisfaction. Old Xue, however, sighed inwardly, thinking that this old fellow had finally concluded, truly more adept at deception than himself. A group of drowsy teachers below stirred, offering a scattered applause, largely devoid of energy under the influence of their fatigue, which rendered the principal somewhat embarrassed. He hastily rose, clutching his speech, saluted, and bid farewell. Subsequently, the throng of over 100 teachers began to flow towards the exit, pent up and eager to inhale some fresh air. The meeting concluded after more than 2 hours, already past 5 o'clock, a significant squandering of life's moments. Hastening his steps, Old Xue yearned to return home for a bowl of noodles and some much-needed rest, utterly exhausted. As he stepped outside the school gates, he was met with a cacophony of laughter and chatter. Su Zhonghua peered ahead, his expression shifting instantly. He beheld a group of over 20 young, brash individuals standing or crouching in the open space less than 5 meters from the entrance. Dressed in eccentric attire, some bore pierced noses, while others sported vibrantly dyed hair, all wearing menacing expressions. Notably, at the forefront stood Yang Fan, clutching a small knife, his teeth clenched as he viciously glared at Su Zhonghua, who had just exited the school. "Lingu, that asked the fellow. Help me break one of his hands. I'll take full responsibility," he shouted. The group of youths, previously crouched, rose immediately, brandishing their clubs, their eyes fixated on Su Zhonghua, whose shirt collar had become overly worn. Old Xue's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with determination as he boldly stepped outside, undeterred. "Young Fan, what are you doing here with these ruffians? School is over. You should hurry home before your mother worries." Yang Fan let out a derisive laugh, angrily retorting, "You bastard, Su Zhonghua. You humiliated me yesterday. Today, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Hey, I'm only looking out for you. Don't be ungrateful. Associating with these fools will only lead to your downfall," Su Zhonghua replied, lighting a cigarette as he approached them. "What? This guy dares to call us fools. If we don't make him unrecognizable, I might as well give up on life," one audacious youth shouted, pointing a finger at him. Su Zhonghua was taken aback. Chuckling apologetically, "My brother, I'm sorry, I mistakenly scolded you. Hey, Young Fan, return home immediately, and tomorrow prepare a profound reflection on your mistakes for me. From now on, focus on your studies and refrain from violating discipline. I can forgive your ignorance." A tall, cold-faced young man with yellow hair interjected, "Let us all go and give him a beating, so he learns his lesson." No sooner had he spoken than several individuals from the front row advanced with wooden sticks. Su Zhonghua flicked away his cigarette, and hurriedly stepped back, urging, "Hey, everyone, this is not right. Fighting and injuring others is against the law." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past his head, and before he could react, a resounding crash echoed as his skull collided with steel. A searing pain coursed through his entire head, blurring his vision. He fell forward onto the ground without uttering a sound. Behind him, a tall and robust young man, wearing a sardonic smile and holding a Yushi cigarette, lifted the heavy iron rod he had just used, grinning at his companions. "It's all according to Ling Guo's plan. Keep him distracted while I deliver the finishing blow, huh?" The cold-eyed young man was indeed Ling Guo. He spat dismissively and remarked, "Young Fan, you claimed your homeroom teacher was tough. Damn, he fell with a single blow. If I had known, I would have just sent 1 or 2 people. Last week, I really couldn't handle him, but who would have thought he would drop so easily this time?" Ling Guo's intervention is truly remarkable. Young Fan, usually arrogant, now lowered his head submissively and presented a pack of Yushi cigarettes, saying, "Ling Guo, this matter is settled. You may go about your business. I'll ensure to repay you the remaining 1,000 tomorrow. Yes, if there are more fools like this to be dealt with, feel free to come to me." Ling Guo patted Young Fan on the shoulder casually before turning serious. "Tonight, I'm short on cash. Fan. Lend me a few hundred to treat the brothers to drinks." Without waiting for a response, he rummaged through Young Fan's pockets, pocketing all the loose change. "Hey, Ling Guo, leave me some money for the bus." Young Fan dared not resist, allowing him to take his wallet. "Damn it. I called over a dozen brothers to help you, and before we even got started, it's all over. Just calculate how much time 20 people wasted. Time is money. Didn't T, your teacher, ever teach you that? Be sensible and hand over your watch, phone, MP3, or anything valuable." Ling Guo showed no concern for the plight of a mere subordinate, ruthlessly stripping him bare. "This 3 yuan is enough for an air-conditioned bus. Now, go home." Yang Fan felt a surge of helplessness and despair. Yet, thinking of having taught Su Zhonghua, who had humiliated him, a lesson, he found a modicum of comfort as he picked up a stick and approached his homeroom teacher, ready to vent his frustrations. Su Zhonghua lay face down, blood gradually seeping from the back of his head and staining the concrete beneath him, soaking his collar. Devoid of any vitality, he appeared almost lifeless. Young Fan, showing no mercy, raised a wooden stick and struck him forcefully several times across his back. The strength behind each blow was not to be underestimated. Despite such a brutal assault, Su remained utterly motionless. Yang Fan's countenance turned pale, anxiety gripping him as he stammered, Ling Go. Ling Go, what happened? Did I kill him with a single strike? What? Dead? Surely, he must be pretending. At that moment, Ling Gu and his companions, who were preparing to leave, also detected the alarming situation. They stood frozen, gazing at the bloodied body on the ground, their expressions tinged with fear. The gravity of murder was not lost on them. Thoughts of imprisonment flashed through their minds, leading to a moment of indecision. Should they flee or call for help? Outside the school gate, a cluster of students, who had opted to linger instead of heading home, were drawn to the commotion. They were oblivious to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the old man in the security booth had vanished once more, leaving the mystery of whether he was hiding in fear or had gone to report the incident unanswered. Su Zhonghua was plagued by a splitting headache, his mind in a fog. Within his consciousness, the Dragon Ball seemed to emit a surge of warmth, invigorating his entire being. Just moments ago, he was entirely oblivious, yet suddenly, his eyes flew open. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Su Zhonghua propped himself up on his knees, wiping away the thick blood that had mingled with the dirt on his face. He scanned the crowd with a calm and indifferent expression, as if awakening from a deep slumber, oblivious to the events that had transpired. After rummaging through his pocket for a moment, Old Su produced a crumpled soft pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Could it be that this old fellow had lost his wits? Su Zhonghua leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke in what seemed a deliberate act of provocation directed at Ling Ge. Yang Fan and the youth who had previously struck him with a metal rod relaxed, relieved that he appeared unscathed. Another young man sighed in relief, cursing, "Damn it. You were just playing dead. You're awfully arrogant, hoarding your smoke. Do you truly wish to smoke?" Su Zhonghua asked, narrowing his eyes nonchalantly. "Yes," the young man replied firmly, unwilling to lose face before his companions, believing himself quite impressive. "Come here," Su Zhonghua beckoned. To everyone's astonishment, the young man approached with a dazed expression. Su Zhonghua took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the thick smoke into his face. The young man, either startled or enraged, opened his mouth wide, inhaling the second-hand smoke, before squatting on the ground, his face flushed and coughing violently. The onlooking students from Muge High School were bewildered, unsure whether to commend his audacity or deem him foolish. Just moments before, he had been severely beaten and nearly lost his life, yet here he was, brazenly taunting these ruffians. A few astute students recognized Ling Gu as a prominent figure in the recent rise of the Bald Gang, whose influence had spread to Chinatown and beyond. Who would dare provoke such ruthless individuals unless they were courting death? Meanwhile, the girls expressed concern for Su Zhonghua's slender frame, pondering whether he could withstand the onslaught of a few robust young men. After smoking half of the cigarette, dulled by the haze, Su Zhonghua touched the wound on the back of his head and spoke with a grave tone. "Which fool ambushed me earlier?" The atmosphere grew tense, a spark ready to ignite, as more and more spectators gathered. Deng Hui and Huang Yu, pushing their bicycles home, noticed the crowd at the school gate and hurried to join the throng. Unbeknownst to them, the target of the assault was the very new homeroom teacher they sought to confront. "I was the one who hit you. What of it? Do you want to bite me? Come on," shouted Li Xingyu, the youth who had attacked Su Zhonghua, emboldened by his perceived superiority in both one-on-one and group confrontations against the frail older man. "You have quite the nerve," Su Zhonghua remarked, his voice calm and devoid of panic, as he slowly advanced towards Li Xingyu, gradually increasing his pace. Yang Fan, watching this unfold, felt an inexplicable fear and regret stirring within him. He recalled their previous encounter, where Su Zhonghua had maintained an eerily tranquil demeanor, instilling a sense of dread. Li Xingyu brandished the iron rod, poised to strike as Su Zhonghua drew nearer, exuding an air of arrogance as he taunted, "Come on. Let me give you a few more whacks to loosen your bones." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Su Zhonghua propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch with the iron rod. A loud crash ensued as the rod slipped from his grasp, striking the face of another individual wielding a knife nearby, causing him to scream in agony while clutching his face. With his left hand, Su followed up with a mighty slap from the other side, catching the arrogant youth off guard. He felt two gusts of wind rush towards him, and then darkness enveloped his vision. His surroundings blurred into obscurity. His right cheek swelled grotesquely, several teeth shattered upon impact, and a mist of blood erupted from his mouth. The pain was beyond imagination. With a tremendous force, Li Xingyu was sent spinning, momentarily dazed, his mind ringing with confusion. Tears and snot mingled with blood as he rolled on the ground, unable to utter a single word. Relentless, Su Zhonghua pressed on, stepping closer to Ling Gu and his group, who remained unresponsive. He picked up the iron rod once more and turned back to the fallen Li Xingyu, delivering 7 or 8 strikes to his hands and feet, each blow potent enough to fracture bones. This was fortunate. Had Su Zhonghua lost control, he might have struck Li's skull, potentially leading to his demise. The onlookers were stunned into silence, witnessing a seemingly mild-mannered, frail educator display such ruthless aggression, nearly beating a formidable enforcer of the Bald Gang to death. Ling Gu began to believe Yang Fan's words. Indeed, this teacher was formidable in combat. Yang Fan, hurry and take Li Xingyu to the hospital, or he will be crippled. At this moment, Ling Gu still upheld his sense of brotherhood, exchanging glances with his fellow companions. 2 brazen gang members, fueled by bravado, cursed loudly and lunged at Su Zhonghua with their knives. The flaw in the gangsters' weapons was their brevity. Su Zhonghua, wielding a half-meter-long iron rod, assumed an attacking stance. As the 2 men charged forward, he swung the rod like a baseball bat, landing a direct hit to both of their foreheads. Blood spurted forth, and they collapsed in agony, clutching their heads in despair. Do you wish to die? We are members of the Bald Gang. Ling Gu, now gripped by fear, retreated hastily while desperately proclaiming his affiliation, hoping to intimidate the frenzied assailant. Shut your mouth, Su Zhonghua disdainfully replied, raising the iron rod with all his might and hurling it towards Ling Gu. The impact was precise and devastating, creating a gaping hole in Ling Ji's forehead. Bright red blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. The once arrogant leader now lay in a pitiful state, frothing at the mouth, eyes rolling back, scalp torn. As if on the brink of death, his body drenched in a foul stench of blood. Chapter 34, The Life of an Old Bachelor with Their Leader Struck Down. The young gang members could no longer contain themselves. They shouted in unison, charging towards him with knives and clubs in hand. In the face of such a scene, Su Zhonghua remained composed and unflappable. He delivered a swift kick to the groin of the fastest young man charging towards him, the force so tremendous that it likely rendered the young man's manhood useless. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from his lips as he rolled on the ground, thrashing about and inadvertently tripping several others who could not halt their momentum. The remaining individuals instinctively came to a standstill, hesitating for a moment, when suddenly someone shouted, "Drop your weapons. Kill him." This rallying cry resonated with the crowd, prompting them to hurl their knives and clubs towards Su Zhonghua from a distance. Despite Su Zhonghua's formidable prowess, he could not evade the multitude of attacks directed at him. He focused on dodging the blades to minimize injury, but while he evaded the knives, he could not escape the blows from clubs. At this moment, his shoulder and head had endured several heavy strikes, leaving his mind somewhat foggy. In a moment of distraction, he failed to notice a sneaky individual behind him, brandishing a knife aimed at his waist. However, Su Zhonghua possessed an uncanny ability to sense impending danger, reacting with remarkable speed. He swiftly retreated a step, but was caught off guard as the knife plunged into his thigh. Gritting his teeth in pain, he refrained from uttering a sound and retaliated with a swift kick, sending the assailant flying several meters away, bloody teeth spewing from his mouth. "Whoever dares to challenge me, come forth." Su Zhonghua's pallor deepened, sweat streaming down his forehead as he endured the excruciating pain and extracted the knife from his leg. Drawing a sharp breath, he raised his weapon, glaring menacingly at the remaining youths. Observing the frenzy in Su Zhonghua's demeanor, the young men hesitated, realizing that he might indeed resort to lethal measures. They had no grievances worthy of such a perilous confrontation. Cursing under his breath at the unexpected turn of events, Su Zhonghua discarded his knife and, turning to Li Xingyu, who had previously struck him on the back of the head, delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. "Get lost. Tomorrow, you tell that scoundrel Yang Fan to come find me at school. Otherwise, I shall ensure your next encounter leaves you crippled." Li Xingyu, doubled over in pain, managed to respond through gritted teeth, "Why yes. Make way. What are you staring at? Go home and do your homework," Su Zhonghua shouted, clutching his bleeding thigh as he limped away from the crowd. The onlookers, intimidated, parted to create a path for him. As he neared the edge of the throng, he seized a student leaning against a bicycle, growling, "Hey, Huang Yu, do you remember your teacher? What? I was involved in this. Huang Yu stammered, his hands trembling as he struggled to keep hold of his bike, terrified of this violent instructor who might strike again. Quit acting cowardly. Kindly give me a ride home on your bicycle. I'm injured. Surely, you understand the virtue of helping others? I understand, but Teacher Su, you're bleeding. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Huang Yu, witnessing the indifference of the bystanders towards Su Zhonghua, felt an unexpected surge of courage and a budding admiration for this formidable teacher. I have no money. How could I possibly go to the hospital? Su Zhonghua wiped the blood and sweat from his face, pointing at the barely conscious Ling Ge. Huang Yu, quickly empty his pockets and hand me the money. Consider it compensation for my medical expenses. Huang Yu gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to ride his bicycle to the hospital. He was inherently timid, yet often put on a facade of bravado in front of others. Upon seeing Su Zhonghua's thigh drenched in blood, he was consumed with fear that his companion might bleed to death en route, potentially implicating him in the unfortunate outcome. Conversely, Su Zhonghua remained unfazed. The initial piercing pain from the knife was but a fleeting moment, and now, whether from numbness or some other reason, he felt no pain at all. The blood from his wound had miraculously ceased to flow. Upon their arrival at the hospital, they spent over 20 minutes disinfecting and bandaging the injury. Once all was attended to, Huang Yu, drenched in sweat, pedaled back to the Daxing apartment on Phoenix Street at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, the wound on Su Zhonghua's thigh was not deep, allowing for a slow but manageable ascent to the 9th floor, which took them another half hour. Huang Yu was inwardly lamenting his misfortune, having intended to enjoy some time at the arcade after school, only to encounter this violent and shameless homeroom teacher. Here we are. This is where I reside. It's not too messy, is it? From your performance today, I can clearly see your genuine remorse, Huang Yu. Given yesterday's events, I shall not pursue the matter further. Call home and inform your mother that you will not be returning tonight. You will be dining with your teacher. And I intend to treat you well, Su Zhonghua said, patting Huang Yu on the shoulder and feigning a serious yet grateful demeanor. That is unnecessary, teacher. I have matters to attend to tonight. I believe it's best if I head home. It's getting late, and it's not safe, Huang Yu replied. Feeling exceedingly vexed, having already extended the courtesy of escorting this individual home, he was reluctant to waste any more of his time. Yet, he dared not refuse outright, instead mumbling his objections. Are you refusing me? Su Zhonghua exclaimed, pulling him into the house. First, let us have dinner. Afterwards, I need to discuss some matters regarding the class with you. What matters? But, teacher, I truly have things to do, Huang Yu protested, reluctantly being dragged into the inner room. Oh dear, why are you so verbose? If it's something of importance, just say it quickly. I might consider letting you leave. Su Zhonghua replied with a displeased expression. He had intended to keep Huang Yu to thoroughly investigate the inner workings of Class 2 to 3, seeking effective methods for future discipline. Well, the monthly exam is approaching, and I haven't reviewed my Chinese yet. I really want to go home and study, Huang Yu stammered, hastily concocting a flimsy excuse. However, before he could finish, Su Zhonghua saw through his ruse and shot him a piercing glare, prompting him to admit the truth. Tonight, I have managed to secure a date with Yan Lingfei from Class 3 to go to the club. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Very well. I shall accompany you to the club and keep an eye on you to ensure you do not engage in any inappropriate behavior, Su Zhonghua declared, framing his statement logically and compellingly. He had not visited such lively locales in nearly 6 months, and, feeling stifled by monotony, was eager to witness the excitement. Disregarding the injury to his thigh. All right, but you must promise not to sabotage my plans. Huang Yu understood that no matter how fervently he refused, it would be of no avail. Unable to conjure up a valid excuse, he reluctantly acquiesced. Rest assured, you merely desire to pursue that Yan Lingfei, do you not? At the appropriate time, I shall lend you a hand. Enough of the idle chatter. Come in and take a seat. With a grimace, Huang Yu covered his nose as he stepped into the foul-smelling hall, where a mountain of empty bottles, cigarette packs, discarded butts, socks, and undergarments lay scattered about. It was quite a shock to him. Was this truly a place where one could reside? Su Zhonghua reclined comfortably on the sofa, his face radiating contentment. Accustomed to a disheveled lifestyle, he paid no heed to whether Huang Yu could endure it or not. With his eyes closed, he uttered, Huang Yu, today I am utterly exhausted. Please be a dear and boil some water in the kitchen, and prepare 2 bowls of noodles. Oh, and there are 2 eggs in the bag next to the cutting board. Do add them to the noodles. Eating noodles? Was he jesting? Huang Yu was caught between laughter and tears. Just moments ago, Su had spoken of treating himself well, and he had imagined there would be some delectable fare, only to find it was mere noodles. He immediately declined, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are so impoverished. Consuming such nutritionally devoid food? I think I shall return home for braised pork ribs and turtle soup. Will you go or not? Normally, I wouldn't even add eggs to my noodles. But I'm making an exception for you. Can't you see I'm injured?" Su Zhonghua's tone turned threatening. As he picked up a yellowed magazine from the side of the sofa, engrossed in its contents, dismissing Huang Yu entirely. "Damn it, I am not your servant." Huang Yu cursed inwardly, yet out of fear of Su's methods, he reluctantly trudged toward the kitchen, muttering under his breath. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never even laid eyes on such cheap noodles before. Regret washed over him for having picked up this insatiable character. He fished a handful of dry noodles from the plastic bag, rinsed them thoroughly, chopped some yellowing scallions, cracked the eggs, and as the water approached a boil, he searched for a bowl. Spotting a dish with green mold in the sink, he, who rarely washed dishes even once a year, begrudgingly scrubbed it clean. Unable to suppress his complaints, "Teacher, your home hygiene is appalling. Aren't you afraid of viruses? How clean can a single man's home be? I wish I could reside in a splendid villa and drive a BMW or a Mercedes, but my salary is barely 1,000. And it hasn't even been paid yet. I, a poor teacher, have managed to get by better than many." The more he spoke, the more Su's grievances surfaced, lamenting how the rich grew richer while the poor sank deeper into despair, with a belly full of grievances having nowhere to vent. Chapter 35. Following to the disco bar, what an excuse. To be this lazy, with a home in disarray akin to a dog's den. And nearly 30 years of age, no wonder he couldn't find a wife. Huang Yu placed a pot of overcooked, dry noodles on the table. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, he forced a smile and said to Su, "Hey, teacher, the noodles are ready. Please enjoy. I'm not hungry." "Oh." Su Zhonghua rose, took a bowl and chopsticks, filled a generous bowl with noodles, and added a touch of chili sauce. "Huang Yu, why is your class so difficult to teach? Is pranking the teacher amusing? And what has the deal with that young fan, so audaciously hitting a teacher?" As Huang Yu hesitated, torn between revealing the truth about his classmates or remaining discreet, he carefully scrutinized the teacher's expression. Having resolved firmly in his heart not to betray his friends, he said, "As for teasing the teacher, perhaps it was merely for amusement." Regarding young fan, I'm not very familiar with him, so I can't say much." "Amusement? Goodness, the college entrance exam is approaching. What frivolity is this? Don't shed tears when you find yourself unable to enter university." Su Zhonghua recognized that Huang Yu's words were a mix of truth and pretense, and he chose not to press further. While slurping his noodles, he remarked, "If you're not ready to divulge, then let us talk about your relationship with that girl from class 3, Yan Lingfei. How has that progressed? Share the details. I can offer some advice." "Hey, aren't you the homeroom teacher? How can you discuss such matters with your own students?" Huang Yu was astonished at the teacher's unorthodox approach. Had he encountered a strict disciplinarian, he would have faced serious repercussions by now. "This doesn't interfere with your studies, so it's acceptable. I understand the youth's mindset. I too engaged in similar antics at 17 or 18. Though it ultimately ended in separation, it was a cherished memory." "Teacher, I never imagined you had such a glorious past," Huang Yu replied. "You only became single after graduating from university. Everyone has experienced a wild youth." Speaking with you, my dear child, makes it hard for me to comprehend the essence of your generation. I often wonder what thoughts occupy your minds, as your experiences differ so drastically from ours. Your lack of understanding stems from the generational divide. Our differences arise from the progress of time. Such a simple truth eludes you," Huang Yu retorted, reveling in the advantages of his fortunate era. "A generational divide? It's a disparity in values. I recall my high school days, when every piece of clothing bore patches, and I might only have had meat to eat once a month. During those times, I learned the essence of life, of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. While you seem to lack this understanding." Su Zhonghua paused in his meal, a wistful smile gracing his features as he reminisced. Huang Yu, however, felt no inclination to reflect on hardships. Instead, he gleefully tugged at his shirt and said, "Teacher, this shirt cost over 700 yuan. I bet you've never worn anything like it." Su Zhonghua nonchalantly smiled and continued to immerse himself in the large pot of noodles before him, remarking, "Without your parents, you would merely be a beggar rummaging through the streets." Huang Yu's expression instantly froze, staring blankly at his teacher, whose soup splattered as he ate. lost in a swirl of unarticulated thoughts. Su Zhanghua patted his belly, feeling satiated and unwilling to indulge further. The noodles prepared by Huang Yu were, at best, moderately agreeable to his palate. After lingering for a while, Huang Yu announced that it was time to head to the bar for their rendezvous, and naturally, Su, with his characteristic audacity, trailed closely behind. Su Zhanghua and Huang Yu emerged from the apartment, engaged in lively conversation as they made their way to their destination. Their rapport seemed to have deepened considerably, and the so-called generational gap appeared less pronounced. They spoke without regard for their teacher-student relationship, carefree and informal. Each held a cigarette between their lips, discussing the beautiful women at school. As Su Zhanghua limped along the bustling stretch of Phoenix Street, he encountered a group of young women dressed provocatively, their flamboyant attire catching his eye. Two lecherous figures, one tall and one short, immediately let out a catcall, their behavior bordering on the grotesque. The girls, unfazed, didn't even glance back, instinctively responding with disdainful remarks. Fortunately, both Su Zhanghua and Huang Yu were seasoned in the ways of the world. One must possess a thick skin to navigate such encounters. After exchanging knowing smiles, they began to speculate about the girls' physiques. "Teacher, have you noticed that the second girl on the right looks somewhat familiar?" Huang Yu suddenly remarked, sensing a clue. "Familiar? I think you simply find her figure appealing and are using that as an excuse," Su Zhanghua retorted, playfully delivering a light smack to his head. "You're far too naive to try that on me." "No, really, teacher. Look closely. Isn't that Zhou Xiaoyang from our class?" Huang Yu insisted, pointing at the retreating figure of Zhou Xiaoyang. Su Zhanghua finally subdued his jesting demeanor and scrutinized the scene before him. Although he had only encountered Zhou Xiaoyang a handful of times, her headstrong and unruly nature had left an indelible impression over the past few days. He distinctly remembered her appearance and physique, particularly notable today as she sported dyed blonde hair. The silhouette of the girl ahead, with her golden locks, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Xiaoyang without a doubt. This evening, Zhou Xiaoyang was adorned in a floral spaghetti strap dress that revealed her neckline. And despite her tender age, she possessed a pair of irresistibly alluring thighs that captivated the gaze, inviting admiration for the graceful curves of her legs. Standing at a height of approximately 1.6 meters, coupled with a pair of high heels, she exuded an aura that could rival the illustrious domestic star, Lu Hanyao. The few individuals accompanying Zhou Xiaoyang stirred a flicker of recognition within him. They were the notorious girls from the neighboring class, often seen as the companions of societal ruffians, who frequently arrived at the school gates on motorcycles to escort them. Huang Yu remarked that it was highly likely they had been invited by their boyfriends to the disco for a night of dancing, a trend quite favored by young women today. A sense of unease gripped Su Zhanghua as he pondered how someone as young as Zhou Xiao could associate with such ambiguous characters. He feared that trouble might arise. And since his brother Zhou Zhifei was unable to intervene, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. As a teacher, he could not bear to see his students plunge into peril, especially considering she was the sister of his own brother. He then leaned in to speak softly to Huang Yu, who nodded in agreement. The two figures shadowed the group of women with an air of stealth, maneuvering through blind spots in their line of sight, maintaining a distance of approximately 15 meters. Eventually, the girls halted at a relatively large underground nightclub, extending their delicate arms. A young doorman stamped their wrists, granting them entry. To Su Zhonghua's surprise, it was the very same nightclub. As he gazed at the three prominent characters emblazoned above the entrance, surrounded by the enchanting glow of vibrant neon lights, Su Zhenghua left Huang Yu behind and stepped forward, extending her arm as she had seen done before. However, the young doorman impatiently exclaimed, "Buy a ticket." Confused as to why the women did not have to pay while she did, Su Zhenghua inquired about the situation. The doorman, with an exasperated expression, retorted, "It's because you possess something they do not. If you were to undergo a gender reassignment surgery, I might consider letting you in." Chapter 36. The degenerate and willful girl. Isn't it said that men and women are equal now? Women also hold up half the sky, Su Zhenghua muttered, clearly feeling the unfairness of the situation. "Brother, you are unaware, then. The reality is that there are still more men than women on the steps. Rare commodities are valued higher. Do you understand? A prostitute may charge 120, while a male escort only charges 80. It's the same principle." As Su Zhenghua was about to engage in a profound discussion about the quality over quantity perspective concerning women, intending to enlighten this young man, he was abruptly halted by Huang Yu's intervention from behind. "Teacher, there are plenty of creatures in the nightclub. We must pay to enter quickly. Otherwise, we might lose track of Zhou Xiao." Reluctantly, Su Zhanghua conceded, recognizing the validity in Huang Yu's words, and painfully parted with 20 yuan for an entry ticket. Splitting the cost with Huang Yu, before receiving a quarantine stamp reminiscent of a disease-free pig, upon pushing open the sturdy wooden door and entering the nightclub. A cacophony of deafening music surged upon him like a tsunami. Su Zhanghua, already suffering from nervous exhaustion, found himself disoriented by the chaotic sounds that resembled both ghostly wails and wolf howls. Seeking refuge, he quickly settled in a relatively secluded corner, only to find that Huang Yu had vanished, likely off to rendezvous with his date, a fact that Su Zhanghua could hardly muster the energy to contemplate. Casting a discerning glance around, he observed a sea of men donned in red and women clad in green, interspersed with a number of fashionably dressed and provocatively attired minors, all engaged in a frenzied dance, writhing as if possessed, akin to a mass of individuals invigorated by a potent stimulant. The nightclub, ostensibly a haven for white-collar workers seeking relaxation after a long day, appeared to offer a liberating release from the monotony of their daily grind. Perhaps they sought solace in fleeting encounters, driven by an underlying sense of loneliness. Moreover, there exists a lyric that deems loneliness as shameful, prompting individuals to intertwine with both same-sex and opposite-sex peers, thus affirming the notion that humans are inherently social beings. The atmosphere of this nightclub was overwhelmingly chaotic, teeming with a plethora of diverse individuals, lewd girls and ruffians, fallen souls addicted to drugs, and criminals engaged in the illicit trade of narcotics. It was rumored that the bar owner had connections with the police, thus allowing various unlawful activities to transpire openly, unperturbed by the gaze of outsiders. Su Zhanghua calmly smoked a cigarette, observing everything before him. In his youth, he too had engaged in such activities, but now the world had irrevocably changed. He regarded the people around him with the same dispassion as one might watching a dull television program, even if he harbored grievances or dissent in his heart. It was futile, for such was the nature of societal rules. Above the dance floor hung what appeared to be a cage from which the eccentric, nerve-tingling music flowed. Emanating from a wild, alluring DJ, her headphones adorning her as she swayed. It was evident that she was the very soul of the nightclub, which explained the soaring fees for DJs in recent years. In contrast, another cage housed two provocatively dressed, curvaceous dancers. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" inquired a handsome young waiter, bowing slightly. "Bring me a Hennessy. No. Perhaps a cocktail. No. Just a glass of plain water, please. My stomach has been well lately." Of course, Su Zhanghua would not indulge in such extravagant elegance. To him, these offerings were mere refuse. Even a glass of water held no value. "I'm sorry, sir. We don't serve plain water. You may peruse our minimum consumption drink list." The handsome waiter's tone turned frosty, revealing the futility of his efforts. It seemed that merely attending the nightclub was a luxury for someone like him. To expect him to spend money was a far-fetched notion. No plain water? How low class. Could this be a black nightclub? Su Zhanghua scoffed, relieved that the waiter chose to ignore him, turning instead to attend to other patrons. Amidst the thronging crowd, Su Zhanghua finally spotted Zhou Xiaoang. This young woman, with her alluring figure and revealing attire, danced with a confidence that belied her tender age of 17, drawing a flock of predatory onlookers. Noticing the attention, Zhou Xiaoang danced with even greater fervor, outshining the other girls who accompanied her. Alarmingly, she adopted seductive poses, rubbing against the men, provoking in Su Zhanghua an almost overwhelming urge to crush his cigarette and slap her in frustration. What could possibly be going through the minds of today's youth? As the pulsating beats of the DJ faded into a softer, more languorous rhythm, Zhou Xiaoang danced on. Perspiration glistening on her skin, the form-fitting dress accentuating her curves, drawing the gaze of the surrounding beasts, who swallowed hard in their desire. She seemed insatiable, continuing to sway her hips, pouring every ounce of her remaining energy into the dance, relishing the exhilarating escape from reality. Suddenly, a voice behind him exclaimed in surprise and delight, "Teacher Su, what brings you here?" Turning around, he recognized the stylishly coiffed Huang Yu, her face still bearing the remnants of bruising. Standing beside her was a girl clad in a denim skirt and a red short-sleeved top. Her youthful skin slathered in garish makeup, attempting to appear mature, her face and figure not without merit. "Oh, teacher, I was right behind you just now, but I lost sight of you," she lamented. "Stop pretending, you rascal. If you have matters to attend to, do not disturb me," Su Zhanghua remarked. Glancing at the girl behind him, he exchanged a knowing look with Huang Yu and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us go, let us go." "Haha. I shall take my leave then, dear teacher," Huang Yu replied cheerfully as he led the girl behind him, weaving through the crowd. Su Zhonghua shook his head and continued to gaze in the direction of Zhou Xiaoyang. Where did she go? His eyes swiftly scanned the entire venue until he finally spotted Zhou Xiaoyang, who had descended from the stage and was seated at a table with 4 men and 3 women, engaging in jovial conversation over drinks. The men appeared youthful, likely in their 20s, and did not resemble students. They were presumably the ruffian boyfriends Huang Yu had mentioned. The vibrant red of the neon lights illuminated Zhou Xiaoyang's delicate and attractive face. Beside her sat a tall, handsome man with a buzz cut, who was leaning in to whisper in her ear. Moments later, the two erupted into laughter, likely exchanging flirtatious banter. Seizing the opportunity, another young man beside the buzz-cut man discreetly dropped a white pill into a glass of beer. Even Su Zhonghua, who prided himself on his boldness, broke into a cold sweat, instantly recognizing the substance as a drug intended to incapacitate a girl. It seemed that Zhou Xiaoyang's boyfriend had already plotted against her. Had he not fortuitously taken on the role of a stalker today, this foolish girl would have been on the verge of losing the most precious thing a girl possesses, a thought too dreadful to contemplate. As the conspirators completed their scheme and exchanged knowing glances, the buzz-cut man tenderly inquired of Zhou Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, are you thirsty? Have a drink." He released her shoulder and reached for the beer laced with the drug. "I'm not that thirsty. I can wait a bit longer." "Alan, shall we go sing later?" Zhou Xiaoyang, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, beamed with anticipation at the mention of karaoke. "Singing can wait. Let us toast first. And then we'll take you to sing, all right?" The man named Alan appeared gentle and amiable, yet his gaze lingered suggestively on Zhou Xiaoyang's neckline. "You said it. After we finish this drink, we'll go sing." Being a naive young girl, she remained unaware of the looming danger and trusted her boyfriend implicitly. Zhou Xiaoyang giggled, reaching for the beer on the table. As the plan seemed poised for success, Alan and the other young men exchanged furtive, suggestive glances. "Do not drink." The familiar voice caused Zhou Xiaoyang to tremble, her beer cup halting just before her lips. Su Zhonghua, cigarette in mouth, swaggered over to the group surrounding Alan, fixing his gaze on Zhou Xiaoyang, and exclaimed, "What is a mere schoolgirl doing drinking beer? What a disgrace! Coming to such a chaotic place. Do you believe I won't tell your brother? Hurry back and submit a 2,000-word apology." "Mind your own business," Zhou Xiaoyang retorted. Though she was taken aback to encounter Su Zhonghua here, there was still a lingering fear of this elder brother and teacher figure. "Who do you think you are?" Alan, with a buzz cut, stood up, his demeanor menacing. Given their ages, Su Zhonghua was hardly Zhou Xiaoyang's father. What right did he have to interfere? "Watch your mouth. You little brat, I'm your grandfather." Su Zhonghua shot back, his expression stern as he pointed at Zhou Xiaoyang. "Moreover, I am her teacher and homeroom instructor." "So what if you were a teacher? It's after class. Why are you always bothering me?" Zhou Xiaoyang seemed ungrateful, glaring fiercely at Su Zhonghua. This little girl was truly infuriating Su Zhonghua. He had thought that his earlier display of imposing authority would have subdued her, but alas, that was not the case. Alan and his companions exchanged disdainful glances. This unrefined man spoke of his profession as if it were something grand, utterly oblivious to his own embarrassment. "You're just a pathetic teacher. Get lost. If you keep bothering me, I swear I'll make you regret it." Alan suddenly wiped the smile off his face, his expression darkening, as the unwelcome presence of this distasteful man disrupted his mood. "Hey, if you dare to insult me again, I'll make you pay. Now, I'm taking her with me," Su Zhonghua said, limping towards Zhou Xiaoyang, seizing her arm. Zhou Xiaoyang attempted to break free, but she was no match for Su Zhonghua's iron grip. Her small arm felt as if it might be crushed, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Dare to touch my girlfriend? You think you can act tough with me?" Alan snarled, clearly looking for a confrontation. Alan could hardly tolerate such an occurrence. The individuals nearby, a rowdy bunch fond of brawling, wasted no time in seizing chairs to hurl at him. In the bustling atmosphere of the nightclub, altercations were hardly extraordinary. They transpired every few days. Yet, within a harmonious society, large-scale skirmishes were a rarity. Those once rebellious and fervent youths yearned to relive the exhilaration of bygone days, finding thrill in the ferocity of the fray. With a fierce countenance, Alan and his companions brandished beer bottles and folding chairs, unhesitatingly directing their aggression towards Su Zhonghua, their intensity unmatched by mere ruffians. Old Su deftly sidestepped the descending chair, delivering a punch with the swiftness of lightning to the young man's temple, eliciting a cry of agony. Without a glance, he crouched low to confront another man swinging a beer bottle, swiftly seizing his throat and flipping him around. delivering a sharp kick that left the man gasping and incapacitated. Alan, ever cunning, took advantage of his companion's distraction, sneaking behind Su Zhonghua to smash a beer bottle against his head with a resounding crash. Shards of glass cascaded like a waterfall, splattering those nearby, crimson blood following suit. Zhou Xiaoyang had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, gasping in horror. Su Zhonghua. As the crowd anticipated his downfall, old Su remained unfazed, his body not wavering in the slightest. Before Alan could comprehend the situation, Su Zhonghua seized the broken bottle, swiftly thrusting its jagged edge into Alan's groin, releasing him with a kick that sent the latter sprawling to the ground, howling in pain. Witnesses rushed forward at the first sign of trouble. Upon recognizing familiar faces in the fray, they brandished folding batons, their intentions glaringly evident as they assessed the dynamics of friend and foe with alarming speed. A bottle was hurled, narrowly missing old Su. Aware of the odds stacked against him and mindful of his recently injured thigh, Su Zhonghua prudently pulled Zhou Xiaoyang, who had been hiding, into the fray. The cacophony of music persisted, as not all were concerned with the trivialities of such brawls. Dragging Zhou Xiaoyang along, Su Zhonghua weaved left and right, the earlier exertion aggravating his thigh wound, causing fresh blood to seep forth. His agility waned, and he endured several blows from the pursuing youths. Yet, when they drew near, he countered with timely slaps and kicks, fighting to maintain his ground. Astonishingly, with each resounding slap from this man, teeth would scatter amidst anguished cries, and every kick would resonate with the unmistakable sound of ribs shattering. To safeguard Zhou Xiaoyang from inadvertent harm, Su Zhonghua firmly embraced him in his arms, rendering his movements less agile than before. Several times, he was struck mercilessly by a burly man's folding stick, an experience incomprehensible to those who have never endured such pain, akin to internal injuries. It felt as though one's body and organs were separated, with every breath-inducing sharp agony. However, those unfortunate enough to be struck by Su Zhonghua's palm or right foot could only be described as suffering even more. The sensation was reminiscent of being struck by a Harley motorcycle traveling at 220 miles per hour, propelling one far beyond the grasp of gravity. This spectacle elicited loud cheers and exclamations of thrill from onlookers, who found it exhilaratingly intense. Su Zhonghua is not the thousand-handed Guanyin. He cannot withstand the onslaught of a multitude. Occasionally, he may be struck by a fist or a beer bottle, emitting a muffled groan, yet he remains resolute, steadfastly pulling his students away. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyang, nestled in his embrace, wisely curbs her rebelliousness. There are limits to defiance. She understands that if she does not follow Su Zhonghua's lead, this man may very well face a fatal beating. She ponders why he is so insistent on controlling her. Could it be because he is her teacher, or perhaps because she is the sister of his brother? Su Zhonghua grasped the girl and desperately rushed to the entrance of the nightclub, Yumo. Upon noticing the unfolding situation, the young man who had stamped Su Zhonghua's ticket attempted to intervene, only to be met with a furious slap that sent him flying, incapacitated. As old Su passed by, he spat contemptuously, "Damn it, charging me $20, is there no equality between men and women?" Zhou Xiaoyang, nestled in old Su's embrace, found herself inexplicably chuckling at such absurd remarks amidst the tense atmosphere. "Curse you!" Su Zhonghua gasped, his anger simmering from the near-violent encounter he faced on her behalf. His wrath had been pinned up for far too long, and with no outlet, he appeared as a fearsome demon, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead. "Are you still dawdling? Come with me." Without waiting for a response, Su Zhonghua tightened his grip on the girl's hand and surged forward down the street. Zhou Xiaoyang stumbled several times, nearly losing her footing, yet old Su paid her no mind and continued to drag her along. After a seemingly endless sprint, Zhou Xiaoyang felt breathless, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. This exertion proved far more exhausting than dancing, rendering her incapable of uttering a single coherent sentence. After turning several corners, Su Zhonghua was certain he had shaken off his pursuers. He finally came to a halt beneath a patch of grass. Clutching a tattered newspaper he had scavenged from a nearby trash bin to staunch the bleeding wound on his forehead. Despite his efforts, blood continued to trickle down the side of his face. Once he caught his breath, Zhou Xiaoyang used a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to be met with the sight of Su Zhonghua's pale and disheveled visage, his thighs and forehead smeared with blood, an alarming sight indeed. The young girl refrained from reprimanding him for interrupting her date with her boyfriend. Instead, she offered him a packet of tissues and coldly remarked, "Su Zhonghua, you've injured Alan, and they will not let you off easily. I'm going back to find him." "What? You still dare to return?" Su Zhonghua, resting against a large tree, felt his expression turn icy in an instant. His violent tendencies overtook any sense of compassion, and he struck Zhou Xiaoyang, sending her sprawling onto the grass, her phone and tissue scattering about. "You, lunatic, madman." The sudden blow left the girl bewildered, clutching her rapidly swelling cheek, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Zhonghua remained unmoved, seizing the girl's silken hair with a brutal grip, lifting her without uttering a word, and delivering a sharp slap. Then he turned her face towards his, sneering, "Alan? Your boyfriend? How absurd. He probably intends to drug and violate you, perhaps even orchestrate a gang assault. You filthy wretch. And yet you hurry back to him for more. What?" Zhou Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Su Zhonghua. "Do not slander him. Alan treats me well. How could he do such a thing? Humph. A harlot remains a harlot. A few sweet nothings lead you to believe he cares for you. Now, you may as well rush back to him and see if you survive the night." Su Zhonghua laughed derisively after cavorting for so long. "You remain blissfully ignorant of drugging and gang rapes. Even a pig has more sense than you." "Impossible." The girl retorted in disbelief. "What do you mean by drug? Is it not obvious? Perhaps you think it's cold medicine or vitamins. You're acting like a fool. When asked to drink, you comply." As these words sank in, Zhou Xiaoyang's face drained of color, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. She recalled how Alan had persistently urged her to drink, although she had never indulged. Conversations with friends and internet research had unveiled the insidious nature of such drugs, often used clandestinely, rendering the victim unaware of her assailant's identity. The notion that her boyfriend, with whom she had barely begun to navigate the delicate waters of romance, could betray her in such a heinous manner shattered her innocent dreams of first love, leaving her heart aching with both sorrow and dread. At last, tears streamed down her cheeks, which she hastily wiped away, each drop a testament to the heartbreak inflicted by her once beloved. The tumult of emotions, anger, despair, and unwillingness, clashed within her as she defiantly shouted, "Why are you so insufferable? Why must you meddle in everything? I am not a child. I know how to conduct myself. You know how to conduct yourself?" Lao Su chuckled, adopting a dismissive demeanor. "Your skirt barely covers your thighs. Your chest is almost entirely exposed. Your makeup is more grotesque than a monster. And your hair is a yellow explosion. Do you fancy yourself a super scion? You do not even care for yourself. What part of you embodies discernment?" Ignoring him, Zhou Xiaoyang stood frozen, her expression vacant. Su Zhonghua stepped closer, urging, "Come with me. Do you truly wish to remain here and await your fate?" "I will not go with you," Zhou Xiaoyang protested, wrenching her hand from his grasp and darting away. With swift reflexes, Su Zhonghua caught her once more, threatening, "Try to escape again, and I swear I shall strike you down." "You dare," Zhou Xiaoyang retorted defiantly. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the air, and 5 distinct handprints suddenly appeared on Zhou Xiaoyang's fair complexion. Stumbling unsteadily, she fell onto the grass, her lightly adorned youthful face flushed crimson, with her hair cascading over her features. The fall caused her short skirt to ride up, revealing cartoon-patterned underwear. Initially, the girl covered her face in shock, but then she abruptly collapsed onto the grass, sobbing uncontrollably. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that this third slap was the most painful, as if it pierced her very heart. She choked out, "Why did you hit me again? You insane Su Zhonghua. What does my brother have to do with this? Why did I hit you?" "Because I am your brother's friend. Perhaps your brother cannot reach you, but I, Su Zhonghua, can. Now that you're in trouble, you suddenly remember your brother. I can only say that a person like you, devoid of integrity, is utterly inhumane. Even a dog, when raised, can guard the home and protect its territory, far surpassing you by 100-fold. Su Zhonghua scoffed coldly, his emotions somewhat agitated. The blood, which had just ceased to flow from his wound, began to seep out once more, prompting him to cover it hastily. He continued to shout, "You have no idea how difficult your brother's life is. He toiled relentlessly to raise you, selflessly providing you with the best food and clothing, ensuring you attended the finest schools, placing all his hopes upon you. A man in his 20s now bears the appearance of one in his 40s. Every sacrifice he made was for your sake. And what about you? Indulging in pleasures, lacking any ambition, and dare I say, pursuing romantic relationships." His words detonated within Zhou Xiaoyang's heart like a bundle of heavy explosives, shattering her most vulnerable emotions. She despised having her innermost thoughts exposed. With her teeth biting down hard on her lower lip, she stifled silent sobs, her long hair disheveled and tears glistening in her eyes, presenting a scene of utter desolation beneath the dim moonlight. P.S. I extend my gratitude to those who have cast their votes for me. Chapter 38. The rebellious youth of Shaoyang Su Zhonghua could hardly bear to see a girl in tears. He quickly turned away, took out a cigarette, and lit it to quell his anger. As he inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. His brother had endured a lifetime of suffering for the sake of this sister, whom he could not teach. Therefore, he resolved to assume the role of the villain to guide her instead. The street was desolate at night, with only the occasional vehicle passing by, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. The only sounds were the girl's sobs and the crackling of the cigarette as he smoked, their faces obscured by the dim, hazy moonlight, everything shrouded in darkness. After standing still for 5 minutes, during which the girl cried, Su Zhonghua, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, bent down and lifted her, speaking gently, "All right, think it over carefully. Come back with me." Shaoyang dared not disobey. The memory of Su Zhonghua's fearsome slap lingered vividly in her mind. She allowed herself to be led forward, her head bowed like a thoroughly mistreated little wife. The streetlights flickered weakly, illuminating the path just enough to discern the way ahead. Their elongated shadows twisted and overlapped beneath the harsh light, sorrowfully returning to their original form. They walked in silence down 2 long streets, the only sounds being the soft thud of their shoes on the ground and Su Zhonghua's rhythmic smoking. The girl, trailing behind, touched her swollen, fiery face, reflecting on the events of the night, her eyes welling with tears. She harbored resentment towards Alan, who had deceived her, but even more towards the man before her. As she mentally unleashed a torrent of venomous curses, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of the flickering glow of the cigarette end, revealing the man's face. A glaring scar ran from his forehead to his chin, still oozing blood, yet he remained unfazed, exhaling smoke with an air of calm. His chiseled profile bore an undeniable strength, yet it was tinged with bitterness. Was this blood shed for her sake? Shaoyang felt a lump in her throat, desperately wanting to speak, yet no words emerged. "Hey, you little brat, what are you thinking? It's been a while, and you're still crying." Su Zhonghua awkwardly broke the silence, realizing his actions might have been a bit excessive. "That's none of your business," Shaoyang managed to utter, her voice strained. "You are both my sister and my student. How could I not care for you? You are still young and do not understand many things. I was wrong to hit you earlier, but I know you wouldn't listen to reason." As the girl trudged behind the man, lost in thought, she began to feel a strange sense of tenderness reminiscent of the care she had received from her parents in her childhood. Her vision blurred, and the man's silhouette began to merge with the memory of her father's back, time seeming to slow to a near halt. When a cool night breeze blew, clarity returned. Shaoyang exhaled, puffing out her cheeks defiantly. "I am not your sister, and I don't even know you." "Heh, if it isn't, then it simply isn't. It's all due to your wooden-headed brother, who failed to educate you properly, allowing you to grow into such a willful, capricious, unreasonable individual with a dreadful demeanor. It seems that finding a suitable partner in the future may prove to be quite challenging. Ah, please, no more. I do not wish to converse with you." Zhou Shaoyang stamped her foot in frustration, stubbornly halting her steps. Old Su, however, remained unperturbed, silently chuckling as he turned back to gently take the girl's hand, continuing forward. Zhou Shaoyang was momentarily taken aback but did not resist, feeling the slightly cold, damp hand of the man. She murmured a few indistinct words under her breath, barely audible. Su Zhonghua rubbed his eyes, feeling as though his eyelids were burdened with 1,000 pounds, utterly fatigued. Yet, he still sought to engage in conversation. "Do you not yearn for love, for someone to care for you and cherish you?" "Humph, that's not the case at all. Don't spout nonsense just to fill the silence. I told you I don't wish to converse with you." After bringing Zhou Shaoyang back to the apartment, he deliberately made her sit on the sofa first. Old Su hurriedly stashed away the telescope he used to spy on the girl in the opposite building into a drawer, tucked the DVD player, featuring dubious content, beneath the bed, and concealed the lace black panties he had previously pilfered from the neighbor, Widow Wang. Unfortunately, this last action was witnessed by Zhou Shaoyang, who had just returned from the water cooler. Her face flushed crimson as she berated him. "I can't believe you. A teacher could be so twisted and lecherous." As Su Zhonghua's image of integrity and seriousness in the girl's heart evaporated entirely, he found himself in an excruciating predicament. Wishing he could bury his head in the wall, desperately seeking to mask his embarrassment, he caught sight of Zhou Shaoyang's disdainful and mocking expression, prompting him to stammer. "How could there be such a thing in my room? This is truly strange. It's impossible. I've never seen it before. Who could have framed me? Ah, It must be that treacherous Huang Yu. No, I must confront this pervert tomorrow. He sighed, dismissing the matter. Never mind, it doesn't concern me. I need to sleep. Zhou Xiaoyang, puffing with indignation, thought to herself, what a clumsy excuse. Su Zhonghua, at a loss for words, hastily opened the door and discarded the lace underwear at the doorstep of the neighboring house, secretly contemplating the opportunity to pilfer a few more items from Widow Wang's abode in the future. The modest two-room apartment allowed for Zhou Xiaoyang to have a room of her own. Su Zhonghua, maintaining a serious demeanor, ushered the girl inside, imparting a few words of advice to go to bed early before hastily exiting, wary of the potential for impropriety in cohabiting. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He patted his head and made his way to the kitchen to retrieve the last remaining egg, boiling it in water. He then spent 2 minutes in the bathroom washing away the remnants of blood and grime, changing into a fresh set of clothes. The egg was perfectly cooked. Wrapping it in a towel, Su Zhonghua approached Zhou Xiaoyang's room and knocked on the door. When there was no response, he twisted the knob, finding it unlocked, a sign of her naivete. Turning on the light, he beheld Zhou Xiaoyang sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, her face haggard, and visible bruises marred her complexion. Startled by Su Zhonghua's abrupt entrance, holding a towel with an appearance she deemed lewd, she panicked, fearing he might reveal his true nature. I warn you, don't do anything reckless. I won't submit to you, she cried, attempting to retreat in desperation. Hey, what are you doing? Su Zhonghua interjected, advancing toward her to grasp her shoulders and gently turn her face toward him, placing the towel-wrapped egg against her bruises. Hold still, the egg can help reduce the swelling. Stop your wild shouting. Do I seem like that kind of person? Upon hearing his words, Zhou Xiaoyang fell silent, maintaining her previous posture as she allowed him to tend to her injuries, feeling an unexpected warmth and comfort. In that moment, she even perceived this man as gentle, momentarily forgetting the violence she had endured as she gazed at his actions with a foolish fascination. This series of scenes is likely to remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. After assisting Zhou Xiaoyang in alleviating her swelling, Su Zhonghua promptly collapsed onto the bed, burying his head beneath the covers in exhaustion. The day's exertion had far exceeded reasonable limits. The affliction of his violent spirit had surged upon him like a deluge. In the morning, he had engaged in a frenzied basketball game, and by evening, he found himself embroiled in successive altercations, sustaining numerous injuries and losing considerable blood. His physical and mental reserves were utterly depleted, to the extent that he nearly succumbed to slumber while attempting to walk, clearly demonstrating the depths of his fatigue. Chapter 39. The Sloppy Teacher's Deception. The following morning, he rose early, first preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After washing his face and applying a band-aid to the wound on his forehead, he hurried to Zhou Xiaoyang's room and knocked vehemently on the door, reminiscent of a thug trying to break in. Inside, Zhou Xiaoyang, cocooned under a single blanket, could no longer withstand the disturbance. With bleary eyes, she opened the door and, in a testy tone, exclaimed, "What do you want? Why are you haunting me? You're quite bothersome." Su Zhonghua forcefully pushed the door open, scrutinizing the little girl from head to toe before sternly admonishing, "As a young person, don't you know that rising early is beneficial for both body and mind? It is already past 6. Hurry and brush your teeth, eat breakfast, and accompany me to school." The dawn had just begun to break, with the morning sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains and casting a gentle glow into the room. Zhou Xiao, still half asleep, was clad in the revealing floral camisole from the previous day, the fabric wrinkled from sleep. One strap of the camisole had slipped down her arm, exposing her delicate, fair shoulder, while a glimpse from above revealed the soft pink of her bra beneath. Her long legs, reminiscent of milk in their hue, were partially veiled, exuding an air of languid sensuality. Su Zhonghua could not help but swallow hard, quickly shaking his head and sternly saying, "Wake up, go wash your face. You're going to be late." "Late for what? You are the class teacher." "I'm not feeling well today. I need to take a leave." Zhou Xiaoyang slowly opened her eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction without any courtesy. "What is bothering you? Don't feign ignorance in front of me. Do you want to experience the sting of a slap?" Su Zhonghua said with a serious expression, "Get up quickly." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled Xiaoyang out the door, inadvertently grazing her well-rounded backside, a thought flashing through his mind. How soft. "Oh, I don't want to go to school." Zhou Xiaoyang pouted, shaking off Su's hand and running back to her room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had realized that the lecherous man had touched her, but out of shyness, she pretended not to notice. Outside, Su Zhonghua inhaled the lingering scent of the girl on his hand, feeling a wave of intoxication. After calling for over 10 minutes without any response, he finally gave up, thinking, educating children must be a gradual process. One cannot rush, but rather take it one step at a time. Breakfast is ready. You can eat by yourself, he declared, leaving without even tasting the meal he had prepared, rushing off to school. With a new appointment, being late consecutively would be detrimental. On that summer morning, with a cool breeze refreshing the air, Su Zhonghua stood at the school gate, feeling both exhausted and hungry. His injured thigh cramping painfully as he leaned against the iron gate, gasping for breath. At least I'm not late. It was absurd. He had lost several hundred yuan while fleeing after robbing Cold Brother at a nightclub the previous day, and the little money that remained had gone to Sanyan. Now, he had not a single cent, making it impossible to afford the bus fare, so he had run to school on an empty stomach, nearly fainting from fatigue. His mind was filled with trivial advertisements on utility poles, promising incredible returns on investments, or dark thoughts of lurking in shadows seeking robbery targets, purely unrealistic notions. He then hurried into the cafeteria, finding Zhou Zhifei chopping vegetables at the counter. After sharing some amusing anecdotes, he shamelessly requested 4 small steamed buns, devouring them one after another until his hunger was somewhat alleviated. By the way, old Shou, your sister Xiaoang caught a cold yesterday. I took her to the doctor, and she is fine now. She is taking a leave at my place today, Su Zhonghua mumbled, stuffing the last bun into his mouth, sounding as if he genuinely meant it. Caught a cold? Truly, that girl has never learned to take care of herself. Since she's south at your place, please look after her. That makes me feel at ease, Zhou Zhifei replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he chopped the ribs. No problem. I excel at taking care of little sisters. All right, I'll be on my way. Su Zhonghua left with a chuckle, casually snatching a bun as he passed the steamer. Exiting the kitchen, he made his way to the playground where students were practicing gymnastics. The 8th set of exercises blared loudly in the background, and Luo Yitong, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene. Any student failing to perform correctly would find themselves reprimanded. At that moment, a disheveled man scurried about the playground, his dust-covered liberation shoes wandering aimlessly, as if in search of something. Old Su appeared increasingly unkempt, resembling a beggar more and more each day. His hair was tousled. A few band-aids adorned his forehead, and his shirt was mis-buttoned. After running past several classes, he finally spotted the students of Class 2 from the 3rd grade in a corner of the playground. The group from Class 2 stood in a haphazard formation, devoid of spirit, as if on the brink of collapse. With half-closed eyes, they lazily waved their arms, barely performing the exercises. The attendance was woefully lacking. From a class of over 30, only a dozen or so were present, most of whom were girls. The boys included only Huang Yu, Dong Chun, and a few others whose names had slipped his mind. Damn it, a bunch of rascals. Su Zhonghua seethed, his anger ignited. With so many absent, the student council would deduct a significant number of conduct points, which were closely tied to his meager salary. Without hesitation, he pointed at the students of Class 2, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Look at you lot, a disgrace. How many times must I repeat myself? Performing morning exercises is essential for physical health and the growth of your bones. Do you understand? If you don't want to participate, no one is forcing you. Dong Chun, what are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before? Keep your hands flat and stop being so lethargic. The students erupted in murmurs, completely disregarding Old Su's words. They collectively shared the sentiment that he hardly seemed to regard himself as a teacher, his shabby appearance and coarse language rendering him unworthy of the role. Huang Yu, where are the other students? Su Zhonghua demanded, his expression stern as he glared at the lethargic group. They seem to be sleeping in the dormitory. Oh no, wait, perhaps in the classroom, Huang Yu stammered, reluctant to provoke his temper, yet feeling embarrassed in front of his peers for listening to the teacher. He could only offer a vague response, hoping to evade scrutiny. All right, I understand. Make a note of who was absent today for me. Please, no? My memory isn't great, sir. You see, Huang Yu dared not become the scapegoat in the eyes of his classmates. Thus he feigned reluctance. I don't care about that. Have the list ready for me by noon. Su Zhonghua was about to leave the student dormitory for an inspection when he was confronted by Luo Yitong, who approached with an air of urgency. Teacher Su, what on earth are you doing? At least maintain your image in front of the students. Dress properly and refrain from using foul language. Just look at your students. What do they resemble? This month, I'm deducting 50 conduct points from your class. Director Luo. How can this be? Alas, it is my own fault for being so impoverished that I cannot even afford decent clothing. All my salary goes to aid impoverished children in remote mountainous areas. Su Zhonghua adeptly adapted to the situation, expressing himself with genuine emotion. Whenever I think of those children who cannot afford an education, my heart aches. They walk 20 kilometers in tattered straw sandals daily, simply to gain a modicum of knowledge. The images of their famished faces haunt my thoughts. I merely wish to exert my utmost efforts to change this dire situation. Luo Yidong gazed at him incredulously. His eyes wide as he absorbed Su's words, momentarily speechless. Yet, upon witnessing a glimmer of tears in Su's eyes, he felt a stirring within him, leading him to believe at least part of what he heard. With a sigh, he remarked, "Xiao Su, I never imagined you to be so. Fine. I won't deduct the conduct points for now. It is commendable that despite your hardships, you selflessly assist children you have never met. I feel it is necessary to report this to the board and commend you publicly before the entire faculty and student body." "Oh, Director Luo. There is no need for that. I seek neither fame nor fortune. I simply wish to contribute quietly. Perhaps you could lend me a few hundred yuan to help me out?" Chapter 40. The Art of Persuasion. Borrow money. "Xiao Su, it's not that I am stingy. But if my wife finds out, I fear." Luo Yitong's expression was one of genuine conflict, revealing the difficulty of his situation. "Never mind. Since Director Luo has his own troubles, I shall not press the issue, regardless of what happens in the future. I will do my utmost to assist those children in the mountainous regions." Su Zhonghua's face bore the weight of sorrow as he turned away, head bowed. Luo Yitong hesitated, feeling torn. He was obligated to turn over his entire salary to his wife each month, leaving himself with only a few hundred yuan. If he lent Su money, how would he manage? As Su Zhonghua observed Luo Yitong's indecision, he already harbored a resolution in his heart. He deliberately slowed his pace. Sighing and lamenting, the morals of society are deteriorating, and the hearts of men are no longer pure. If one does not act for oneself, one may face divine retribution. He had racked his brain to conjure up such subtle, yet sardonic remarks. "Hey, wait a moment, Su. How can you say that?" Luo Yitong exclaimed. Gritting his teeth and summoning his resolve, he fished out a black crocodile skin wallet from his pocket, counted the few red notes inside, and after a prolonged moment, he reluctantly produced a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Su Zhonghua. "Here, Su, I'll lend you this 100 yuan. But remember to return it when you get your salary." 100 yuan? Director Luo, are you insulting me?" Su Zhonghua inwardly cursed his stinginess, yet feigned a pained expression. With rising prices, what can a mere 100 yuan accomplish? "Never mind, Director Luo. You might as well take this money and buy a couple of pounds of pork to nourish yourself." This left Luo Yidong in an awkward predicament. Unable to retract the bill he had offered, yet unsure how to proceed. The previous incident in the cafeteria where he had been assaulted lingered in his mind. He had received Su Zhonghua as assistance then. He did not wish to appear ungrateful, and borrowing a few hundred yuan was hardly a grave matter, especially since it would eventually be repaid. With this thought, he hastily grabbed Su, who was about to depart, and generously proclaimed, "Here, Su. I'm lending you 300 yuan. Be sure to pay me back." He extracted 300 yuan bills from his wallet and pressed them into the other's hands. In the heart of Su Zhonghua, a sense of secret delight burgeoned, yet he feigned earnestness as he turned to accept the money, hastily stashing it into his pocket. His expression underwent a dramatic transformation as he chuckled. "Ha, Director Luo, you are overly concerned. My integrity is evident. Do I appear to be the sort to borrow money without repayment?" Yet internally, he mused that this old fellow was surely incapable of yielding any profit. Returning the money would be sheer folly. He produced a crumpled cigarette and offered it to Luo Yidong, saying, "Director Luo, it is apparent that you are a compassionate and conscientious individual, and I hold you in sincere esteem." Without further ado, he declared his intention to organize the student records for Class 2. Having secured the money, old Su was reluctant to engage in further discourse with the old man, seizing an excuse to depart. "Very well, off you go." Luo Yitong waved his hand in resignation, clearly still lamenting the loss of those 300 yuan. Following the morning exercises, the daily early study session commenced. Su Zhonghua, buoyed by the unexpected windfall, carried a roster to Class 2 of the third year, humming a cheerful tune all the while. The students in Class 2 remained as they always were, idle and restless, devoid of the palpable tension one would expect from seniors preparing for the impending college entrance examination. Some played cards, others smoked, and a few indulged in snacks, their leisurely demeanor rivaling that of a resort. Upon reaching the classroom door, he could hear the boisterous laughter of the students. particularly the voice of the rotund Mo Jinyu. Haha, last night after school, Teacher Su was thoroughly trounced by Yang Fan. I was there, and I saw with my own eyes as Yang Fan wielded a stick and knocked the teacher to the ground. Then, Teacher Su immediately knelt like a turtle, begging for mercy. Hero Yang, spare me, please. Following this, the fair-faced Yang Fan chimed in. Later, when Teacher Su attempted to flee, Yang Fan delivered a kick that sent him 3 meters away, and he fell to the ground, spitting blood 5 times clearly. These two were exaggerating and distorting the truth. Su Zhonghua rolled his eyes, frustration etched on his forehead. He had, in fact, heroically vanquished an assailant intent on harming him, while Yang Fan had fled in disgrace. Yet, in the mouths of those rascals, he had been transformed into a figure of cowardice, sullied before the entire class of girls. In that moment, thoughts of retaliating against Mo Jinyu flickered through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, for now, I shall grant you a reprieve. Once I have passed my probationary period as a teacher, we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly. To one's surprise, during the morning exercise, there were still a dozen or so students in class 2. When it came time for morning reading, it was quite rare that, apart from the injured Yang Fan and Zhou Xiaoang, no other students were absent or late. This somewhat soothed his wounded spirit. Wu Yudi, Su Li, Lin Shiping, and Zhao Ru, faces he had never seen before, finally made their appearance. Additionally, Tang Shishir, Shi Waxin, and Zhao Tianhao, who had conspired to extort him just 2 days prior, gradually attended class, likely intending to use those few ambiguous photographs to blackmail him. Tang Shishir was, in truth, a girl of indifference, possessing a perfectly shaped face, her eyes seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure. Her hair was styled in a flamboyant manner, which today's youth might naively consider fashionable. Her lips were adorned with purple lipstick, and on her left arm, she bore a peach blossom tattoo. Her ears were adorned with earrings that resembled large bangles. Instead of the school uniform, she wore a very short denim skirt and a tight-fitting shirt that was scant enough to reveal her charming little belly button. At first glance, she exuded a wild and alluring charm. As Su Zhonghua reflected, during his years of navigating the complexities of society, he had encountered numerous young girls adorned in such attire, easily influenced and posing little threat to him. His gaze fell upon her delicate waist, and he unconsciously swallowed. Lin Shiping appeared rather ordinary, yet her occasional glances revealed an air of leisure, suggesting she was far from mundane. Conversely, the two young men, Shi Waxin and Zhao Tianhao, based on their recent extortionate behavior, were certainly not formidable individuals. How naive to think they could extort 20,000 yuan from him with merely a few intimate photographs. Today being Mother's Day, he was unable to dedicate time to writing as he was off to another city to have dinner with his mother. Thus, the word count was somewhat lacking, but he promised 2 updates the following day, still seeking votes in earnest. Chapter 41. A little gamble for pleasure after a prolonged observation. Su Zhonghua finally entered the classroom, cautiously nudging the door with the attendance sheet, while bracing himself to retreat at the slightest hint of trouble. The classroom door creaked open, and nothing untoward occurred, allowing the vigilant Su to exhale in relief. However, the classroom remained noisy despite his arrival, aside from Chen Minjing, Huang Yu, Dong Chun, and Qin Wu, who sat in silence. The others continued their raucous antics, as if the chaos of the street had seamlessly followed them inside. Zhao Tianhao and Su Lili, the very individuals who had attempted to extort him, were feeding each other snacks, engrossed in their own world. Upon seeing Su Zhonghua enter, Zhao Tianhao brazenly moved his chair closer to Su Lili, disregarding their surroundings. Wu Yudi was preoccupied with her reflection, adjusting her bangs, while a girl at the back craned her neck to offer suggestions. Jiang Fan, who had been bragging with Mo Pongzi, quickly silenced himself upon the teacher's entrance, moving aside to unveil a fashionable smartphone that began screening a movie. Before long, a crowd had gathered around him, and he impatiently waved his hand, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm trying to watch an adult film here. Don't crowd so closely, it's stifling." Deng Huizhong shot him a cold glare and swatted his phone away, admonishing, "Jiang Fan, put away your worthless phone. The teacher has arrived." The antics of this group seemed almost a provocation directed at the venerable Su. As Su Zhonghua was about to pound the table and reprimand them, he suddenly heard a student wearing black-framed glasses exclaim, "Teacher, teacher, come here, come here. Help me judge this matter. It is utterly outrageous." The student rushed towards Su. "What is it, my dear student? What do you wish to adjudicate?" Su Zhonghua halted his actions, perplexed by the inquiry. "Teacher, you need to come and see." The student, named Hao Jiojia, wore an expression of indignation as he pulled Sue to the back of the classroom, where a group of students had formed a circle. I clearly had a 9-point hand, and the dealer also had a 9-point hand. Shouldn't this result in a tie? Yet he insists on taking 50 yuan from me. Su Zhenghua felt a mix of helplessness and amusement as he witnessed the blatant gambling taking place before him. It was audacious for the students to call upon him for justice. Yet he reflected on his own demeanor since the very first day he stepped into the school. He had always maintained a stern countenance, even resorting to physical reprimands, which inevitably painted him as a traditional and unapproachable figure, creating a chasm between him and the students. If this were the case, it was only natural for the students to harbor resentment and defiance towards him. Education should not be about treating students as mere children or subordinates, coercing them into compliance, but rather about fostering genuine friendships and treating them as equals. If students only viewed their teacher with fear and disdain, it would undoubtedly hinder the smooth progression of education. With this realization, Su Zhenghua shifted from his austere poker face to a warm and amiable smile, inquiring, which student is the banker? The banker, clad in a school uniform and seated with his back turned, was shuffling cards. Upon hearing the question, he frowned. For the worst annoyance in gambling is the interference of outsiders, often deemed bad luck. He turned to his companion, Hao Jiojia, and scolded, "Damn it, you sly one. The rule at 10:30 is that the banker wins on ties. Don't you know that?" The banker, a fair-skinned boy known for his cleverness, was Yang Jiafu. Seeing Su Zhenghua attempting to meddle in their affairs, and already irked by his losses that day, he unceremoniously retorted, "Hey, teacher, if you're not gambling, just keep quiet and leave. We want to have time after morning reading." The surrounding students echoed his sentiment, voicing their disapproval. "Hey, who said I'm not gambling? I have money too." Su Zhenghua pulled out 300 yuan, which he had cleverly acquired from Luo Yitong, waving it in front of the students. "A little wager adds to the thrill, doesn't it? As for you, Hao Jiojia, you heard the rules. The banker wins on ties. There's nothing I can do to help you." However, feeling a sense of unfairness welling up inside him, Hao Jiojia was at a loss for a retort and could only slump down, resigned to continue gambling. Su Zhenghua is a man of coarse demeanor, lacking the understanding of how to cultivate relationships with his students. Drawing upon his extensive experience in the underbelly of society, he believes that the most expedient ways for men to bond are through smoking, drinking, gambling, and womanizing. From the perspective of an educator, failing to prevent students from engaging in gambling is already a breach of professional ethics. Should he choose to indulge in such activities alongside his students, he risks expulsion from the institution. Yet, Su remains indifferent to these consequences. His primary objective is to establish rapport with the students before gradually imparting his lessons. Beneath it all, however, lies a selfish desire to win their money to supplement his meager living. Su Zhenghua squeezed into the circle of people and found a seat on a stool. With a smile, he said to Yang Jiafu, "Playing 10.5, right? I am well versed in this game. Let us get started quickly." A group of students looked at Su Zhenghua with astonished expressions, as if he were a bizarre sight. The teacher had dared to gamble with students in the classroom. This was utterly unprecedented, and one might not believe it if told. "Haha, since the teacher wishes to play, we certainly welcome it. As long as you have the money, there is no fear of being discovered and expelled by the school." Yang Jiafu shrugged indifferently and began shuffling the cards with practiced ease. Although his skills could not produce a long chain or elaborate tricks, his speed was commendable, ensuring that each card was spaced apart. Playing 10.5 is a popular gambling method in the community, simple and easy to understand. A round can conclude swiftly, with the rules stipulating that the dealer plays the main card, and players take turns drawing one card each. Based on the value of their cards, they decide whether to draw another card or more, aiming to bring their total close to 10.5. Cards numbered 1 to 10 represent their face values, while J, Q, K, and the Joker represent half points. For instance, a 10 paired with a K constitutes the highest hand of 10.5. Exceeding 10.5 results in a bust, leading to an immediate loss. Place your bets. The minimum bet is 10 yuan. Yang Jiafu reminded Su Zhenghua while dealing 4 hands. "For the first round, I'll wager 20. Su Zhenghua chuckled, slapping a 100 yuan bill on the table. Then, feeling a bit uneasy, he glanced around and said, "Hey, do you have someone watching for us? I wouldn't want to get caught." "Already arranged. No need for your reminder." Several students began placing bets of 10 or 20 yuan on the table. Su Zhenghua picked up a card from the table, discreetly covering it with his hand while stealing a glance. A subtle smirk graced his lips, easily leading one to believe he had drawn a winning hand. Addressing Yang Jiafu, he declared, I raised the stakes by 50. No more cards for me. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Su was well versed in the subtleties of the card game, keenly observing the expressions of those around him and chuckling to himself. Those unafraid of defeat may come forth. Hao Jiojie tossed a red sun card onto the table, asserting, I call with 100. His demeanor exuded confidence, as if he had indeed secured a formidable hand, determined to recoup his losses. As time passed, the participants grew accustomed to following suit whenever the first player placed a bet. The onlookers glanced at their cards. Those with lesser hands continued to request additional cards, while those with stronger hands remained steadfast, awaiting the reveal. With 4 players in the game, the opportunity to draw more cards had elapsed, and it was now the dealer's turn. Yang Jiafu examined his cards, perhaps disheartened by their low value. He dealt himself an additional card. At that moment, Dong Chun, who had been secretly peeking at Su Zhonghua's cards from behind him, discreetly signaled Yang Jiafu with a gesture of 5 fingers. The other students nearby feigned ignorance of the cheating, remaining silent. Yang Jiafu understood the implication and, inwardly cursing the teacher's underhanded tactics, chuckled, All right, let us reveal the cards. He flipped his cards over, revealing a spade 3 and a heart 5, totaling 8 points. Curse it. Consider yourself fortunate, Su Zhonghua exclaimed, slamming his card onto the table, merely a diamond 5, yielding only 5 points. Ha. My apologies, teacher. Yang Jiafu gleefully scooped up the 100 from in front of Su, returning 30 to him. Subsequently, the others revealed their cards, all displaying dismally low values. The dealer triumphed over all 4 players, yet none exhibited signs of distress, as if no losses had been incurred. Hao Jiojie's hand totaled merely 3 points. Yet he had wagered 100, now defeated. He bore no resentment, merely lamenting aloud, Alas, I've lost. What a tragedy. Su Zhonghua observed the behavior of the individuals around him, aware that there was something amiss. Inwardly, he mused, You think you can outplay me? You are still inexperienced. However, he maintained a facade of nonchalance and, with a boastful grin, addressed Yang Jiafu, Classmate Yang, I am about to get serious. In Hong Kong, I was renowned as the gambling saint. If I end up losing all my money, do not call for your father. Chapter 42. The principal's invitation. A throng of students gathered around the back door of the classroom, their excitement palpable as they watched the unfolding gambling spectacle. Su Zhonghua contemplated wagering all his capital, hoping to execute a cunning trick that would leave his opponents utterly defeated, thus freeing him from a life of mere noodles. Just as he called for the cards to be dealt, he was interrupted by Luo Yitong, who had made his rounds and discovered the suspicious activity. He forcefully knocked on the door and shouted, What are you all doing gathered here? Luo Yudong has arrived. Disperse. At that moment, the students stationed outside the classroom finally recognized Luo Yudong's presence and hurriedly rushed in, yelling, Damn it! Yang Jiafu cursed under his breath, hastily flipping his cards over and shoving them into the desk, subsequently covering them with a book. The onlookers scattered like startled birds, returning to their seats and pulling out their textbooks to appear studious, while their peripheral vision discreetly darted back towards the scene. Su Zhonghua's heart was in turmoil. Not only had the scheming Luo ruined his plan to win money, but he had also lost 70 yuan in the process. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Luo Yidong flat. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lao Su could only calmly pocket the money, snatch a Chinese textbook from a nearby student, and cheerfully say to Luo Yitong, Director Luo, I was just discussing with classmate Yang Jiafu the lines from the poem Ascending Phoenix Terrace: On the Phoenix Terrace, the phoenix roams. When the phoenix departs, the terrace is empty, and the river flows on. What a marvelous play on the 3 occurrences of the word phoenix. What? Are you saying you are here discussing your studies? Then why is there such a large group gathered around? Luo Yitong, not easily fooled, scanned Yang Jiafu, noticing the bulge in his pants pocket, and began to doubt. Yes, I am indeed discussing my studies with the teacher. The other students couldn't help but come over to listen because the teacher's insights are so brilliant. Yang Jiafu quickly composed himself and echoed Lao Su's excuse, proving himself a strategist of high intelligence. All right, Teacher Su. It is now the morning reading period. Let's not turn the classroom into a chaotic mess, Luo Yidong, valuing Su Zhonghua's reputation, waved his hand to dismiss the matter. He then added, The principal just mentioned that he needs to see you. I was asked to inform you to hurry to the principal's office. Me? Su Zhonghua was perplexed. He hardly had any interaction with the principal. What could it possibly be about? Could it be that he finds my teaching role beneath my capabilities and wishes to offer me a pay raise? After a flurry of errant thoughts, Lao Su responded to Luo Yitong that he would go immediately, then took to the podium, adopting the demeanor of a homeroom teacher, and uttered a few platitudes about studying diligently and maintaining hygiene before heading to the principal's office. The principal's office was located in another building behind the teaching block. On the second floor, first room after turning left at the stairwell. Su Zhonghua approached the office door with a light step, gently knocked, but received no response. He knocked several more times, yet still no answer. Damn, no one is here, Su Zhonghua muttered, attempting to push the door open, which surprisingly yielded to his touch. Peering inside, he found the room completely vacant, devoid of any presence. Lao Su suddenly realized he had acted impulsively. The esteemed principal was absent, and he had intruded into his office uninvited. What a thoughtless act. Impulsiveness. Youth is fraught with such recklessness. It was a shame he had diligently studied the art of self-cultivation, yet had failed to temper his own temperament. After engaging in a moment of self-deprecation, he felt relieved that no one was around, lest they perceive him as a lunatic muttering to himself. The office was vast and lavishly adorned, with a crimson carpet laid at the threshold and square porcelain tiles patterned in subtle pink adorning the floor. Windows graced both the front and back, allowing ample light to flood the space, while two potted cacti sat regally on the windowsill. The walls were adorned with vibrant oil paintings, and the desk at the forefront was cluttered with documents, a testament to the owner's remarkable erudition, while a towering bookshelf behind it overflowed with volumes. In the center, an antique Eight Immortals table held a cup of tea, and beside it lay a book on tea appreciation. Old Su, with a tinge of curiosity, approached and glanced at it. Though his ignorance in this realm was stark, he had no inkling of the content within. Since he had time to spare, he took a seat without hesitation. Mimicking the elderly gentleman he had seen on television, he lifted the steaming cup, gently swirling the lid over the tea, then leaned down to take a delicate sip. Had it ended there, it would have been unremarkable. However, Old Su, with his eccentricity, indulged in an elaborate performance, imitating the refined demeanor of tea connoisseurs. After sealing the cup, he nodded appreciatively, exhaling a warm breath, and exclaimed, "What a splendid tea." The term splendid tea was rather a stretch for Su Zhonghua, who could not discern any nuances. Its taste was merely sweet upon entry, followed by a hint of bitterness, akin to the inexpensive teas sold at 3 yuan a packet. Just as Old Su finished his musings, a resonant and authoritative voice echoed, "Ha! I never imagined Teacher Su was a tea aficionado." Accompanying that voice was a portly, balding man clad in a suit, none other than the principal. Su Zhonghua quickly rose to explain his abruptness, anxious to avoid leaving a negative impression. The principal, seemingly aware of his thoughts, waved his hand. "No need for explanations. Please, have a seat. We shall converse leisurely. I just acquired a box of exquisite Huangshan Yunwu tea, which I am certain you have never tasted. It ranks among China's top 10 teas. Primarily cultivated in the Huangshan and Shixin regions of Anhui, it is indeed quite pricey. Yet the richness of its aroma and the lingering aftertaste are unparalleled." He took a handful of delicate tea leaves and sprinkled them into a fine Yixing teapot, pouring in freshly boiled water. After covering the pot and swirling it for a moment, he poured the water out, explaining, "This is the first step in tea tasting, known as washing the tea. Only after the second infusion do we truly experience its delightful flavor." As he poured in the water again, the fragrance wafted through the office, creating a serene ambience. The principal closed his eyes, inhaling deeply with evident pleasure, and remarked, "The aroma is invigorating. It refreshes both the mind and spirit." Su Zhonghua was utterly clueless. He only knew that a pot of pork would surely be more fragrant than this. However, upon hearing the principal's grandiose praises, he felt it inappropriate to disregard the man's sentiments and casually remarked, "Oh, it truly is aromatic." After steeping for approximately 15 seconds, the principal poured the tea into a small porcelain cup. Gazing at Su with eager anticipation, he said, "Please." Without regard for the scalding temperature that could burn his tongue, Su drank it all in one go. Why go through all these elaborate rituals for tea? It would be far simpler to just buy a bottle of instant nourishment and treat me, Su Zhonghua mused inwardly. Eager to impress the principal, he mimicked the refined tea-tasting techniques he had seen on television, carefully cradling the cup, lightly swaying the lid over the liquid, then bowing his head to sip delicately, savoring the taste, and finally finishing it with an expression of indulgent pleasure. "What do you think?" the principal inquired. Exquisite tea, truly exquisite," Su Zhonghua. A novice merely pretending to be knowledgeable had no real grasp of how to evaluate it. Upon tasting, he only sensed a rich, refreshing, and exceptionally sweet flavor. He decided to follow his instincts. I believe this is some sort of cloud tea. Indeed, it is excellent, sweet, thirst-quenching, soothing to the throat, invigorating as it descends into the stomach. Quite delightful. His words were mere hollow accolades, yet the principal found nothing amiss and beamed with pride. Ha! I felt the same way when I first tasted this tea. He proceeded to pursue another cup. The principal is actually pouring tea for me. Su Zhonghua felt an urge to take out his phone and capture this moment. If we, Lu Quan, and others saw it, his standing in the office would surely rise a notch. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or opportunistic. He had no prior acquaintance with the principal, yet here he was, being so ingratiating. Suddenly, a feeling of unease washed over Su Zhonghua, prompting him to smile and say, "Let us take our time to explore the matter of tea leaves later. I'm curious about why you summoned me today." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang seemed to recall something, his expression darkening. He retrieved a pack of Zongnanhai cigarettes from his drawer, handed one to Su, and said, Su, please sit down and listen to what I have to say." "All right." Su Zhonghua felt his curiosity piqued by the principal's demeanor and settled down to hear him out. The principal lit a cigarette for himself, took a few deep puffs, sighed, and began. "It's like this. Yesterday, my daughter Yuan happened to visit me at school. She has been diagnosed with autism and rarely speaks or engages with others. But since returning from school, she suddenly started asking me about you, mentioning many things, appearing quite dazed. Could you tell me what transpired between you and my daughter yesterday?" P.S. Yesterday, I gave the matter considerable thought. I believe we must reject gambling and drugs to prevent corrupting the youth. Gambling can lead to dire consequences. By the way, my eyes were watering from the screen's radiation while typing this. Thus, I seek your support. Chapter 43. Lu Dehua, your daughter Yuan? In a moment of bewilderment, Su Zhonghua found himself unable to respond, as he had encountered but a few girls, making it seemingly easy to recall. After a brief moment of reflection, he finally remembered the events of yesterday. "Oh, you are referring to the girl with the flute. I saw her in the grassy grove at school yesterday." The principal hurriedly inquired, "And then?" "Well, she exchanged a few words with me, and then, inexplicably, she ran off." I couldn't quite grasp the situation, Su Zhonghua pondered, finding the incident peculiar. The principal, equally perplexed, exclaimed, "Is that all?" Su Zhonghua nodded. Of course, he would not admit his fondness for your daughter, nor would he suggest that she might have fallen for him at first sight, prompting her inquiry about him. The principal chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you. You are too kind, principal," he replied. Subsequently, old Su found himself subjected to the principal's lengthy discourse on various school regulations and student education, nearly succumbing to brainwashing, until he feigned a pressing need to relieve himself in order to escape. After departing from the principal's office, Su Zhonghua returned to his own office. Increasingly burdened by his sense of responsibility, he began contemplating solutions to the pressing issues faced by Class 2, retrieving the class record book left by the former homeroom teacher. As the most notorious class in Mugu High School, Class 2 was also the desired destination for all mischievous students eager for amusement. This class had once induced such fear in their teacher that she refrained from attending school for an entire week. They had even orchestrated a miraculous event where only one student and one teacher remained in the classroom during a mass truancy. Moreover, during the school's performance competition, they had secured first prizes in dance, martial arts, and arts, becoming the class with the most accolades. Even at the sports meet, they triumphed in events such as men's basketball, the 3,000-meter run, the 100-meter sprint, long jump, and high jump, showcasing their multifaceted talents. What an extraordinary class, Su Zhonghua mused. The more he recalled the unruly students of Class 2, the more his head ached. Deciding to abandon these thoughts, he stretched languidly and laid his head upon the desk, succumbing to sleep. Time passed, and upon awakening, Su Zhonghua found himself alone in a dim alley. Suddenly, 3 burly men emerged before him. "Lu Dehua, halt." Su Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback. I'm not Andy Lau," he stammered in response. "Young man, do not presume that just because you have grown a beard and appear more handsome, we would fail to recognize you. A man as dashing as you cannot go unnoticed. Hand over the flower, and let us indulge." The leader of the group, a towering figure, robust as an ox, stood at 2 meters tall. With a physique reminiscent of a bear, wielding a large cleaver, his face adorned with a thick layer of flesh, he bellowed with a hearty laugh. I truly am not Andy Lau. My name is Su Zhonghua. Although I am quite handsome, that is hardly my fault. So, you are unwilling to part with the flower, are you? Very well, allow me to grant you a swift end. A sharp blade lunged towards Su Zhonghua's chest. Su Zhonghua gasped and sprang up from his desk. Startled. It was merely a dream, yet his performance within it was rather dismal. The other teachers in the office were taken aback by his sudden movement, gazing at him in bewilderment. Hey Xiaosu, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost, Lin Yukon remarked. Observing that he had not prepared any lecture notes or organized student plans, arriving each day merely to sleep, shaking his head in disapproval. No, I had a nightmare. My apologies for disturbing you all. During the lunch break, still without a place to eat and reluctant to spend money on a meal card, Su Zhonghua shamelessly borrowed 5 yuan from Lu Quan, finally purchasing a meatless, economical meal. He devoured it heartily, reflecting, I, Su, have endured hardship for much of my life. Always so destitute. Now that I have secured a respectable job, yet here I am. Teaching is not an easy path, dear children. After finishing his meal, with ample time on his hands and unsure how to occupy himself, Su Zhonghua recalled the issue of deducted conduct points and resolved to seize the opportunity to visit the student dormitory. He sought to uncover the root of the problem. How could a perfectly good conduct score plummet to such a negative? After inquiring with a few students, he eventually arrived at the student dormitory building. The private school had undeniably invested impressively in its facilities. The pristine, ivory-colored dormitory buildings rivaled contemporary residential complexes, each adorned with open balconies and humming air conditioning units working at full capacity. It was indeed a delightful experience to reside in such a pleasant environment, an indulgence Su Zhonghua could scarcely have imagined during his own school days, when he shared a cramped dormitory with 7 others, with no air conditioning or even fans during the sweltering summer months, and was prohibited from lighting mosquito coils amidst a swarm of insects. After reminiscing about his past struggles, Su Zhonghua made his way to the girls' dormitory A building. He first approached the dormitory supervisor, explaining his purpose. However, male teachers were typically not permitted in the girls' dormitory, placing the supervisor in a bit of a quandary. Su Zhonghua, with heartfelt sincerity, expressed that he was the new homeroom teacher, genuinely concerned about his class's current situation. He portrayed himself as a selfless educator devoted to his students, while the students of Class 2 appeared as wayward lambs. Touched by his earnestness, the supervisor, recognizing the rarity of such dedication among teachers these days, granted him 20 minutes, a special concession. Grateful, Su Zhonghua exited and noticed a small blackboard outside announcing that Fu Mingting from Class 3, Section 2, should come to the supervisor's office to retrieve her lost belongings. He turned back, smiling at the supervisor. I am Fu Mingting's homeroom teacher. If she has lost something, I shall take it to her. The supervisor's face suddenly flushed, as if she were experiencing a second spring. Su Zhonghua was secretly astonished at how he had become an unexpected heartthrob, his allure seemingly unstoppable. At that moment, the administrator had presented the lost item of Fu Mingting. Now, it was Su Zhonghua's turn to blush, for the item that Fu Mingting had misplaced was undeniably tantalizing, a delicate pink bra. If it weren't for his concern over maintaining a respectable facade, he would have lunged forward to snatch it up and inhale its scent deeply. This morning, a gusty wind had blown through, causing many students' clothes to be scattered about the dormitory. The administrator, chattering on, was barely registering in Su Zhonghua's mind as his eyes gleamed with excitement, swiftly claiming the item. I'll take this to you. Is it a bother? The administrator seemed to be mindful of the male teacher's dignity, fearing Su Zhonghua might feel embarrassed. What trouble could possibly be too great? For the sake of the students, I believe I can overcome anything. Su Zhonghua muttered a few words of reassurance, nonchalantly heading outside, while internally he thought, if such matters arise again, feel free to call on me. I relish these opportunities. Once he turned the corner of the staircase, he dared to exhale a sigh of relief. The pink bra was truly captivating, not only aesthetically pleasing, but also featuring a lace cutout that sparked wild fantasies and fervor. Judging by the size, it was astonishing that the demure Fu Mingting was a 36D. How could a high school girl develop in such a manner? The sensation of the cotton fabric against his fingers sent waves of exquisite pleasure through him, almost intoxicating. Unable to resist, he brought it close, inhaling deeply, savoring the scent infused with the warmth of sunlight and the delicate fragrance of youthful femininity. He found himself enveloped in a peculiar thrill of mischief and guilt, reminiscent of the time he and Lao Zhou had sneakily watched Ah Hua from the neighboring village bathe. Pervert. Two young girls, fetching water together, caught sight of Su Zhonghua at the staircase, his head buried in the bra. The scene was so sordid and twisted that they nearly hurled their water-filled bottles at him. Su Zhonghua, with a rather unsavory demeanor, made his way towards the girls' dormitory of his class. The prospect of delivering a bra to a beautiful girl made this visit to the dormitory seem quite worthwhile. He clutched the delicate pink garment tightly in his hand, feeling an anxiety that resembled not the act of returning an item, but rather the delivery of a bomb. Chapter 44. Infiltrating the girls' dormitory, he gently knocked on the door of room 305 and awaited in silence. "Who is it?" came the sweet, delicate voice of Lin Xiaoying from class 2. She was an adorable girl, with a round, cherubic face that revealed enchanting dimples when she smiled. Su Zhonghua deliberately refrained from making any sound, intent on surprising the girls in his class, as if he were an emperor incognito. Upon their encounter, they would surely feel fortunate beyond measure, overflowing with gratitude, perceiving this teacher as an unparalleled figure of greatness. Was it a visitor from the neighboring class? Lin Xiaoying mused to herself as she approached the door, her languid and charming voice a delightful melody. Casually, she swung open the door, only to be met by a man with a rather lewd grin standing outside. His half-closed eyes widened in shock, and Lin Xiaoying stood frozen for a full minute, until a scream that could startle the heavens echoed as she slammed the door shut and retreated. After what felt like an eternity, Su Zhonghua wiped the blood from his nose and slowly lit a cigarette, though his thoughts were a tumult of chaos and exhilaration, more overwhelming than the most intense experiences. He needed a moment to gather his emotions and reflect on the scene he had just witnessed. A question arose in his mind. Had it become fashionable among girls to forgo clothing during midday? Lin Xiaoying had emerged clad solely in underwear, the level of exposure unmistakable. Clearly a situation neither party had anticipated. Lin Xiaoying was indeed a delightful girl. Her panties were adorned with a cartoon motif, while her bra was a soft shade of blue. Her fair skin accentuated her attire, creating a harmonious effect. Although her bosom was modest, it possessed a petite charm that captivated the gaze, explaining Su Zhonghua's excitement. Such an exquisite young lady could easily be mistaken for the so-called innocent yet alluring archetype sought by directors from distant lands. The sounds of commotion emanating from the girls' dormitory painted a vivid picture of chaos within. The girls, seeking relief from the midday heat, were dressed rather lightly, wholly unprepared for the sudden intrusion of their most unseemly teacher, scrambling to find clothes to wear. Lin Xiaoying exaggeratedly donned a winter parka, wrapping herself tightly. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Su Zhonghua pounded on the door, exclaiming, "Why isn't anyone opening up for the homeroom teacher? Are you plotting something? Open the door at once. Why are you in the girls' dormitory?" Lin Xiaoying shouted back, bracing against the door, while the other girls hurriedly stuffed bras, panties, and love letters into a wardrobe, anxious about what this lecherous man might do. "I've come to deliver something to Fu Mingting," Su Zhonghua replied, having a ready excuse at hand. "Mingting, do you have something with Su teacher?" Lin Xiaoying turned and whispered. Fu Mingting, absorbed in her book, furrowed her brow and pondered. "No, I don't." "Su teacher, you're lying. Mingting has nothing with you. Are you trying to sneak a peek? I'll report you to Director Luo." In Lin Xiaoying's eyes, Su Zhonghua's entrance was akin to a starving wolf breaching a lamb's den. How could there be nothing? "She left her bag here." Su Zhonghua swung the small bra, finding the description amusing in its own right. After all, it was merely two straps suspended, yet serving a similar purpose. One was for shaping, ensuring that women did not appear flat-chested, while the other aimed to prevent incomplete breast development, aiding in contouring. A curvaceous silhouette, after all, was essential. Without a perfect bosom, how could a woman fulfill her role? Lin Xiaoying gazed at Fu Mingting and inquired, "When have you ever used a back buddy?" "Never," Fu Mingting replied, perplexed. Lin Xiaoying peeked through the peephole and burst into laughter. Old Su was now hanging a pink bra strap on his finger, standing there like a clueless salesman. She knew well that the bra unmistakably belonged to Fu Mingting. "Mingting, your intimate apparel is in the hands of Teacher Su," Lin Xiaoying thought with a twinge of jealousy. The matter of her own chest was a perpetual source of pain, every time she beheld the confident figures of Fu Mingting and Zhou Xiaoyang. A pang of envy struck her heart. Fu Mingting leaned in to peek through the peephole, her face slightly flushed. In one swift motion, she opened the door and pulled Su Zhonghua inside, the action seamless and fluid. This fellow was parading her bra in public. If the other classes found out, how could he possibly show his face again? Su Zhonghua surveyed the girls' dormitory, acknowledging the intimate charm of their quarters. The young ladies had adorned their rooms with warmth and romance, the air infused with the delicate scent of perfumes that tempted him to inhale deeply. Coupled with the subtle fragrance of the girls themselves, it truly exemplified the essence of a fragrant boudoir. The luxury of it all was evident, as each student enjoyed a single bed, with only 4 residents in such a spacious room. Standard single beds were complemented by bright, clean windows and a few potted plants, along with a writing desk in the common area and a private bathroom, vastly superior to the accommodations Su Zhonghua had experienced during his own university days. "What brings you here?" Lin Xiaoying protested with a girlish whine, for generally, a girl's room was a sanctuary barred to men harboring secrets of their own. "Next time, be careful when hanging clothes to dry. We wouldn't want the wind to whisk them away," Su Zhonghua remarked, attempting to strike up a conversation. Fu Mingting's face flushed at the mention of a bra, yet she retorted coolly, "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Su. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Males are not permitted to intrude upon the girls' dormitory. The 2 classmates, Li Xiaohong and Su Lili, cast sidelong glances at him, their expressions reminiscent of those encountering a lecher. Each draped in thick winter coats that concealed any hint of spring, despite the sweltering heat. Even with the air conditioning running, beads of sweat were already forming on their brows. Upon hearing Fu Mingting's direct dismissal, Su Zhonghua couldn't help but smile wryly. This cold girl was indeed challenging. However, seizing the rare opportunity to visit, he was determined to leave no stone unturned. With a boldness born of mischief, he flopped onto one of the beds, casually draping his legs over a stool, and declared, "I've come to inquire about the lives of the girls in our class." Understanding the struggles of students is a hallmark of an exemplary homeroom teacher. Before he could settle in, Su Lili cried out in distress, her voice a lament more tragic than loss itself. "Don't sit on my bed. I just sprayed Tiffany on it. You have no idea how precious that is." The other girls knew that this perfume was sold by the ounce, a luxury brought back from abroad by a relative, and to have it tarnished by Su Zhonghua was akin to a death sentence for Su Lili. "Is it merely perfume? Tomorrow, I shall gift you a bottle, dear student." Su Zhonghua jested as he was forcibly pulled up, still chattering on, bemused by their harsh treatment of a teacher. "Can you even afford it?" Su Lili muttered under her breath, tugging at the wrinkled sheets he had disturbed, only to discover the lingering scent of smoke that he had left behind. Hastily spraying her perfume to mask it, viewing Su Zhonghua with the disdain one might reserve for a beggar. "Ah, the youth of today, judging solely by appearances," he mused silently. Su Zhonghua possessed an unparalleled audacity. He paid no heed to the situation and promptly turned around, plopping down onto the adjacent bed. Fu Mingting opened her mouth but refrained from voicing her thoughts. That bed was her own. Lin Xiaoying, however, broke into a cold sweat. Fu Mingting not only harbored a penchant for cleanliness, but also maintained an absolute prohibition against others encroaching upon her personal space. Her close friends were all too aware of this quirk and typically avoided frolicking on her bed. It was astonishing that old Su had dared to transgress this boundary, a most reckless act indeed. What baffled the girls was that Fu Mingting merely displayed a peculiar expression without uttering a word of admonition. Such behavior was most uncharacteristic of her. "Teacher Su, smoking is not permitted. Please keep the dormitory air clean." Li Xiaohong articulated this with notable finesse, compelling old Su to return the cigarette he had just retrieved. While secretly reveling in the children's choice of words, perhaps with gradual guidance, they could cultivate remarkable eloquence in the future. Su Zhonghua felt somewhat restrained, and the more somber the atmosphere grew, the more he found himself at a loss for words, merely gazing vacantly at his students. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoying and her companions scrutinized him with mischievous intent, rendering the scene quite peculiar. "Ah, so there is someone else who enjoys you, Hua. How delightful that you share my appreciation for him. Such admiration for middle-aged authors is rare these days." Su Zhonghua casually flipped through the textured pages of a book, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Yu Hua's novels are imbued with humor yet profound depth, evoking laughter intertwined with a sense of melancholy. "Teacher, you also admire Yu Hua?" Fu Mingting inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity. Naturally, Su Zhonghua seized this opportunity to draw closer to Fu Mingting. He could not let it slip away. Yu Hua, alongside Su Tong and Gu Fei, belongs to the modern avant-garde literary movement. I have read his lengthy novels such as To Live, Chronicle of a Blood Merchant, and The Scream in the Drizzle, but my favorite remains Brothers. Indeed, in Brothers, Yuhua abandons his avant-garde, eccentric narrative style and linguistic techniques, returning to the traditional narrative model. Fu Mingting's eyes sparkled. She was a girl with a distinctive affinity for literature, her academic texts no longer sufficing to quench her thirst for reading. Thus, the two began to engage in an animated discussion about their shared admiration for the author, leaving the others to fade into the background. The three girls, clad in heavy garments, found their skin dampening beneath the fabric, perspiration mingling with their fragrance, yet feeling utterly helpless. Should the two continue their discourse, the girls might well feel as though they were suffocating. Ahem, Fu Mingting, please clarify your position. Lin Xiaoying felt it necessary to offer a gentle reminder. Fu Mingting blushed. Having unconsciously drawn close to Su Zhonghua during their spirited conversation, their faces nearly touching. At Lin Xiaoying's remark, the faint scent of cigarette smoke mingled with a masculine musk invaded her senses, thoroughly unsettling her inner composure. She never expected that such a disheveled and uncouth individual could possess such literary prowess. Their discourse was almost entirely contrary to the themes in high school texts, focusing instead on societal critique and condemnation. Su Zhonghua articulated his thoughts with clarity and precision, exuding an enchanting charisma akin to that of a scholarly Confucian. Yet his words remained accessible. Chapter 45. Lin Xiaoying. Fu Mingting was flustered, maintaining her position as if to declare her allegiance, leaving Lin Xiaoying and others astonished. Could it be that the beautiful Ting truly sided with Su Zhonghua? What allegiance? Suddenly, Su Zhonghua lunged forward, pulling Lin Xiaoying into his embrace, playfully tousling her adorable hair. The sight was so endearing that he felt an irresistible urge to indulge in her cuteness. Lin Xiaoying nearly cried, trapped in the arms of this beastly instructor. She found herself unable to move. Her precious head, which even her parents dared not touch, was easily compromised by this irritating man, rendering her usual training with her friends utterly ineffective against his single finger. What a rascal! He was simply incorrigible. Lin Xiaoying, you can't possibly be so petty, Su Zhonghua remarked, noticing her eyes glistening with unshed tears and her down jacket revealing an expanse of snowy skin, complemented by her tousled hair, presenting a pitiable visage. Not at all, Lin Xiaoying pouted, her cheeks flushed. She detested being labeled as petty. I simply found Lin Xiaoying to be irresistibly adorable. I could not restrain my hands. Su Zhonghua feigned a defense, though he was subtly complimenting her. Indeed, Lin Xiaoying's cheeks turned crimson. This little girl was easily swayed, and Su Zhonghua, the old lecher, had her firmly in his grasp. Teacher Su, please tell me, what brings you here? Li Xiaohong could no longer endure the stifling heat of her coat and yearned to free her neck for a breath of fresh air. But Su Zhonghua inadvertently caught sight of her captivating cleavage, a sight to behold. Actually, I wish to inquire about the conduct scores. Su Zhonghua finally revealed his purpose. Each class's conduct scores were displayed on the large blackboard in the playground, and the glaring -600 for Class 2 was a source of shame. He felt it imperative to address their daily behavior, believing that discipline was necessary to instill order among the children. Furthermore, the issue of conduct scores was closely tied to salary concerns. Resolving this matter was essential for his continued employment. What a ridiculous matter indeed. We, as girls, have been quite disciplined. It is the actions of those unpleasant boys that you should address. Su Zhonghua seized a packet of biscuits from the bedside and began to munch on them, shaking his head as he remarked, every student in this class bears responsibility for their conduct. Have you truly adhered to the rules? Why is the cleaning area left unkempt? Why do you not take morning exercises seriously? And why the commotion during class? With a huff, he added, glutton, do not consume my biscuits. Lin Xiaoying, indignant, snatched the biscuits back from him and began eating, exclaiming, we have paid the school. Why must we also clean the floors? Isn't this a form of extortion against us students? How can this be extortion? It is clearly intended for students to develop holistically in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Do you not know that labor is honorable and joyous? Su Zhonghua, with crumbs scattered around his mouth, carelessly wiped his lips with Lin Xiaoying's towel. Ah, you pervert my towel? Lin Xiaoying felt tears welling in her eyes. This towel, adorned with a comic pattern, was a cherished gift from her mother, brought back from abroad. And now it was sullied by this rascal. Oh, it's merely a towel. Rest assured, Xiaoying, tomorrow the teacher will bring you a towel featuring the character Mei Yangong. Furthermore, after school, do not rush off. I will take you all to clean the area. This conduct must be taken seriously, and I will ensure it is monitored henceforth. Noticing the time, Su Zhanghua felt a bit awkward lingering there and turned to leave. Fu Mingting, perched on the windowsill, picked up a fallen leaf and mused softly. Autumn is approaching. The sun will soon grow indifferent. Having taken a few steps toward the door, Su Zhanghua was struck by her words. The sun is growing indifferent? He wished to explain that the sun's temperature remains constant, merely drifting farther from the earth. However, he refrained from speaking, instead walking quietly to Fu Mingting's side. Those who keep their thoughts deeply buried within, once drawn into her inner world, reveal that she is not as cold as she appears. Autumn is fast approaching, yet we are deprived of opportunities to enjoy it. Such a pity to waste this splendid weather. Lin Xiaoying tossed the soiled towel into the bin, muttering in unexpected silence. Indeed, how could I have overlooked the autumn outing? Su Zhonghua exclaimed, suddenly proud of his suggestion. Perhaps taking these children out would allow him to better understand their personalities and help them open their hearts to themselves. Fu Mingting and Lin Xiaoying exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. An autumn outing? You truly are an inadequate teacher. We are in our final year of high school, nearing the college entrance examinations. Do you really think we can go on an outing? Precisely because of the looming examinations, students should be encouraged to relieve their stress through an outing. Have you not learned the importance of balancing work and rest? Su Zhonghua recalled that during his school days, spring and autumn outings were steadfast traditions, and any alterations would incite student uproar akin to a strike. Previously, there had been autumn outings, however. After a decline in the college entrance examination scores and admission rates for third-year students 2 years prior, the school had canceled them. Lin Xiaoying's eyes, however, betrayed her eagerness for a chance to explore. This, I cannot comprehend. Su Zhonghua found the situation rather absurd. Didn't the previous year's college entrance exam candidates also forego their autumn outing? Their admission rates had similarly declined. Ultimately, this issue is not about the autumn outing itself, but rather the educational methods employed by the school. In my opinion, the autumn outing presents an excellent opportunity for students to broaden their horizons, relax, and gain new experiences. If you have so many opinions, why not address them directly to the principal? Lin Xiaoying cast a sidelong glance at him. Yet she couldn't help but feel a degree of admiration for Su Zhanghua. Teachers who can view issues from the student's perspective are a rarity. I will certainly raise this matter. I am quite familiar with the principal, and such a trivial issue is easily resolved. Su Zhonghua confidently snapped his fingers. You all should prepare well for the autumn outing. I will inform you once it is settled. To Lin Xiaoying and Fu Mingting, Su Zhonghua merely seemed to be boasting. The board had enforced a notification that was akin to the school's immutable laws, and even the principal was powerless against it. They wondered what qualifications he had to make arbitrary changes. Thus, they dismissed him, adding the label of a braggart to their perceptions of him. Nevertheless, Su Zhonghua took note of the situation. Should he manage to secure the opportunity for an autumn outing, these little rascals would likely regard him with newfound respect, serving as a means of formally educating Class 2. Chapter 46. What are you trying to force? A gentle breeze wafted in from outside the window, playfully stirring Fu Mingting's flowing hair. Just as Su Zhonghua was about to depart, he caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance carried by the breeze. Turning around, he noticed a pile of recently discarded undergarments strewn across the girl's bed. These were hastily changed by Fu Mingting upon hearing old Su knock at the door. In her moment of urgency, she had yet to tidy up and had simply tossed them onto the bed. The thought of leaving was immediately quashed. Stretching lazily, Su Zhonghua exclaimed, "Oh dear, the cafeteria is not clean. My stomach hurts terribly." Thus, he casually approached the girl's small bed, disregarding the opinions of others. Clutching his belly as he reclined upon it, not in a formal manner, but rather at an angle, with his feet dangling off the edge and resting on the floor. Fu Mingting said nothing, lost in thought as she gazed out the window, while Lin Xiaoying regarded him with disdain and dissatisfaction, incessantly chiding, "Hey, you smelly teacher. Weren't you supposed to leave? Hurry up and go, we still need to sleep." Unwilling to concede without achieving his goal, old Su's mind raced with unseemly thoughts. He yearned for these moments, repeatedly dismissing the virtues of being a moral teacher. He dramatically pointed towards the corner of the restroom and exclaimed, "What a large rat!" Taking advantage of the fleeting moment when Lin Xiaoying and the other 3 girls diverted their attention, he swiftly retrieved a pink panty that lay beneath the clothing and tucked it into his embrace. His movements so agile that they surpassed even the deftness of a card shark at the gambling table. To his astonishment, Lin Xiaoying caught sight of Lao Su's shameless act reflected in the wall-mounted makeup mirror her heart filled with bewilderment. She had previously believed him to be a trustworthy teacher. Yet now, a myriad of emotions tangled within her: disappointment, gloom, astonishment, curiosity. Having never encountered such sordid behavior, the usually mischievous Lin Xiaoying dared not expose the truth. Instead, awkwardly exclaiming, "Nonsense! There are no mice. I haven't seen any." With that, she feigned composure, pouting her lips as she pulled Lao Su off the bed, much like herding cattle, and forcibly expelled him from the girls' dormitory, fearful that this pervert might also abscond with her delicate underwear. "All right, I'll leave. Stop pushing. Teachers need to return to organize the sports reports too." Su Zhanghua secretly stowed the panty in his pocket, ruffled Lin Xiaoying's hair in satisfaction, and departed. Once he reached the dormitory's ground floor, Lao Su, at this juncture, naturally refrained from wandering into the boys' dormitory, lest he be tormented by that unruly bunch. He opted instead to purchase a few dry loaves from the school shop, returning to his office to consume them before leaning against the desk and falling asleep. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the class bell rang promptly, and Su Zhanghua was roused from his slumber by a teacher who had just arrived at the school. To his astonishment, he found himself encircled by a throng of men, including familiar faces like Wu Yi and Lu Quan, who immediately remarked, "Xiao Su, it's hard to believe that with your slender frame, you possess such explosive strength. You truly made quite an impression at school. What on earth are you talking about?" "I didn't make any impression. Are you mocking me?" Su Zhanghua, still groggy, struggled to grasp the situation. "Oh, Xiao Su, being overly modest is akin to pretentiousness. That's not good." Wu Yi chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Weren't you the one who executed that incredible slam dunk in gym class yesterday? It was awesome." "Oh, you mean that? I didn't even make the basket. What's there to discuss?" Su Zhanghua could only recall the moment he had clumsily toppled over, feeling anything but impressive. However, slapping Han Jinyan had indeed been quite gratifying. He still needed to collect that 1,000 yuan he owed him at some point. He continued, "Old Wu, you were there yesterday as well? Seems like you weren't exactly attending class diligently. You're so out of touch. Don't you know that with the internet, teachers can know everything without leaving their homes?" Lu Quan interjected, "But honestly, even though you didn't score, the height you jumped was astonishing, almost as if you could fly." He spread his arms wide to exaggerate the height. "Indeed, there's a video of your dunk posted on the school BBS. Pinned to the top, and the views and comments are nearly rivaling those of teacher Li Yin. What are you rambling about?" Su Zhanghua sipped his water, perplexed by Wu Yi's words. "It's BBS, it means forum. Xiao Su, you're so outdated, not even familiar with this basic knowledge. A forum is just a forum. No need to be so dramatic about it. What nonsense." Su Zhanghua fervently fanned himself with a notebook, surrounded by a throng of people. The air stagnant and stifling. "Disperse, disperse. It's sweltering. What's the fuss about? Oh, by the way, Lao Wu, let me check out that video on your computer," he said. "No problem," Wu Yi replied with a smile, returning to his desk to power on his computer. The other teachers, finding the situation tedious, complied and retreated to their respective places. Su Zhanghua hurriedly positioned himself behind Wu Yi, his face alight with anticipation. The way they spoke suggested that his performance yesterday was quite impressive, and he was eager to see it for himself. Wu Yi typed a few keystrokes to access the campus network. After standing behind him for a while in boredom, Su Zhanghua couldn't help but complain. "Why does it take 5 minutes just to load a web page on your ancient computer?" Wu Yi scoffed. "Well, having a computer at school is a blessing. This one is 4 years old and woefully outdated. I've submitted multiple requests for a replacement, but they've all been denied." The campus homepage gradually loaded, displaying a pristine lawn, showcasing the school's ethos, descriptions, enrollment details, and profiles of the leadership, with names like Luo Yitong and Wu Weiqi prominently featured. "The homepage is just a bunch of lengthy text about the school, nothing captivating," Wu Yi remarked. "The real excitement lies in the school forum, where you can find all sorts of news, scandals, and parodies. It's almost unsettling not to check it daily, as it reveals students' thoughts and current trends." Wu Yi logged into his account, humorously named Uncle Loves You, and navigated to the forum, which was divided into several sections: diligent students, exciting extracurricular activities, and hardworking gardeners. The most popular section, teeming with posts, was the exciting extracurricular activities. Wu Yi clicked on it with ease, uncovering a chaotic array of titles, including My Love for Li Yin is a meter deep and seeking gentle critiques. Among them was a serialized novel titled The Extraordinary Life of Luo Yitong, a veritable showcase of the mundane yet tumultuous lives of adolescents, filled with both crudeness and romance. This is even more thrilling than cat poop. Is there no oversight at the school? Su Zhonghua exclaimed in astonishment. Well, it's a long story, and best left unsaid. Wu Yi replied, parched and unwilling to elaborate. He clicked on an eye-catching thread titled Insane Teacher's Wild Dunk, suspected of using stimulants. The post began with several unflattering photos of Su Zhonghua sprawled on the ground, followed by a chorus of ridicule in the comments, calling him names like dog and turtle. Attached was a video that he promptly opened, revealing a frail man soaring towards the basketball hoop with a thunderous shout. "This is how you shoot." The subsequent sound of a resounding thud echoed as the man, unable to withstand the recoil, landed awkwardly on his back. Following that, a few segments of video were edited, showcasing how Lao Su repeatedly failed to score, along with clips of Han Jinyan being overturned. Even upon rewatching, Wu Yi found himself momentarily stunned by the overwhelming intensity captured in the footage. Su Zhonghua found nothing astonishing about it. Several individuals within his acquaintance could easily achieve such a height. However, he could not shake off his resentment towards the person who had crafted such a malicious title. Who could be so cruel? Although he cursed, he was powerless to verify the culprit, as the list of suspects was overwhelmingly extensive. The viciousness of the post's title was matched only by the venomous comments that followed. Damn, that teacher is ridiculous. The teacher who injects. And the second graders are feeling the strain. Suggest a drug test. His dunking posture resembles that of a dog. His shooting form is akin to that of a cow. A cacophony of nonsensical remarks inundated the page, with the occasional praise from a few girls swiftly drowned out by a chorus of derision. It appeared to be a well-organized and disciplined campaign. A new post emerged. What reason do we have to scorn or ridicule a teacher who plays basketball for the sake of his students' class pride? Unrestrained classmates. As you hurl your hurtful words, perhaps you should first engage in self-reflection. Can you accomplish what Teacher Su has achieved? Signed, Clouds Gathered Darkly. Oh, what a paragon of virtue. A true good person, capable of discerning the essence of the matter. Su Zhonghua felt somewhat stifled by the sarcastic comments. And even a single positive remark felt like a significant consolation. This classmate, Clouds Gather Darkly, was evidently someone with a keen sense of right and wrong. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Stay tuned. Chapter 47. The Goose Takes Flight. Is it merely a game of basketball? It is bewildering to be subjected to such widespread insult on the forum over something so trivial. Indeed, the fear of notoriety plagues individuals, just as the fear of prominence haunts swine. Su Zhonghua shook his head, unable to contain his astonishment at how these youths could create such a ruckus over a minor issue. Well, perhaps I erred. It seems it is indeed people who fear fame while pigs fear growth. Never mind. It is difficult to explain such nuances to someone as rigid as you, who is stuck in mathematical formulas. Su Zhonghua pulled Wu Yi up from his chair and took his seat with a smile, saying, "The next class is approaching. You ought to head off to teach while I indulge in a bit of play." Wu Yi, realizing he indeed had matters to attend to, reluctantly picked up his lesson plan and exited the office. Seeing Wu Yi genuinely leave, Su Zhonghua delightedly scrolled through other posts, all filled with a hodgepodge of utterly tedious content, such as, "My dog gave birth to 8 male puppies," or tales of a day spent wrestling with a cow. After a dull perusal, he found it insipid and clicked on the section titled Emotional World. Yet, the so-called emotional realm offered no trace of teacher-student bonds, friendship, or familial affection. The majority of posts were instead self-indulgent accounts of romantic encounters. One day, I saw a noble and elegant girl in a certain place, and my heart raced. Could it be love at first sight? Followed by chronicles of unrequited love, culminating in the girl walking away with another man. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, heartbroken, as if the entire world had turned to shades of gray. The text was saturated with an air of pessimism, to the extent that he feared even the death of his parents would not evoke such sorrow. The comments beneath the post were nothing but the ramblings of infatuated individuals, filled with trivial and insipid content. After a brief moment, old Su sighed deeply, realizing that he had become outdated. He could no longer comprehend the expressions of the younger generation. Phrases such as "what the heck," "floating clouds," "grass mud horse," and "no pressure" bewildered him. Every utterance in those forums was laden with meanings he could not decipher, and he found himself utterly lost in their dialogue. The state of the Chinese language had devolved to such an extent that it was beyond the grasp of a normal person. If anyone spoke to him in such a manner during casual conversation, he would undoubtedly respond with a sharp slap. "Hey, "Hey, Xiaosu, do you have QQ? Add me as a friend," called Lu Quan, who was also browsing the internet from the desk across from him. "QQ? Of course, I have it," Su Zhonghua replied, providing his QQ number. He quickly logged in, and a friend request from Lu Quan arrived almost immediately. Upon accepting it, Lu Quan's message followed. "I have teacher Li Yan's QQ. How about it? Want it?" Old Su looked up in confusion at Lu Quan, who remained fixated on the screen. While behind him, Li Yan was also engrossed in her own laptop. With no other option, Old Su spent several seconds typing a simple "I want" and sent it off. After failing to obtain Li Yan's phone number last time, this request for her QQ felt like a consolation. Haha, her QQ number is 789456. Remember to invite me for any future outings to the Eagle Emperor Palace. Upon receiving the number, Su Zhonghua couldn't be bothered to respond and swiftly input Li Yan's QQ number, clicking the button to send a friend request, which prompted an application box to appear. Common sense dictated that someone of Li Yan's caliber would have a stringent vetting process for adding QQ friends. Otherwise, Lu Quan would not have been so hesitant to share her number. Based on Su Zhonghua's 2 months of experience with QQ and dating, he knew that the key lay in that brief application message. If she were a familiar old friend, merely stating his name would suffice. However, he was uncertain of the nature of their acquaintance. If they were not well acquainted, then that short message would test his skills. Old Su believed that an exclamatory or declarative sentence would be futile. The ideal approach would be a classic, intriguing question that would pique her curiosity, compelling her to accept the friend request in pursuit of an answer. This question needed to be suspenseful and distinctive. As for whether he would be removed from her friends list again after being accepted, that rested upon his own prowess and fate. Old Su certainly harbored fantasies about beautiful women, but the chances of winning their affection were slim. A glimmer of hope remained. Su Zhonghua pondered for a moment, then turned to Baidu for a quick search. He typed in a phrase brimming with suspense and individuality. Pity the sentimental, cherish the romantic. The lovesick child and the resentful maiden smile and sing, as separation binds them in longing. 10 seconds later, the speaker in the bottom right corner chimed in. Upon clicking, he discovered, rejected. Su Zhonghua is not one to shrink in the face of adversity. He possesses remarkable perseverance. He uttered what he believed to be a profoundly philosophical question. What is love? 10 seconds later, the tragedy unfolded once more. Frustrated, he felt a surge of defiance and conjured a rather mundane joke. This story begins in terror, transitions to humor, and culminates in tragedy. Once, there was a ghost who passed gas and perished. This time, he waited a full 30 seconds, and despite his resilient spirit, Su Zhonghua could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety and excitement. The prolonged silence suggested she was contemplating, which could signify hope. However, 30 seconds later, tragedy struck again, albeit with an improvement. There was an echo. Please refrain from further contact. Defeat, once more. It seemed Li Yan had endured this persistent harassment strategy countless times, amassing extensive experience and formidable immunity. To achieve sudden success with a mere sentence was no easy feat. In such circumstances, even the shameless Lu Quan would have abandoned this line of approach. Yet, Su Zhonghua was a stubborn youth, one who would not relent until he had reached the Yellow River. Tired of fabricating excuses, he decided to be straightforward. If it works, it works. If not, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, he typed, I am Su Zhonghua, and with great trepidation, pressed the send button, awaiting the verdict of fate. He anticipated a wait of at least 10 seconds, fearing that another rejection would come with a painful retort. Who is Su Zhonghua? I did not know him. To his astonishment, just a second later, the notification chimed. To his disbelief, he realized that this time, it had not even lasted 10 seconds. Was it his relentless pursuit that had vexed her, or was it simply the allure of the name Su Zhonghua? To his utter shock, the system confirmed, Yanzi has accepted your friend request. Please choose a classification. Surely, the system could not have erred. Or was it the imposing nature of his name that had left her in awe? Su Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback when a beautiful profile picture began to flicker on his screen. To his astonishment, it appeared to be a photograph of Li Yan herself. Those who could use their own images as avatars typically fell into one of two categories, either exceedingly unattractive or breathtakingly beautiful, and Li Yan clearly belonged to the latter. The only beauty among the teachers, Li Yan, had taken the initiative to message him. It seemed she had a keen awareness. Could it be that she had stumbled upon his slam dunk video and found herself enamored? If she were to invite him for dinner and a movie, should he accept or play it cool and decline? As he moved the mouse, a wave of excitement surged through him, prompting him to click on the pulsating avatar. After a brief delay of over 10 seconds, a window finally appeared. "Oh, it's you, Teacher Sue. What was the last line of the poem you sent earlier? Did you compose it?" It seemed that Li Yin held him in high regard, adding him as a friend primarily out of consideration for her own standing. However, it appeared that his recent search for a poem on Baidu had also piqued her curiosity. Though Li Yin was situated directly behind Su Zhonghua, he resisted the urge to turn around and continued the conversation on QQ. A saying goes, distance creates beauty, online chats cultivate romance. As a novice typist, he took considerable time to compose a message. Pity the sentimental, cherish the sentimental, the lovesick boy and the resentful girl smiled gently, gazing at each other in farewell. Maple leaf pavilion, mulberry leaf pavilion, spring departs and autumn returns, lonely and forlorn, as the wind stirs and flowers drift away. This was a poem inspired by my reflections on classical literature from last month. I hope it brings a smile. Su Zhonghua unabashedly appropriated the words of others, claiming them as his own. The lovesick boy and the resentful girl smiled gently. What beautiful writing. I never imagined you possessed such talent. I have been well versed in Tang poetry and song lyrics since childhood, and I have also dabbled in the 4 great classical novels. So it is only natural to have some talent. By the way, do you have any other poems? Li Yan's replies were always swift. Indeed, I do have others. But today I have a headache and have forgotten them all. I will bring my manuscripts home another day for you to appreciate. Su Zhonghua planned to spend some time researching poetry online, for even if he did not pursue romantic interests, he could certainly impress his students in Class 3 with his newfound knowledge, allowing them to perceive him as learned and cultured. Your QQ nickname is rather peculiar. Why call yourself the undercover in the sleazy? As a teacher, you must be mindful of your image. Su Zhonghua suppressed a smile, gleefully tapping away at the keyboard. Engaging in online conversations was indeed quite enjoyable. At the very least, it rendered her less frigid towards herself. In truth, this QQ nickname was bestowed upon me by my girlfriend 8 years ago, serving as a homage to that bygone first love. Old Su's intention in saying this was to craft an image of himself as a sentimental individual, adopting a posture of vulnerability that would unwittingly elicit sympathy from the other party. Little did he realize that this tactic had long since become antiquated. Just as he was leisurely composing his message, the dreaded school bell rang, and messages from Li Yin followed in quick succession. Class is over. I must hurry to prepare sheet music for the first graders. Enjoy yourself. Goodbye. Su Zhonghua, feeling an urge to show off once more, found himself disheartened as the alluring avatar he had seen earlier transformed from bright to dark. With a resigned sigh, he turned to see Li Yin gracefully stepping out of the office. Time slipped away as he meandered through the internet, and during this interval, Huang Yu discreetly submitted the list of students who had skipped morning exercises that day, cautioning Su not to disclose that he had betrayed his peers. Su, with his characteristic amiability, nodded in assurance, assuring Huang that the secret would remain safe before sending him on his way. As the final self-study period of the afternoon approached, Su Zhonghua prepared to survey the classroom discipline in Class 2. To his astonishment, Zhou Xiao, who he had reprimanded the previous night, had appeared at school and sought him out in the office. This once rebellious girl had transformed her striking yellow curls into sleek black locks, washed away her heavy makeup, removed the large earrings from her ears, and donned a Nike tracksuit that accentuated her slender figure, presenting an image of youthful purity. The girl cautiously peeked into the office, scanning her surroundings before noticing only 2 occupants inside. With a sigh of relief, she entered, carrying a home-cooked meal in a container. Hey, Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Why aren't you in class? Su Zhonghua mused whether she intended to retaliate against him, given his harsh treatment the day before. Her hair cascaded gently over her shoulder, and a hint of blush graced her delicate features, suggesting a touch of nervousness. She mumbled, tossing the meal container onto Su's desk. This is your dinner. Eat it quickly. Consider it a way to settle the score for the breakfast you made me this morning. Now I owe you nothing. What? Su Zhonghua could scarcely believe his ears. Hadn't she expressed disdain towards him? Why would she bring him lunch? Could it be poisoned? A whirlwind of suspicion enveloped him as he slowly opened the container. Inside lay a delightful array of dishes: stir-fried beef with vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy stir-fried pork with chili. These were the very dishes he often enjoyed at the bustling eatery near his residence. Surely, she must have purchased them from there and feigned having prepared them herself. Could there truly be no poison? Su Zhonghua hesitated, saliva pooling in his mouth at the thought of meat after such a long absence, his heart aching with longing. Tears welled in his eyes as his stomach growled audibly. Disregarding his doubts, he seized the chopsticks and began to devour the meal with fervor. The girl stood with her arms crossed, silently observing him as if he were under scrutiny, watching intently until he finished every last morsel. A smile finally graced her face as she poured him a glass of water, saying, "I'm heading back to class now. Remember to wait for me when school ends." With that, she turned and dashed out of the office, glancing back at him once. As Su Zhenghua grappled with the bewildering transformation of this young girl, Lu Quan approached him with a hint of envy, exclaiming, "Well done. Just the day before, she was quite rude to you, and now she brings you lunch. Little Su, you've got quite the charm." Old Su, caressing his round belly, comfortably reclined in his chair and chuckled, "Of course, it is through my unique and advanced educational methods, by leading by example and engaging in heartfelt discussions, that I have salvaged this wayward little lamb. Ah, the silkworm spins its silk until death." After exchanging some idle chatter with Lu Quan, Su Zhenghua finally shut down his computer and made his way to class 2. As anticipated, the self-study period was as chaotic as ever, prompting another round of reprimands from old Su, who emphasized the importance of discipline and diligence in studies. He sternly instructed the students to assemble for morning exercises the following day, warning of severe consequences for those who failed to comply. By the time he had finished his formal and rigid address, the bell had rung, and the students paid no heed to the imbecile at the podium. Rushing out of the classroom in a frenzy, old Su remained indifferent. After all, those who dared to skip morning exercises would inevitably face his unorthodox methods of education. During lunch, it seemed that Teacher Su had called upon them to assist in cleaning the designated area. "Should we go?" Lin Xiaoying quietly suggested to her deskmate. "It's not assistance. It seems this was our responsibility all along," Fu Mingting replied discreetly. The two then inquired about the opinions of their dorm mates, Su Lily and Li Xiaoang, both of whom promptly declared their disinterest in participating. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoying and Fu Mingting eagerly grabbed brooms and dustpans and headed towards the office in search of Su Zhenghua. Meanwhile, Hao Jiojie and Jiang Fan, witnessing the two usually lazy girls wielding brooms, could hardly believe their eyes. It was an unprecedented sight. Had they mistakenly taken something? Chapter 49. Cleaning the designated area. These two pampered girls had only rarely swept the cleaning area during elementary school labor classes. And now they found themselves filled with a childlike sense of novelty and excitement, giggling as they dashed into the teacher's office. "Teacher Su, we're off to clean the designated area," Lin Xiaoying exclaimed joyfully, seemingly having forgotten the incident involving the perverse teacher and the stolen underwear. Upon returning to the office, Su Zhenghua had scarcely begun to engage with his computer when he noticed two girls approaching with brooms, eager to tidy up the cleaning area. A sense of relief washed over him as he promptly shut down his computer and took the trash bin from Fu Mingting's hands. "Why are only you two here? What about Su Lily and the others?" They're so lazy." "Oh, Teacher Su, Su Lily and the others have some matters to attend to, so they couldn't come," Fu Mingting interjected, swiftly covering for her classmates. "Well, it pleases me that you both are here. Let us proceed." With that, Su Zhenghua took the dustpan from Lin Xiaoying and led the way out of the office. "Hey, Su Zhenghua, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoang dashed over from the corridor, calling out, "We agreed you would wait for me after school. Why did you leave without me?" "Just in time. Here, take this." Su Zhenghua handed the trash bin to her. "Go clean the area. And remember, I am your teacher, so refrain from calling me by name indiscriminately." "What? I refuse to sweep the floor. I think I will just head home," Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, tossing the trash bin aside with irritation. "You seem to have forgotten the sting of last night's slap, haven't you?" "You. Fine. I'll sweep, but it's filthy. I just changed into new clothes." Zhou Xiaoyang pouted in discontent. "You complain the most. Hurry up," Su Zhenghua insisted, reclaiming the trash bin and handing it back to her. Behind them, Lin Xiaoying and Fu Mingting exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at how Zhou Xiaoang had transformed from a spunky girl with wild hair into a fresh-faced maiden. "Is this still Sister Xiaoang?" Lin Xiaoying pondered aloud as she playfully wiggled her hips while approaching Zhou Xiaoang, her eyes wide with curiosity as she touched Xiaoyang's forehead. "Sister Xiaoang, are you unwell?" "Huh, I'm not sick." "Xiaoying, did that mean teacher forced you to clean as well?" "No, we volunteered," Fu Mingting chimed in as Su Zhenghua, already a good distance down the corridor towards Class 2's cleaning area, called back. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and finish. School is out soon." Prompted by his words, the three girls hastened to catch up to him. The cleaning area was indeed in a deplorable state. As they worked, Lin Xiaoying occasionally grumbled. taking frequent breaks to sit down, her contributions proving to be minimal. Zhou Xiaoyang, too, complained about her clothes getting slightly dirty, making quite the fuss. Despite her pampered upbringing, Fu Mingting diligently worked, seemingly intent on impressing Su Zhonghua. Su Zhonghua took charge of the arduous task of disposing of the rubbish, paying no heed to the two girls who were bemoaning their fate. 3 youthful and charming girls, amidst the sweltering heat, engaged in the cleaning of garbage, soon attracting the attention of passers-by, predominantly the young men, transforming the scene into a unique and refreshing spectacle of summer. Ignoring the whispers and stares of onlookers, the girls felt a sense of fulfillment in their efforts. As the crimson sun bled into the sky, after over 20 minutes of diligent work, the lawn was finally cleared, and most of the students had already departed for home. Su Zhonghua, embodying the demeanor of a teacher, praised Lin Xiaoying and Fu Mingting, urging them to return to their dormitory for a shower. After washing their hands, he made his way towards the school gate. Fu Mingting and her companion joyfully returned to their dormitory, washing away the unpleasant odors and changing into fresh attire, before collapsing onto their beds, giggling at one another. Their dorm mate, Su Lily, shook her head, declaring them hopeless, and took Li Xiaohong to the classroom. Mingting, I'd like to discuss something with you, Lin Xiaoying said, fidgeting restlessly. What if we switched beds? Lin Xiaoying suggested, her cheeks flushed. Fu Mingting, fully aware of Lin Xiaoying's intentions, promptly declined. You know I never allow anyone to sleep in my bed. Such a miser. Lin Xiaoying protested, yet her objections fell on deaf ears as she could only fret. Fu Mingting inhaled the faint scent of tobacco and the robust aroma of masculinity that lingered on her bed, feeling unexpectedly reluctant to wash the sheets. Mingting, your expression suggests you're in love, Lin Xiaoying teased, leaping from her bed and squatting at the head of Fu Mingting's bed, clutching a toy. Stop it. Fu Mingting's face turned crimson. Don't say such things. Oh, I see. Have you developed feelings for teacher Su? Lin Xiaoying seemed to have uncovered a clue. I have not. Fu Mingting's blush deepened, her usual cool demeanor evaporating. Still not admitting it? Lin Xiaoying playfully pounced on Fu Mingting, tickling her, causing her to erupt in uncontrollable laughter. Let go, or I'll scream. Fu Mingting gasped between giggles. Mingting, I have something important to tell you. Lin Xiaoying suddenly ceased her antics, adopting a serious expression. She hesitated, contemplating revealing the sordid incident of teacher Su stealing her underwear, but sighed deeply, appearing unexpectedly mature. Go on, Fu Mingting quelled her mirth. Your bosom is truly impressive, Lin Xiaoying exclaimed with a mischievous grin, quickly jumping back. Go away, cut, in the school parking shed. Su Zhonghua pushed forward a dilapidated Phoenix bicycle that had been forgotten 2 days prior. With a slight lift of his chin, he commanded, Get on. What? Ride this old clunker home? Are you joking? If any classmates see me, I want to be able to show my face at school again. No way. Zhou Xiaoyang. Do not turn your face away. Hey, it was you who insisted on staying at my place. If you don't want to ride, then return to your dormitory. No. Fine, I'll sit. But this dilapidated bicycle is truly pitiful. Without a car, one should at least possess a motorcycle. Upon hearing this, Lao Su felt quite embarrassed. Nearing his 30s, he was still living a life of cycling, which indeed felt humiliating. However, he would never admit it aloud. You talk too much. Just get on. When will your ridiculous vanity ever change? Do you truly need to care about others' opinions? Reluctantly, Zhou Xiaoyang donned a reluctant expression and slowly mounted the rear of the bicycle, pulling out a romance novel from her bag to feign reading, burying her face within its pages, hoping that familiar faces might not recognize her. Chapter 50, The Remarkable Internet CAF as they entered Chinatown on the bicycle. Zhou Xiaoyang behind him voiced her discontent. Su Zhonghua, do you even know how to ride a bicycle? She had scolded him countless times already. Do not be too rigid. Keep your eyes forward, and don't crash into someone's stall. Lao Su wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His thigh injury seemed to be swelling, and carrying a passenger while pedaling was indeed strenuous, naturally diminishing the mobility of the injured leg. If he were riding a motorcycle now, he could not fathom how many lives might have been lost beneath the wheels. Nevertheless, he feigned ease and said, Don't worry, I used to fly helicopters. Riding a bicycle is a piece of cake. More boasting, just ride properly. Zhou Xiaoyang chuckled. You sound like a child. It's quite amusing. Although Su Zhonghua appeared frail, his broad back provided a sense of security, and the faint, enticing scent of tobacco mingled with sweat was the most lethal weapon for a budding maiden. The girl could not help but lean her forehead against his back. Don't slander people. I stopped such childish behavior when I was 8. Feeling the girl resting her head against his back, Lao Su's mischievous side emerged. Hold on tight. There are many bumps ahead. Without regard for the pain in his injury, he accelerated toward a pothole. As they traversed the uneven terrain, Zhou Xiaoyang's well-developed figure brushed against his back, leaving him flushed, yet he continued to exclaim. The government invests vast sums each year to develop Gangnan City. They say if you want wealth, first fix the roads. It was all mere boasting. The main road was riddled with potholes. If it weren't for my exceptional skills, we would surely risk a fall. He then charged toward another pothole. Zhou Xiaoyang, being naive and innocent, was unaware of Su Zhenghua's lewd thoughts. Fearing the jolts might throw her off, she simply wrapped her arms around his waist. Su Zhenghua ultimately experienced what it meant to be surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. At this moment, if accompanied by a sweet melody, it would have been utterly romantic. However, Zhou Xiaoyang was rather restless in the vehicle, her well-developed figure brushing against his back, causing Su's heart to race and his blood to surge, making it increasingly difficult for him to control the small bicycle. Noticing the tent-like bulge beneath him, provoked by the intoxicating essence of youth, Su felt quite embarrassed. He could only slightly rise, distancing himself from the seat, yet the further he moved away, the more uncomfortable it became. His desires were akin to a wild stallion, unrestrained by mundane constraints. Hey, are you tired from riding? Xiang remarked, sensing his odd posture. Yes, Su Zhenghua stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. How disappointing. We've only ridden a few hundred meters. Even if tired, we must continue. As the sun dipped in the west, its rays were no longer harsh but rather comfortable, warming the pedestrians. Zhou Xiaoyang thought it was a tad early to return. Thus she suggested, Su Zhenghua, since it's still early, how about we visit an internet CAF? I remind you once more. I am your elder brother who cares for and protects you. Do not address me by my name. Su Zhenghua suddenly became serious. At school, you must refer to me as teacher, and outside of school, I am your brother. Politeness and respect for elders are qualities sorely lacking in today's students. All right, brother. Zhou Xiaoyang murmured softly. Well, since you wish to go online, let us proceed, Su Zhenghua replied gently. Knowing he still had over 100 yuan in his pocket and unsure of what to do at home, an internet CAF seemed a fitting way to pass the time. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at an internet CAF near Chinatown, finding a spot to secure the old bicycle. This establishment was of a moderate size, 2 stories high, with a glass entrance adorned with various promotional posters of popular games. The front was filled with vehicles, mostly bicycles and motorcycles, and surveillance cameras monitored the area to deter theft. Impressive internet CAF. Su Zhenghua glanced at the sign and muttered under his breath that anyone who would choose such a name must be a fool. He strode forward, pulling the girl along with him. The renowned internet CAF, situated in the bustling district of Chinatown, lay less than 2 kilometers from Mugu High School. Known for its superior facilities and the refreshing air conditioning during the sweltering summer, the CAF attracted many patrons, particularly due to the scantily clad young women inside. Consequently, it was perpetually crowded, with numerous students from Mugu High School skipping classes to indulge in online chatting and gaming. These reckless youths would rather forego lunch than refrain from spending their pocket money on the internet. However, it was precisely such extravagant customers that ensured the CAF's thriving business. Thus, the establishment chose to turn a blind eye to the Ministry of Culture's regulations prohibiting minors from entering the CAF, conveniently leaving an escape route for these young miscreants. The CAF's owner was quite astute, evading routine inspections, which made it a magnet for students seeking to skip classes and surf the web. As Su pushed aside the plastic curtain, the acrid scent of smoke and the chill of the air conditioning assaulted his senses. He quickly led Xiaoyang to the more pleasant environment of the second floor, arriving at the cash register. The young woman behind the bar was quite attractive, though the cigarette dangling from her lips gave her the air of a rebellious youth. Su produced a crumpled 10-yuan note and slapped it on the counter. Miss, I'd like to open 2 machines, each cost 5 yuan. The barmaid, engrossed in her phone, looked up with a hint of annoyance at the disheveled man. After accepting the money, she fiddled with the machine for a moment. Why slap the money down so hard? Machines 25 and 36. Go over there yourself. Accustomed to the disdain of strangers, Su Zhenghua had developed an unmeasurable thick skin. He believed that being reserved and low-key while eschewing fame and fortune accurately depicted his character. After receiving the account and password from the server, he led the girl toward the machines, faintly hearing the barmaid muttering disparaging remarks about country bumpkins behind him. The second floor housed over 40 machines, divided into chatting, gaming, and private booth areas, each with varying prices, quality, and internet speed. A gaggle of elementary students, seizing the opportunity after school, were vociferously engaged in popular online games, while a few without money stood at the back, gazing longingly. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Su's machine was not available for a connection, forcing Xiao Yang to sit across from him. However, Su was quite content, with no one watching. He could indulge in online romance and explore some artistic films in peace. Although the barmaid's attitude was lackluster, the internet manager was attentive. Upon noticing Su's bewilderment as he searched for a seat, she politely approached him and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" The manager, a youthful and vibrant woman in her 20s, indicated that the CAF owner had a knack for hiring attractive female staff, clearly demonstrating her business acumen. Su Zhonghua had a particular knack for subtly teasing these young ladies. With Zhou Xiaoyang having already found her place, there was no need for him to maintain the facade of authority. He feigned ignorance before the network administrator, requesting her assistance in locating a seat and powering on the computer. Meanwhile, he stood behind her, admiring the way she presented her shapely form, and daringly speculating about her bust size, which he presumed to be at least a D cup. In Chapter 51, the network administrator, he asked, "My dear, what are those flickering lights on those machines?" Su Zhonghua's act was as clumsy as it was deliberate, even referring to her as "my dear." The network administrator glanced over, stifling a laugh, and explained, "That is the webcam for video chatting." Internally, she mused whether this middle-aged man had lived in a cave for years, as it was rare to find someone unfamiliar with computers these days. "Oh, and what about this mouse-like object? It glows. How fascinating," Su Zhonghua inquired, pointing to the mouse on the desk with an expression akin to that of an innocent child. "Ah, this is the mouse. It controls the cursor on the computer, allowing you to operate it," she explained earnestly, completely deceived by Su Zhonghua's convincing performance. "Oh, I see. But how does one use it?" Su Zhonghua, harboring mischievous intentions, was setting a trap for her. "Well, do you have QQ, uncle?" The young lady, intrigued by this unusual interaction, maintained a professional smile while patiently explaining. "QQ? What is that?" Su Zhonghua continued to play the fool. "Is it some kind of candy?" No. QQ is a popular chatting tool nowadays. Let me demonstrate." With that, she skillfully opened QQ and logged in, the vibrant display dazzling to the eye. Seizing the moment, Su Zhonghua exclaimed, "Oh, you mean the little penguin? I have one. I registered 8 years ago." His loud proclamation drew disdainful glances from several nearby elementary students engrossed in playing Cartwriter. Su Zhonghua swiftly typed in his number, which astonished the network administrator as it was a 5-digit relic. Some individuals take pride in showcasing their QQ numbers, akin to parents boasting about their children's academic achievements, despite not gaining anything from it themselves. "Wow, uncle, your QQ has 3 sons. That's impressive. Yet you claim you don't know how to use it?" she teased, glancing at Su Zhonghua's username, undercover in sleaziness, which made her chuckle. "Is having 3 sons impressive? This number was set up by a friend. I really don't understand it." With a light chuckle, Su Zhonghua scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. To the nearby elementary school students, he appeared rather foolish. This QQ account had always been managed by old Tang, yet unexpectedly, this rascal had adorned his account with all sorts of frivolities. It seems he often logged into QQ under the guise of work, indulging in corruption. "Oh, uncle, how pitiable you are, with only a handful of friends," remarked a young girl, shaking her head playfully. Indeed, Yanzi's account was Li Yan's QQ, which was currently offline. Dai Yuqixiang was added by his younger sister from the countryside without permission, according to that girl's wishes. Su Zhonghua had forbidden her from adding any other women as friends. Consequently, she had helped him purge all female QQ accounts, leaving only a few high school classmates, a rather peculiar display of possessiveness. The young woman at the internet CAF discreetly added old Su's QQ, then informed Su Zhonghua, "I will send a video invitation shortly. Once you accept, you'll see the avatar, and then I shall assist you further." With that, she hurried back to the cash register, whispering a few words to the boisterous cashier before operating another computer. Su Zhonghua, having fallen for the charms of the young lady, could only blame himself, continuing to play the role of a novice as he fumbled around on the computer. After a while, a female avatar appeared, accompanied by a beeping sound and invitation to video chat from the young lady. Upon accepting the invitation from the red fox icon, Her delicate visage materialized on the screen. Perhaps due to the angle of the video, her ample bosom was prominently displayed, and the subtle hint of cleavage was enough to quicken the heartbeat of any man. Instantly, Su Zhonghua succumbed to his inner desires, typing lewdly, "Little sister, I don't even know your age or name yet." The young lady at the bar counter stifled a giggle, then quickly typed back, "Why should I tell you, you strange uncle?" This girl presented a challenge. Su Zhonghua refused to lose face and shamelessly replied, "He. If you share your name, address, and measurements, I might consider rewarding you with 10 yuan. Interested?" The young lady chuckled a few times before sending a playful emoji of someone tapping their head, followed by the words, "Annoying." This declaration of annoyance filled Su with secret delight, and his already disheveled appearance took on an even more lascivious tone as he quickly typed, "What do you find annoying? Is it the 10 yuan? No worries, whatever you need, uncle can fulfill your wishes." His words dripped with suggestive undertones. Who would have imagined that the man, so lewdly engaged in conversation with a woman, was in fact a teacher revered for his noble calling? After a relentless barrage of flirtation, the naive young lady had capitulated. Aside from retaining her measurements and boyfriend details, she had divulged her name and address to the notorious Su Zhonghua, who stored the information about the young woman named Qin Xina in his mind. He had resolved to borrow some money from Old Tang the following day to acquire a computer for himself, envisioning a future where sleepless nights could be filled with chatting with various girls. Perhaps, with this young lady, he could cultivate a deeper relationship that might eventually lead to more intimate encounters. He was already planning ahead. Just as he was about to continue typing, a message from the young lady arrived. "Uncle, I have to go now, busy." After sending this message, her avatar turned gray. After all, she was at work. Su Zhonghua, feeling a bit aimless, glanced at Zhou Xiaoang, who was engrossed in a game, and decided not to disturb her. He casually clicked open Kugo, intending to listen to some soothing music. Typing the title Xiao Sha Zhou Yi Hui into the search box, he pressed play. The familiar and nostalgic melody filled his ears. This was one of Su Zhonghua's favorite classic songs from his youth. He remembered that this song had its own story. During his formative years, there was a strong emphasis on red education, often learning about the heroic deeds of revolutionary martyrs, filling his mind with concepts of sacrifice for the revolution and noble death. Thus, the violent persona of Su Zhonghua had been shaped. At that time, the song A Carefree Journey was quite popular, featuring the poignant lyrics, "Entangled in love and hate, through life and death, how many can truly see through it all?" Lacking the lyrics, old Su consistently misheard them as entangled in love and hate. At the critical moment of life and death, how many can lose their heads? He believed that this song vividly embodied the fearless spirit of revolutionary comrades willing to sacrifice themselves, and he cherished it as a revolutionary anthem for many years. Gradually growing fond of it, that cassette tape still resides in his hometown. Chapter 52, Shot in the Head Beep. Beep. It was a notification from a QQ group. He casually clicked in, only to be greeted by a barrage of lewd and disgraceful texts. As he perused the explicit chat logs overflowing with unabashed expressions, accompanied by some scandalous images shared by lascivious individuals, even the notoriously cheeky Su Zhonghua felt a flush of embarrassment. Swallowing hard, he lit a cigarette and continued to browse through the group's messages, looking for seeds, wanting something from Beastie, seeking a link, looking for uncensored content. Almost immediately, someone responded. 3 big ones. Leave me a point. I love sister, comrade. No virus. Uncensored. Smooth playback. Damn it. When did I join such a shameless QQ group? It must have been that lecherous old Tang. Truly, a pollution to humanity. Su Zhonghua harbored a sense of resentment as he surreptitiously copied the URL of a dubious website and pasted it into his browser. Upon pressing the Enter key, the screen swiftly filled with an array of vulgar texts and indecent images. After taking a hurried drag from his cigarette to calm his racing heart, he glanced around to ensure no one was observing him before he clicked on a film titled Love Action. The video buffered for a moment before revealing a scene featuring a voluptuous Japanese woman clad in a teacher's outfit, posing provocatively in a classroom. The subtitle read, "And then a muscular man in his underwear swiftly descended upon her. With a soft moan, she blushed deeply, her body languorously collapsing into his embrace. The man's hands roamed over her ample bosom, eliciting a soft gasp from her as she lost herself in the moment. Old Su was utterly engrossed, his demeanor becoming increasingly lewd as he absent-mindedly reached for the earphones beside him. "Hey, uncle, where are you watching this movie?" A child, barely a meter tall, inquired. Fixated on Su's screen. "Get lost, kid," and go play in the mud, Su Zhonghua snapped, turning back in irritation. Do you want me to slap you into silence? Move along. The child, looking utterly dejected, scurried away, and just as Su was about to resume his viewing, he was interrupted by Zhou Xiaoyang's voice. Bro, didn't you say you're the AK prince on the way here? CS is short on players. Come and play a couple of rounds. The allure of the film was immediately extinguished, and Su Zhonghua exhaled a sigh of frustration. My hand's cramping. I can't play CS. Oh, come on. Are you afraid of getting beaten? Zhou Xiaoyang pouted. Su Zhonghua felt a twinge of insecurity. His AK prince was nothing but empty bravado. Compared to a novice playing CS for the first time, if he encountered a skilled player, he would instantly transform into an AK fool. Who would willingly subject themselves to such humiliation? Yet, Su was equally reluctant to be belittled by his younger sister and diminish his reputation. With no other choice, he feigned confidence, declaring, bring it on. Who's afraid? A 5 versus 5, right? Just don't wet yourselves when you lose. Rogue, Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, before quickly contacting others on the computer. Soon, they had assembled 10 players and selected Dust 2, the most suitable map for novices. The group split into 2 factions, the air thick with battle cries as the carnage commenced. In the first round, Su, playing as a terrorist, skillfully maneuvered his mouse, attempting to stealthily navigate towards the B door. Bang! He was unceremoniously shot in the head. Damn, what a beast! Su exclaimed in dismay. He hadn't even fired a shot. The player named 520, a police officer, was no ordinary competitor. Although Su couldn't afford a helmet, it was evident that 520, wielding a USP pistol, was a formidable opponent. Haha bro, a fool just stood dumbly at the B door, and I took him down with a single shot. Zhou Xiaoyang boasted triumphantly, oblivious to the surroundings of the internet CAF. Su Zhonghua remained silent, mentally noting the ID. He would allow Zhou to gloat for now. Vengeance would not be forgotten. In the second round, unable to afford a weapon, Su learned from his previous folly and decided to follow the main group. Avoiding any reckless charges, he occasionally fired a couple of shots to maintain appearances. Fortunately, as the game had just begun, the other players remained unaware of Su's true capabilities and refrained from scorn for his cowardice. A comrade ahead of Su tossed a grenade and unleashed a flurry of fire, taking out 2 opponents before heroically falling. Yet, Su felt no sorrow for the fallen comrade. Instead, he was nearly grinning from ear to ear. For the slain warrior's AK-47 lay at his feet. As Su, the bandit, grasped his AK, he heard the footsteps approaching ever closer. A fleeting shadow caught his eye at the front door, leaving him no time for contemplation. With a swift flick of the mouse and a tremor in his hand, he fired a shot. What is character, if not embodied in the actions of old Su at this moment? This fortuitous shot unexpectedly struck the oncoming police officer squarely in the head. Upon regaining his composure, Su stared in disbelief, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Fortune smiled upon him, for the adversary he had just dispatched was none other than the formidable 520. The eliminated players, without the need for a headset, conveyed their amusement through messages. Wow, what a sharpshooter. He actually managed a precise shot. Indeed, a headshot executed with such lightning speed was undeniably impressive. The finesse of his move was simply breathtaking. Buoyed by the encouragement of fellow players, Su felt an invigorating surge of confidence. Though not a master himself, he had always admired the prowess of others and decided to adopt their style, sending a casual message. What is so special about a headshot? It's nothing. The support from the crowd lifted his spirits, and as one of the last remaining bandits, he astonishingly eliminated 2 more foes, ultimately securing victory in this round. Aha! Just now, a foolish policeman was loitering by the front door, and I blew his head off with 1 shot. What a thrill! Su exclaimed, adopting a peculiar tone as he directed his words towards the opposing player, Zhou Xiaoyang. What? So it was you with the ID 250? That was just a fluke. You wait and see, Zhou Xiaoyang replied, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she gritted her teeth and prepared for revenge. In the third round, the affluent Su generously gifted an AK to a hapless teammate wielding a small pistol and purchased another for himself, shouting, "Go, go, go." He led the charge with unwavering determination. Stealthily, Su wandered in the shadows, seeking a target. At the sound of footsteps, he swiftly retreated, taking cover in a corner to observe. While stealthily advancing with his dagger towards point B, he finally spotted someone concealed within a wooden crate, Xiaoyang's 520. Peering out with an M4. A wicked grin spread across Su's face, revealing his violent tendencies. In such moments, nothing is more exhilarating than unleashing a flurry of shots. He aimed at the rear of 520 and unleashed a barrage of bullets without a hint of remorse. The mouse clicked furiously beneath his hand. Note: this chapter serves merely as a nostalgic homage to CS, a game I cherish despite the current popularity of Tencent SCF. Chapter 53. Unable to bear loss in a moment of unrestrained shooting. Although the police eventually took him down, Su reveled in the satisfaction of turning Xiaoyang's 520 into a veritable beehive. Zhou Xiaoyang remained silent, forced to concede that luck was not on her side today. As a key player on the police force, she typically managed to eliminate at least 1 or 2 adversaries per round, marking her as a minor ace. Yet today, her efforts had been in vain, and she consistently met untimely ends, her deaths often feeling particularly unjust. This fiercely competitive girl was left with a tumultuous storm of frustration, seeking an outlet for her pent-up anger. In this 4th round, he once again fell victim to an unknown rogue. The scenario in the 5th round was somewhat comical, as both sides engaged in a fierce skirmish at point A, resulting in numerous casualties. Su, the bandit, retreated cautiously, intending to sneak through the middle entrance. To ensure his safety, he tossed a grenade. Little did he expect that this grenade would not only take his own life but also claim that of a player named 520. I've always proclaimed myself the Prince of AK. Zhou Xiaoyang, who seemed to lose almost every round, was inexplicably eliminated time and again. The game became increasingly tedious, and her mounting frustration culminated in a fiery temper. Being a somewhat headstrong child, she slammed her keyboard and tossed her mouse aside, exclaiming angrily, "I'm done. I want to go home." With that, she puffed her cheeks and stormed downstairs from the internet CAF. "Hey, you brat, where do you think you're going?" Su Zhonghua lamented, his head throbbing with the realization of her stubbornness. She simply could not handle defeat. After playing for just over an hour, with at least 4 to 5 yuan remaining on the machines, old Su was reluctant to waste any money. He hurried to the counter to retrieve his change, only to be met with disdain from the cashier, a rather unpleasant woman. Zhou Xiaoyang reached the entrance of the internet CAF, and upon noticing that Su Zhonghua had not followed, she became infuriated. She stomped her feet and cursed, "You rotten scoundrel, you foul jerk, damn you, Su Zhonghua." Yet, her tirade was limited to those 2 phrases, revealing both her reluctance to be too harsh and her inability to conjure any other insults, which was rather amusing. By the time Su Zhonghua emerged from the CAF with his change, the girl had already sped off on her rickety bicycle, her figure merely a blur on the road. With a sigh, he resignedly made his way toward the apartment, knowing that home was not far away, just a few minutes on foot, as taking a taxi was beyond his means. Turning through the winding alleys beside Chinatown, he hummed an obscure Cantonese song from the 1980s, its sound echoing loudly in the tranquil lane. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Someone was following. In an instant, Su Zhonghua's mind sharpened, and he dispelled his usual lethargy, his muscles tensing as he shouted, "Who's there? Step out." The stalker was remarkably well concealed, exhibiting a level of stealth that suggested professional training, far from the amateurish character Su had envisioned. Had it not been for the eerie silence of the alley, old Su would have certainly detected the presence. Just then, a gust of foul wind swept past him, and 2 shadowy figures lunged forward in rapid succession, their swift approach leaving him astounded. With a cold chuckle, Su Zhonghua deftly sidestepped an attack aimed at his lower back, only to swiftly pivot and launch a sweeping kick. The assaults of the 2 assailants were effortlessly neutralized. However, Su Zhonghua was taken aback when the duo did not relent. Instead, they repositioned themselves and charged anew, one advancing while the other concealed the gaps, ensuring that no opportunity for Su Zhonghua to counter would be overlooked. After exchanging several blows, Su Zhonghua discerned their technique. They employed Sanda moves, each strike aimed at vital points. A wry smile crept upon his face as he reflected on the past 2 years of his untroubled existence. Avoiding conflict and having not even a single adversary, who could he have possibly angered to warrant such malicious intent against him? Recognizing the threat posed by his attackers, Su Zhonghua resolved not to underestimate them. He raised one hand while clenching the other into a fist, adopting a horse stance and gathering all his strength into the knuckles and fingertips. The onslaught of punches and kicks from the assailants was rendered ineffective against his single, powerful strike, his lower body remaining steadfast. After several exchanges, the 2 figures, one stout and the other lean, donned in sunglasses, were utterly astonished. Their combat training from the special forces had not allowed them to even breach the defense of the seemingly elderly adversary before them. It was no wonder their commander had instructed them to exert full effort against him. He was clearly a seasoned fighter. recognizing him as a formidable opponent. The brothers were acutely aware that failure to complete their mission would be untenable before their commander. Thus, disregarding all hesitation, they unleashed their full arsenal of lethal techniques, each move infused with deadly intent. Their reputation as champions in hand-to-hand combat was no idle boast. Their strikes were swift, fierce, and precise. In stark contrast, Su Zhonghua's techniques appeared peculiar and unorthodox. The brothers found themselves tingling from the seemingly soft yet impactful strikes of his palms and fists. Fortunately, their robust physiques and extensive brawling experience enabled them to evade some of the targeted attacks aimed at their throats, temples, and abdomens. As combat experts, it was imperative that they safeguarded these vulnerable points. However, as the skirmish progressed, the brothers grew increasingly alarmed. Not only were they unfamiliar with his style, but the tall, slender man before them seemed to be concealing his true strength, merely engaging in a cautious defense and counterattack. Thus, the battle appeared evenly matched. After a time, the standoff persisted, with the stout and lean fighters relying on their impeccable teamwork, akin to a mythic figure with multiple arms wreaking havoc. While Su Zhonghua remained low in his stance, each of his seemingly erratic moves somehow thwarting the onslaught of their four limbs. Suddenly, Su Zhonghua let out a mighty roar, causing the brothers' eardrums to reverberate with the force of it, their blood surging as they braced for what they anticipated to be a decisive strike. To their surprise, he withdrew from the fray, one hand level with the ground, the other slicing atop it. The two brothers, clad in sunglasses, exchanged glances, bewildered by what they presumed to be a novel technique, and readied themselves for the ensuing battle. Su Zhonghua smiled faintly and unexpectedly uttered a phrase in English that the average person would undoubtedly find incomprehensible, signifying a pause. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, unaware of the intentions of this scruffy man. From the onset of the confrontation, it appeared that they had been the ones to instigate the aggression, yet unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly fallen under the influence of this bearded individual, who had taken the reins of the situation. Then, old Su rummaged through his belongings and produced a red pagoda cigarette from 1956. Lighting it with a light chuckle, he remarked, "Hey, brother. We harbor no grievances against each other, so why pursue me to fight? Have I slain your entire family, or violated your mother? Surely, a reason must be given. I, Su Zhonghua, am still in my prime and wish to live a few more years. I do not desire to meet my end in such a bewildering manner. P.S. I shall refrain from making reckless promises in the future." Chapter 54. Fighting and slander. The two brothers did not respond to Su Zhonghua's expectations with a cool apology, declaring themselves assassins, nor did they invoke nostalgic lines reminiscent of 18 years ago. Instead, they remained silent, their muscles taut as if carved from stone. Observing the two of them, with their striking appearances and remarkable bearing, Su Zhonghua jested. "Why not abandon this pursuit of brawling and come teach physical education at our Muge High School? You would undoubtedly captivate countless young ladies." He himself taught at that very institution, benefiting from some connections. Old Su displayed his knack for boasting, though in reality, his body was sore and aching from the forceful blows he had endured. This moment provided a welcome respite. The two remained mute, seemingly resolved to maintain their silence. "How about this?" Su Zhonghua discarded the cigarette, but, as if making a firm decision, "Let us employ a rudimentary method. We shall each take a punch from the other. Whoever can withstand it shall be declared the victor. What do you say?" The man in black exchanged glances, seemingly finding this proposition feasible, for they had gained nothing from their previous scuffle with Su Zhonghua, only to feel thoroughly battered. This crude method, relying solely on strength, appeared to be a more viable option. The slightly heavier man nodded and replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will compete against you. Your mother's." Old Su inwardly cursed, observing the man's corpulent frame. He thought to himself that using all his might would merely leave a layer of fat unscathed, like striking a cotton ball. Meanwhile, he was lean and bony. A single blow from that man could very well shatter his bones. However, since the idea had originated from the other party, it would be unwise to retract it. He could only brace himself for the consequences, akin to a self-inflicted wound. "Go ahead." Old Su grounded himself in a stance, a sense of desolation washing over him as he suddenly felt foolish. Here he was, with an injured thigh and barely nourished, choosing to engage in a punch contest with a robust individual in a desolate alley, more absurd than two men engaging in unspeakable acts. The hefty man, with no intention of holding back, stepped forward to unleash a punch. However, Su Zhonghua hastily interjected, "Wait a moment." The man abruptly halted his momentum, pondering whether this young fellow had reconsidered his challenge. Lao Su addressed the thin man, saying, "My friend, should I happen to be struck down by a single blow, please remember to bury my remains at the entrance of Mu Gu High School, so that my students may know of my dedication as a noble educator, who devoted himself tirelessly until the very end." The thin man watched Su Zhonghua's dramatic monologue with the same detached amusement one might reserve for a circus act. As Su lamented about his beautiful teacher and cherished students, akin to a condemned prisoner delivering his final words. The thin man understood well that the so-called fat man was not truly overweight. Rather, his impressive musculature lent him a broader appearance, reminiscent of NBA's Shaquille O'Neal. If Su Zhonghua were to withstand the full force of his punch, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The hefty man prepared to strike again, summoning all his strength to deliver a blow that would leave no room for Su Zhonghua to interject. With a resounding thud, it sounded as though he had struck a steel plate. Fortunately, Su Zhonghua did collapse, and the hefty man felt a sense of satisfaction, estimating that at least a few ribs would be broken, and internal injuries were surely unavoidable. Ouch, that hurts. Su Zhonghua took a while to rise, massaging his abdomen as he coughed up a thick substance. The hefty man, mistaking it for blood, was struck with terror. How could someone weighing around 400 pounds be felled yet merely expel phlegm? Was this man even human? Now it's my turn, Su Zhonghua, this peculiar creature approached the hefty man with a smile. Terms like Iron Shirt, Ultraman, and Scion flashed through the hefty man's mind, yet before he could fully process them, he felt his abdomen cave in violently, followed by the contents of his stomach spilling forth. The pain was excruciating, as if he were on the brink of death with each breath, and he collapsed helplessly onto the ground, unable to rise. Damn it, who fights while dining so well? Su Zhonghua pinched his nose and leaped far away. The thin man rubbed his eyes, certain he had not witnessed the disheveled man strike clearly. It appeared effortless. He only noted the peculiar way the man retracted his fist, with the index finger slightly protruding. Take your friend to the hospital. If you delay, he may vomit his gastric juices, Su Zhonghua remarked. Already at the far end of the alley, his form becoming increasingly indistinct, the thin man rushed forward, quickly lifting the hefty man onto his back, forgetting entirely about the retreating figure. Was his identity compromised? As Su Zhonghua walked through the community, he pondered such troubling questions, unable to comprehend who might be causing him such distress that was of a life-threatening nature. Burdened by these thoughts, he returned to his 9th-floor apartment, fumbling with his keys in an attempt to unlock the door, only to realize that Zhou Xiaoyang had likely locked it from the inside. He knocked vigorously and called out, "Xiaoyang, open the door. I'm back." After lingering in the living room lost in thought for quite some time, Zhou Xiaoyang was suddenly jolted awake by a knock on the door. Rushing to the door, she exclaimed angrily, "You rogue. You know I'm home." "But I refused to open it." "Come on, it was just a few lost games. Surely, you aren't that petty?" Su Zhonghua replied helplessly, tapping on the door, utterly exhausted after their earlier altercation. "Humph, you're the petty one," Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, still unable to swallow her pride. After all, she had run out earlier, and he hadn't even chased after her, which was infuriating. "Why did you stay at the internet CAF after I left? You clearly don't care about me at all. I did chase after you, but I had to settle the bill. By the time I came out, you were already gone." Su Zhonghua began to elaborate on the events at the CAF, embellishing his tale with his characteristic flair, detailing how worried he had been, how he had dashed home in a frenzy of anxiety and disappointment. In those brief 20 minutes, he had been consumed by regret. Hearing Su Zhonghua's concerned words, Zhou Xiaoyang felt a flicker of doubt, her heart softening as she gradually opened the door, though her pride still held firm. "Humph, I don't believe you. Hey." Su Zhonghua pushed the door open and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, just as he was about to step inside. However, their neighbor beat him to it, flinging her door open and revealing her rotund figure, her expression far from pleasant. "Su Zhonghua, what are you making such a ruckus about at this hour? Didn't you leave a woman's underwear at my doorstep last night?" "What? I know nothing of any underwear, Sister Liang. Don't falsely accuse me," Su Zhonghua exclaimed, cold sweat cascading down his back, regretting the hasty decision to discard that lace item at this woman's door in a moment of desperation. "Oh, you still deny it? Alien's family has moved away, leaving you as the sole neighbor beside me. Who else could it possibly be?" The stout woman, Sister Liang, advanced, hands on her hips, embodying the very image of a shrew. This was left by your husband, Wang Bing." "Yes, it was him. I saw him sneaking around last night, carrying a bamboo pole and heading to Widow Wang's house. He must have gone to steal underwear." Su Zhonghua desperately tried to deflect the blame, refusing to acknowledge such sordid matters in front of his sister. Before Sister Liang could respond, Su Zhonghua swiftly shut the door, realizing that engaging in an argument with such a woman was utterly unwise. Xiaoyang, that woman outside has some issues. Her intelligence barely surpasses 50. Don't let her baseless accusations bother you. Humph, you're a perverted old lecher. The girl pouted, declaring, who do you think you're fooling? I saw everything last night. Ha ha. Is that so? Su Zhonghua laughed awkwardly, his embarrassment only deepening. I'll temporarily overlook your accusations this time. But if I catch you in another lie, I shall report you to the principal, Zhou Xiaoyang declared as she turned and settled onto the sofa, fixing her gaze on him. I, Su Zhonghua, am a person of integrity, standing tall in this world. Enough, enough. Stop boasting about yourself all day. You're over 40 and should be more serious. With a dismissive gesture, Su Zhonghua sat down on a chair, lit a cigarette, and suddenly turned serious. Now, let me speak of you. You are willful and stubborn, with a terrible attitude and a lack of manners. You only know how to throw tantrums like a spoiled child. Just like earlier, you got angry for no reason and ran off alone. Have you considered the dangers you might encounter at night? Then you blame me for not chasing after you. What kind of attitude is that? You dare to lecture me? Zhou Xiaoyang retorted. Why don't you reflect on the fact that you stole someone else's underwear? Humph, you're so disrespectful. Ultimately, Zhou Xiaoyang felt guilty and, pouting, turned her gaze away from him. Old Su, both amused and exasperated, quickly replied, stealing underwear was merely a moment of curiosity. Let us put that aside for now. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he resumed with a serious tone. Clearly, there are issues with your character. Have you ever thought about changing yourself? You should study diligently and conduct yourself with integrity, avoiding the bad influences of society, as that will only harm you. Soon, the college entrance examination will arrive. Strive to get into a good university and don't disappoint your brother. Hearing him mention the exam and her brother, which were of utmost importance to her, Zhou Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh softly. My foundational knowledge from the first 2 years of high school is poor. I probably won't be able to enter university. I once thought about working hard, but, alas, it seems impossible. There is nothing impossible. Starting tomorrow, commit to studying earnestly. I am confident I can help you get into university, but you must follow my guidance, he insisted. I don't believe you. Zhou Xiaoyang stood up and pulled him up, saying, all right, brother, enough with the serious talk. I'm hungry. Please cook something for me. Lacking experience in educating others, Su Zhonghua couldn't think of any feasible methods and could only say, all right. Just reflect on your actions and avoid mingling with those unsavory characters. If I catch you again, it won't be a light matter. Oh dear, you're so tedious. Old Su rummaged through the fridge for food and pointed towards the bathroom, saying, you cleaned the area this afternoon. It's sweltering, and you smell. Go take a shower first. I don't want to. Zhou Xiaoyang immediately refused. Why not? Don't be willful. It's just a few words. Su Zhonghua suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, is it that you're afraid I'll peek? Don't be childish. I wouldn't even look at your figure. Go on in. That is not it. Zhou Xiaoyang's face flushed. I don't have any underwear to change into. Su Zhonghua scratched his messy hair and chuckled. That truly presents a problem. How about you wear my underwear instead? Absolutely not. Zhou Xiaoyang exclaimed. Your clothes wouldn't fit a man like me. Old Su was overwhelmed with shame. Damn it, it was just a casual remark. Even if you truly wanted to wear it, I wouldn't give it to you. I only have one set to change into if I give it to you. What will I wear? You might as well just wipe yourself down. The odor on you is quite unbearable, Su Zhonghua said as he walked into the kitchen. Go wash up first. I'll make you a late-night meal. As Su Zhonghua was boiling noodles, he heard a voice coming from the bathroom. Brother, where's your towel? Huh? It's in the bathroom. Old Su turned on the gas stove and began washing the pot. Although it was merely a meager meal, he could only begrudgingly prepare some noodles for her. I can't find it. Damn it. Su Zhonghua rushed out of the kitchen to the bathroom, addressing Zhou Xiaoyang, who had removed her outer coat. Isn't this a towel? He picked up a torn and tattered yellow rag with several large holes. This? Zhou Xiaoyang was taken aback. First poking a finger through one of the holes, then inserting her entire hand, her wide eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Su Zhonghua. Brother, this is a cleaning rag for the toilet. How could it possibly be a towel? After a laborious bath, Zhou Xiaoyang emerged from the bathroom, feeling utterly relaxed. She leaned on the sofa and turned on the television, only to find the screen surrounded by vibrant colors, resembling the surface of the moon. She screamed again, brother. Why are there so many colors on the TV, but the picture itself is colorless? The previously clean black and white television had been blown to pieces by Dragon Ball. Bored with the mundane night, old Su had acquired an even more dilapidated television from his scrap collection. It's high technology. You children wouldn't understand. Su Zhonghua poured 2 bowls of noodles and walked out of the kitchen. Here, eat. Why are these plain noodles? Zhou Xiaoyang glanced at the noodles she received and asked. With tranquility to cultivate oneself and frugality to nourish virtue as a teacher, I tend to be quite economical. All we have at home is noodles, old Su said, slurping up a mouthful of broth. Damn it, after months of eating noodles, I'm severely malnourished. It seems it's time to find old Tang and con some fools. Zhou Xiaoyang looked at the plain, ingredient-less noodles and felt no appetite. Tentatively, she took a few bites before placing the bowl on the table. Noticing she wasn't eating, Su Zhonghua curiously asked, "Aren't you hungry?" "It's not tasty," Zhou Xiaoyang pouted, turning her head away in dissatisfaction. "Silly girl, you're so picky." Su Zhonghua affectionately patted her head and returned to the kitchen, busying himself for nearly 20 minutes. When he emerged, he held a plate containing 2 fried eggs and a sausage, gently offering it to Zhou Xiaoyang. "Eat this." The girl turned her head, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma. Her expression transformed dramatically as she bit her lip, accepting the plate and slowly beginning to eat. After finishing the noodles in his bowl, Su Zhonghua poured the unfinished noodles from Zhou Xiaoyang's bowl into his own and slurped a mouthful. Zhou Xiaoyang quickly snatched the chopsticks from him, her face pale, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Brother, I've already eaten this. What's wrong with you?" Old Su stared at the girl in confusion. "You've eaten it, yet I can't? Besides, I'm a country boy. I despise wasting food." After saying this, he lifted the bowl and gulped down the entire serving of noodles, wiping his mouth in a rather undignified manner. Lighting a cigarette, he looked at the astonished Zhou Xiaoyang, playfully pinched her cheek, and gently urged, "Hurry up and eat. It'll taste bad if it gets cold." Typically averse to anyone pinching her face, this time Zhou Xiaoyang felt no resentment. Bowing her head, her heart heavy with longing, she finished her meal bite by bite, thinking to herself, "If only he were truly my real brother." Chapter 56. Scars. Xiaoyang, I didn't tea at you, so why are you crying? "I'm not crying. The eggs you cooked are just terrible," Zhou Xiaoyang replied, wiping her tear-streaked eyes and turning her head away to avoid Su Zhonghua's gaze. "Is it so bad that it makes you cry?" Old Su remarked foolishly. You pervert, stealing underwear," Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, unable to counter further. Reopening old wounds of embarrassment for old Su. "Oh, really?" Old Su thought that discussing such a humiliating matter would only diminish his dignity. So he pretended not to hear and handed her a tissue, chuckling. "Wipe your tears. A girl with a tear-streaked face is simply a tragic sight." "Humph," Zhou Xiaoyang pouted, accepting the tissue before suddenly asking, "To be honest, did you ever dislike me for how I treated you before?" Su Zhonghua took a drag from his cigarette and sighed. "Dislike isn't quite the word. I was just a bit angry. After all, your brother is my buddy." "Oh dear, there you go again mentioning my brother." While wiping her face, Zhou Xiaoyang blushed and looked at Su Zhonghua, abruptly suggesting, "From now on, can you be my brother?" "Silly girl, I already am your brother." As they conversed, the prior awkwardness dissipated and they grew more comfortable with one another. Zhou Xiaoyang reclined on the vintage sofa, pondering for a long while before asking, "Su, brother, are you married?" "I'm at the prime of my youth." "How could that happen so quickly?" The girl seemed delighted, lifting her head with a smile and continuing to inquire, "Then, do you have a girlfriend?" Alone and unencumbered by romantic entanglements, Su Zhonghua found himself increasingly vexed by inquiries regarding his solitary status. Since the conclusion of his high school first love, he had not experienced the tender affections of any woman, a fact he regarded as an embarrassing footnote in his personal history. A girlfriend? Well, of course. There have been many offers over the years, as I have always found it difficult to decline the kind gestures from the fairer sex. Su Zhonghua endeavored to project the image of a seasoned gentleman in matters of the heart. Many young ladies have often expressed a desire to embark on new romantic ventures with me. Yet I have consistently recalled the wise words of Yu Fei, "Until great matters are accomplished, how can one speak of home?" Thus, I find myself in this predicament. Do you understand? Come on now. Zhou Xiaoyang chuckled derisively. "I can't see why anyone would be interested in you, given your apparent poverty." "Haha, your naivety is quite amusing." Su Zhonghua replied with a hearty laugh. He intended to continue their banter, but suddenly feeling the dampness of his perspiring body, he excused himself. "It's getting late." I shall take a shower. You should return to your room to rest, as we have class tomorrow. Oh, just a little longer. Why rush to shower? Zhou Xiaoyang protested, grabbing hold of him. Enough. Don't be silly, he retorted gently. Ultimately, the girl could not persuade him and, with a resigned expression, retreated to her room to sleep. After a refreshing cold shower, he grabbed a towel and wiped his face, reveling in the delightful scent it carried. Ah, the essence of youth is truly remarkable. If only Zhou Xiaoyang would use my towel a few more times, I would never need to change it again. Emerging from the bathroom with a mind brimming with impure thoughts, he noticed that the door to the girl's sleeping quarters was ajar. Peering inside, he saw Zhou Xiaoyang peacefully resting on her modest bed, her hairline glistening with the sweat accumulated from the sultry heat. In a rare display of tenderness, Su Zhonghua fetched his small fan from his bedroom, plugged it in, and set it to blow a gentle breeze towards her. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard Zhou Xiaoyang murmur in her sleep, "Brother, I hate you. I hate you." Taken aback, Su Zhonghua abruptly turned his head, only to see the girl's delicate face slightly furrowed, as if she were genuinely upset. Her hands trembled beneath the covers, as if she were tormented by a troubling dream. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he settled at the edge of her bed, sighed softly, and soon succumbed to slumber atop a high stool. When he awakened the next day, Su Zhonghua found his neck nearly askew. Indeed, sleeping on a stool was hardly a humane endeavor. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he noticed the bed was empty. After adjusting his tousled hair, he ventured into the kitchen, where he could hear the distinct sound of water emanating from the bathroom. "Xiaoyang, are you in there?" he called out. "Yes, brother, I'm showering," came Zhou Xiaoyang's response. The sweltering heat had made her sweat profusely during the night. Su Zhonghua shook his head and entered the kitchen, only to find 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk laid out on the table. He pondered, could this girl have ventured out early to buy breakfast for herself? The food still radiated warmth. It seemed she truly regarded him as her brother. With this thought lifting his spirits, he bit into a dough stick and called out, "Xiaoyang, hurry up, we're off to school." After finishing breakfast, he glanced at the clock, noting it was only 7:10. Ample time remained. Just then, Zhou Xiaoyang emerged from the bathroom. As Su Zhonghua lifted his gaze, he was nearly taken aback. Glimmering droplets of water clung to her cascading waves of hair, and her petite face, having been bathed in warmth, radiated a charming rosy hue. Her bright, large eyes sparkled beneath the fluttering of long, curled lashes. Clad in a trendy, fitted black tracksuit, she made Su's heart race uncontrollably. My word, a fairy. "Hey, you lecherous wolf." Zhou Xiaoyang felt a touch of embarrassment under Su's unabashed gaze, a mix of pride and discontent washing over her. She pouted slightly and huffed. "You are a teacher, for goodness sake. Could you be a bit more serious?" "Oh, in that case, I shall be serious. Off to brush my teeth," Su Zhonghua replied, clad only in his boxers, as he naturally sauntered into the bathroom. After several minutes of refreshing himself, he emerged to find Zhou Xiaoyang fixated on her own reflection, resembling a rather brazen vixen. Su Zhonghua felt quite uneasy as he was preparing to dress, when Zhou Xiaoyang suddenly jumped off the sofa. Her curiosity piqued. "Brother, how did you get such a long scar on your arms and legs?" "Oh, that's from an accident in the village when I was little, caused by a collapsing shed," Su Zhonghua replied nonchalantly. Once he finished dressing, he said, "Let us go, it's time for class." Reluctantly, Zhou Xiaoyang was hesitant to ride his dilapidated bicycle, insisting on taking the bus instead, fearing that her classmates would see her and lose face. However, Su Zhonghua dismissed her concerns with a comment about the prevalence of lecherous men on public transport, compelling her to comply and climb onto the bike, burying her head low. Clinging to Su Zhonghua's waist, she rarely showed such affection towards any man, apart from her dear brother. In the past, she would never have allowed any man to touch her, not even her recent first love. Recalling the morning when she woke to find Su Zhonghua sleeping on a stool, having even brought a fan over for her comfort, a warm rush surged through her. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Stinky brother, why did you sleep at my place last night? Were you trying to take advantage of me?" "Well, I did have those thoughts," he admitted. "But considering I'm still a virgin, it would have been too much of a loss, so I refrained." Chapter 57. The language teacher. As Su Zhonghua proudly rode into the school with Zhou Xiaoyang, familiar classmates cast astonished glances at them. Zhou Xiaoyang pretended not to notice, lowering her head even further. "It's strange, Xiaoyang, I distinctly remember not combing my hair today. I shouldn't look that handsome. Why are they all staring at me?" Su Zhonghua asked candidly as he locked the bicycle in the parking shed. Zhou Xiaoyang ignored him and walked straight into the school. terrified of being seen by her classmates on his rickety bike, fearing ridicule. It was Friday, and with the weekend approaching, students were punctual and diligent, ensuring they wouldn't be late. By 7:30, the students had begun their morning exercises. Arriving hastily at the playground, Su Zhonghua appeared disheveled. His unkempt appearance somewhat at odds with his endearing facial features, strong brows, large eyes, and well-defined features. While most boys disliked him, the girls were filled with curiosity about him. As he began to take attendance, he noted only a slight increase in the number of students participating, with the formation disorganized and lackluster. Frustrated, Su Zhonghua shouted, "Look at yourselves. Are you dancing the yanga? Don't treat morning exercises as a mere formality. You. Lift your legs higher, stretch your arms straight. Don't resemble Tarzan. And you, Huang, straighten up. Do you have hemorrhoids?" The students called out had no choice but to straighten up and participate. And after a round of scolding, they finally improved slightly. Most of those present for the exercises were students who feared the teacher, while the audacious ones remained lost in their dreams. Yesterday, a stern warning was issued. Those who neglect their morning exercises shall face strict consequences. Yet now, Mr. Su finds himself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of helplessness. So many students are absent, and reprimanding them seems futile, while mere words appear to hold no weight. Attempting to forget the earlier incident, Mr. Su strolled around the playground before finally returning to his office. His colleagues continued their tasks with the same untroubled demeanor. Glancing at the new schedule for Class 2, he noted that the first 2 periods were dedicated to Chinese language, followed by a biology lesson, with his physical education class not appearing until the 4th period. Mr. Su Zhonghua realized that his solitary efforts and discipline were insufficient. It seemed essential to engage with the other subject teachers. He first sought out the Chinese department office, where he had encountered the stern woman who taught Chinese to grades 3 and 2 on several occasions. The last time, she had unceremoniously dragged Zhou Xiaoyang out of the classroom during her lesson, and from that moment, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Mr. Su. Each time he made an effort to greet her, she acted as though he were invisible, offering no response whatsoever. Chen Jufeng, a Chinese teacher, was a serious-looking woman in her 40s, tall and impeccably coiffed, dressed in a crisply ironed suit. The meticulous details of her attire reflected her stringent approach to life. "Good morning, Teacher Chen. You look radiant today. Your complexion is quite remarkable. Surely you haven't donned any makeup? You appear as youthful as 18, Mr. Su remarked as he approached her desk for a brief exchange. Ms. Chen continued to scribble away at her desk, leaving Mr. Su uncertain whether she genuinely had a plethora of assignments to grade or if she was merely feigning busyness. Empathizing with her, Mr. Su suspected it was merely an act. Upon hearing Mr. Su's light-hearted comment, she did not lift her gaze, her expression sour. A closer inspection revealed powder cascading down her face, and her voice, devoid of emotion, cut through the air. "I am aware you are the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Mr. Su Zhonghua. If you have no pressing matters, kindly refrain from disturbing my work." Su Zhonghua laughed heartily, gazing skyward. "Indeed, Teacher Chen is diligently devoted to the field of education, and I have always held her in high esteem. I wonder what insights or suggestions she might have regarding the condition of our Class 2 of Year 3. Upon hearing the mention of Class 2, Chen Juanfeng's temper flared. Among the 2 classes she taught, Class 2 was the most exasperating. Each time the midterm and final examinations approached, due to their dismal performance, she would invariably face criticism from her superiors. Moreover, Class 2 was notorious for its incessant noise during lessons, with teaching materials frequently disappearing, students openly dozing off or engrossed in extracurricular reading. Such misconduct was utterly indefensible. Reflecting on these grievances, Chen Junfeng even contemplated resigning. "I merely wish to fulfill my duties. I have no profound insights. If your students wish to learn, they will. If not, I cannot compel them." "How can you, as a teacher, utter such irresponsible words, Teacher Chen?" Su Zhonghua interjected. "Moreover, the students of Class 2 cannot do without you. They are eager learners with a passion for the Chinese language. I recall during the last class meeting, when I asked them about their favorite subject and teacher, they responded without hesitation, 'We love Chinese, and we love Teacher Chen Junfeng.'" Su Zhonghua, with disingenuous flattery, remained unperturbed. Indeed, the older woman lifted her head, although Chen Junfeng recognized this as a deliberate attempt at appeasement. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking that this newcomer was genuinely concerned about the students' futures, a rare quality. Her expression softened gradually as she replied, "If they truly enjoy learning and have a passion for the Chinese language, I hope that next time they can adhere to discipline and engage earnestly in my classroom. Su Zhonghua wore a serious expression, asserting confidently. There is no doubt that they have developed an affection for your class. Previously, it may have seemed that the fervent discussions among students were merely a result of your profound and captivating lectures, which led you, Teacher Chun, to mistakenly perceive it as mere noise. Speaking of which, I recall that during our last English reading session, I noticed several students engrossed in a Chinese literature book, completely absorbed in it. I reprimanded them sternly, insisting they set aside their Chinese books and focus on memorizing English. To my surprise, they adamantly refused to comply. Upon inquiry, they all expressed that your lessons were so enthralling that they couldn't resist revisiting the material. In reality, however, Su Zhonghua had caught sight of a student concealing a romantic novel beneath the cover of a Chinese textbook, unable to put it down. Chen Junfeng felt her cheeks flush from his remarks. Though the situation was entirely fabricated, his argument was so compelling that she found it difficult to refute him. Nevertheless, she graciously admitted, "Very well, if the students of Class 2 are indeed eager to learn, I shall devote myself to imparting knowledge to them." "That is splendid. I believe that if the students knew they had such a dedicated and earnest teacher as you, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride." Su Zhonghua proposed. "Would you be free for lunch today? Allow me the pleasure of treating you, Teacher Chun." His sincerity was apparent, albeit somewhat feigned. "Your goodwill is appreciated, but I have prior engagements this afternoon. I sincerely hope you can guide Class 3, Section 2 effectively," Chen Junfeng replied, wishing to distance herself from this frivolous man, indicating a desire for him to leave. "Very well then. I shall return to organize my plans." Su Zhonghua wisely took his leave from Chen Junfeng. Chapter 58. Presentation of Evidence. Su Zhonghua initially intended to engage further with other subject teachers regarding matters concerning Class 2. However, upon reflecting on Chen Junfeng's dismissive attitude towards both himself and Class 2, his enthusiasm waned, and he abandoned the thought. Contemplating the educational strategies for Class 2, he concluded that it was time to identify a reliable breakthrough among the students. Having been a teacher for nearly 2 weeks, only Huang Yu occasionally adhered to his directives. Yet this boy's discretion was dubious, making it unlikely to cultivate him as a confidant. As for Zhou Xiaoyang, the girl had transitioned from disdain to obedience in just a week, a shift too rapid to be trusted. The names of Hao Jiuji, Jiang Fan, Yang Jiafu, Deng Huizhong, and Dong Chun flashed through his mind, all of whom had consistently opposed him and dismissed his efforts. He pondered 3 girls, Tang Shishir, Fu Mingting, and Lin Xiaoying, all of whom had interacted with him. Tang Shishir, having previously deceived him in a manner both sincere and duplicitous, was deemed untrustworthy. Fu Mingting, cold and taciturn, offered little utility, yet Lin Xiaoying appeared to be a viable consideration, naive and simple. She could perhaps be swayed to act as an informant among the students, allowing for close observation of their actions. As Su Zhonghua weighed his options, he returned to his office, casually retrieving the book on self-cultivation from his drawer. After perusing a few pages, he found the material dull and soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, leading to a series of yawns. Noticing that Wu Yi was absent and the computer unoccupied, he mustered his energy and moved to the side to log in, eager to check if Li Yin was online. Just then, Li Yin herself entered through the office door, accompanied by the insufferable Han Jinyan. Their cheerful banter suggested either Li Yan's usual grace and politeness or perhaps a burgeoning fondness for Han Jinyan, hinting at a possible romantic undertone. Han Jinyan, exhibiting an air of elegance, casually held a copy of Das Kapital. Seizing the opportunity of a morning devoid of physical education and music classes, he deliberately initiated a conversation with Li Yin to foster a closer relationship. His meticulous choice of timing and his ostensible pretext, coupled with his dapper appearance, showcased his intention to convey sophistication and taste. It seemed as though everything was under his control. Han Jinyan aimed to transform their collegial camaraderie into something more intimate. Though he was not in a rush, he planned to adopt a gradual approach, engaging in a war of attrition to win over Li Yin. Along the way, he displayed his wit and humor, sprinkling in clever anecdotes, and seizing opportunities to offer subtle compliments, eliciting genuine smiles from Li Yin and lifting her spirits. Were she a typical innocent girl, Han Jinyan would undoubtedly succeed in ensnaring her in his charming yet predatory grasp. Su Zhonghua's heart raced as he faced the display screen. His gaze, however, surreptitiously darting toward Li Yan's direction. As a man, he harbored that subtle possessiveness, reluctant to see the sole beauty among the female teachers courted by another. Though somewhat selfish, it is a common sentiment for men to nurture a flicker of hope that a stunning woman might develop an affection for them. Even if no personal connection existed between him and Li Yan, jealousy lingered within him, despite the necessity to maintain an appearance of indifference, showcasing his composure and nonchalance. Ignoring Han Jinyan's jovial banter at Li Yan's desk, Su Zhonghua continued to engage with his computer. The male teachers within the office could not help but steal glances and whisper amongst themselves, their thoughts echoing Su's jealousy. Yet Lu Quan, stationed at the adjacent desk by the entrance, could no longer contain himself. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice conspiratorially to Su Zhonghua. "Hey, look at that couple over there," practically making a mockery of office decorum. "Su, you ought to intervene." "I will not," Su Zhonghua replied without lifting his head, engrossed in browsing the campus forum. You lack the courage, don't you?" Lu Quan, taken aback by Su's retort, resorted to provocation. "Damn it, who says I lack the courage?" In truth, Su Zhonghua had long desired to disrupt their flirtation, yet felt constrained by the absence of justification. To intrude without cause would invite unwarranted scrutiny. Lu Quan's taunt, however, presented Su with the perfect pretext. "Exactly. Such a prime cut of meat, and it's being eyed by a dog. It would be a pity to let it go unchallenged." Just as Su Zhonghua prepared to shut down his computer and rise to confront the situation, Han Jinyan, the audacious one, boldly declared, "Teacher Li, if you are free tonight, may I treat you to dinner?" His voice, though soft, pierced the quietude of the office, capturing everyone's attention. With that proclamation, at least 5 or 6 male teachers held their breath, collectively condemning Han Jinyan as a beast. Li Yan appeared remarkably seasoned in handling such advances. After a lengthy pause, she smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, I have plans this evening. Perhaps another time." Su Zhonghua could not comprehend why he felt a sense of relief upon hearing those words. Was this the typical psychology of a man? Han Jinyan was taken aback, for he had meticulously prepared and seized the opportune moment, believing everything was under his control. To his surprise, Li Yan had rejected him. The look of astonishment on his face was fleeting. He offered a nonchalant smile and was about to inquire if Li Yan was available the following day when a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air. "Mr. Han, such frivolous behavior is inappropriate in this sacred campus, as it undermines the school's ethos. Please be mindful of your words and actions." Han Jinyan turned to identify the source of the voice, and upon recognizing Su Zhonghua, his expression hardened. "Su Zhonghua, I am discussing work with Teacher Li Yan. Kindly refrain from making unfounded accusations." Su Zhonghua approached Li Yan's desk, his face a mask of seriousness, and said, "Oh, I beg your pardon. I seem to have made an error. Well then, Teacher Han, when do you intend to repay the 1,000 yuan you owe me?" "What 1,000 yuan? What nonsense are you spouting?" Han Jinyan responded, bewildered, as he could not recall ever owing Su anything. "Do not feign ignorance. Are you attempting to renege on your debt? If that is the case, you may anticipate my lawyer's lawsuit. The words you utter today will serve as evidence in court." Su Zhonghua proclaimed with righteous indignation, transforming even a trivial matter into a grand spectacle, instilling a sense of intimidation. Han Jinyan's expression fluctuated, but in Su's eyes, it was interpreted as fear instilled by his words. After much contemplation, Han finally recalled the wager made during their last basketball game, where Su had publicly slapped him under the guise of defense, causing quite a stir on the campus forum. And Han had lost face and cursed Su in his mind countless times. However, with Li Yan present, Han suppressed his anger, steadied his emotions, and retorted, "I remember now. Here is your 1,000 yuan. I would appreciate it if you would refrain from bothering me further." As he spoke, he retrieved a long wallet from his slacks, the brand unknown, and handed over the 1,000 yuan without a hint of regret. Chapter 59. You do not understand. Indeed, you do not understand. With his ruby lips, pearly whites, thick brows, and striking eyes, the description fits Han Jinyan perfectly. His smile radiated warmth and sunshine. Standing over 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned physique that accentuated his striking appearance, such a figure appears to embody justice, standing out whether amidst a pile of refuse or a bed of flowers. The frail Su, standing beside him, suddenly felt a bit more unseemly. Trembling as he accepted the 1,000 yuan in cash, Su Zhonghua could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Tonight he would finally have meat to eat. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Han Jinyan, harboring a wealth of resentment after being humiliated repeatedly by Su, had long since placed the disheveled man on his blacklist. With a mixture of probing and humiliation, he inquired, "By the way, Teacher Su, May I ask where your parents work? The question stemmed from the incident at the Eagle Emperor Palace, which still troubled Han Jin. How could Su simply produce a small piece of paper to alter the situation, absolving him of payment? Was it possible he had influential connections? Yet, he appeared so disheveled and impoverished, leaving Han utterly perplexed. Such a foolish question was not lost on Su Zhonghua, who was well aware of Han's ulterior motives. Naturally, being a man of spontaneity, the more Han sought to undermine him, the more Su would resist, and his resistance was unapologetically brazen. Oh, my parents are in the American financial sector, with substantial interests in the food, construction, and film industries. They have consistently urged me to assist them. Yet my aspiration is to become a teacher, so I have been finding various excuses to defer. Old Su maintained a calm demeanor, half leaning against Li Yan's desk. Harboring a sense of curiosity as he coldly remarked, I wonder where teacher Han's parents are employed? Furthermore, Su Zhonghua keenly observed the fluctuation in Han's expression upon the mention of the American financial sector, reveling in the belief that he had intimidated him. With a sense of satisfaction, he retrieved a pack of Hongtam Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each of Lu Quan's colleagues, while deliberately withholding one from Han. Instead, directing a broad smile towards him. My family merely operates a small business in Gang'an City, he chuckled. Cold sweat trickled down Han Jinyan's back. Could this fellow truly be boasting? If his family engaged in significant business in America, what would compel him to teach here? Moreover, his entire attire barely amounted to 200 yuan, and he even rode a bicycle home. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that he was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, as such individuals were not uncommon. Upon hearing the extravagant claims regarding his family background, Su Zhonghua could not help but smile faintly, remarking, in truth, we, the youth, ought not to squander our family's wealth for mere appearances. Take me, for instance. I earn a modest salary of 3,000 each month, yet I allocate only 500 for my living expenses, donating 2,000 to the Hong'an City Red Cross Association. It is imperative to recognize that countless laborers around the globe struggle to afford a meal. The remaining 500 I save for my future bride. I sincerely hope that my future wife shares my values, engaging in charitable deeds rather than indulging in vanity. His lengthy discourse, though not a direct affront to Han Jin, subtly criticized him for his ostentatious spending using familiar resources. The atmosphere in the office crackled with tension as the two men locked eyes, igniting a fierce spark. While the other teachers momentarily set aside their work to discreetly observe the unfolding drama, Li Yan, though not exceptionally astute, was perceptive enough to sense the discord. With a quick smile towards Su Zhonghua, she said, Teacher Su, don't you have a physical education class to prepare for? It's important to focus on your lesson. So perhaps you should get ready. We can converse further another time. Though slightly displeased by her suggestion, Su Zhonghua recognized it as an opportunity to quell his jealousy. An idea formed in his mind as he replied with a forced smile, Since you mention it, Teacher Li, I shall seek out Teacher Han for a more in-depth conversation another time. By the way, are you free for lunch today? I brought some of my poetry with me and would love to share it with you. Apologies, but I usually return home to dine with my mother during lunch. Li Yan replied, biting her soft lip as if contemplating something. After a brief pause, she continued, However, I am free tonight. If it suits you, I would like to treat you to dinner, as I have some matters to discuss with you. What? Su Zhonghua exclaimed in astonishment, initially harboring little hope. He had resigned himself to the notion that there would be no opportunity. Yet, to his surprise, the beautiful Li Yan was inviting him to dinner. Truly, he had salvaged his pride. He cast a triumphant glance at Han Jin, whose complexion shifted between hues of green and white, undoubtedly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. While a date with a beautiful woman was undoubtedly enticing, Su Zhonghua was burdened by a pressing matter. He had received an urgent call from Old Tang the previous night about a tricky situation that required his assistance. His evening was already fully booked. With a faint sigh, Su Zhonghua contrived an excuse, lamenting, How unfortunate. I must return home to prepare my lesson plans, and furthermore, Hunan TV is airing Little Soldier Zhang Jie at 8 o'clock. I regret to decline, Teacher Li, perhaps another time? At that moment, Han Jinyan interjected, Li Yan, I also have a penchant for poetry and am available tonight. Why don't I treat you to dinner instead? Let us save it for another time, she replied. Li Yan was uncertain whether this statement was directed towards Su Zhonghua or the beastly Han Jin. A hint of disappointment graced her face, as she found herself rejected after her first attempt to treat a boy to dinner. Her spirits inevitably fell. The atmosphere grew awkward. prompting Su Zhonghua to make a light-hearted remark and hastily return to Wu Yi's desk to engage with his computer. Although he felt a tinge of regret at the prospect of a date with a beautiful girl slipping away, he quickly reassured himself. After all, since she had not outright rejected him on the first invitation, he had every reason to believe the second would pose no challenge. Han Jinyan, on the other hand, was at a loss for how to continue the conversation with Li Yin. Lacking the audacity of his friend Su, he could only muster an excuse to exit the office, planning to seize a better opportunity to invite Li Yin another time. In this dramatic turn of events, the other male teachers observing the scene breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their work. To them, the rivalry between Su Zhonghua and Han Jinyan resembled a dogfight, where neither achieving success was deemed the most favorable outcome. After a considerable time, Lu Quan could no longer restrain himself and leaned over, whispering in exasperation, "Xiao Su, you truly have no sense of priorities. How could you choose a date with a stunning beauty over staying home to watch some trivial show like Little Soldier Zhang Jie?" Su Zhonghua shook his head dismissively, stating, "What do you know? This is a strategy. The art of feigning retreat to lure in is a high-level tactic in the realm of romance. Haven't you heard of it? When it comes to courting women, one must not be hasty. Instead, one should proceed step by step, solidly and steadily." Old Su flaunted his rather shallow knowledge of romantic pursuits, presenting himself as a connoisseur of love. What nonsense about being steady and solid. To woo a woman, one must be passionate. When an opportunity arises, seize it. If there is no opportunity, one must create one. Lu Quan exclaimed excitedly, appearing even more anxious than old Su, as if he were the one on a date with a beautiful woman. "Ah, you don't understand. You truly do not comprehend," Su Zhonghua replied enigmatically, choosing to ignore him and returning to his web browsing. Chapter 60. The sports committee member in the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, Deng Huizhong, brimming with excitement, couldn't contain himself as he boasted, "Guys, who went to the gambling god competition in Gangnan City last night?" "You went." Huang Yu scoffed. For the gambling god competition was a grand affair in the underbelly of Gangnan City. Even the small-time gang leader he knew, Huang Galong, had not managed to gain entry. Could it be that Deng Huizhong truly had access? Of course, Deng Huizhong replied, puffing out his chest with pride as he sat back, full of self-satisfaction. "My dad is the director. It was his permission that allowed me to go. Not only did I attend, but I also met the leader of the bald gang, who even gifted me a cigarette. Isn't that so?" A group of curious classmates gathered around, gazing at Deng Huizhong with envy. The bald gang was quite notorious throughout Gangnan City, known for their bravery and ferocity, with their shaven heads becoming a distinctive style that attracted many wayward students. "Don't believe me? Just ask Yang Jiafu. I took him with me," Deng Huizhong said, crossing his arms and casting a derisive smile at Huang Yu. "Huang Yu, I know you become Su Laosher's lackey, even reporting on us. Huh? What prowess does Su Zhonghua possess? He is merely a wretched, impoverished teacher. He will likely never have the chance to witness the gambling god competition." I've been found out." Huang Yu's face turned pale, anxiety gripping his heart. He knew that opposing Deng Huizhong and his friends would not bode well for him, leaving him at a loss for words. He merely pursed his lips in silence. With a sudden clap on the desk, Zhou Xiaoyang coldly admonished Deng Huizhong, "What is wrong with Su Laosher? Shut your foul mouth. He is not just a miserable teacher." Zhou Xiaoyang's words instantly hushed the entire classroom, with everyone staring at her in astonishment. They were baffled by her statement, especially since she had been reprimanded by Su Zhonghua the day before, indicating some animosity between them. Yet now, she was actively speaking in defense of him. What a shocking turn of events. Xiaoyang, what is wrong with you?" Deng Huizhong asked, utterly confused. What was with Zhou Xiaoyang today? Her hair was straightened. She dressed elegantly, her gaze seemed off, and her tone was quite peculiar. She even had a Chinese language textbook laid out on her desk, as if she were diligently studying. Deng Huizhong truly found himself at a loss. "What is wrong?" Zhou Xiaoyang's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied calmly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Class is about to begin." She dared not overstep her bounds, nor could she speak too much in favor of Su Zhonghua. Her recent excitement was merely a fleeting moment. If she were to unilaterally consider Su Zhonghua, it would inevitably create a rift between her and her classmates, a circumstance she wished to avoid. Deng Huizhong gazed at Zhou Xiaoyang for an extended period, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoyang had also succumbed to the influence of Teacher Su? Surely not. Logically speaking, Zhou Xiaoyang was the very instigator of the animosity in the classroom. She had taken a day off yesterday. What could have transpired to prompt such a significant shift in her sentiments towards Teacher Su in such a short span? This conundrum was indeed intriguing. Many classmates, who had banded together to prank the teacher, also displayed expressions of bewilderment. After Zhou Xiaoyang made her statement, Yang Jiafu sensed a subtle change within her. In an instant, the members of the class found themselves lost in contemplation. Chun Minjing observed Zhou Xiaoyang's demeanor and speculated that perhaps teacher Su had influenced her in some manner. Otherwise, given Zhou Xiaoyang's character, such an abrupt change would be inexplicable. Her curiosity about Su Zhenghua intensified. What kind of teacher was he, after all? Boastful, disheveled, impoverished, and notoriously harsh. He seemed to possess almost no redeeming qualities. After spending some time playing on the computer in the office, the bell for the 4th period rang. With a deep sense of reflection, old Su shut down the computer. In just a few days at the school, the campus forum had generated numerous threads about him, filled with insults, praises, slurs, and disparagements. It appeared he must be more mindful of his image moving forward. Su Zhenghua entered the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, holding a copy of Sports and Health, swaying with a sense of accomplishment. He patted the book and exclaimed, "Class is in session." Remarkably, a group of students responded lethargically. "Hello, teacher." Once the students awaited Su Zhenghua's reply, they settled down quietly. The peculiar behavior of Zhou Xiaoyang earlier had caused a few mischievous students, who often delighted in teasing their teacher, to quiet down and observe the unfolding scene with intrigue. Su Zhenghua was in high spirits, disregarding whether the students would show him respect, and smiled as he said, "I am your new physical education teacher. I believe I need not introduce myself again. As this is a new semester and I have just assumed my position, I would like to temporarily select a new sports representative. If there are any students confident in their ability to fulfill this role, please raise your hands, and I will consider your candidacy." He cast a glance over the seated students, noticing both Huang Yu and Zhou Xiaoyang raising their hands, along with Lin Xiaoying and Qin Wu. Su Zhenghua let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat apprehensive that the students might not take him seriously, creating an awkward situation. He chuckled, Zhou Xiaoyang, you are too thin. It wouldn't be suitable for you. Perhaps you can participate in the next public selection for class officers. And Huang Yu, you are rather short, which also makes you unsuitable. Do try to grow taller in the future." Observing the few students who had raised their hands, Yang Jiafu and his peers began sending group messages. It seems Zhou Xiaoyang really has issues, and that Huang Yu fellow is indeed colluding with teacher Su. Humph. Let him betray us. He won't have a good ending for turning against Class 2 for 3 years. Tonight, I will call someone and block him at the school gate. Deng Huizheng replied through gritted teeth. Qin Wu, you have already served as the sports representative for 2 consecutive semesters. I believe you should give others more opportunities. Su Zhenghua cleared his throat and stated solemnly, I personally believe that Lin Xiaoying is quite suitable for the position of sports representative, and I trust she will contribute greatly to the class through her efforts. Huh. Teacher Su, are you saying you want me to be the sports representative? Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. She had merely raised her hand to support the teacher and never expected to be chosen. Hey, this isn't fair. Teacher Su, look at Lin Xiaoying. She's so short and a girl. She is not at all suitable for being the sports representative. Qin Wu responded, astonished and dissatisfied with the teacher's choice. What is this? Qin Wu, are you looking down on girls? In this day and age, we must promote gender equality and should not harbor any discrimination. Su Zhenghua had already decided to cultivate Lin Xiaoying as his trusted confidant. This was an excellent opportunity that he could not afford to miss. With a decisive gesture, he proclaimed, everyone should give Lin Xiaoying a chance. I believe she will perform exceptionally well in physical education class. It's settled then. Lin Xiaoying is the sports representative. I trust there will be no objections from anyone? None. A group of girls who were close to Lin Xiaoying replied. Apart from Qin Wu, the others were indifferent as it was not a particularly coveted position. But, teacher, can I really do it? Lin Xiaoying pouted, looking innocent, unable to believe in her own capability to fulfill the role of sports representative. No problem. It's not like you are going to do heavy lifting. It's just about organizing the students during morning exercises and sports classes, and helping me count equipment after class. It's quite simple. Su Zhenghua said with a beaming smile. Chapter 61. Hometown Tongshan. All right then. If I don't do well, you mustn't blame me, teacher. Lin Xiaoying whispered softly. Xiaoying, you ought to have confidence in yourself. Now, please take a seat. Su Zhenghua gestured with his hand and continued. I need to take a few minutes of your physical education class to announce 2 matters, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? This group of students seemed to understand the wisdom of enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness. Stop rambling and just say it. Next Wednesday, there will be a mock examination, right before the National Day holiday. This assessment has been mandated by the Education Bureau, Su Zhonghua said, shaking his head and mimicking the tone of the school board. How boring, switch it up. Chen Caixia protested loudly. The good news is that I am planning an autumn outing during the National Day holiday, where the entire class can enjoy a trip together, Su Zhonghua declared cheerfully, snapping his fingers. Those with girlfriends should bring their girlfriends, and those with boyfriends should bring their boyfriends, so we can all have a great time and relax. The reactions from the students varied significantly. Some cheered with excitement, while others wore frowns, and a few remained utterly indifferent, exhibiting a calmness that rivaled that of a master in seclusion. Teacher, didn't the board already announce the cancellation of all trips for senior students? Will the school even approve this? Asked the bespectacled Hao Jie, echoing Lin Xiaoying's concerns. Haha. It's a minor issue. I have connections. There won't be any problems. You need not worry about it. I will ensure everything is arranged before the holiday. Su Zhonghua said comfortably, leaning against the podium with an air of confidence. But, teacher, where exactly will we go for this outing? Jiang Fan, whose features were sharp and pointed, asked cautiously. Tangshan. What? The students slumped weakly over their desks upon hearing this. For Tangshan was known as the most impoverished area on the outskirts of Gangnan City, often derided as a place where not even a bird would defecate. It seemed an absurd contradiction to the vibrancy of Gangnan City, rendering it an oddity. The transportation to Tangshan is inconvenient. I would rather go shopping in Shanghai with my mother, one student remarked. By the way, my period is due next week, and I won't be feeling well. So I'm not going. My long-lost brother, who has been in America for over a decade, is coming back to see me. I simply won't have the time. A chorus of students presented various reasons that clearly indicated their reluctance to attend, having concluded that a destitute teacher could hardly suggest any creative or enriching destinations. They felt no interest in the mundane affairs he was likely to propose. Hey, could you refrain from disparaging my hometown? Su Zhonghua said, pulling out a cigarette with a wry smile. Do you really think Tangshan is akin to hell on earth? Isn't it? Mo Pongzi recalled Su Zhonghua's previous grievances and added, Tangshan is the poorest area in Gangnan City, with rugged roads, inadequate electricity and water supplies, and I've heard there are many venomous snakes and wild beasts. I have no desire to go there. Su Zhonghua, exhaling a puff of smoke, remained unperturbed as he attentively listened to his students' various critiques of Tangshan. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Do you truly believe that wealth and opulence are the sole measures of a place's worth? He observed that they had compiled no fewer than 20 disparaging remarks about Tangshan, branding it nearly as the most undeserving place on earth. Calmly, he continued, indeed, your unique backgrounds have shaped your distinct value systems. However, I must inform you that the beauty or ugliness of a place cannot be measured merely in monetary terms. I cherish my homeland. As the saying goes, one does not despise their mother for her lack of beauty. Yet, there is no denying the undeniable charm of that place, rendering the notion of disdain irrelevant. My village nestles against mountains and rivers, a land rich in both talent and spirit. In summer, one can leisurely swim and fish in the crystal-clear reservoir, while in winter, one can venture up the hills with a slingshot in hand to hunt rabbits, nesting birds, stolen watermelons, roasted sweet potatoes, corn harvesting, gathering rice ears, catching eels. Who among you has experienced such a simple yet fulfilling life? Your existence is merely a struggle amidst the clamor of wealth, surrounded by faceless individuals. If this continues, your hearts will become tarnished. Gazing at the rising smoke from chimneys and the setting sun, one might even attempt to sit upon the back of a water buffalo, perusing a comic book. The gentle breeze wafted in, and Su Zhonghua found himself inadvertently lost in nostalgic childhood memories of his hometown, his weary spirit experiencing a moment of reprieve. Wow, Tangshan seems so beautiful and intriguing. The girl's eyes sparkled like tiny stars. I want to go on an autumn outing. Teacher, take us. I want to fish and explore bird nests. Fu Mingting's heart raced with excitement. At that moment, Su Zhonghua resembled a poet steeped in a melancholic aura. Although he employed simple, unadorned words to sketch the outline of his homeland, an exquisite and grandiose tapestry had already imprinted itself upon the students' minds, drawing them into the vivid imagery he conjured. This is authentic rural life. This is the true essence of a valuable existence. When people harbor love for their land, it becomes the most beautiful place of all. Unbeknownst to him, Su Zhanghua had imparted a lesson of profound emotional nourishment, cleansing the superficial dust from the students' spirits. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I want to go, Lin Xiaoying exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly in a childlike voice. Teacher, I want to go too. Zhou Xiaoyang, invigorated, appeared transformed. Su Lao, sure, count me in. I support you, Huang Yu boldly declared, surprisingly vocal and expressing his stance among the crowd. Gradually, he began to see Su Zhonghua as a genuinely caring teacher. Following suit were Fu Mingting, Dong Chun, and Qin Wu. Just as Mo Pongzi was about to consult Deng Huizhong about whether to join, he noticed that Deng had already raised his hand. Teacher, I want to go too. Had this fellow suddenly shifted allegiances? Yet, Mo Pongzi observed that his gaze was fixed on Zhou Xiaoyang. He soon realized that this fellow, Deng Huizhong, had been harboring a secret affection for Zhou Xiaoyang. Naturally, he would seize such a favorable opportunity without hesitation. Let us go ahead. When we reach Tongshan, I will deal with the teacher then. There is no need to worry about opportunities. The constraints within the school environment render one unable to fully express oneself. However, there was a matter that needed clarification. Su Zhonghua cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated, as I mentioned earlier, there will be a mock exam next Wednesday. The condition for going on the autumn outing is that your collective performance in this examination must show improvement. Chapter 62, The Reckless Youth. Damn, so it's this again. The students were well aware that such a promise was unlikely. Su Zhonghua's approach resembled dangling a carrot in front of a donkey, while they struggled with their studies. They excelled at creating trouble. I require an improvement of. Su Zhonghua picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the blackboard, scrawling a wobbly 2. Is that too challenging? He inquired with a smile. Has the teacher lost his mind? Other instructors typically spoke in grandiose terms about reaching passing grades. Yet Su Zhonghua's demand was merely a 2-point increase, easily attainable. I'm not particularly ambitious. To me, a 2-point increase signifies progress. He maintained his smile, indicating that since my arrival, you have not regressed, thus giving me a semblance of face. This seemingly trivial 2 points, though embarrassing, was a goal Su had established based on the dismal report cards of the entire class. Upon hearing the teacher's request for such a disparaged improvement of 2 points, some students expressed loud discontent, while others cast furtive glances, and some remained indifferent. They did not rise in unison to declare, we will surely strive harder. As Su had envisioned, Teacher, I am confident that we can elevate our overall score by 10 points. Fu Mingting stood up, scoffing slightly. Do not underestimate us. Su Zhonghua paused, realizing that there indeed exist individuals of clarity. The embarrassing 2 points were merely a product of self-provocation, a manifestation of impulsive behavior. Had these students been complacent, they would undoubtedly have accepted those 2 points without question. I concur with her sentiment. Should there be any issues pertaining to academics, both Fu Mingting and I are available for inquiries, and I assure a 10-point improvement in every subject. At this moment, the second class's academic giant, Yang Jiafu, stood up in agreement, dropping an even more formidable bombshell. Fu Mingting cast a grateful glance in his direction, causing Yang Jiafu to feel a delightful shiver. Akin to the rare bloom of an iron tree, Su Zhonghua felt an immense sense of delight. Fu Mingting and Yang Jiafu were truly exceptional. Despite being in the worst class, they consistently ranked among the top 10 in the entire school. One couldn't help but ponder whether they were merely solitary geniuses or if they had emerged untainted from the muck. A mere 10 points? Su Zhonghua wore a disdainful expression, declaring, if you can each improve by 10 points, I shall cover all expenses for the autumn outing, courtesy of me, old Su. Goodness, let it be known. Do not renege on this promise when the time comes. A fervor ignited among the students. Their greatest desire was to drain the already impoverished Su Zhonghua further. Yet, a few astute students, recognizing old Su's cunning, scoffed at the proposition and opted out. Indeed, they were a bunch of headstrong youths. Su Zhonghua, calmly smoking, remarked, all right, we have about half a class left. You may all proceed to gym class. As September ushered in the early whispers of autumn, a refreshing breeze swept across the playground. Su Zhonghua stood on the orange track, a whistle nestled between his lips. The girls chattered and laughed, discussing plans for the National Day outing, bouncing eagerly towards the field. While some were irresistibly drawn to the enchanting tales of Tongshan that old Su had just recounted. Meanwhile, the boys wore grim expressions, as if facing a formidable foe. All fixated on Su Zhonghua, who was surrounded by the girls. How could Zhou Xiaoyang be so attached to that insufferable fellow? This was utterly unacceptable. Deng Huizhong gritted his teeth and pulled Yang Jiafu aside, muttering, "Let us score 0 on the upcoming tests instead of going on that trip. Let us infuriate that arrogant fool. No, we must not sabotage the outing. I suggest we have Dong Chun sneak up behind Teacher Su and publicly drop his pants." Yang Jiafu had just promised Fu Mingting that he would secure their attendance at the outing, so he couldn't agree. Madness. Chen Minjing, my goddess. How could she smile at that filthy creature? Fatty Mo, always with inappropriate thoughts about beautiful women, trembled with rage. I shall make that insufferable teacher pay. Extinguishing the fury in my heart. A dozen boys, united in their unrequited love for their crushes, had never been so cohesive as they were today. They were determined to humiliate Teacher Su in front of the entire class of girls, ensuring he would never hold his head high again. All right, we shall take it step by step, cooperate fully. Dong Chun, do not be timid. Be a man. You shall be the one to drop his pants. And you, Jiang Fan, go fetch a bag of excrement from the restroom. Look for an opportunity to douse the teacher with it. Deng Huizhong commanded. The others, brimming with resentment, unanimously agreed. Jiang Fan protested. Why must I be the one to find excrement? That's revolting. I refuse to do it, if it comes to that. I shall not participate in this little escapade. You can entertain yourselves. He dashed towards Su Zhonghua, deliberately positioning himself behind the girls, coming into contact with their soft forms. His face flushed as he pretended to engage in their discussion. Teacher Su, Jiang Fan is such a pervert. He just touched my backside. A girl with ample curves squealed, blushing in embarrassment. Before Su Zhonghua could react, the other female students swiftly dealt a series of blows to Jiang Fan, expelling him from their midst. Yang Jiafu sneered incessantly, remarking, "This is the fate of a traitor." The usually gentle Dong Chun, wary of offending Yang Jiafu and his companions, timidly acquiesced to the suggestion of removing the teacher's trousers. At last, Su Zhonghua managed to disperse the crowd of girls and blew his whistle with great fervor, declaring, "Everyone, gather and stand in formation. We are about to commence class. Lin Xiaoying, as the sports representative, please organize the lines." In an orderly fashion, the girls arranged themselves from tallest to shortest, 2 rows in the front and 2 in the back, each girl standing tall and proud under Su Zhonghua's scrutiny. The boys, however, were less cooperative. Some leaned on each other, others squatted on the ground, while a few tumbled on the grass, delaying their formation. Frustrated, Su Zhonghua blew his whistle again, his voice laced with authority. "Form up within 30 seconds, or all boys will run 10 laps around the playground." The boys pretended not to hear, and when they realized that intimidation had failed, Su Zhonghua's anger ignited. He chose to target the most unruly of the group. "Hao Jiujia, damn it. I have warned you all. Treat my words as mere whispers at your peril. Run." He forcibly dragged Hao Jiujia onto the track. Initially, the boys believed that by banding together against Su Zhonghua, they could thwart him, but his decisive action against a single individual left the usually submissive Hao Jiujia terrified. The other boys, indifferent to his plight, silently contemplated, "As long as he hasn't caught me, we shall see how this unfolds." Hao Jiujia, after a moment's hesitation, intended to resist and save face, but under the piercing gaze of Su Zhonghua, he had no choice but to begin jogging slowly. This was a classic example of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, as the boys' united front crumbled, and many, fearing they might be next, hastily formed orderly lines. Su Zhonghua lacked experience, and since physical education was not a core subject, he believed it sufficed to merely go through the motions. He guided the students according to the previous lesson structure, leading them through joint exercises followed by a leisurely jog. Although the boys still appeared lackluster and indifferent, there was a noticeable improvement compared to before. Once Su Zhonghua deemed the session effective, he instructed Hao Jiujia to cease his solitary activities and join the group at the back. During lunchtime, Su Zhonghua found himself without a meal card to borrow. However, this circumstance fortuitously allowed him to approach Old Shou in the kitchen, where he shamelessly requested a generous serving of extra dishes, savoring the fatty pork with delight. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoyang, who had been following him since class ended, approached with a plate of food, sitting closely beside Su Zhonghua, oblivious to the gazes around them in the cafeteria. Without uttering a word, Zhou Xiaoyang began to pick out all the meat from her plate and transfer it into Su Zhonghua's bowl, aware that he subsisted on noodles throughout the day. A thought that struck her as pitiful. "Xiaoyang, do you think I'm a pig? How could I possibly consume all this meat?" Su Zhonghua exclaimed, rolling his eyes at the overflowing bowl. "Brother, just help me eat it," Zhou Xiaoyang replied playfully. "I'm afraid eating meat will make me gain weight." "Not at all. Xiaoyang, look at you. Your development isn't all that impressive. It's crucial to have some meat on you to look appealing. Su Zhonghua encouraged gently. Really? Zhou Xiaoyang, who had recently begun to take Su Zhonghua's words seriously, proceeded to extract a small piece of meat from his bowl and swallowed it, as if it were more daunting than ingesting poison. Why is it that girls often shy away from meat? Clatter. A bowl brimming with food was placed before Su Zhonghua, disrupting the intimate moment between him and Zhou Xiaoyang. Teacher Su, may I sit? Lin Xiaoying chimed cheerfully, not waiting for his permission before plopping down on his right side, leaving Su Zhonghua feeling like an ancient emperor flanked by two lovely ladies. Sure, he replied, lowering his feet from the chair and continuing to devour his two hearty bowls of pork. Lin Xiaoying observed Su Zhonghua's childlike manner of eating, unable to suppress her laughter, her own meal forgotten as she watched him with keen interest. Zhou Xiaoyang, noticing the expression on Lin Xiaoying's face, felt inexplicably irked despite their usual camaraderie. Xiaoying, didn't you say you had an aversion to the school's food? Why are you eating here? Did your maid forget to bring your lunch? No. The food that was sent over accidentally got spilled. Lin Xiaoying pouted, still fixated on Su Zhonghua, seemingly envious of his enjoyable meal. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Su Zhonghua queried, awkwardly spitting out a leaf of vegetables in confusion. Nothing. Lin Xiaoying's eyes flickered as she playfully inquired. Teacher, why don't you dress a bit better? With a monthly salary of 3,000. It seems rather unfortunate that your clothes are so worn, even your socks are tattered. It's quite embarrassing. With a casual gesture, Su Zhonghua wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and replied with a thoughtful tone, a significant portion of my salary is donated to the Red Cross. Clothing holds no value for me. During the war, the garments worn by our predecessors were far inferior to mine. Besides, as long as one can eat their fill, that suffices. Just enough to eat. Lin Xiaoying murmured, her chopsticks picking at the dishes in her bowl with a look of distaste. Noticing the girl's unusual demeanor, Old Su inquired, Xiaoying, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? I can't eat. Lin Xiaoying replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Is that so? Is the flavor not to your liking? Old Su extended his chopsticks to grab a piece of eggplant and chewed thoughtfully, reflecting that indeed the kitchen's fare was quite unpalatable. Yet, he remarked, stir-fried eggplant with chili is spicy, numbing, sweet, and salty. It tantalizes the palate and leaves an exquisite aftertaste. Xiaoying, do give it a try. It's rather delightful. Lin Xiaoying regarded him with skepticism, but she unconsciously accepted his chopsticks and took a bite, nodding, it seems. Not too bad. Suddenly recalling that these were the teacher's chopsticks, she hurriedly returned them, her cheeks flushing a deep red. To mask her embarrassment, she grasped her rice bowl and took several mouthfuls. With this, she finally discerned a hint of acceptable flavor, no longer perceiving the food as distasteful. Su Zhonghua chuckled. Take your time eating, don't choke. I told you it's delicious. Zhou Xiaoyang gazed at the two with wide eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction. Brother, eggplant is so tasty. I want some too. With a sigh of resignation, Su Zhonghua could only serve her all the eggplant from his plate, while he continued to consume the greasy pork. Zhou Xiaoyang then smiled contentedly, tenderly offering him a piece of braised pork, intentionally glancing at Lin Xiaoying as she softly said, Brother, you're too thin. Eat some meat to replenish yourself. Old Su chuckled awkwardly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, quietly replying, Well, I'm a bit full. I can't eat so much meat. I'll gain weight. A little weight on a man is fine. It adds masculinity and a sense of security. Zhou Xiaoyang said with a grin. But eating so much meat will give me acne. Old Su whispered even softer. Your skin is already dark and thick. No one will notice, Zhou Xiaoyang insisted, feeling embarrassed in front of Lin Xiaoying, and she stubbornly urged Old Su to eat it. To an onlooker, Su Zhonghua's expression seemed to suggest that this woman was not merely encouraging him to eat meat, but was compelling him to consume something far less palatable. If it were you, having just devoured half a pound of pork belly, could you possibly manage another fist-sized meatball? What made it worse was Zhou Xiaoyang's seemingly intentional choice of a particularly large piece of pure fat, equivalent to consuming 2 ounces of lard. Lin Xiaoying, oblivious to Zhou Xiaoyang's jealousy, stifled a giggle while unwittingly finishing off a small portion of her own meal, quietly inquiring, So, Su Laosher is your brother? Why do you have different surnames? Yes, he is my brother, and he has 45 this year. Zhou Xiaoyang deliberately belittled Su Zhonghua before her, continuing. He just got out of prison and changed his surname out of embarrassment to hide his past. I heard he was incarcerated for a crime of assault. So you should be cautious not to get too close to him. No way. He doesn't look like a criminal at all. Lin Xiaoying observed old Su with surprise. An upright, excellent, and kind person will often be maligned. I've grown accustomed to it, old Su stated, uninterested in further explanation. Once you're full, let's take a nap. You have classes in the afternoon. I'll take my leave now. Seizing the opportunity, he bid farewell to the two as he exited the dining hall, but Zhou Xiaoyang persistently followed him, walking beside Su Zhonghua and cheerfully saying, "Brother, I was just joking earlier. Don't be upset. By the way, I wanted to ask if we truly meet your expectations in this exam. Will we really get to go on a field trip to Tangshan? Why do you want to go so badly?" Su Zhonghua pondered, suddenly realizing, "I almost forgot. That's your hometown. You haven't returned in over a decade. Your old home is probably demolished by now. Rest assured, as long as you meet my standards, I will certainly take you." Chapter 64. Old Tang. After dismissing Zhou Xiaoyang, Su Zhonghua returned to his office, intending to tidy up a few things, as there were no classes in the afternoon and he had decided not to return. However, contrary to his expectations, he found his extorters, classmates Shi Waxin and Zhao Tianhao, sitting calmly at his desk, undoubtedly here to demand money. It was lunchtime, and the office was nearly empty. Su Zhonghua, feeling unconstrained, approached them and lit a cigarette. The smoke curling from his lips and drifting behind him, evoking the aura of a disheartened middle-aged man. "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Enough of the pretense, Su. Hand over 20,000, and we will return your photos," Zhao Tianhao declared, leaping from his chair with an air of determination. "If you refuse, we might have to present these sordid photographs to the principal." "Heh." Shi Waxin taunted, waving a few photos mockingly in his hand. "Do you realize the crime you are committing by attempting to extort a teacher?" Su Zhonghua retorted, flicking the stub of his cigarette to the floor. He slowly drew a horn-handled dagger from his waist and snapped it open with a decisive motion. What are you planning to do?" Shi Waxin stammered, stepping back in fear. Before he could finish, Su Zhonghua shouted and delivered a swift kick to Shi Waxin's abdomen. The force sent Shi staggering back, colliding with the desk and tumbling over it, clutching his stomach and retching. Though merely a high school student, Shi Waxin was a robust figure at 6 feet tall, yet he was easily felled by Su Zhonghua's kick. Zhao Tianhao stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide as saucers, unsure of how to react. "How dare you engage in such criminal acts at your age?" Su Zhonghua advanced, dagger in hand, fixing Zhao Tianhao with a piercing gaze. "As your teacher, I must reform your behavior. Now, you shall compensate me for the distress you have caused." Terrified by the threat of the knife, Zhao Tianhao's face drained of color, and trembling, he reluctantly retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket. Please, Teacher Su, spare me. I promise I won't do it again." "Only 500? Do you take me for a beggar?" Su Zhonghua responded, delivering a sharp slap to Zhao's face before rummaging through his pockets, seizing the remaining coins and stuffing them into his own. "Teacher?" Zhao Tianhao, merely a cowardly high schooler, covered his face in submission, offering no resistance as Su emptied his wallet. After robbing him, Su Zhonghua turned to Shi Waxin, who was still retching on the ground, and lifted him by the collar. "I warn you both, do not oppose me again. If a fourth person learns of today's events, I shall show no mercy with this dagger." He then snatched the few photos of Tang Shi's intimate nature from Shi's grip and pocketed them. "Why, yes, understood," Shi Waxin managed to say, tears streaming from his eyes as he struggled to regain his composure. "Considering you are my teacher, let this matter end here. Now, clean this place up." Su Zhonghua pointed at the overturned desk and commanded. The two young men dared not disobey. They did not even dare to breathe, diligently raising the desk and meticulously arranging the documents and books in neat order. Su Zhonghua, feeling disinclined to engage in idle chatter, quickly packed his belongings and rode his bicycle out of the school gates. Today's earnings amounted to around 1,007 or 8, giving him a sense of confidence. Just as he contemplated treating himself to a nice meal, his phone rang. It was Lao Tang calling. "Su, do you have a moment? Come help me out," he said. "Sure, I was just lamenting my lack of income. Where are you?" Su Zhonghua had already discussed matters with him the night before, and naturally, he agreed without hesitation. At the usual place, the Dreamland Bar. At this time, it was just past 1 in the afternoon. Most of the bar's clientele were still at work. Although the Dreamland Bar operated during the day, it was markedly less lively. The parking attendant, idly dozing off, was jolted awake by the sound of a vehicle gliding in. To his surprise, it was an old-fashioned bicycle, reminiscent of the 1980s, rusted and worn. Sitting atop the bicycle was a sullen-faced man with a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and clothes that had seen better days. The parking attendant thought to himself. Another disheartened soul come to drown his sorrows. Noticing the man had parked his bicycle in a car space, taking up a considerable area, the attendant dutifully approached him. Sir, this is a car parking space. Please move your bicycle to the designated bicycle area across the street. This man was none other than Su Zhonghua, who, after securing his bicycle, smiled and replied, Come on, buddy, be accommodating. I'll be out shortly. As he spoke, he fished out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, with a bit of cash on him. Lao Su wanted to experience the sensation of being a generous patron. No problem, take your time, the attendant said, accepting the money with a cheerful grin, thinking to himself, with money, one is a god, without it, merely a pawn. Su Zhonghua entered the Dream Fate bar, where the lighting was dim and only a few patrons lingered in small clusters. He settled into a corner table and ordered a bottle of beer. Exhaling a deep breath of discontent at the unpleasant air of the establishment, he glanced around, wondering if Lao Tang had arrived yet. Suddenly, 2 alluring young women gracefully approached and nestled themselves beside him. He was momentarily taken aback and jokingly remarked, Ladies, have you perhaps mistaken this place? Not at all, handsome. We are indeed here to find you. A gentleman has already taken care of your tab and instructed us to seek you out. Would you prefer to retreat to a private room in the back of the bar or accompany us to a hotel? Realizing that the gentleman mentioned was undoubtedly Lao Tang, Su Zhonghua felt an inward surge of frustration, cursing under his breath. Damn it, does he really think I enjoy soliciting? He thought to himself that if he were to indulge, it would be done discreetly. After all, he was a teacher now, and should his students discover this escapade, he would surely lose all semblance of dignity at the school. He gently pushed the 2 women aside and candidly stated, To be honest, I am a reporter for China Central Television, here to conduct an interview with you. I intend to launch a column titled Genuine Interviews with Women of the Night. I hope you will cooperate. There may even be an opportunity for you to appear on television. Are you out of your mind? The 2 women, clearly flustered, hastily vacated the sofa and scurried backstage. At that moment, Su Zhonghua spotted Lao Tang, who was seated at the bar, grinning like a madman as he waved at him. Su Zhonghua gulped down a glass of beer, climbed onto a bar stool, lit a cigarette, and shouted, Damn it, you fool. How dare you play me? Now tell me, what do you want? Haha, just a little joke. It's been ages. You've certainly aged a bit, Lao Tang replied, filling Su Zhonghua's glass with beer while scrutinizing the stubble on his chin. Lao Tang, whose real name was Tang Bao, had spent several years in prison, enduring arduous physical labor. The harsh environment had drastically altered his appearance. Once a bright-eyed youth, his time behind bars had transformed him into a robust figure with a face marked by the wear of life. He had developed a peculiar twitch in the flesh of his cheeks that would move involuntarily when he was agitated, lending him a menacing demeanor. A scar from a past altercation ran along his eye, giving him a perpetually sideways glare that made others uncomfortable. Have your eyes gone blind? Where do you see me aging? Su Zhonghua retorted, rubbing his chin with a smirk. Old Tang was quite tall, even when both were seated. Su Zhonghua had to slightly tilt his head upwards to properly regard his face. In truth, Su was not particularly short himself. He once measured his height on a street vendor's measuring device, which indicated an impressive 185 meters. This news had thrilled him for quite some time. However, upon encountering a genuine man of that stature, he realized the vendor had misled him. Let us not digress further. The reason I sought you out today is to propose a business opportunity. Old Tang ceased his laughter and, after a brief pause, continued in a calm tone. My employer has recently opened a casino in the South City, operating quite legitimately. However, over the past 2 weeks, a group of individuals has been coming frequently to win, leading to suspicions of foul play. Oh, you wish for me to catch a cheat? I had thought you were seeking me as a muscle man. Su Zhonghua took a sip of rum and replied solemnly, No problem, if there truly is a cheat. I can help you eliminate that issue. Just ensure my compensation is prepared in advance. You are remarkably confident. If it were merely an ordinary cheat, would you even need to be involved? Haha, I do not pursue ordinary cheats. As their conversation continued, Su inquired about the conditions at the casino. The owner of this establishment in South City was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Zhou Yangxiang, reputed to have significant connections in both the legitimate and illicit realms. Old Tang had been invited by him to oversee affairs at the casino. One of the greatest taboos for a newly opened casino is encountering a cheat, and Zhou Yangxiang found himself in precisely that predicament. He had already consulted numerous experts, but was unable to discern how the cheating was being executed. Initially, Zhou contemplated abandoning the effort, recognizing that individuals of his standing in society could not simply admit defeat. To claim that others were at fault would invite ridicule. During a casual dinner with Old Tang, he inadvertently mentioned this predicament, prompting Old Tang to recount Su Zhonghua's previous experiences in catching cheats at casinos, which naturally led to the current circumstances. They had observed a group of frequent winners at the blackjack table. After careful scrutiny, they concluded that those individuals were not cheating, but merely fortunate. Initially, everyone assumed they were adept at calculating probabilities. For such skilled players do exist in casinos and are typically deemed undesirable, allowing for a pretext to expel them. Several shareholders believed it unnecessary to hire someone to investigate, as they could simply classify these players as unwelcome, a course of action with precedent. However, Zhou Yangxiang held a differing opinion. He had examined various analyses regarding skilled blackjack players from major casinos and noted that those labeled as proficient in calculations were often mathematicians or highly educated individuals. Yet, the frequent players at his casino were merely traders engaged in transporting goods to other provinces, leading him to believe that such individuals would not possess exceptional calculating abilities. If they were truly that astute, they would not be laboring in the arduous trade of goods. Thus, Zhou Yangxiang chose to disregard the consensus and sought to hire someone to investigate, eager to determine if such mathematical geniuses genuinely existed. Secondly, there is a concern that if he is not genuinely a mathematician and is instead treated as a mathematical expert, he might be exposed as a fraud, which could lead to ridicule. He holds his reputation in high regard, even if he has been consistently losing money of late. After a meandering conversation, Su Zhonghua finally managed to grasp the situation from Old Tang, who then casually chatted for a few moments before taking him directly to the casino in South City. Su Zhonghua felt somewhat embarrassed about not having taken his bicycle, contemplating that once he earned some money, he would purchase a small car for himself. Upon arrival, under Old Tang's guidance, Su Zhonghua traversed several dimly lit alleys until they reached the opulent back entrance of a nightclub. After exchanging greetings with a few individuals guarding the inner room, Old Tang led Su inside. The alleyway leading to the nightclub's back door was rather secluded, and without a familiar guide, it would be challenging to locate. Although the casino owner had some connections at the police station, it was prudent to remain discreet. As they walked, numerous men clad in identical black attire greeted Old Tang, who merely smiled and nodded, pulling Su Zhonghua further inside. After navigating through several corridors, they arrived at a circular staircase. Old Tang gestured towards the lower level and proceeded down the stairs. Descending approximately 20 meters, they encountered 4 men in black idly stationed before a grand door over 3 meters high. Old Tang explained, "This is the casino. We shall enter here." He then ushered Su into a nearby room. Inside the spacious area, only a few tables and a refrigerator for chilled drinks were present, indicating it was a resting space for gamblers. Old Tang turned back, patted Su Zhonghua on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "This time it's up to you. When we enter, let us act as if we don't know each other. If I spot any suspicious individuals, I will give you a discreet signal. You, on the other hand, should mingle as a casual patron and enjoy yourself." I understand. Quickly bring me the chips. I need to indulge a bit," Su Zhonghua exclaimed with a grin, resembling a rogue. After saying wait a moment, Old Tang stepped outside, returning in less than 2 minutes with 2 handfuls of chips, approximately 200,000 in total, which he handed to Su, saying, "You decide how to play." Su Zhonghua paid him no mind and strode into the casino, his chips in hand. Chapter 66. A fruitless afternoon. Upon entering the casino, Su Zhonghua was immediately engulfed by an indescribable sensation. After many years, he found himself once more within these hallowed halls. The cacophony of dice rattling, the shuffling of cards, and the exuberant cries of gamblers ignited a peculiar thrill within him. The casino was expansive, capable of accommodating 400 to 500 patrons, adorned with 6 baccarat tables, 3 blackjack tables, 3 dice tables, a number game table, and a Russian roulette wheel, presenting an array of options for the eager gamblers. Outside, 4 baccarat tables were prominently displayed, with 2 more discreetly shielded by partitions, distinguishing them from the others. A diverse cast of characters populated the scene: laborers, students, ruffians, white-collar workers, and even an individual clad in corporate attire placing bets at the edge of a table. Finding the atmosphere rather dull, he chose to take a seat at a blackjack table, patiently awaiting potential players, contemplating the prospect of card counting when the time was right. In this casino, the blackjack table imposed a betting limit of 2,000, with the option to double up to 4,000. With ample time on his hands, Su Zhonghua decided to pull out his chips and engage in a few rounds, not intending to count cards just yet, but rather to observe the outcomes of the game through his own intellect. Despite being a seasoned gambler familiar with various games, he had never truly immersed himself in blackjack. Boredom gnawed at him, and the thrill of gambling beckoned. Any winnings would belong to him, while losses would not be of concern. He contemplated whether he could discern any patterns or principles from the game. What if he possessed an unrecognized mathematical genius? If such a gift existed within him, it could lead to fortune. Given the opportunity at hand, he reasoned, why not indulge? Su Zhonghua placed 2 bets, wagering 500 each, and soon became engrossed in the game. As long as old Su did not find a significant point, he continued to request additional cards, leading the dealer to suspect he might be somewhat eccentric. The dealer, a youthful girl with large, expressive eyes and an endearing appearance, always revealed 2 delightful dimples when she smiled. She possessed a kind heart. Whenever Su Zhonghua requested an additional card despite already having a substantial hand, she would gently remind him in a soft voice, "Sir, your hand is already quite impressive. Are you certain you wish to draw another card?" Her tone was soothing and melodious. Su Zhonghua felt exceptionally well and secretly pondered whether the girl had taken a liking to him. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "Sure, isn't it not yet 21? At worst, I might lose a few hundred yuan, which is trivial." He intended to flaunt his wealth in front of the woman, completely oblivious to the fact that he subsisted on noodles daily and had less than 1,000 yuan to his name. The young dealer, observing his insistence, continued to deal cards, perhaps thinking he was unfamiliar with the rules of 21. Little did she know that the chips Su Zhonghua wagered had nothing to do with him. Seeing her kind-heartedness, he tipped her 100 yuan each time he won a round, prompting nearby gamblers to speculate whether he was a lunatic or a genuine high roller. Relishing the experience of being treated like a VIP, Su Zhonghua didn't mind the chips, as they were not his own. After all, using someone else's money to extend kindness was no concern of his. After playing for over 6 hours, his interest began to wane. He had no idea where Lao Tang had disappeared to, and no one informed him whether the card sharps had arrived. However, it seemed they hadn't, for Lao Tang would certainly have come to warn him otherwise. The 21 table was quite lively, surrounded by 20 or so gamblers, and Su Zhonghua felt he had occupied his seat for too long, so he decided to step away. Wandering around to enjoy the atmosphere proved to be an amusing endeavor. In the area designated for dice games, he spotted several foreigners gambling, and upon closer inspection, he discerned they appeared to be Americans. He realized that aside from their peculiar odor, they resembled ordinary individuals, especially in their gambling behavior. They shouted in exuberance whether they won or lost. It seemed that gamblers transcended national boundaries, exhibiting the same character. Thus, the afternoon passed in a rather tedious manner, without even catching a glimpse of those individuals. Upon exiting the casino, Lao Tang was squatting at the entrance, smoking. Su Zhonghua felt a surge of annoyance, thinking, "I am suffocating inside while you leisurely smoke outside." In a fit of frustration, he slapped Tang Bao's head and scolded, "Get lost. If no one is cheating, why am I here? You should have warned me to leave quickly. What a waste of life." Tang Bao nearly hit his head on the ground, dropping his cigarette and almost losing his temper. Upon realizing it was Su Zhonghua, he stifled his anger, exhaled, and playfully punched back, saying, "Dude, I didn't disturb you because you seem to be enjoying yourself. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Come on, let's head upstairs for drinks. Who wants to drink with you? I want to eat." Ascending the staircase out of the underground casino, they emerged onto the first floor, which housed the nightclub's grand hall. Adorned with dazzling lights, numerous scantily clad waitresses promoted various items. Su Zhonghua barely had time to observe before being pulled into a private room on the second floor. Inside, the pulsating music eased Su Zhonghua's mood considerably. A charming beer girl leaned beside him, reclining on the sofa, and cheerfully asked, "Handsome, would you like to order another dozen beers? I'll keep you company." "Absolutely, let's do that. Now, come closer so uncle can give you a little massage." Su Zhonghua feigned a lunge forward, causing the charming beer girl to giggle and flee the private room as if in haste. "Ah, truly a case of a dog unable to change its nature, an eye for beauty but lacking the courage to pursue it," Tang Bao laughed, embracing a fashionably dressed young lady and mocking Su Zhonghua. "I'm not like you, old lecher, willing to settle for anything. Today, I'm in high spirits. Let us toast," Su Zhonghua declared, filling his glass with beer and clinking it against Tang Bao's. He continued, "Damn it, Merely drinking is madness. Hurry and order some delectable dishes, seafood, game, anything meaty. I've been gnawing on noodles for days. My nutrition is lacking. Tang Bao looked at him in disbelief, astonished that he had fallen so low over the years, and leaned down to instruct the fashionable young lady to go downstairs and order food. You poor wretch. If you're out of cash, just tell me. I'm doing well, have a bit of savings. When I find the time, I'll send some money your way. Old Tang said, taking a sip of beer with a smug expression. Get lost. I'm a gardener nurturing the flowers of our nation, a teacher of the people. You can't compare to me. Su Zhonghua snatched a cigarette from Tang Bao's pocket and said, if you insist on giving me money, fine. My bank account number is 45252154. Don't send too much. Just 100,000 or so will suffice. Stay far away. Before long, the fashionable young lady returned, bringing a lavish spread of food and drink. Old Su said nothing, diving into the feast, savoring a piece of clam meat, slurping the broth, and exclaiming, this is 100 times better than the noodles. As the evening progressed, after several rounds of drinks, they polished off the entire table of dishes. Su Zhonghua, thoroughly satisfied, propped his feet up on the table and remarked, it seems the gang of bald heads in North City is getting a bit too brazen. If you have any brothers who can spare some time, I'd like you to bring that Chaogo to me. Chaogo? Tang Bao recalled no such figure among the bald heads. He waved away the fashionable young lady from the room before asking, what grievance do you have with him? Oh, just a trivial matter. He laid hands on my brother. Su Zhonghua had not forgotten the incident with San Yun, since he had taken him under his wing. He naturally had to seek retribution. All right, I'll handle that Chaogo for you. Tang Bao replied nonchalantly, not pressing for more details, and added, however, during this time, it's best not to provoke the gang of lunatics. They've already made moves in South City. Now is not the time to stir trouble. Understood. Old Su burped heartily, wiped his mouth, and smiled. Now, arrange a room for me. I need to catch some sleep. I'll head to the casino later tonight. The room has already been prepared for you. Do you need to call for a lady as well? After resting for over an hour in the hotel, Su Zhonghua woke, did not bother to wash his face, and tucked a switchblade into his waistband before heading downstairs to the casino. He returned to his usual spot at the 21-point table, where the dealer was still that young girl. She seems to recall Su Zhonghua, greeting him with great courtesy. During this time at the casino, the gamblers have yet to arrive. Su Zhonghua entered rather early. Most of the early arrivals are gathered around the baccarat tables, leaving the entire blackjack table to old Su alone. As Su Zhonghua idly spun the chips on the table, he chuckled and inquired of the dealer girl, my dear, as I am the sole player, would it be permissible for me to partake? This seemingly innocuous statement, however, was twisted in Su's mind into something rather unsavory. Of course, the dealer girl responded with a sweet smile, her gaze fixed upon him. Very well, let the cards be dealt. Thus, Su Zhonghua opted to play a single hand, passing the time without excessive stakes, wagering merely 500 per round. Each time he found his hand unraveling, or when the girl, failing to reach a score of 17, drew cards until she either hit a perfect score or 21, thereby eliminating Su's chips, she would occasionally display a hint of guilt and embarrassment. It was evident that Su Zhonghua harbored a strong desire to emerge victorious. However, the cards lay plainly before her, and the reality of the situation was immutable. After all, she was playing with someone else's money, and the stakes of winning or losing ultimately rested with the owner. Furthermore, should old Su triumph, he might graciously bestow a small tip upon her. This sentiment is likely shared among all dealers across various casinos. For instance, in some prominent establishments, regular patrons frequently offer tips to the dealers, and when such a patron experiences a loss, the dealer often feels a sense of concern on their behalf. Although their assistance may be limited, some discreetly alter their customary shuffling techniques in hopes of bringing good fortune to those who generously tip them. Thus, this behavior cannot be deemed as disloyalty. Having lost over 2,000, Su Zhonghua felt a sense of embarrassment. Nonetheless, she maintained an outward demeanor of indifference, as if she were indeed a person of considerable wealth. After continuing to play for a while, patrons gradually began to fill the remaining seats around the table. Su Zhonghua cast a cursory glance at the individuals who had taken their seats, noting their travel-worn appearances, which suggested they were not locals. It seemed likely they were gamblers from other provinces. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Foregoing the game, he retrieved his phone and saw it was a call from Tang Bao. Ah Su, Tang Bao said, keep an eye on the last three. They're the ones I want you to watch closely. Su Zhonghua acknowledged with a simple response before ending the call. He felt the thrill at the realization that the individuals now seated beside him were potential prey for his schemes, and he adjusted the horn knife at his waist, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Adopting an air of nonchalance, he began to scrutinize each of them. The last of the trio was a gaunt young man, so thin that a gust of wind might easily carry him away. He spoke clumsily in Mandarin, his accent bearing a resemblance to that of someone from Sichuan. The second individual was a portly man with a broad face, prominent cheekbones, and a robust physique. Su Zhonghua felt a flicker of recognition in the man's eyes, though he could not place it. The third was a middle-aged woman of modest stature, her speech tinged with a northeastern accent, reminiscent of the Xinjiang region, as she frequently interjected phrases like "our" and "plump." Upon observing the assembly of individuals, Su Zhonghua found it quite perplexing how they had come to be together. Listening to their banter revealed that they had just arrived from Guangdong, heading straight to the casino upon disembarking from the train. Their conversation predominantly revolved around who had managed to secure a lucrative haul and from where the various goods had been acquired, utterly mundane chatter devoid of any covert signals of foul play. The second individual, a portly man, was clearly a seasoned gambler. He fidgeted with his chips, deftly sliding the top chip to the bottom and vice versa with remarkable speed. This repetitive motion was characteristic of gamblers engrossed in the thrill of the game, oblivious to their surroundings as they engaged in conversation and manipulated their chips. The dealer, a young woman, wore an expression of discontent, her lips pursing in annoyance, evidently displeased with their presence. This was particularly noticeable when they were in the midst of drawing cards. For instance, the hefty man, holding a total of 16, was directly scrutinized by the dealer as she inquired whether he wished to draw another card. He rhythmically tapped the table with his fingers but refrained from verbally indicating his decision. In a swift motion, the dealer drew a card from the shoe, seemingly apprehensive of his potential change of heart. Unfortunately for him, the card turned out to be a face card, resulting in a bust. Visibly agitated, the man pointed an accusatory finger at the dealer, exclaiming, "What the hell? I didn't even say to draw another card." The dealer, however, was not easily intimidated. Having encountered such situations frequently, she retorted loudly, "Sir, your tapping on the table signifies your request to draw. I can only act upon your gestures." The man appeared on the verge of losing his temper, but was restrained by a companion at his side. The casino rules were clear. A tap on the table indicated a demand for a card, a standard practice universally acknowledged in such establishments. After a period of observation, Su Zhonghua finally comprehended the reason for the dealer's disdain towards the group. Regardless of their winnings, which were considerable, they offered no gratuities. And when luck was not on their side, they would unleash a torrent of complaints, a truly irksome behavior. Chapter 68. Observations of cheating. The trio consistently placed maximum bets, with each person guarding one or two positions. Su Zhonghua found it curious that they wagered so heavily every time, as if they were indeed masters of calculation. Their winning streak was impressive, and at times, even when the final hand totaled 10, they would opt not to draw, leaving the dealer to bust instead, creating an impression that they could see through the cards. However, the rules of 21 allowed for such tactics, and it was not uncommon for seasoned gamblers to play in this manner, waiting for the dealer to inadvertently self-destruct. Before long, they had amassed winnings exceeding 50,000, each of them radiating with satisfaction. However, they were not greedy. The chips they had won were handed over to the middle-aged woman to cash out. After a brief murmuring among themselves, they all abruptly left the casino. This left Su Zhonghua quite perplexed, as he failed to comprehend the situation. They had won their money and simply departed, which left him feeling quite frustrated, contemplating whether to brandish his knife and compel them to return for another round of gambling. As the others departed, Su Zhonghua remained seated, still unable to grasp the situation, lost in thought rather than placing any bets, replaying in his mind the moments when they chose to hit or stand. His inactivity drew the ire of nearby gamblers, who began to berate him, demanding he leave if he was going to play. One particularly thin man, noticing Su Zhonghua's reluctance to vacate his seat, attempted to push him aside but was taken aback upon seeing the bulge of what appeared to be a knife handle at Su Zhonghua's waist. He quickly backtracked, saying, "Brother, my apologies. I acted impulsively. Please, feel free to stay." All this commotion snapped Su Zhonghua out of his stupor, and he quickly donned an expression of contrition, returning to placing his bets at the table. That day, he continued to pass the time at the table in a distracted manner, his mind simmering with anger. Could it be that he had failed to notice a cheat? Yet, judging by their unremarkable appearances, they did not seem like seasoned professionals, merely petty traders. Had he truly misjudged the situation? That evening, Su Zhonghua retired early to his hotel room, pondering what he could possibly observe now that the main players had departed. If he could not catch the cheat in action, his reputation would be severely tarnished. Lying in bed, he replayed the scenes from the blackjack table in his mind. But after much contemplation, he could not pinpoint anything amiss. The undeniable fact remained that they had walked away with the money. The following day was Saturday, and with no classes to attend, Su Zhonghua enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast courtesy of Tang Bao before heading back to the casino to await the arrival of the suspicious individuals. At that moment, he resolved that it would be unwise to gamble himself, as that would hinder his ability to observe their deceitful actions. Thus, he opted to watch from a distance, but the blackjack table typically attracted few onlookers. Consequently, Su Zhonghua decided to visit the baccarat table to kill time until those individuals returned. As noon approached, the thin man, the chubby one, and the middle-aged woman indeed made their appearance, congregating once more at the blackjack table. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhonghua lit a cigarette, adopting a demeanor of a petty hoodlum as he prepared to approach. However, the middle-aged woman cast a wary glance in his direction. In society, the ability to act convincingly is paramount, a belief Su Zhonghua held firmly. He maintained an air of nonchalance, but lingering too long would inevitably raise suspicion. Spotting an available seat nearby, he took it and reluctantly joined the table, requesting a hand of cards. The middle-aged woman seemed to recognize him, tentatively asking, "Did we play together at the same table yesterday? Is that so?" Su Zhonghua feigned confusion, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her before replying. "I seem to recall a bit." The middle-aged woman was quite talkative, and without Su Zhonghua needing to initiate conversation, they began to engage in dialogue. From this, it became apparent that they had all gone to the station to collect goods in the evening, which explained their early departure. However, Lao Su's interest did not lie in conversing with her. Rather, he was intently focused on their hands. Curiously, according to the rules at 9 p.m., the cards dealt by the dealer can either be revealed directly or shuffled upon customer request. Yet, observing their card-flipping technique, it was evident that they were likely inexperienced with poker. Seasoned players exhibit a distinctive manner when handling cards that cannot be feigned. This was a certainty for Lao Su, who had encountered countless gamblers. Furthermore, they seldom requested a shuffle, opting instead to have the dealer reveal the cards directly. Nonetheless, this approach seemed to yield consistent victories, with the dealer often busting or the players managing to draw cards that aligned perfectly with their hands, minimizing the chances of busting themselves. Occasionally, the lean man would deliberately draw cards, pushing his hand to the brink of busting, yet if he ceased drawing, the cards would have favored the dealer. To catch a cheat, one must possess patience. Lao Su, typically impulsive, maintained his composure and continued his observation. The last position at the table was occupied by the slender Sichuan man, followed by a middle-aged woman, and then the plump man, mirroring their seating arrangement from the previous night. The lean Sichuan man was Lao Su's focal point, as the outcome of the dealer's bust often hinged on whether the last player chose to draw additional cards. Frequently, the middle-aged woman and the hefty man heeded his commands. When he suggested they forego drawing, they complied without hesitation. Conversely, when he decided to draw, both were emboldened to follow suit. There was a particular instance where the lean man held a total of 17, while the dealer displayed a queen, equating to 10 points. The lean man decisively opted to draw again, resulting in a face card that caused him to bust. The dealer, in turn, drew a 5, failing to meet the minimum of 17, and was thus compelled to draw again, ultimately busting with a 9. Consequently, the lean man lost 2-0-0-0, while the plump man and the middle-aged woman emerged victorious, leading to a series of similar outcomes. The lean man's losses consistently ensured the dealer received unfavorable cards, thus securing wins for the other two players. If they were indeed all cheats, their skill would be remarkable. Yet, the question remained, where had they manipulated the game? Lao Su was confident that no card switching could occur before him without detection. No matter how swiftly you exchange cards, a slight flaw will inevitably emerge, one that no individual can conceal, thus it must be hidden in the most inconspicuous manner. Chapter 60. The Mistake of Mistakes. Note: this chapter is repetitive and should be skipped. 3 individuals consistently placed maximum bets, with one guarding 1 or 2 doors. After watching for a while, Su Zhonghua found it peculiar. They seemed like true masters of calculation, always wagering full amounts. Their winning streak was remarkable, and at times, the last player would refrain from taking a card even when they had a total of 10, relinquishing their hand to the dealer, awaiting the dealer's inevitable bust. making it appear as if they could see through the cards. However, the rules of blackjack permit such actions, and thus, not taking cards, regardless of their values, falls within the regulations. One cannot simply deduce that they are cheating based on this alone, as many seasoned gamblers often play in this manner, passively waiting for the dealer to eliminate themselves. Before long, they amassed over 50,000 in winnings, their faces gleaming with satisfaction. Yet, they were not greedy, promptly exchanging their chips for cash with the middle-aged woman. After a brief discussion, they all exited the casino in a flurry. Old Sue was left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. They won money and departed, leaving Su Zhonghua feeling frustrated, with a compelling urge to confront them with a knife and demand they return for a few more rounds. With the players gone, Su Zhonghua remained seated, still puzzled, refraining from placing any bets as he contemplated their actions during the game. His idle presence irritated the other gamblers nearby, who began to voice their displeasure. If you're not going to play, then move aside. One particularly thin man, noticing Su Zhonghua's reluctance to yield, attempted to shove him aside. Upon catching sight of the bulge at Su Zhonghua's waist, resembling the outline of a knife handle, he quickly retreated, apologizing. "Brother, my apologies, I acted impulsively. Please, continue your seat." This commotion finally snapped Su Zhonghua out of his reverie. He quickly donned an expression of remorse and resumed bidding at the table. That day, Su Zhonghua distractedly continued to pass the time at the table, his mind ablaze with frustration. Could it be that he had failed to detect a cheat? Moreover, judging by their disheveled appearances, they did not seem like skilled con artists but rather petty traders. Was it possible he had misjudged the situation? That night, Old Su returned to the hotel early to rest. With the main players absent, what was he still doing there? If he failed to catch the cheats, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Lying in bed, he replayed their actions at the blackjack table in his mind, pondering for a long time without identifying any discrepancies. Yet the fact remained, they had indeed walked away with the money. The following day was Saturday, and with no classes to attend, Su Zhonghua enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast with Tang Bao before heading back to the casino to wait for the suspicious individuals. At this point, Old Su realized he could no longer participate in the games. Otherwise, it would become exceedingly difficult to discern their deceitful maneuvers. Thus, he chose to observe discreetly from the sidelines. However, the blackjack table at this casino seldom attracted onlookers, prompting Su Zhonghua to first approach the baccarat table to watch the commotion, planning to return once the others arrived. As noon approached, the thin man, the hefty pig, and the middle-aged woman indeed made their appearance, still congregating at the blackjack table. Observing this, Su Zhonghua quickly lit a cigarette, adopting a demeanor of a petty gangster as he prepared to join the fray, yet the middle-aged woman cast a wary glance in his direction. In society, one of the most crucial skills is the art of performance, a belief that Su Zhonghua held firmly. He maintained a facade of nonchalance, but standing idly to watch would inevitably raise suspicion. Fortunately, there was an available seat nearby, and he seated himself, reluctantly requesting a hand from the dealer. The middle-aged woman seemed to recognize him, tentatively inquiring, "Did we play at the same table yesterday?" To which Su Zhonghua feigned confusion, furrowing his brow and scrutinizing her closely before replying, "I believe I have a faint recollection." The middle-aged woman was quite loquacious, and without Su Zhonghua needing to initiate conversation, they engaged in dialogue. It was during their exchange that he learned they had all gone to the station to pick up goods the previous night, explaining their early departure. Yet, Su Zhonghua's interest lay not in conversing with her, but rather in intently observing their hands. Curiously, according to the rules of blackjack, the dealer could either reveal the drawn cards directly or shuffle them at the request of the players. However, the manner in which they handled the cards suggested they were likely inexperienced with poker. Seasoned card players exhibit a distinctive way of holding cards that cannot be feigned. This was a certainty Su Zhonghua, having encountered countless gamblers, was confident in. Moreover, they seldom requested the cards to be shuffled, preferring instead to have the dealer reveal them immediately. Remarkably, their consistent winning streak seemed to coincide with the dealer inadvertently busting, or they would request cards that cleverly minimized their chances of busting. At times, the thin man would deliberately draw cards, pushing his hand to the brink of busting. Yet if he were to stop drawing, the cards he had would have formed a strong hand for the dealer. To successfully cheat, one must exercise patience. Su Zhonghua, setting aside his usual impulsiveness, continued to observe them with a composed demeanor. The final position belonged to the slender situation.His man, followed by the middle-aged woman, and then the hefty pig, maintaining the same seating order as the previous night. Su Zhonghua focused his attention on the thin situation.His man, as the dealer's fate often hinged on whether the last player decided to draw additional cards. Notably, the middle-aged woman and the hefty pig frequently heeded his decisions. When he opted to stand pat, they would resolutely refrain from drawing any cards. Conversely, when the thin man called for additional cards, both were emboldened to follow suit. In a remarkable instance, the thin man's final hand totaled 17, while the dealer's up card was a queen, equating to 10 points. Without hesitation, the thin man chose to draw another card, resulting in a bust. Then came the dealer's draw. Had the slender man refrained from taking that last card, the dealer would have stood at 20 points, while the middle-aged woman would have had 19, and the corpulent man 18, thus ensuring the dealer's triumph. However, the queen was prematurely claimed by that slender man, a fact that could not help but arouse old Su's suspicions. When the dealer drew a 5, falling short of 17 points, he was compelled to draw again, ultimately pulling a 9 and busting. Consequently, the slender man lost 2,000. While both the corpulent man and the middle-aged woman emerged victorious, resulting in a financial gain for this group. Such scenarios had occurred numerous times. Typically, the slender man's losses assured that the dealer's hand was weak, thereby securing wins for the other two players. If they were indeed all cheats, their cunning would be remarkable. Yet the question remained, where had they manipulated the game? In the presence of Su Zhonghua, one could scarcely hope to switch cards undetected. No matter how swift the sleight of hand, a flaw would inevitably surface, an imperfection that no one could conceal, thus compelling them to hide it in the most inconspicuous manner. Chapter 69. Your tongue is bleeding. It was conceivable that they had knowledge of the card's sequence, but that seemed improbable. After all, Su Zhonghua had observed everything from the unsealing of the deck to the shuffling and the final cut made by the players. No mischief could escape his keen gaze. Alternatively, it was possible they recognized the cards. Yet, old Su had discussed this very matter with Tang by the previous day. According to Tang's assertions, it was utterly impossible. Each deck was entrusted solely to his most reliable associates for safekeeping and distribution. No one could manipulate the cards, from procurement to storage. To the moment they were laid upon the table, his eyes had not strayed from the deck. No one could attempt to mark the backs of the cards. Moreover, the cards were sourced from reputable manufacturers who would never supply decks with markings. Even if such a thing were to occur, would manufacturers send agents thousands of miles to gamble? Not only would the distance be daunting, but locating the entrance would also pose a significant challenge. As he pondered further, Su Zhonghua found himself at a loss. Aside from the aforementioned possibilities, he could discern no other clues. It seemed there was but one explanation. Those individuals were indeed masters of probability calculation. Yet such people existed only in hearsay. And to encounter them sitting before old Su was hard to believe. Could a master truly exhibit such demeanor? They appeared so emaciated. With their gaunt features and shifty eyes, one gust of wind, and they might be swept away if not clinging to a lamppost. As the afternoon wore on and they continued to win, old Su too found himself on a winning streak, placing full bets and eschewing small cards. Awaiting the dealer's inevitable bust. The dealer had indeed busted numerous times. Perhaps the dealer felt particularly unlucky or some other reason compelled him to switch to a different croupier. As old Su cast a glance, he was taken aback. Once again, it is that delightful little girl. Upon noticing Su Zhonghua at the table, she politely nodded in greeting. However, upon seeing a few individuals, her expression immediately soured, her lips pouting in discontent. Yet, despite her feelings, she had no choice but to obediently approach and deal the cards, unable to prevent them from winning. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere 2,000. By the end of the afternoon, they had amassed over 150,000. Su Zhonghua also basked in their glory, winning over 30,000. Secretly stuffing several large chips into his pocket, dreaming of returning home to feast on meat daily, forsaking all noodles. Naturally, his winnings compelled him to flaunt his wealth, tipping the dealer girl with over 3,000. Were it not for the necessity of feigning drama for the sake of capturing 1,000, Su Zhonghua would never have willingly parted with such a sum. 3,000 could procure a considerable amount of pork or provide solace for countless fallen women. However, the dealer girl was indeed charming, her reactions remarkably swift. Whenever the group inadvertently struck the table, she would already have dealt the cards before they could utter a word of protest. Often, this would occur when the cards were not in their favor. Conversely, when their card was a 10 and they knocked for more, her actions were more measured, delaying the dealing. Yet, this did not significantly affect their game. There were numerous instances when she swiftly dealt the cards during their missteps, leading to their downfall. prompting the thin man and the portly one to vehemently curse the dealer girl. She appeared quite aggrieved, refraining from retorting, biting her lip as they hurled profanities. As long as the patrons did not cross the line, such occurrences were commonplace in the casino, with no one to intervene. The adage "the customer is king" resonated profoundly in that realm. As night fell and the 9 p.m. game showed no signs of dispersing, it only grew more intense. Su Zhonghua, seated at the same table, overheard their idle chatter. The group seemed to have procured train tickets for the day after tomorrow to deliver goods to Beijing. Old Su feigned humility, engaging them to glean information, learning that the train journey to Beijing and back would take at least 2 days and 2 nights. Damn. 2 days and nights. He had no time to squander on them. Su Zhonghua mused that if he failed to capture anything tomorrow, the reward would be inconsequential. He had already won several tens of thousands, sufficient for his needs, and would return to teaching on Monday. Where many young female students had yet to confide their adolescent woes to him, he felt no inclination to concern himself with their trivial disputes. Annoyed, he regarded the thin man's sharp features, the portly man's corpulence, and the woman's freckled visage, pondering whether they possessed some form of X-ray vision or extraordinary abilities to see through the cards. It seemed implausible. If they had such talents, why were they peddling clothing and daily necessities? If he had such capabilities, he would have long since fled to Macau. Perhaps his reasoning was flawed? He recalled hearing about X-ray machines, which reveal a mere skeletal frame of a person. Was there a device capable of penetrating the back of a playing card to unveil its face? He had never heard of such a contraption. He had heard of scanning cards, but that required the ability to scan the face of the card, then replay it through a computer to retain its memory. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Su Zhonghua's attention was drawn to an object, a mobile phone, casually placed on the table by the thin man, accompanied by a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. It seems that this mobile phone has been resting on the table since last night. Yet old Su has little recollection of it. Throughout the night, no one is called the thin man, and the device lies carelessly beside him. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Many gamblers prefer to keep their phones and cigarettes within arm's reach while playing. Could it be an excess of suspicion? Upon closer inspection, the phone appears to be of a rather fashionable model, one that old Su has never encountered before. Certainly, it surpasses the faded brick of a phone he carries. With a large screen and a keypad seemingly integrated into the display, it is difficult to discern the details due to the distance of 2 intervening individuals. At one point, Su Zhonghua intentionally excused himself to the restroom, pausing deliberately in front of the thin man upon his return to steal a glance at the phone. Nothing seems amiss. It resembles our phones closely. If there were indeed some hidden intricacy within that device, what might it entail? Su Zhonghua found himself at a loss, as he had never encountered such matters before. His previous experiences were limited to detection and scanning, typically utilizing a mobile phone as a disguise. However, such devices generally possess a camera or similar apparatus, which this phone lacked. The gaunt man's gaze frequently lingered on the screen of the phone, as if he were checking the time. After a night of relentless gambling, he emerged with nothing to show for it except for the money he had lost. In the morning, as the crowd dispersed, he helplessly watched as several individuals exited the casino, clutching bundles of cash. Su Zhonghua felt a surge of frustration as he stepped out, his bullhorn knife strapped to his waist. His intention was to force them to reveal the truth behind the cheating incidents. Over the past few days, he had exhausted his mind, losing countless brain cells in the process, yet the mystery remained elusive, leaving him in utter boredom and disinterest, a sentiment he believed many readers would share. Upon exiting the nightclub through the grand glass doors, he stood under a tree by the roadside, feigning the act of lighting a cigarette. The wind was fierce, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. After a sleepless night, his eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles hung beneath them, rendering his appearance more ghastly than a specter. He observed as they boarded a golden van laden with enormous packages, likely the goods from their illicit dealings. Just as he was about to charge forward with his knife, he was taken aback by a head that popped out of the rear window of the van. Flowing dark hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. His very own student, Tang Xisher. Unbelievable. What was happening? Su Zhonghua was utterly perplexed as he watched a portly man affectionately caress Tang Xisher's head, while she pouted her red lips in displeasure. To Su, this interaction resembled a flirtation between lovers. Could it be that student Tang had become a mistress? His mind was swirling in confusion, and he realized he needed someone to clarify his bewilderment. With a reluctant sigh, he returned the bullhorn knife to his waist, abandoning his plan to confront them. He turned back to the nightclub and attempted to call Tang Bao, only to find his phone was switched off. Thus, he made his way back to the casino, where the bouncers were cleaning up. Upon seeing him enter, they immediately approached, insisting he leave as they were closing for the day, with plans to reopen at noon. Su Zhonghua quickly put on a smile and offered a Hometown Mountain cigarette, cheerfully saying, "My friend, I am looking for Brother Tang." The younger subordinates, feeling more at ease, accepted the cigarette and lit it, responding, "Brother Tang has gone shopping with his wife and is not here at the moment. You may give him a call." Old Su replied, "But his phone is turned off. How about this? When Brother Tang returns, please pass on a message for me. Just say I am looking for him." Afterward, he introduced himself to the few younger subordinates on guard. They acknowledged him, and Su Zhonghua hurried back to his hotel room to catch up on sleep. Those who have experienced a sleepless night know how exhausting it can be. He lay on the bed and within a minute fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he was jolted awake by the sound of a beast knocking on his door. It was loud and persistent. To his surprise, someone was indeed banging on the door. Struggling to rise, he rubbed his eyes and found it was none other than Tang Bao, who was holding 2 daggers with an excited expression, eagerly asking, "Did you catch Qian?" "No," Su Zhonghua replied, rubbing his slightly aching head. Noticing a hint of disappointment on old Tang's face, he chose not to dwell on it, as he was completely captivated by the knives in Tang Bao's hands. With a grin, he inquired, "Where did you procure those 2 items?" "Items? You dare refer to my treasures as mere items? How uncouth." Tang Bao's eyes flashed with anger as he declared, "These 2 daggers are the result of my arduous efforts. They can slice through iron like mud, 100 times superior to your shabby horn knife." Old Tang's gaze intensified with fervor as he noticed Su Zhonghua's astonished envy. He lifted one of the gold-red, short and stout daggers and said, "This was solemnly gifted to me by an elder when I was 15 in prison." Then, he brandished a small dagger glowing with a green light, stating, "I obtained this from the Italian mafia when I was 20. After speaking, he wickedly licked the sharp edge of the knife with his tongue. The act of licking the blade was undeniably impressive. Su Zhonghua stared at him in awe, secretly planning to mimic this daring feat back at school one day to astonish the students. However, he noticed blood trickling from Tang Bao's tongue. "Oh, the knife is too sharp." Old Tang chuckled awkwardly, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. "Damn, it seems that when trying to appear cool, one should opt for a less sharp blade." P.S. The previous chapter was inadvertently posted multiple times and cannot be deleted, as I have already attempted to remove it twice. Thus, I must compensate by doubling my submissions today, otherwise, I will not achieve full attendance. So disregard that. If all goes well, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 70. Caught after showcasing his knives. Old Tang felt a tinge of disappointment that Su Zhonghua had not apprehended Qian, although he did not show it. He continued to warmly explain that he had pressed the doorbell for quite some time with no response, and when the phone went unanswered, he resorted to banging on the door, reasoning that Su Zhonghua must have been in a deep sleep. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. Old Tang insisted on taking Su Zhonghua out for a meal, and it just so happened that Su had some inquiries to make. He quickly freshened up and accompanied him to the restaurant. During their meal, the conversation turned to mobile phones, and they discussed various aspects of the topic in depth. Su inquired whether street vendors like them, who traveled frequently between provinces and counties, typically carried mobile phones. Tang Bao replied that it was not a certainty. Some would bring them back to the country, while others would stash them away before crossing the border, as the internet functionality was different abroad and often unusable. The two engaged in this discussion for quite some time, learning that some affluent vendors in Sichuan had indeed acquired internet access, albeit using older devices. They were resolute in not taking high-end phones with them while delivering goods, as possessing such a phone would serve as a status symbol, a hallmark of wealth. Carrying such a mark could lead to frequent thefts. In China, it was not uncommon for individuals to be targeted simply for dressing well. Su Zhonghua began to piece together the implications of this, especially considering the remarkable phone owned by the Sichuan local, which appeared to be a high-end model with a large screen, perhaps a tad ostentatious. Initially, Su had leaned in for a closer look, confirming it was indeed a phone. However, he suspected it possessed special features, though he could not ascertain what they were at that moment. He refrained from examining it too closely. After all, if it turned out to be perfectly ordinary, it would be quite embarrassing. Such a scenario could tarnish his reputation, leading to rumors that the casino was scrutinizing patrons for faults only to find none. In a small place like Nanjing, such gossip could be catastrophic, equivalent to a death sentence for his establishment. Many slightly reputable casinos prioritize their reputation above all else, for a good reputation meant a steady clientele, which in turn generated profit. The casino in Gangnan City was precisely such an establishment. While dining, Su Zhonghua made a request of Tang Bao to summon the charming young croupier from the blackjack table. He wished to have a conversation with her. Although surprised, Tang Bao, with his composure, refrained from questioning his motives and promptly dispatched a subordinate to fetch her. Taking advantage of this moment, Su requested entry into the casino. As it was midday and the venue was closed, Tang Bao called in his associates to open the casino doors. Su Zhonghua urged them to keep this meeting discreet, limited only to those currently aware of it. Tang Bao agreed, and upon entering the casino, Su took a seat beside the blackjack table, awaiting the arrival of the young croupier. When she entered, she was startled to find only Su Zhonghua and brother Tang in the entire casino. Seemingly perplexed as to why a gambler would seek her out in such a setting, Su Zhonghua quickly reassured her, stating that there was no cause for concern. He merely wished to collaborate with her to devise a cunning scheme and ascertain whether reality aligned with his expectations. Observing the girl's momentary perplexity, Tang Bao interjected, asserting that this was indeed brother Su, and emphasized that she should follow his lead without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Lao Tang received a phone call, indicating a pressing matter, and after exchanging pleasantries with Lao Su, he departed. Tang Bao's companions stationed themselves at the entrance, ensuring that no one else could enter. Lao Su then guided the girl to the edge of the table, meticulously explaining the purpose of his visit. Once she grasped the situation, Lao Su informed her, "I require your cooperation this evening." The girl responded, expressing her uncertainty, stating that she was unsure how to assist. Su Zhonghua remarked, "Simply follow my instructions. I shall guide you meticulously. It is not at all difficult." He requested a pen and a ruler from a subordinate at the casino and produced the deck of cards they used for dealing. Su handed the deck to the young lady, instructing her to arrange the cards on the table in accordance with her own dealing style, as if she were in the act of dealing. The young lady complied with Su's directions, while he made several adjustments to the angles at which she positioned the cards. Altering one angle at a time, Su Zhonghua meticulously made inconspicuous marks with a pen and ruler, barely discernible to the untrained eye. He instructed the young girl to remember the 3 angles he had drawn. Given that there were 2 tables, he replicated the markings on the second table as well. Each of the 3 angles was assigned a number for a reference. To simplify matters, Su advised her to observe his right hand. When the time came, she was to rest her right hand naturally on the table. If her thumb retracted, she would adjust the card to align with the first angle he had illustrated. A bent middle finger indicated she should position the card at the second marked angle, while the index finger corresponded to the third. The subtle markings Su had made resembled a small right angle, akin to a half-cross. Ultimately, the girl was tasked with ensuring the card's right angle coincided perfectly with his concealed marker. After a brief rehearsal to confirm her understanding, he emphasized that she should not fixate on her fingers, but rather allow her gaze to glide over them casually. Everything had to appear natural. Su meticulously reiterated the importance of maintaining composure, free from any pressure. The girl, displaying maturity beyond her years, nodded in agreement. Later, he briefed his brother, Lao Tang, advising that the girl should refrain from taking a seat at the table that evening, serving instead as a substitute. When the group arrived, she would replace the dealer at that table. Such occurrences were commonplace in casinos, unlikely to draw attention. During dinner, Lao Tang arrived, seemingly aware that a resolution was imminent, brimming with excitement as he inquired about Su's plans. Yet, deep down, he too harbored uncertainties and lacked confidence. Su Zhonghua suggested waiting until evening to assess the situation before making a decision. He instructed his associates to be prepared and requested 2 walkie-talkies, one to be placed with him and the other to be discreetly kept in his pocket, turned off. An agreement was established with Lao Su that, should they capture anyone, he would activate the walkie-talkie and continuously press the talk button. Upon receiving a signal, he would proceed to retrieve the individual. It appeared that all preparations were in place. They merely awaited the evening's arrival. The heavens seemed to assert their influence as rain began to fall. Observing the downpour intensifying, Lao Su grew anxious, pondering whether they would still come in such weather. When the casino opened for the night, surprisingly, they arrived as anticipated. It seemed the allure of wealth held immense power. Su Zhonghua felt a surge of joy upon their arrival, knowing that if no results materialized by night's end, they would depart for a distant province to deliver goods. Lao Su intentionally engaged in games at the dice table, while they meandered about, eventually spotting him and exchanging greetings. Lao Su reciprocated with a smile, recalling his fortunate winnings from the previous night spent with them. Their current trio consisted of the hefty man, the lean fellow, and the woman from Shenyang. In retrospect, Su Zhonghua had indeed taken a perilous gamble. A misstep could have led to significant embarrassment. Yet, Lao Su's experience assured him that this was the appropriate course of action. After a brief circuit, Lao Su noticed the three had settled at a blackjack table, where seats were still available. He quickly made his way over and took a seat. The hefty man cast an annoyed glance in his direction and declared, "No more seats. I've reserved 4. Su Zhonghua smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Brother, let me join you. I also enjoy playing this game. I collaborated well with you yesterday." Old Su's gaze shifted to the woman's face as he ingratiatingly added, "Right, sister?" The woman gently nudged the hefty man beside her and remarked, "Why are you claiming so many positions? You can only take 2 at most. If you lose, how will you procure goods?" Consequently, the hefty man relented. Old Su, with a friendly demeanor, claimed 1 position, while the slender man took 1 for himself. The middle-aged woman occupied 2, and the hefty man also claimed 2, leaving Old Su with 1. In total, there were 7 positions, with the slender man still sitting at the last one. After a while, Old Su learned that they were taking the train the following morning and intended to play through the night, resting on the train thereafter, as their goods were all prepared. Old Su felt a surge of delight. It seemed he had ample time to spare. While playing, Su Zhonghua casually observed the slender man's area, which remained unchanged. Seizing the moment, Old Su pretended to scratch his head, subtly signaling to Tang Bao's brother that it was time to switch the dealer. Indeed, shortly after, the charming girl was replaced. She appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing at Old Su, who deliberately maintained a stoic face, avoiding her gaze. Nevertheless, she continued to furtively look at his hands, indicating her unpreparedness. He refrained from giving her any hints, purposely placing his right hand beneath his left arm. As he sat at the table's edge, ensuring she could not see, he intended to wait until she was ready before signaling her. After a while, the girl seemed to acclimate to the situation. Old Su intentionally engaged her in light-hearted banter, to which she responded with increasing ease. Sensing the opportune moment, he flattened his right hand on the table, pressing down on the felt as if wiping sweat, with his thumb positioned beneath. The girl, perceptive as ever, subtly adjusted her posture, aligning her cards at the precise right angle that Old Su had drawn. Noticing her adeptness, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Zhonghua won just right. He casually tossed her a 200 chip. The girl felt a bit shy, but Old Su encouraged her with a glance to accept it. However, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the mobile phone. Sure enough, the thin man deliberately stepped away to smoke, adjusting the position of the phone. Upon observing the situation, Su Zhonghua realized there was a potential opportunity. It seemed to align perfectly with his calculations. After engaging in play for half an hour, he purposefully curled his middle finger and placed it on the table. Perhaps his movement was a bit exaggerated, yet that girl appeared resolute. Deliberately, as she revealed her cards, she forcefully nudged the pile, subsequently shifting the top card back to the 3rd position Su had drawn. At this moment, the others remained oblivious to the discrepancy. The slender fellow continued to adjust his phone's angle with great concentration. Su Zhonghua was increasingly convinced he understood the unfolding events. His mind raced with the realization that the phone was indeed the source of the issue, but its specific functions remained a mystery to him. Casting a sidelong glance at the slender man, who was engrossed in counting his chips, Su pondered the possibility that if the man were to discover he was being observed, he might deliberately sabotage his phone, denying any wrongdoing and leaving Su in a humiliating predicament. It became clear that he needed to obtain the phone first. Resolutely, Su Zhonghua decided he must secure the device. He feigned disinterest in moving his fingers for an extended period, likely catching them off guard. By that time, they had seemingly amassed a fortune of 160,000. Additionally, it had been 2.5 hours since the last card manipulation. To draw the girl's attention, Su deliberately placed his hand on the tablecloth, subtly fidgeting. Once he noticed her focus shift towards him, he curled his index finger, prompting her to casually adjust the angle of the top card once more. Su Zhonghua glanced at him from the corner of his eye as he adjusted his phone once again. At that angle, it seemed perfectly aligned. However, Old Su's hand was still in motion, curling his middle finger. The girl noticed he intentionally curled his thumb as well, observing his swift movements. She adeptly maneuvered the cards into her embrace, readjusting her position. At that moment, the hefty man voiced his displeasure, exclaiming, "What are you twisting around for? Can you play properly?" As he spoke, the thin man adjusted his phone's angle, The girl, suddenly scolded, looked at old Xue with an innocent demeanor. Old Xue smiled, offering her encouragement. The girl's face was etched with grievance, resembling someone on the brink of tears. Su Zhonghua thought to himself, "Dear girl, please do not cry. I will retrieve it for you shortly." The girl hesitated, contemplating whether to move the cards, and old Xue nodded, providing her with a reassuring answer. Gathering her courage, she gently shifted the cards, surprising the thin man. He appeared flustered, instinctively turning to see if anyone was approaching. Meanwhile, the hefty man became furious, pointing at the girl and demanding, "What is your problem?" A middle-aged woman forcefully pushed the hefty man, signaling him to remain silent. At that moment, old Xue slipped his hand into his pocket to activate the walkie-talkie, pressing the button. He then stood up, feigning a need to use the restroom, and approached the thin man's side. At this point, Tang Bao had already received the signal and several individuals had gathered around Su Zhonghua. The thin man sensed something amiss and instinctively reached for his phone to conceal it, but old Xue was quicker, seizing it first. He noticed the girl was still in a daze, gesturing for her to leave promptly. She understood immediately, abandoning the cards and fleeing, disregarding the chips on the table. Watching her run, old Xue couldn't help but smile. The girl, who had been assisting, seemed oblivious to the situation, still calling out, "Xiao Di, where are you going?" Su Zhonghua responded to the chubby man's remarks, stating, "There is nothing wrong, except perhaps for this mobile phone." The lean man seemed to have grasped the situation and rushed towards Su Zhonghua, attempting to reclaim the device from him. Old Xue swiftly evaded, concealing himself behind the crowd. The lean man, in a fit of frustration, lunged for the phone, only to be met with a swift kick to the chest from a young man beside old Xue. His frail frame crumpled to the floor by the table, groaning in pain as he clutched his chest. At that moment, the girl managing the chips finally realized the chaos and hastily lifted the chip rack, fleeing the scene. The chubby man appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his face paling noticeably, revealing his true character as a coward. Initially fierce, he had expected to charge forward, leaving old Xue in a state of uncertainty as he continued to hide behind the crowd. "Brother, please, let us not resort to violence. We can discuss matters calmly. We are all outsiders here. It's not easy for anyone," he implored. The commotion triggered a chain reaction in the hall, drawing the attention of all, who ceased gambling to witness the unfolding drama, assuming it was a brawl over money. At that moment, a stout, bearded man stepped forward, urging, "Everyone, there's no need to gawk. It's merely a trivial matter. Let us resolve this outside." He gestured to several young men nearby to escort the two troublemakers away, who promptly complied, lifting the men and dragging them off. Eventually, they were ushered into another room. Sensing that he was no longer involved, old Xue turned and headed towards the room where chips were sold. In that room, Su Zhonghua took out the mobile phone, still unaware of its specific functions. Previously, old Xue had been fiddling with it, attempting to make a call, but it seemed not to function as a typical mobile device. No matter how he pressed the buttons on the screen, there was no response. He then positioned a playing card at the angle chosen by the lean man to examine the phone's content, yet it yielded no discernible reaction. The same few buttons remained unresponsive, leaving old Xue perplexed. Su Zhonghua exchanged numerous playing cards, meticulously aligning them according to a particular angle, contrasting with the changes displayed on his mobile screen, ultimately unveiling the secrets concealed within the device. It is common knowledge that the keyboard on a mobile screen features numbers accompanied by corresponding letters, albeit in minuscule form. For instance, the number 2 is flanked by the letters A, B, and C. Upon scanning, if the outcome is 2, those 3 diminutive letters vanish. In the case of a joker, the symbols adjacent to the 0 key, such as the plus sign, also disappear. The effect is remarkable. One merely needs to position the cards and expose the lower half without movement. Once the dealer has drawn the card away, it seamlessly transitions to the next one, yielding immediate results. For example, if the initial card is a 2, the letters alongside it disappear. After the 2 is removed, if the focus shifts to an 8, the letters next to 8 vanish while those above 2 reappear. Understanding this, Xue tucked his phone into his pocket. Observing that the casino had resumed operations, he ventured outside, where it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Everyone remained engrossed in their gambling, showing little curiosity about the recent events. At that moment, Tang Bao approached Su Zhonghua, saying, "Su, come here." Following old Tang into a room, Tang inquired about the specifics of the situation. Su, unable to articulate it clearly, opted to demonstrate to old Tang. After witnessing the demonstration, Tang exclaimed, "Remarkable." Old Tang summoned each individual to question them. His intent was straightforward, to compel them to return all their winnings and subsequently vanish from Nanqing. Su listened intently as he observed their money and passports being sifted through and placed aside. Upon further questioning the slender man, it was revealed that this device was called an ink sensor, procured by the rotund man from a German acquaintance he met in a foreign casino at great expense. Old Tang engaged each of them in discussions on how to return the money. However, it seemed their funds were tied up with goods. Listening to their tales, Su realized their plight, particularly that of the woman. Chapter 71. The internet CAF girl. Time flew by, and a week had swiftly passed. The computer that Old Tang had arranged through a skilled technician had finally arrived. It was said to rival the computers used by the staff at the Pentagon, embodying the pinnacle of contemporary technological advancements. When inquired about the price, it was noted to exceed 4,000 yuan, which, for such a high-end configuration, was not unreasonable in the current national context. Xiaoyang and Su circled around a green, iron casing resembling a blacksmith's bellows for an extended period, utterly failing to recognize it as the computer's main chassis. In contrast, the LCD screen was ostentatious, its origins unknown, whether second-hand or salvaged from a refuse site. Adorning the bottom of the computer screen was a large sticker featuring slam dunk characters. After connecting an Ethernet cable, Su Zhonghua commenced his online journey. Xiaoyang. The young lady persistently hummed and fussed about wanting to access the internet, but her requests were resolutely denied. It was amusing. For Su was online solely to promote the advancement of education by browsing documents. How could he permit these children to engage in mischief? Zhou Xiaoyang seethed with resentment, yet felt utterly helpless, for even under threats and temptations, not to mention the allure of intimate apparel, Su Zhonghua remained steadfast, not budging an inch from his seat. That night, upon observing Zhou Xiaoyang retreat to her bedroom to study, Su Zhonghua seized the opportunity to call Huang Yu. The moment this young man realized it was a call from Su Laosher, he was elated and rambled on aimlessly for quite some time. With a casual remark, Su Zhonghua contacted Q and logged into his QQ to chat with Huang Yu. As a master of CS, Su Zhonghua arrogantly challenged Huang Yu to a few rounds. After several matches, Huang Yu suffered devastating defeats at the hands of Su Zhonghua's despicable tactics, leaving him utterly exasperated. Frustrated, Huang Yu quit the game, cursing Su Zhonghua's shamelessness, yet feeling powerless to counter it. After some idle chatter, Huang Yu suddenly realized he needed to review his studies. Su Zhonghua almost felt a twinge of emotion and typed, "Hero, please wait. I have a small favor to ask of you." Huang Yu replied, "If the teacher has something to say, please do. It seems rather distant for us to address each other in such a manner." Su Zhonghua glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching, and then said with a sense of relief, "Provide me with a website for watching movies." Huang Yu inquired, "Isn't it possible to watch them using tools like Thunder?" Su Zhonghua felt that his reactions were somewhat sluggish. He personally preferred films that were a tad more exhilarating. Huang Yu paused for a moment, realizing Su's ulterior motive. He was seeking the URL of a small movie website. He feigned ignorance and replied, "Exhilarating? It seems that a recent martial arts film has piqued my interest." Su Zhonghua exclaimed, "Huang Yu, are you even a man? Do you not watch adult films? I truly question how you navigated your adolescence." Unable to procure any adult film websites from his students, he resorted to insults, making Su Zhonghua a peculiar figure in the educational realm. Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words and could only respond with 3 major points. "Leave me a note about my love for younger sisters." Su Zhonghua, with a relieved expression, remarked, "It seems you are indeed a normal man. I initially thought you were a deadpan individual." Huang Yu, displaying his seasoned demeanor, inquired, "Does the teacher prefer Japanese or Western styles?" At that time, it was the island nation. Su Zhonghua replied succinctly, "Teacher, you are quite the lecher." Huang Yu chuckled from behind the computer screen. "Lecher? How absurd," Su Zhonghua retorted, exhaling a puff of smoke as he typed, "Do not presume I am as ignorant as you lot, indulging in adult films. In truth, I approach these films with a critical perspective, seeking to comprehend the psyche of today's youth, which is essential for my teaching methods." "You're just boasting." Huang Yu dismissed him skeptically. "I assure you it's the truth," Su Zhonghua insisted. "As for those so-called famous actresses, Ai Ijima, Aika Miura, Anna Ohura, Kazumi Kawashima, Fumiko Kanazawa, Eriko Kirishima, Tomo Aonuma, Fumina Hara, Haruki Mizuno, Kaira Katamura, Kaira Tsunoda, Yoshika Mizutani, Rina Morikawa, Mariko Ozawa, Mai Hajawara, Miki Hamada, Maria Monino, Mariko Morimoto, Miho Eureka, Ryo Mitsuki, In Suzuka Sakai, I do not recognize a single one. Upon seeing this extensive list of names, Huang Yu prudently chose to log off hastily. Realizing that his teacher's level of lewdness was unmatched in this world, Su Zhonghua gazed contentedly at a short film, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of Zhou Xiaoyang in the bedroom, lest he be caught in an awkward predicament. Just as he was engrossed in the climactic moment of the film, with the male lead boldly charging forth, a video call notification from QQ interrupted his reverie. The caller was an avatar of a woman named Red Little Fox. It was that girl from the internet CAF. After all, Su Zhonghua had only 4 contacts on QQ: Huang Yu, Xiaoyang, Li Yan, and the charming young lady from the CAF. The image of her seemingly ample bosom lingered in his mind, leaving him to wonder if she intended to engage in a risky conversation at such an hour. Surely, he mused, he could never be that kind of person. He would firmly decline any unreasonable propositions. After tidying his hair, he decided to accept the invitation. Miracles may happen at midnight. One could only hope. Su Zhonghua never expected that this young lady Qin Shina had not forgotten about him. Capable of reaching out to him at the first opportunity, it seemed he could no longer navigate the Garden of Delights without a trace. A girl had already become entangled with him. As such lascivious thoughts crossed his mind, the video opened. Qin Shina remained as beautiful as ever, though this time she was dressed quite modestly. Yet, anyone could easily imagine the generous curves concealed beneath her attire, rendering most women rather diminutive in her presence. Her fresh-cut hair and serene smile were enough to evoke a myriad of midnight fantasies. Compared to Li Yan's delicate charm, Qin Shina possessed a fuller figure and an alluring grace, as if she were naturally gifted at seduction, all the while maintaining the demeanor of a pure-hearted girl. "Hello, uncle," she greeted, her voice clear and tinged with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue in the midnight hour. "Hello, young lady," Su Zhonghua replied with his signature lecherous grin, though he made an effort to lower his voice, lest he attract the attention of the girl in his bedroom. "Do you know who I am?" Qin Shina asked, frowning, suspecting this was merely one of Su Zhonghua's usual tricks. "Of course I do," he coughed lightly. "Aren't you just like a flower?" "Uncle, you are quite annoying," she pouted, irritated by his smooth talk. "Am I mistaken?" Su Zhonghua feigned surprise, tapping his head. "You know, my memory isn't what it used to be. Are you perhaps Suehua? I won't talk to you anymore." "I'm turning off the video," Qin Shina pretended to threaten, attempting to assert herself. No, please don't." Su Zhonghua, unable to withstand the threat, quickly replied, "Miss Qin, how could I not recognize you? I was just joking. Someone who stands at 163 centimeters, weighs 88 Jin, with a 36C bust, possesses an extraordinary figure, residing at XXXX, and seems to remain single to this day." "Who told you I'm single?" Qin Shina smiled, pleased that Su Zhonghua still remembered her. "I can tell," she boasted. Su, excel at reading women's fortunes, and I'm always accurate. My clients return in droves. I'd feel embarrassed if I charged them." "Boasting, are we? I suspect those are merely disgruntled women," Qin Shina said, thoroughly defeated by his shamelessness. If only those were indeed some desperate women. Su Zhonghua licked his lips. "You simply don't understand. It is these women who choose to believe in fate. You young girls, naive and inexperienced, often think you control your destiny, yet you are the ones who face the greatest setbacks." "Oh, it seems Master Su is quite impressive. Why not help me read my fortune?" Qin Shina suggested into her headset. "Well, I suppose I can help you for free this once. For others, I might charge tens of thousands." Su Zhonghua reluctantly agreed. "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss." Qin Shina casually brushed her hair aside and remarked, "As long as your calculations are precise and insightful, I shall offer you corresponding benefits. Do not inquire about the nature of these benefits. Rest assured, they will be of the kind you favor." Upon hearing this, Su Zhonghua's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it truly be what I am thinking? This is an irresistible request for someone with my benevolent disposition. It aligns perfectly with my inclinations. Moreover, the banter must possess a certain sophistication. This pseudo-sage must avoid revealing his true nature. "You possess a rather delicate mountain root pattern. It seems your career may not be particularly prosperous." Su Banshan began to jest. "What is a mountain root?" Qin Shina inquired, unashamed to ask. "The line connecting the two eyes at the bridge of the nose," Su Zhonghua explained, revealing a smattering of knowledge he had gleaned during his martial arts studies. The fortunes of ordinary individuals are largely similar. Fortune-telling often gravitates towards ambiguous statements, filled with superfluous chatter. However, an attentive listener will disregard irrelevant information, instinctively filtering for what resonates with them. Life, after all, is a dichotomy of fortune and misfortune. Once a fortune teller accurately discerns your current state, the subsequent revelations flow effortlessly. Qin Shina, taken aback, listened intently as Su Zhanghua analyzed her features. From her brows to her nose and mouth, down to her cheekbones and the outer corners of her eyes. His deduction suggested that Qin Shina harbored a strong sensuality, causing her cheeks to flush, leaving her unable to retort. Sweep your hair back. Allow me to examine your ears. Su Banshan took the opportunity to probe further. Trusting him, Qin Shina obediently swept her hair aside, revealing her petite, adorable ears adorned with a cheap yet sparkling earring. Truly, she was an exquisite beauty. Su Zhanghua swallowed hard, nearly overwhelmed by the allure of her ears, a remarkably sensitive area on a woman's body. The tips of your ears surpass your eyebrows. Your financial prospects should be promising, Su Zhanghua concluded. Overall, you appear to be an independent individual with few friends. You yearn for others to share your joy. Yet your fervent enthusiasm may inadvertently alienate them. If you have male friends, it is perhaps for this very reason that those connections have waned. However, once you plunge into love, you are utterly resolute, harboring no grievances. Qin Shina stood frozen, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. A medley of emotions surged within her. Having experienced failed romances in the past, she had lost faith in men of her age, deeming them immature, irresponsible, and fickle. This was precisely why she found herself intrigued by Su Zhanghua. Fortune-telling should not be taken at face value. Su Zhanghua observed the sudden silence and recognized that his words had struck a chord with the young lady. He hastily attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Thank you, Uncle Su. Qin Shina replied softly. Look at that. I'm already being called old at such a young age. I'm only in my 20s, Su Zhanghua chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. By the way, who is the individual behind the Idianzi Dai Fei? Qin Shina seemed to have emerged from her earlier lapse, casually inquiring, How did you know? Su Zhanghua was taken aback. He had presumed that the chat application offered a degree of secrecy, never anticipating that even Li Yan's QQ name would be known to others. It's on your space. She even left you a message, Qin Shina remarked, puzzled. I thought she was your girlfriend, considering she frequently leaves you messages. Frequently? Su Zhanghua nearly crumbled, and then, following Qin Shina's hint, he opened his space, which he had not managed himself but had entrusted to Lao Tang. The message board was nearly overflowing, and Su Zhanghua selected the most recent message from Yin Zi, which read, Teacher Su, I still hope you can take me along. Su Zhanghua couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Upon noticing the sudden change in his expression, Qin Shina felt an ominous premonition and inquired, Is she truly your girlfriend? Of course not, Su Zhanghua replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. By the way, you mentioned earlier that if I calculated accurately, you would reward me. It is time for you to fulfill that promise, isn't it? I was just teasing you. Qin Shina suddenly blushed, adding, I was worried that you might not take my fortune-telling seriously. You have wounded the fragile heart of a single man, Su Zhanghua lamented. I am in desperate need of your compensation. What do you propose for compensation? Qin Shina bit her lip, seemingly resolved, feeling a twinge of guilt for inadvertently bringing up Su Zhanghua's painful memories. Show me your chest, Su Zhanghua boldly requested, oblivious to the meaning of the word shameless. To his surprise, she readily agreed and began to remove her outer garment. Su Zhanghua was taken aback by her decisive nature. She acted on a whim, leaving him momentarily stunned. Did she truly interpret a mere jest as a serious proposition? Nevertheless, Qin Shina had astutely capitalized on Su Zhanghua's lascivious tendencies, having already prepared 2 t-shirts and set the air conditioning to a chilling low. Indeed, upon removing one, she observed Su Zhanghua's expression of shock, anger, and resentment. Little did you expect to be outmaneuvered by this young lady. Did you, you old scoundrel? Hey, bro, who are you chatting with? Zhou Xiaoyang. Rubbing her eyes and contemplating a trip to the restroom, noticed Su Zhanghua's peculiar expression directed at the camera. Just as Qin Shina was reveling in her audacity, she suddenly heard a noise behind Su Zhanghua. A tall, graceful girl clad only in pajamas approached, evoking an inexplicable pang of jealousy within her. Let us continue this conversation later. Su Zhanghua hastily closed his QQ, his actions betraying his flustered state. Qin Shina glared at the swiftly vanishing avatar of Su Zhanghua, her frustration leading her to pound the keyboard. Who did this guy think he was, summoning her at will only to dismiss her just as easily? And who was that girl? Judging by her casual attire, she must be Su Zhanghua's girlfriend, yet this girl appeared to be younger than herself. That night was destined to be one of sleepless turmoil for Qin Shina. Zhou Xiaoyang, casting a meaningful glance at Su Zhanghua, let out a derisive laugh as she hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on her face, preparing to confront Su Zhonghua's misdeeds. Su Zhonghua, walking on eggshells, forced to smile 3 times. He had never anticipated being caught in the act. One could guard against external threats, but one's own household is the most treacherous. I believe it is necessary to report your despicable behavior to the principal. Do you have any remorse? Zhou Xiaolong crossed her arms, the spring glow from her collar radiating. I don't. It's nothing. Su Zhonghua began to sweat coldly. The situation was rather tricky. Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severe consequences. Zhou Xiaoyang, rising with an air of authority, slammed her palm on the table. The young girl's fierce demeanor and her relentless pursuit of the truth made Su Zhonghua feel as if he were inviting disaster. Hey, Xiaoyang. I didn't do anything wrong. I was merely chatting with friends. Su Zhonghua protested, feeling more wrong than Doi. Am I to lose even this right? Let us not forget, I am the master of this house. Don't try to deceive me. Zhou Xiaoyang's face flushed with anger. If it were merely chatting, that would be one thing, but you were conversing with a naked woman. I saw the look in your eyes. They were practically glowing with desire. That is a complete slander. Zhou Xiaoyang has twisted the facts. I merely spilled a bowl of soup, nothing more, he retorted. You do not comprehend the context, he continued. Struggling to defend himself, she had simply felt warm and wanted to remove her clothing. Is that truly the case? Zhou Xiaoyang scoffed. Had I not arrived? Who knows how far things might have escalated? It's hard to believe that a respectable teacher would engage in such conduct. Determined to unearth more incriminating evidence, Zhou Xiaoyang approached the computer. Suddenly, the website where Su Zhonghua had watched explicit films popped up. Such sites are notorious for their barrage of pop-up windows. Inadvertently, Zhou Xiaoyang clicked on it, and a graphic scene of naked couples appeared, shocking and revolting. Stunned, she quickly closed the window and turned to Su Zhonghua, her gaze ablaze with fury. Although she had learned about physiology in her puberty class and had heard whispers from classmates, witnessing such explicit content firsthand ignited a mix of curiosity and shame within her, stirring a feeling she was unprepared for. Su Zhonghua understood that further explanations were futile and merely bowed his head, silently smoking a cigarette. Do you have anything else to say? Zhou Xiaoyang pressed aggressively. Zhou Xiaoyang. Mind your tone, Su Zhonghua replied, his brows furrowing in annoyance. Am I expected to report every trivial thing to you? Like when I relieve myself or fly on a plane? You. Zhou Xiaoyang was taken aback, not expecting Su Zhonghua to remain so unperturbed. Trembling, she pulled out her phone and said, Do you believe I won't call the principal and expose your disgraceful behavior to the entire school? Chapter 72, Learning. Zhou Xiaoyang. You are truly laughable, Su Zhonghua scoffed. Do you think there are few people who indulge in such activities? Even if you informed the principal, he would never make this public. It would turn him against the broader male population. I truly pity your naivety. Is it appropriate for you, as a teacher, to act this way? Zhou Xiaoyang almost cried. What would the classmates think if they knew? Those rascals are no better than I am, Su Zhonghua retorted fiercely, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. How many hypocrites, cloaked in a facade of respectability, lurk in this world? Yet, can you truly distinguish between them? I, Su Zhonghua, conduct myself with integrity. There is nothing shameful in my actions. You have disappointed me greatly. Zhou Xiaoyang's expression gradually turned indifferent. That night, when Su Zhonghua rescued her from Alan's clutches, she had felt his warmth, akin to a father's embrace. Although her affection bore traces of an Oedipal complex, she could not bear to see the paternal figure in her heart so debased. Disappointed? Then you are welcome to leave. Su Zhonghua's coldness revealed a merciless resolve. Zhou Xiaoyang trembled in anger, and suddenly tears streamed down her face as she pushed the door open and fled. Watching her rush out, the empty room echoed with silence. Su Zhonghua smashed his keyboard in half, hastily lit a cigarette, feeling a mix of anger and profound disappointment. Should he pursue her? She was merely a young girl. Sigh. I should go after her. A flurry of thoughts cascaded through his mind. Resolutely, he extinguished his cigarette and rose to chase after her. His eyes filled with pain and regret. In the chilly night, amid the hazy neon lights, the familiar feeling of desolation returned. Zhou Xiaoyang felt like an abandoned child, homeless and inconsequential. Having lost her parents at a young age, with her brother too busy to care for her, now even Su Zhonghua seemed to have forsaken her. What was she to do? What was the point of living? As she observed the stream of passing cars, a fleeting, tragic smile graced Zhou Xiaoyang's lips, reminiscent of the ephemeral beauty of a blooming Sirius. Since no one wished for her existence in this world, perhaps it was time to embrace death. In the midst of the bustling street, Zhou Xiaoyang closed her eyes, acutely aware of the immense weight of the oncoming truck. Envisioning the catastrophic consequences that could leave her shattered and unrecognizable. Yet, she could not see any of this. After all, no one truly cared for her. Suddenly, the piercing sound of the horn intertwined with the driver's frantic curses as the truck barreled past with tremendous force. In that moment, Zhou Xiaoyang felt as if her world had descended into an eerie silence. However, the pounding of her heart and the acrid scent of smoke mixed with the presence of a man jolted her back to reality. It was the man she both adored and despised who had saved her. And the miraculous act of survival made her realize that someone could indeed sacrifice their life for her. "You foolish girl, do you not comprehend how perilous this is?" Su Zhonghua gasped, his breath heavy as he delivered a firm slap to Zhou Xiaoyang's delicate backside in exasperation. With a soft whimper, she opened her eyes to the hectic flow of traffic, meeting Su Zhonghua's concerned gaze, only to shut her eyes again and bury herself against his chest, weeping uncontrollably. Life had become fulfilling, engaging in a battle of wits with a group of students, guiding them onto the right path. This routine, seemingly mundane, was also vibrant and colorful. Being a teacher was, in fact, a wonderful experience. At least her life was now orderly, in stark contrast to the chaotic existence she once led. Sleeping through the day and reveling through the night. The following morning, she was early to work. After dropping Zhou Xiang at school, Su Zhonghua parked the car and hurried to the office. Unexpectedly, as he rounded the corner of the building, a rotund figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo Yidong, who blocked Su Zhonghua's path with a serious demeanor. "Teacher Su, have you been particularly unfortunate lately?" Perplexed, Su Zhonghua stroked his chin. "How do you know that?" he asked with a teasing expression. "I can see the darkness clouding your brow, a sure sign of bad luck. Perhaps you've been cursed," Luo Yitong stated gravely. "Oh, is there a remedy for that?" Su Zhonghua nearly kicked him in frustration. "Of course there is. Give me 1,000 yuan, plus the 300 you owe me from last time, and I shall reveal the solution," Luo Yitong replied, having pondered the previous money-lending encounter with Su Zhonghua. Feeling as if he had been deceived, and now sought to reclaim his funds. Su Zhonghua widened his eyes as if he had encountered a fool and exclaimed, "Why don't you go and rob?" Old Su, too weary to engage in idle chatter, merely replied that he had matters to attend to and took a different route. Upon arriving at the office, a group of familiar yet tedious teachers instantly brightened with enthusiasm. Wu Yi remarked with a smirk, "Is this truly our teacher Su? Such grandeur, such a hairstyle, such polished shoes, he resembles a figure from the West Gate. Do you comprehend the concept of disparity now? Look at yourself. No matter how many suits you wear, they cannot conceal your glaring vulgarity. You've changed hairstyles countless times, yet you remain as ostentatious as ever. Unlike me, who, with minimal effort, embodies the very essence of a handsome gentleman. Alas, there is truly no need for you to feel inferior." A few days ago, Su Zhonghua assisted Old Tang in capturing a significant haul, earning a considerable reward. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, he ventured out to purchase several suits and leather shoes. Clad in these new garments, he felt a striking contrast to his previous attire of tattered shorts and an old shirt. "Ah, Xiaosu, it seems you are quite pleased with yourself these days." He was playfully teased. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied modestly. As the first class drew to a close, Su Zhonghua excused himself and hurried towards Class 2 of Year 3. It was indeed the recess period, yet the corridor of Class 2 was eerily devoid of students. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily leaned against the window to peer into the classroom. To his astonishment, he could hardly believe his eyes. Yang Jiafu had indeed kept his promise. Under the influence of Fu Mingting, a fervent enthusiasm for learning had swept through the class. Even during recess, the majority of students were engrossed in their books and homework, leaving the teachers utterly flabbergasted. Was it possible that the notoriously unruly Class 2 of Year 3 had entirely transformed? Such a phenomenon seemed utterly inconceivable, akin to a collision between Mars and Earth. With questions swirling in his mind, Su Zhonghua returned to the office, feeling a sense of joy and pride within him. As he encountered the various subject teachers, who regarded him with admiration, he walked with an air of triumph. Setting aside certain discordant matters such as his lack of a spouse and financial concerns, his life now appeared to be a success, progressing along the path he had envisioned. The students had gradually become a treasured group in his heart, and the wounds of time were slowly healing. If he were to spend his life as a guardian, watching the children grow, and perhaps find a partner to share a fulfilling life, it would not be an unworthy endeavor. Su Zhonghua quietly marveled at how his perspective had matured. In the physical education class led by Su Zhonghua, the atmosphere remained as relaxed and carefree as ever. Although the students were quite mischievous and often disregarded his instructions, those who appreciated this teacher felt fortunate to have him. After class, students frequently engaged with him in friendly banter, discussing topics ranging from the prettiest girls in school to the most entertaining computer games, while Su Zhonghua would indulge in light-hearted boasting, rarely intervening in their extracurricular activities. After class, he summoned Yang Jiafu, for it was he who genuinely cared about the improvement of his students' academic performance. He inquired about the subjects in which the students had questions, intending to offer suggestions to the respective subject teachers. The second class's students, often prideful, would suffer in silence. Yet he was willing to humble himself when necessary to seek assistance. "Are you prepared? Do you have any issues?" Su Zhonghua casually asked while smoking and observing Lin Xiaoying playing with toy cars. "There's basically nothing wrong," Yang Jiafu replied, displaying an air of confidence. Especially with Fu Mingting assisting him, often leading to unexpectedly positive results. He had not anticipated that many in the class possessed strong learning abilities. "I do not wish to hear about what is basic or not," Su Zhonghua retorted, extinguishing his cigarette on the podium. "In my view, there are only things that can be done and those that cannot. As long as I can bring back Xiang Zhuxing and Ming Changwu, I can guarantee an improvement in scores." Yang Jiafu adjusted his elegant glasses. "Who are they?" Su Zhonghua realized that since taking over the second class, he had not paid much attention to these two individuals. Members of the campus band Beyond Boy, one was the lead singer while the other played the bass guitar. Yang Jiafu rolled his eyes, reminding Su Zhonghua that the exam scores were calculated based on the average performance of the entire class. If either of those two failed to attend, their scores would inevitably be recorded as zeros, significantly lowering the class average. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Su Zhonghua exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized the potential impact on his bonus, silently cursing the two troublesome students. "I have already called them, but they mentioned they are on a citywide tour and want to return for about a week," Yang Jiafu replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "What could be more important than attending class?" Su Zhonghua said earnestly, licking his lips. "While fame is best sought early, acquiring cultural knowledge is an essential quality for any artist." He warned against being like those who are oblivious to even the year of the War of Resistance, bringing shame to the nation. He deliberately raised his voice to alert the students, but they paid little heed. Currently, Xiang Zhuxing and Meng Changwu enjoyed a status akin to minor celebrities, idols among the students of Gangnan City. How could you, an auditory novice, appreciate such talent? Chapter 73, Confrontation. Having received detailed information about the usual practice location of these two troublemakers, Su Zhonghua pondered on his way back to the office how he could manage their situation as effortlessly as he had with Huang Yu last time. However, despite his contemplation, he found himself at a loss for a suitable strategy. Today, Li Yin was conspicuously absent from the office, leaving Su Zhonghua, who had grown accustomed to being a second-hand smoke dispenser, feeling unusually irritable to the point of not wanting to smoke at all. After school, Zhou Xiaoyang, like a persistent parasite, had long since attached herself to him, promising to cook for Su Zhonghua and secretly compiling a list of dishes for him to choose from. Old Su was somewhat taken aback that the child could cook, but with pressing matters at hand, he could only send Zhou Xiaoyang home for the time being, brazenly producing a slip of paper with an address, claiming there were matters more significant than dining to attend to. The taxi journeyed southward, and after 20 minutes, Su Zhonghua hurriedly arrived at an underground parking lot beneath an office building in Gula district. Just as he pondered why such a shabby location was chosen for practice, a cacophony of sounds suddenly erupted. A portly man in a suit, accompanied by a group of security guards, was viciously assaulting a few children. Those youngsters, with their multicolored hair, stood no chance against these hired thugs armed with legal weapons. The five were huddled together, blood trickling from their mouths, their faces pale, resembling pitiable creatures. "Fuck you, if you don't have money, don't bring these worthless things here to make a racket," the suited man bellowed, delivering a brutal kick to a nearby drum set. With a resounding crash, the drum set fell apart. A red-haired boy, wailing, lunged forward to protect the instrument. But the security guards showed no mercy, tossing him aside. Perhaps he had been born of the city management, for he picked up the instrument and hurled it into a nearby rugged vehicle, shouting, "You little brats make my head spin every day. I'll confiscate this junk. And if you want it back, you'd better pay for the mental anguish." The children, ashen-faced, yearned to intervene but were paralyzed by fear of a violent reprisal. resembling helpless parents watching their daughter being forced into a life of misery. Stop! Su Zhonghua leaped forward like a savior, unable to bear the sight any longer, and approached with measured steps. The portly man in the suit eyed the disheveled figure approaching with a sense of bewilderment. However, given that their security team was accustomed to intimidation, no office worker dared challenge them, rendering this seemingly laborer an inconsequential threat. "Let us be civil," Su Zhonghua said, offering a friendly smile while extending a cigarette. "Damn it, give face? Who cares for your shabby Hongtao Mountain?" A burly security guard scoffed, disdainfully tossing the cigarette aside and grinding it underfoot, clearly signaling his refusal to show any respect. "They're just kids, mere students," Su Zhonghua remarked calmly, casting a cold glance at one of the guards, who seemed to shudder as if being eyed by a predator. "Students?" The suited man sneered. "Damn it. I wish I could be a student too, but this racket they make drives me insane. Indeed, it's their fault. These children are far too ungrateful. I will ensure they are properly educated when I return." Su Zhonghua forced a smile while exchanging glances with the children beside him, who were utterly terrified and at a loss as to what to do next, merely staring vacantly at him. "Who do you think you are?" The rotund man in a suit spat. "What business is this of yours? Where did you crawl out from?" "Dear sir, such words are rather ungracious," Su Zhonghua replied, striving to maintain a cordial demeanor. "I am merely the teacher and manager of these children, responsible for their well-being." "A manager, you say?" The rotund man perked up, gesturing towards the instruments in the vehicle with a smirk. "Well, that simplifies matters. You either pay for the damages and take your belongings, or you kneel and apologize. Choose one." "Oh, how dull that would be," Su Zhonghua remarked, picking up a discarded cigarette but the security had thrown away, lighting it with a smile. "Might I propose a third option?" "What option?" the man asked, perplexed. "To beat you, and then have you cover all the expenses." Su Zhonghua's tone abruptly turned frigid, starkly contrasting with his earlier amiable demeanor. "Seeking death, are we?" Several security guards brandished their rubber batons and charged forward, seizing the opportunity for a group assault. "Little rascals, open your eyes and witness my acrobatics," Su Zhonghua shouted to the children, suddenly flicking the cigarette but into the air. The ember soared in an odd trajectory, slowly ascending into the heavens. Xiang Zhusheng and Ming Changwu finally understood what true acrobatics entailed, their eyes wide as they watched the guards rush forward, their teeth scattering like confetti upon impact, the sound resonating like thunder. The entire sequence unfolded in a dazzling blur, executed with a speed that seemed almost superhuman. Yet this rustic fellow managed it with such finesse, as if it were a seamlessly edited film scene. After effortlessly subduing the last security guard, Su Daxia glided over with a grace reminiscent of a skilled dancer, delicately pinching the discarded cigarette but between his fingers, embodying the essence of traversing through a myriad of blossoms without a single petal clinging to him. Not even a hair of Su Zhonghua had been touched by these guards. They lay sprawled on the ground, mouths covered in unison. In the depths of the cave, the rotund man was nearly paralyzed with fear, standing there intact while his feet seemed glued to the ground as if under a spell. "Choose compensation or your life," Su Zhonghua remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke in a manner imitating his earlier bravado. "Compensation, compensation," the fat man stammered, nearly bowing in desperation, his tie feeling as though it were choking him, which he dejectedly loosened. The guards, in their disarray, managed to muster around 10,000 yuan, which Su Zhonghua handed over to the red-haired youth, evidently worth a considerable sum, particularly for a child. "Sir, may we take our leave?" The suited man nervously chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow, fearful of losing a few teeth with a mere misstep. The earlier courage he displayed now vanished. Casting a cold gaze over the defeated remnants, Su Zhonghua felt no need to exude any semblance of arrogance. Instead, he pressed the cigarette butt against the neck of the suited man and coldly declared, "Initially, I sought to spare you. However, I now wish to impart a lesson. Should anyone dare to harm my students in this world, I shall ensure they pay a harrowing price." Each word struck the fat man's heart like a nail, the burnt odor from the cigarette completely overshadowed by an overwhelming aura of death. He acutely understood the sensation of confronting a merciless killer and had ample reason to believe that with a mere flick of his finger, this man could end his life. Though such thoughts seemed exaggerated, Su Zhonghua was entirely capable of it. "Leave," Su Zhonghua commanded, kicking the 200-pound frame of the suited man, who, without time to express his pain, fled faster than the security guards, clutching his scalded neck. As Su Zhonghua approached the illustrious campus band, beyond boy, the The children instinctively recoiled, pondering notions of rebellion and individual expression. If the security personnel were akin to ferocious wolves, then Su Zhonghua, in their perception, was a tiger of formidable stature, the king of beasts. With his remarkable ability to resolve matters in mere seconds, calling him a fierce tiger would not be an exaggeration. These children, who often fantasized about becoming heroes, envisioned him as a martial arts master in the urban landscape, a practitioner capable of claiming countless lives with a mere gesture. Xiang Zhuxing and Meng Changwu, step forward, Su Zhonghua commanded coldly. The yellow-haired Xiang Zhuxing and a small group of white-haired Meng Changwu stood up trembling, inquiring, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Damn it, I'm your teacher," Su Zhonghua spat, pointing at them with disdain. "I've been here teaching for over 2 weeks. Yet you've hardly attended class. You seem busier than the Prime Minister. Do I need to make an appointment just to see you?" Chapter 74. The girl noticing Xiang Zhuxing's and Meng Changwu's exasperated eye rolls, Su Zhonghua could only manage a wry smile. "All right then. Because I promise that if you all achieve an average of 10 in each subject this time, I will provide a free excursion." "Really?" Meng Changwu asked excitedly. "It has been ages since we went on a trip together with classmates." Su Zhonghua sighed, reflecting on the fact that these so-called rebellious children retained their most genuine nature, openly expressing their joys and sorrows when encountering what they adored. Perhaps this endeavor was indeed futile. In contrast, Xiang Zhuxing exhibited a modicum of composure. After much contemplation, he concluded that the upcoming campus tour should not be postponed. The organizing party had mentioned that talent scouts would be present during the tour, potentially discovering and nurturing the next generation of rock legends. "Do you truly believe that your trivial antics can amount to something significant?" Su Zhonghua scoffed, questioning their understanding of the entertainment industry and whether they were prepared to wade through its murky waters. "The murkiness of the entertainment realm has no bearing on us," Xiang Zhuxing retorted, asserting that as long as they focused on their music, that would suffice. "Enough of this nonsense," Su Zhonghua laughed heartily, gesturing towards Xiang Zhuxing's battered visage. "With that appearance, being chased and beaten by security, what makes you think you possess the credentials to become a star?" "That is merely a temporary circumstance," Xiang Zhuxing countered, suggesting that once they attained stardom, those security personnel would be powerless to approach them. "Do not speak to me of such empty words," Su Zhonghua interjected. "Without a solid educational foundation, even the most prominent figures are looked down upon. Moreover, lyricism requires culture. Rock music is loyal to its lyrics. And without the cries of society, how can there be resonance with the audience?" Xiang Zhuxing and Ming Chanwu fell silent, recognizing that the entire band was facing a bottleneck, requiring the infusion of new cultural elements to revive their music. To their astonishment, this outsider teacher had precisely pinpointed their shortcomings. "If you can focus on your studies, I will do my utmost to secure a venue for your after-school rehearsals," Su Zhonghua offered, glancing at their damaged instruments with a tinge of sorrow. These children were pursuing their passions and interests, resorting to rehearsing in a dilapidated parking lot when suitable spaces were unavailable. "Really?" Xiang Zhuxing and Ming Chanwu exchanged glances. "Indeed. I, Su Zhonghua, never lie to my students." A sudden thought of Tang Bao crossed his mind. Perhaps that individual could be of considerable assistance. "All right, Teacher Su. We will return to our classes and exams," Xiang Zhuxing beamed, expressing his desire not to become the eternal scapegoat preventing others from enjoying their outings. With that, Su Zhonghua felt a sense of satisfaction in persuading the two boys to attend class. Observing the 5 youthful faces before him, he suddenly had a whimsical idea. "Why not truly become your manager? I will ensure you shine brighter than the stars, eclipsing even the likes of Jay Cho and Andy Lau. Once we accumulate wealth, we shall procure several automobiles as toys and engage some comfort women to alleviate our physiological burdens." Su Zhonghua found himself increasingly surrounded by these 5 little ones. Moving further away, with 31 students present, none absent, Su Zhonghua was nearly moved to tears. This reminded him of a film titled Not One Less. As he finally comprehended the honor and satisfaction that comes from uniting an entire class, it was his sole endeavor to ensure these 31 students could sit in class without worries, allowing them to absorb not only cultural knowledge but also the essence of learning with fervor. Yang Jiafu demonstrated remarkable talent. Upon returning, Zhu Sheng and Meng Changwu were promptly assigned to assist each other. Yang was brimming with determination, dedicating all his spare time to this cause. Su Zhonghua occasionally sat in on these sessions, feeling a pang of envy as Yang's eloquence surpassed that of his own teacher, exhibiting an impressive ability to draw connections and insights. Yang Jiafu's vigorous efforts were directed towards two individuals. The first was Fu Mingting, fueled by his secret affection for her, compelling him to fulfill his promises impeccably. He had even devised a plan to improve significantly in the absence of Zhu Xing and Meng Changwu, despite the challenges it posed. The second target was Old Su. For reasons unknown, he harbored a disdain for him, driven by a competitive spirit. Although he recognized that Su Zhenghua was destined to lose this round, he aimed to achieve far more than mere victory. Su Zhenghua expressed a sentiment that is difficult to categorize as either sorrowful or joyful, for this fervent wave of scholarly enthusiasm is merely an illusion, entirely stemming from a gamble. The more fervently they strive in their studies, the more it inadvertently reveals the depth of their self-loathing. It remains uncertain whether this fade of revelry and prosperity will endure after the examinations. Nevertheless, what does it matter? One shall merely take each step as it comes. Su Zhenghua pondered over the matter of class funds. In such a private institution where the annual tuition and miscellaneous fees were considerable, the class meeting expenses must surely amount to a significant sum. Therefore, he ambled over to the financial office, cigarette in hand, to make a request. Believing that resources left untapped were a sheer waste, something he, Su Zhenghua, abhorred. As he pushed open the door to the finance room, his gaze was drawn to a woman seated at the front. She wore bright, gold-rimmed glasses, with a few strands of hair delicately framing her forehead. Her hair, styled in soft curls of a mature chestnut hue, cascaded around her face, although her head was lowered, obscuring her features. The tailored professional ensemble she donned revealed a captivatingly deep neckline of the white blouse beneath. The fitted skirt clung to her perfectly sculpted form, accentuating her curves, while her long legs were gracefully crossed, showcasing not a hint of excess flesh, even as her body leaned slightly forward. From her attire, it was evident that this woman was astute, capable, and possessed a depth of character. The glasses she wore seemed to serve the purpose of tempering her allure, deliberately rendering her less strikingly beautiful, a rarity in a world where women often strive to showcase their charms. Zhang Nixuan sensed an unabashed gaze lingering upon her for some time. Being a meticulous and sensitive woman, she instinctively lifted her face to meet the scrutiny. Su Zhenghua nearly burned his fingers with the cigarette he held, for it had been a long time since he had encountered such a captivating beauty. She was astonishingly lovely, with delicate willow-like brows, phoenix eyes, lips resembling crimson petals, and eyes sparkling like morning stars. Her complexion was a pale jade, and when her ruby lips parted, they revealed a perfect set of pearly teeth. Any man who laid eyes upon such a woman would undoubtedly be entranced. Moreover, this woman exuded the allure of maturity, challenging the notion that Li Yin was the sole beauty at their school. Clearly, there was another. Su Zhenghua has discerned the reason behind her glasses. It seems she fears inciting a disturbance. Who would he desire to approach such a captivating woman? Upon closer inspection, he noted her title on the desk, Director of the Finance Department, Zhang Nixuan. Excuse me, do you require assistance? Zhang Nixuan expressed her distaste for the crude and lascivious man before her, particularly his eyes, which clung to her like a persistent adhesive, causing her considerable discomfort. Nothing in particular, I merely wish to observe, Su Zhenghua replied absently, yet he could not help but gawk at the alluring figure before him. This is the Finance Department. I must ask you not to disrupt our work. Zhang Nixuan maintained her composure, though her tone lacked warmth. Disrupt? As a colleague, I merely seek to engage in dialogue, Su Zhenghua asserted, his audacity rivaling that of a fortress wall. Noticing the absence of a chair beside the beautiful woman, he unceremoniously sat down. Zhang Nixuan shifted slightly away, expressing her disdain. May I inquire who you are? I am Su Zhenghua, the homeroom teacher for Class 2 of Year 3, currently single. I look forward to your guidance. He awkwardly extended his hand, attempting to grasp her delicate fingers. Ignoring his advance, Zhang Nixuan coolly perused the roster. Indeed, he was listed among the faculty, but the date indicated he had only recently assumed this role. What unfortunate luck to be assigned to Class 2 of Year 3. Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Su? Zhang Nixuan inquired coldly, not lifting her gaze as she continued her work. I wish to discuss you. It is a common aspiration for men. Though Su Zhenghua refrained from voicing such thoughts. Instead, he feigned seriousness, stating, I have come to consult regarding our Class S funds. Might Miss Zhang offer some insights? His words, a blend of awkwardness and pretension, were transparent to her. It was evident he sought to flaunt his intellect, yet he failed miserably. Akin to a horse's hoof meeting a misplaced compliment, Zhang Nixuan detested individuals who lacked substance yet sought to impress. and Su Zhonghua was a perfect embodiment of this type. Please submit an application to the principal for approval, then come to the finance department for processing, Zhang Nixuan instructed. Her head bowed. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhonghua leaned closer, his gaze wandering down her neckline. I am intrigued by the fragrance you wear, Miss Zhang. It is delightful, he remarked, his demeanor overly enamored. Soap, Zhang Nixuan replied succinctly, almost as if the word were forced from her lips. Soap? Su Zhonghua was taken aback, realizing she was dismissing him. However, retreating at this point would not align with his reputation for shamelessness. He quickly smiled and inquired, where did you purchase your attire? I wish to procure a similar piece for my aunt. Are you ever finished? Zhang Nixuan, despite her cultivated demeanor, could no longer tolerate the incessant buzzing of this fly beside her, particularly as he had audaciously compared her to an elderly relative. Surely, he must be nearing 40. Meaning his aunt must be at least 60. Was he implying her attire was outdated? Truly, one could not expect wisdom from a fool. Of course, I am far from finished. Su Zhonghua, exhibiting his shameless nature, produced a cigarette, igniting it with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Nixuan had never encountered someone with such audacity, and in her indignation, she rose and declared, are you leaving or not? If you don't, I shall call security. Do not be angry, do not be angry, Su Zhonghua replied with a smile, feigning concern as he patted her on the back. What need is there for security when we, as colleagues, are merely engaged in conversation? Zhang Nixuan felt tears welling up. This scoundrel's hands roamed her back while he pretended to show care, just as she intended to shove away the lecherous Su. She realized his shamelessness had reached a masterful level, exuding an indifference akin to a mountain that remains unshaken by its collapse. Under his touch, she was engulfed by goosebumps. Her face flushed with discomfort. Had an atomic bomb been present, she would have unhesitatingly chosen mutual destruction with him. You are utterly shameless, Zhang Nixuan exclaimed. Feeling the weight of such unwarranted tribulation even within her office, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet. Ah, how do you know my little nickname? Su Zhonghua was determined to carry his shamelessness to the utmost. You Zhang Nixuan struggled to articulate her outrage, while Su Zhonghua, concerned she might suffocate from her indignation, observed her with a knowing smile. Seeing the beauty on the verge of collapse, he realized he would not be receiving any meeting funds today and swiftly excused himself with a laugh, planning to return another time. After work, Su Zhonghua returned home early. Upon his arrival, Zhou Xiaoyang eagerly approached him, inquiring, Brother, are you hungry? I have no money. As a struggling teacher, I cannot afford dinner exceeding 20 yuan. Su Zhonghua replied with a stingy demeanor, mindful of the unwelcome guest in his home, intent on stretching every penny. Cheapskate, who asked you to treat me? Zhou Xiaoyang rolled her eyes and suggested, how about I buy ingredients and cook for you? Just you? Su Zhonghua scrutinized her with his disdainful gaze, making her feel as though she had been pricked by 1,000 needles, thoroughly uncomfortable. What of it? A child without parents must learn to fend for themselves, Zhou Xiaoyang asserted proudly, puffing out her chest. Indeed, you have matured early, Su Zhonghua replied with a bittersweet smile. Whatever, she retorted. Zhou Xiaoyang, with an audacious demeanor, linked arms with Su Zhonghua and strode towards the exit. A mere 500 meters from the Daxing community lay a grand supermarket, a veritable treasure trove for daily necessities, brimming with an array of fresh produce and meats. Unbeknownst to Su Zhonghua, this establishment was one of Tang Bao's ventures. As Zhou Xiaoyang clung to the seemingly elderly Su Zhonghua, her expression radiated satisfaction. The duo, selecting vegetables and meats within the supermarket, resembled a blissful father-daughter pair, captivating the attention of many onlookers. The young girl, strikingly beautiful with a model-like figure and elongated legs, was a source of envy for many unattached men. She held her head high, her heart swelling with unprecedented joy, while Su Zhonghua, tightly nestled under her arm, appeared disheveled. Casting furtive glances around in trepidation of encountering acquaintances or students, fearing the ensuing complications. Upon their return with the groceries, the young girl entered the kitchen, cradling the vegetables and donned an apron, embodying the essence of a virtuous housewife. Do you need my assistance? Su Zhonghua feigned nonchalance as he entered the kitchen. No need, Zhou Xiaoyang firmly replied, pushing him out, wary of his potential to hinder her culinary endeavors. Su Zhonghua retrieved an ashtray, and a solitary figure reclined on the sofa, smoking and watching television. The clattering of pots and pans emanating from the kitchen stirred a fleeting warmth in his weary heart, reminiscent of home. Yet, this ephemeral sensation quickly dissipated. After all, she was merely a young student, wasn't she? Old Su patted his own head, feeling a slight ache. However, the culinary symphony did not remain tranquil for long, soon reaching a crescendo marked by shattered plates and fallen lids, transforming the home into a battlefield reminiscent of the Second World War. This adorable little girl, despite the chaos, would always respond with a cheerful, "No worries," after each mishap. Indeed, it was nothing but a minor domestic disaster. Before long, Zhou Xiaoyang emerged from the kitchen, drenched in sweat and trailing a wisp of black smoke, tossing the knife onto the table in frustration. "I'm exhausted. I'm done," she declared. Indeed, children often possess a fleeting enthusiasm, and Zhou Xiaoyang sulked on the sofa. While Su Zhenghua dared not provoke her. Girls typically take pride in their culinary endeavors, a notion old Su understood well. In his reverie, memories of cooking alongside his mother in his childhood surfaced. A gentle sound of breathing reached his ears, and upon glancing over, Su Zhenghua could not help but chuckle. The little girl had fallen asleep, her delicate face smeared with soot, beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her neck, clearly worn out. Carefully, Su Zhenghua adjusted her position, savoring the delightful scent that wafted from her. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the kitchen, the legendary chef making his grand return. Upon seeing the charred remnants of their meal, Su Zhenghua shook his head with a wry smile. If not for Zhou Xiaoyang's fatigue, they might have faced a table laden with overcooked dishes. As dusk settled, Su Zhenghua lit the candles that Zhou Xiaoyang insisted on purchasing from the supermarket. Approaching her, he playfully tapped her raised backside, exclaiming, "Wake up, you little rascal." Startled, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Upon witnessing the spread of vibrant and fragrant dishes before her, Zhou Xiaoyang wrapped her arms around Su Zhenghua's neck in delight. The room, illuminated by the flickering French candles, exuded a romantic ambience. While Zhou Xiaoyang marveled at old Su's culinary prowess, he was simultaneously overwhelmed by the warm, intoxicating aroma wafting through the air, silently chastising her for her extravagant tendencies. Claiming to be short on money, she had just spent hundreds on candles without a second thought. And he realized he had truly been taken in. Unaware of his thoughts, Zhou Xiaoyang shyly placed her rear on the stool, using chopsticks to lift a piece of beef to her mouth. A burst of flavor enveloped her senses. The beef was savory and tender, melting in her mouth, even more delectable than what she had experienced in restaurants. This was not the creation of someone typically disheveled in the kitchen. As she savored her meal, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhenghua, murmuring, "This dish couldn't possibly have been bought from a restaurant, could it?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhenghua, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "If you wish to eat, then eat. Do not question the dishes I have painstakingly prepared." He glared at the girl for a moment before feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach and disregarding Zhou Xiaoyang's disdainful glance. He plopped down and began to devour his meal voraciously. His mouth worked like that of a gluttonous pig, smacking and slathered in grease, utterly shattering the once romantic ambience, leading Zhou Xiaoyang to wish fervently that she could stuff a candle into his mouth. After finishing his meal, Su Zhenghua carelessly tossed aside his utensils, lit a cigarette, and sank into the sofa to watch television, embodying the phrase enjoying delicious food while avoiding labor to the fullest. What a joke. Surely, he could not allow this girl to stay without paying some price. Zhou Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a glance at the chaotic table, her hands clasped nervously, exuding an air of shyness. Speak your mind, and do not hold back. Su Zhenghua knew well that she harbored no good intentions, her alluring gaze making him uneasy. Would you mind washing the dishes? Zhou Xiaoyang's face suddenly turned crimson. I am not very skilled at washing dishes. Su Zhenghua's eyes widened with indignation as he abruptly rose from the sofa, expressing his righteous disapproval. Zhou Xiaoyang, as a young woman, how could you utter such words? It wounds my heart. Although we are no longer in an era that emphasizes the 5 virtues and 4 beauties, you should at least possess basic skills such as cooking and cleaning, should you not? However, Zhou Xiaoyang timidly retorted, when I was in school, I never had to wash dishes. Ah, this exemplifies the shortcomings of your generation, Su Zhenghua lamented, reflecting on the arduous times of his own youth, which you could scarcely imagine. With a cigarette in hand, he continued, moreover, as a girl, if you carry on like this after marriage, you will surely become the subject of gossip. Well, you'll be doing it anyway, Zhou Xiaoyang whispered sweetly, though her words did not reach Su Zhenghua's ears. As your teacher, it is my duty to cultivate you into a well-rounded individual, excelling in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. You should comprehend the dedication I have towards your development. After this admonition, Su Zhanghua resumed his perusal of the news. Zhou Xiaoyang was no naive child. Upon receiving her third plate, she inadvertently shattered one. Su Zhanghua, feigning indifference, could only watch as the floor became littered with shards of porcelain due to her continuous clumsiness. Realizing that if this continued, they would surely be eating with their hands the next day, Su Zhanghua gritted his teeth and swiftly intercepted the plate slipping from Zhou Xiaoyang's delicate fingers, exclaiming, "Enough! I shall wash them, my dear. If you continue like this, you will dismantle this household. If the landlord finds out, I fear for my very skin. Since you all seem so fond of washing dishes, I shall delegate this task to you, little Su. I have always treated my subordinates fairly and would not refuse your persistent requests." Zhou Xiaoyang leisurely tended to her nails, adopting an air of haughty superiority. "Thank you for your graciousness," she replied, while Su Zhanghua, with a furrowed brow, pondered whether this mischievous girl was a blessing or a curse, and began to tidy the table. "I am going to take a shower now. Do not dare to peek." Zhou Xiaoyang's emphasis on the word peek left a peculiar sensation in her heart, whether intentional or not. How could you regard a virtuous and upright teacher in such a manner? Su Zhanghua grumbled while wiping the table. "Besides, I have no interest in airports." "Who says I am an airport?" Zhou Xiaoyang retorted, using her well-endowed figure to affirm her innocence. The curve of her silhouette, a shape beloved by many men, nearly caused Su Zhanghua to tremble, nearly dropping another plate. Zhou Xiaoyang noticed his reaction with delight. It seemed that Su Zhanghua was rather pleased with her form. A young girl in the bloom of youth is most concerned with her appearance and figure, and receiving the approval of her admired object brings an unparalleled joy. Goodness! If this little girl continues to wear so little at home, how will she ever survive? Su Zhanghua lamented, "Heaven above! Did I commit some grave sin in my past life? Such retribution in this one." As the sound of water cascaded from the bathroom, his mind was besieged by thoughts of Zhou Xiaoyang's alluring figure, her enticing thighs coiling around his consciousness like an insatiable addiction. The very notion that he was a teacher forced him to suppress these thoughts, caught in a struggle between the temptation of youthful femininity and the weight of moral integrity. An internal battle raged within him, akin to angels and demons vying for dominion over his mind, leaving him dizzy and coughing from the smoke that enveloped him. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyang, in the bathroom, anxiously clutched her towel, deliberately amplifying the sound of the water. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, a subtle invitation for someone. Yet she too was gripped by fear, worried that Su might lose control and act recklessly. However, to lose her virtue at such an early stage felt irresponsible. Her inner turmoil mirrored Su Zhonghua's, leaving her frozen in indecision, forgetting to wash herself. The battlefield results on Su Zhonghua's side have begun to take shape. With his consciousness being overtaken by malevolent forces, he has concocted a remarkably grandiloquent justification for his actions, convinced that he has nothing to lose. After all, as a child, he had surreptitiously observed the village widow bathing, and she had suffered no damage to her reputation as a result. The heart of a solitary man is unbearably lonely. Su Zhonghua stealthily advanced along the wall, exercising a caution he had never previously displayed during missions, beads of sweat forming on his back. At this moment, human thoughts were peculiarly twisted, imbued with a perverse sense of satisfaction, which explains why men often indulge in infidelity and why some thieves hail from affluent families. It is this very thrill and sense of fulfillment that forge solitary heroes like Su Zhonghua. With practiced precision, he surveyed the escape route before positioning himself like a cat by the door. Fortune favored him, as the door was slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light to illuminate the misty bathtub beyond. However, had he known that the gap was deliberately left by the young girl, his feelings might have been quite different. Everything was in place, only the act of peeping remained. Just as old Su settled into a comfortable position for an intimate exploration of the human form, an unexpected interruption occurred. The following day, upon entering the office, Su Zhonghua found Lin Yukon affixing an examination supervision roster to the wall, casually stating, "During examinations, one must be diligent, show no mercy to students who cheat or plagiarize." Colleagues gathered to ascertain their assigned classes before gradually dispersing. There were only 4 classes in the senior year, requiring just 4 teachers for each examination session. When Su Zhonghua caught sight of the students in Class 2, he nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. Wasn't it true that only teachers were appointed to supervise? Why was Han Jinyan, a physical education teacher, overseeing the examination and, moreover, in his own class? Damn it, it seemed this beast was determined to make his life difficult. Teacher Su, serving as the homeroom instructor, is supervising the first Chinese examination. In the past, when Su Zhenghua was a student, each examination was overseen by 2 teachers, and the tests were conducted in separate classrooms. With the advancement of time, methods have transformed. Nowadays, classrooms are equipped with surveillance cameras during examinations, making it considerably challenging for students to engage in dishonest practices. However, this remains merely a superficial solution. Cameras cannot monitor every angle, leaving certain blind spots unobserved. Students have even humorously suggested that the surveillance systems should seek approval from the school authorities. After all, they are students, not criminals. Must they be under constant surveillance? Many students have expressed their concerns, arguing that such measures disrupt their learning mindset and disrespect their dignity. Eventually, the board issued a statement declaring that surveillance cameras would only be employed during major examinations, alleviating the tensions surrounding the issue. Su Zhenghua was supervising the examination for Class 3, Year 1, which was situated adjacent to Class 3, Year 2. It was said that this class was notorious for its poor conduct, second only to Class 3, Year 2, which was infamous for its unruly behavior. Although the students here were not as terrifying as those in the second class, they were still a handful for an ordinary teacher to manage. As he entered the classroom, clutching the examination papers, Mr. Su placed them on the desk and calmly instructed, "Please place all materials and books unrelated to the examination into your desks." A cacophony of sounds erupted, as the students' desks were of the flip-top variety. Retrieving books from within required lifting the surface of the desk. Once all extraneous materials were stored away, the possibility of cheating was substantially diminished. When the bell rang, Su Zhenghua distributed the examination papers to the first student in each row, then took a seat at the entrance of the classroom, quietly engrossed in a newspaper. Unlike other teachers, he refrained from elaborating on the consequences of cheating, which left the students in a state of bewilderment. After exchanging furtive glances, several students initiated their first wave of actions. A soft thud echoed through the room, and it seemed as though Mr. Su possessed a sixth sense. As he abruptly lifted his head and fixed a fierce glare on the student responsible for the noise, demanding, "What are you doing?" "I was just scratching an itch." The student stammered, visibly anxious. Su Zhenghua has now gained notoriety throughout the entire school, and thus his reputation has reached their ears. It is rumored that this individual not only employs brutal teaching methods, but also frequently resorts to physical punishment against students. Their classroom is adjacent to Class 2, Year 3, where shouts and scoldings often echo through the walls. Upon catching sight of Su Zhenghua's imposing figure, the face of a certain student pales in fear. "Oh, be more mindful next time. If you're going to scratch an itch, do it quietly so as not to disturb your classmates during the examination." After perusing the newspaper for about half an hour, it may appear to the students that he is engrossed in his reading, yet Su Zhenghua's eyes dart around, meticulously observing the expressions of each student. The moment any of them exhibits suspicious behavior, he is prepared to spring into action. Suddenly, one student accelerates his pace tenfold. Initially, this student had merely gazed at his own paper, hardly making any progress, but now he is noticeably quickening his efforts. Moreover, his eyes are fixed on his own arm. Without hesitation, Su Zhenghua rises, places the newspaper on the chair, and strides over to seize the student's arm, sneering, "What are you attempting to copy?" Upon inspecting the student's arm, a look of astonishment crosses his face, for there is nothing written there, only a peculiar electronic watch adorning the student's wrist. "Sir, I wasn't looking at anything. I merely checked the time," the student replies, looking rather pleased and innocent. "Take off the watch," Su Zhenghua commands. The student pouts but complies. Removing the watch, Su Zhenghua examines the device, and as his fingers glide over its surface, a faint vibration emanates from within. A cold smile spreads across his lips. But then he hears a crack, and a dent appears in the center of the watch, revealing tiny notes hidden around the hands of the watch. "Goodness, this is remarkably advanced technology," he exclaims, excitement causing his hand to tremble slightly. Suddenly, the watch's hands whirl rapidly, and within a minute, the mechanism fails, emitting wisps of faint smoke. "How will you explain this?" Su Zhenghua's expression darkens as he confronts the student, his voice icy. "Sir, I apologize," the student mutters, inwardly cursing, realizing that this high-tech watch, which cost over 5,000, has been easily ruined by Su. "If you understand your mistake, focus on the exam. Should I catch you again, I will expel you from the classroom." Su Zhenghua, satisfied, tosses the broken watch onto the desk and returns to his seat. On the surface, he appears languid and unconcerned. Yet not a single movement from any student escapes his vigilant gaze. Han Jinyan feels as though he has entered the wrong classroom. He has checked outside the door more than once to confirm he is indeed in Class 2, Year 3. Is it truly possible that the infamous delinquent class maintains such a strict examination discipline? It seems utterly absurd. Yet, nearly an hour has passed, and they are all diligently focused on their work, displaying no signs of cheating whatsoever. Despite Han Jinyan's eyes nearly bulging out of his head, he found himself utterly fruitless. Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. Han Jinyan lamented inwardly, for this was undoubtedly an inconceivable occurrence. He paced back and forth, his leather shoes echoing a rhythmic clatter against the floor. Teacher Han. Deng Huizhong exuberantly raised his hand. What is it? Han Jinyan's expression was frigid as he thundered in response. Could you please stop pacing? It's disrupting our thought process. Deng Huizhong revealed a hint of dissatisfaction upon his face. Han Jinyan's countenance darkened ominously. He could not fathom that a student would voice such a request. Rendered speechless, he took a seat at the podium, his gaze warily fixed upon all the students below. This time, he had specifically requested from the principal to proctor Class 2, harboring the intention to seize an opportunity to expose Su Zhonghua's shortcomings in retaliation for a previous grievance. Yet now, this group of students. 3 days swiftly passed, and today was Thursday. With a slap, Han Jinyan placed the report card before Su Zhonghua. Skepticism etched across his features. Although he found it hard to believe, he had yet to catch anyone in the act. His unease had compelled him to request the principal's permission to monitor Class 2, but to his astonishment, the students in that class showed no signs of hesitation, their pens dancing across the paper with divine precision, the only sound being the quiet rustle of pen tips meeting the sheets. The school had even enlisted a notoriously strict evaluator, one who would impose severe penalties for even the slightest punctuation error to grade Class 2's papers. Yet, they were compelled to accept the reality. Class 2 had achieved an overall score that met the passing mark, with an impressive average increase of 13 points across all subjects, a remarkable pace of advancement unprecedented in the history of Muge High School, and a miraculous feat since the class's formation. Su Zhonghua naturally attributed these achievements unreservedly to himself. According to him, without the guidance of his illustrious mentorship, how could the students have improved so rapidly and efficiently? From that moment on, Su Zhonghua stood tall, feeling invigorated even while drinking water. He could hold his breath long enough to ascend 5 flights of stairs. Even Director Lin Yukon praised him as a marvel in the annals of teaching. Su, of course, feigned humility. I cannot claim such a miracle. Let us just say I'm an oddity. As for the students' grades, they remained blissfully unaware. Su Zhonghua decided to have a bit of fun at their expense. Otherwise, spending the money wouldn't feel quite right. These youngsters only knew how to take advantage of others. It was high time they were reminded of their place. Su Zhonghua endeavored to suppress his emotions. But as he reached the doorway of Class 2, his smile instantly morphed into a sorrowful expression as he entered the classroom, holding the report card. The previously boisterous crowd fell into an unexpected silence, as if even their breaths had been stifled. The students of Class 2 had never been so invested in their grades before, while many were motivated by a wager. A significant number had begun to experience the joy of learning. The results of this examination reflected their hard work, a collective endeavor spearheaded by Yang Jiafu and Fu Mingting. They felt a profound sense of responsibility to honor the efforts of these two if they failed to achieve satisfactory results. Although everyone believed they had performed reasonably well, this did not imply they were aware of how their peers had fared. With a resounding thud, the report card and Chinese exam paper were slammed onto the podium. Su Zhonghua first retrieved a cigarette, lighting it, and allowing his gaze to wander aimlessly around the room. The students grew increasingly anxious, their emotions as unpredictable as the smoke he exhaled. I truly appreciate your efforts, everyone. You have worked diligently, Su Zhonghua said in a low voice, his expression tinged with reluctance and discomfort. A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the students, weighing heavily upon them. Compared to before, you have made significant progress, which brings me great comfort. Su Zhonghua continued with a semblance of casual conversation. The students' unease deepened, particularly for Fu Mingting and Yang Jiafu, who were nearly counting the seconds with bated breath. I must first reflect on my shortcomings. I am not a qualified teacher. I am unworthy of the title of an educator. Su Zhonghua's eyes brimmed with tears, the effect of the smoke compounded by the emotional turmoil overwhelming him. Sensitive souls like Lin Xiaoying and Li Xiaohong were already in tears, their heads resting on their desks, while Zhou Xiaoyang let a few tears fall as well. Despite Su Zhonghua's seemingly frivolous and lecherous demeanor, one could confidently assert that his dedication to this class was unparalleled. It appears that my connection with you students cannot continue. I fail you all. Su Zhonghua gradually regained his composure, determined to evoke a sense of emotion in these young minds. If I don't move these kids to tears, then I am not worthy of the surname Su. That is not true. Teacher, you have done your utmost. The fault lies within us. Chen Saixia, who had always harbored resentment towards Su Zhonghua, was the first to stand, demonstrating a newfound magnanimity. Indeed, could it be that the school is intentionally deducting our scores? Xiang Zhusheng was the second to rise. Teacher, please don't leave. We will surely improve next time, Huang Yu lamented, his voice tinged with unexpected sentimentality. Chapter 76. Travel. Su Zhonghua inhaled deeply. It is futile. I am painfully aware of my limitations. Seeing your scores breaks my heart. If this continues, I fear I will lead you astray. Teacher, I want to allow you to leave. With a voice choked with tears, Lin Xiaoying's distress caused several girls in the class to shed tears. It was quite amusing to witness the notorious troublemakers of Class 2 being so thoroughly outwitted by the seemingly ordinary teacher, Old Su. The sensation was utterly delightful. Even Yang Jiafu, usually so full of bravado, was desperately trying to stifle his tears, revealing an unexpected vulnerability. His sorrow stemmed from the impending departure of Su Zhonghua, leaving him feeling as though he had meticulously prepared for a moment of intimacy, only to find the opportunity slipping away just after the bath. Such a despair was hard to bear. All right, classmates, let us complete this final lesson, Su Zhonghua declared. Noticing that the moment was ripe for his revelation, he returned to his desk, suppressing a smile, and wrote on the blackboard that Class 2's average score was 467. This astonishing figure indicated an improvement of nearly 100 points across 7 subjects, meaning they had indeed won the bet. You bunch of fools, imbeciles. Su Zhonghua laughed heartily, pointing at them, relishing the moment. The realization dawned upon Class 2, and they swiftly transformed their anger into a cacophony of protest. Teacher, you are despicable and lewd. You are inhuman, toying with our emotions. You scoundrel, I will not let this go. Following this, a chaotic flurry of books and bags flew through the air. After much effort, Su Zhonghua finally extricated himself from the pile of belongings, yet he still wore a shameless expression, as if daring anyone to challenge him. The students around him harbored a desire to tear him apart, but his exceptional acting skills left them all bewildered. Travel, travel, Fu Mingting exclaimed, her enthusiasm rising as she began to tap rhythmically on the table. Travel, travel, echoed Yang Jiafu, who exchanged a knowing glance with Fu Mingting, clearly appreciating each other through this supplementary lesson. The chant grew louder and more synchronized, transforming into a distinctive spectacle within the campus, captivating the attention of students from adjacent classes who leaned against the back door to witness the scene. Very well, I shall not go back on my word, Su Zhonghua said with a resigned gesture of his hands. The entire class resembled frenzied warriors, their faces contorted in expressions of jubilant celebration. Su Zhonghua couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had agreed to participate, or he would surely have faced dire consequences. Nonetheless, the vibrant atmosphere of youth enveloped him, gradually warming and illuminating his once cold heart. Zhou Xiaoyang, with a sprightly demeanor, followed closely behind Su Zhonghua. This time, her progress was quite remarkable, with an overall improvement of nearly 20 points in her subjects, largely thanks to the diligent Fu Mingting. Had it not been for her willingness to seek guidance, Zhou Xiaoyang might not have advanced so swiftly. She wondered whether her brother would be astonished upon hearing this news. Remembering the events of the previous night, Zhou Xiaoyang hurriedly rushed forward. Upon realizing the situation was amiss, Su Zhonghua swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and exclaimed loudly, "Hello. Is that old Tang? Have you prepared the bus for 40 people as I requested?" As he spoke, he continued to walk further away, phone in hand. "By the way, you should accompany me to Tangshan this time. I have matters to discuss," Su Zhonghua murmured. Recalling the incident involving old Tang, he was not a man to go back on his word. "Understood, Su. I too wish to take a break. I've heard that there are plenty of wild fish in your reservoir. It would be a perfect opportunity for me to go fishing," Tang Bao said, his excitement palpable. Zhou Xiaoyang stood in a daze for a moment before realizing that Su Zhonghua had stealthily walked nearly 500 meters away, undoubtedly concocting some sort of scheme. Without hesitation, she placed her hands on her hips and called out loudly, "Don't run." Su Zhonghua paid no heed to her words and dashed away with fervor. Chapter 77. Old Tiger. On October 1st, National Day, Is this the so-called bus you found? Su Zhonghua circled around the dark, rusty vehicle, inspecting it with an intensity that one might reserve for a woman. Indeed, despite its antiquity, this bus had weathered many storms and boasted a long history of achievements. Tang Bao, cigarette in mouth, pushed a frail-looking individual forward, stating, "This person is the best driver in our group, a genius behind the wheel. Known for his ability to master any type of vehicle, although he recently flunked his exam and is preparing for a retake. Rest assured about his skills, Su." Nonsense. How can I be at ease? Su Zhonghua rolled his eyes, observing the scrawny figure who resembled a road hazard, donning sunglasses and white gloves. Su harbored fears of a repeat of past mishaps. "Hello, Sugo. My name is Lao Hu. You can just call me Ahu." The thin man removed his gloves and extended a hand for a handshake. "Old what?" Su Zhonghua's eyes widened at the sight of this frail individual. Lao Hu, feeling embarrassed under the scrutiny, chuckled awkwardly. "Just call me Ahu, Sugo." "Oh." Su Zhonghua casually shook his hand, skepticism written all over his face. Then turned to Tang Bao with a fierce glare. "If you can't find a car, that's one thing. But do you really intend to skimp on the driver's fee as well?" "Su, I've been a bit strapped for cash lately. Many of our brothers are waiting for their share," Tang Bao said with an insincere smile. "Besides, this brother Ahu has only had 3 traffic accidents in recent years, so there is no need for alarm." "Good grief. Did you drag this car back from a junkyard? Out with the truth." Su Zhonghua's gaze was piercing. "Of course not," Tang Bao protested vehemently. "I rented this car for a few hundred yuan, and it's only 6 years past its service life." "Only 6 years." Su Zhonghua felt an urge to slap this kid into silence, realizing why the vehicle resembled a relic from World War II. With time not on their side and the group of youngsters eyeing him suspiciously, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Tang Laoa, I'll settle this with you later." Tang Bao wiped the sweat from his brow. When Su Zhonghua arrived at the school gate, a throng of students fixed their gazes on him like predators. He cautiously pulled a small bag closer and sternly asked, "What are you all doing standing at the entrance?" "Teacher Su, hurry up. Time is running out," spoke Jiang Fan. Clad in tight athletic attire that showcased his tall, charming figure, his hair slicked back, Su Zhonghua inwardly cursed, a typical pretty boy. Disregarding him, Su Zhonghua turned to the students. "Is everyone ready?" "Ready." The students roared with excitement, each burdened with a plethora of bags. Su Zhonghua's eyes nearly bulged out as he rubbed his cheeks and murmured, "Goodness, are you all embarking on a journey of 100,000 miles?" At 9:30, the dilapidated bus ordered by Tang Bao finally arrived, prompting a surge of eager students rushing forward. However, once they beheld the true condition of the vehicle, their enthusiasm quickly turned to disbelief. "Teacher Su, is this truly the vehicle you spoke of?" Lin Xiaoying questioned with a face full of skepticism, her doubts echoing those of Class 2. "It may indeed be a bit worn," Su Zhonghua chuckled heartily, wiping his face, "but it is still serviceable. We must embody the revolutionary spirit of endurance and perseverance, treating this as a cultural odyssey." The grandeur with which he articulated his excuse was a testament to Su Zhonghua's unique flair, though internally he cursed Tang Bao 1,000 times. "No money? Yet you never mentioned that when hiring courtesans." "Teacher, I think I would prefer my family's car to pick me up." Lin Xiaoying began to waver. "My cousin just purchased a new BMW sports car, and it would be the perfect opportunity to test its performance," Yang Jiafu chimed in, reveling in the chance to flaunt his wealth among his peers. "A BMW? The roads in our area could ruin even the sturdiest of vehicles," Su Zhonghua mused, knowing better than to share such harsh realities with these youngsters, lest they revolt and undermine all his efforts. The students, adhering to the principle of following the crowd, began to shift restlessly, with many reconsidering their commitment, some feeling that the past week's toil was hardly worth it. "Enough chatter, get on one by one." Old Su barked, crossing his arms and sporting a sullen expression that could dampen the spirits of anyone. Under his stern gaze, the flock of students reluctantly boarded the bus, each one tearing open tissues to wipe down the tattered seats, observing their bulging travel bags. Su Zhonghua couldn't help but reflect that today's youth enjoy a far more lavish lifestyle. In his day, outings consisted of merely 2 apples and a loaf of bread, far removed from the comforts these pampered children expected. Finally, Deng Huizhong boarded with an exceedingly garish cartoon-themed backpack, casting a resentful glance at Su Zhonghua as he muttered, "If anything untoward happens, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Su Zhonghua felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, reminiscent of the last travel mishap, and could not help but chastise himself for his recklessness. If anything were to happen to these children, the burden would be unbearable. Due to time constraints, He had failed to apply for the class meeting expenses from the finance department, rendering his actions a costly folly. "Get in," he commanded, kicking the naysayer inside. As the students settled in, the bus numbered 8080 announced its service, wishing them a delightful autumn journey. Ahu! Flamboyantly brandishing a loudspeaker he had unearthed from some obscure corner, attempted to capture everyone's attention, the sight of the pretty girls stirring memories of his youth. "Uncle, just drive already, stop rambling," a voice called out from class 2, nearly choking Ahu with disbelief. "I'm only 24. He retorted with a grimace as he started the engine. Old Sue counted the heads and wiped the sweat from his brow. All 39 children were present. One could imagine that being a caretaker for so many kids was no easy task. The bus roared to life, belching out a cloud of smoke, emitting a sound reminiscent of a monstrous growl before it gradually set off. Ahu, unhurried, took a drag from his cigarette, exuding the calm of a race car driver facing a daunting challenge. Students at the school gate watched enviously as the homeroom teacher of class 2 led them on a trip. Yet, less than a minute after leaving the school premises, the bus sputtered to a halt. Tang Bao, feeling a bit awkward, glanced at Su Zhonghua before hastily joining Ahu to troubleshoot under the vehicle. After a considerable effort, they finally managed to get it running again. "Let's go," Tang Bao said, sliding into the passenger seat. The entire class 2 felt a jolt of fear. The crew cut. Beefy man looked intimidating, almost as if he were a robber. Thoughts began to swirl in the minds of the imaginative students. Ahu suddenly slammed on the gas, and the dilapidated bus surged forward. Half an hour later, the road turned rugged, and the children's faces began to reflect their discomfort. "I should have brought my dad's old truck. This road is jarring my insides," Huang Yu grumbled, his chips tumbling from his grasp due to the bus's jolting motion. Su Zhonghua, seated at the front, ignored him and turned to the group behind. "Classmates, how about we sing a song together?" "Ugh, how kitsch. What song?" Deng Hui replied, his mood seemingly buoyant yet laced with disdain. "What do you know? Singing is meant to unify us. Our great revolutionary predecessors often sang during the Long March." Su Zhonghua said, baring his teeth at Deng Hui. "You really don't have to keep opposing me," he added, then turned to Fu Mingting, classmate Fu. "As the cultural committee member, why don't you lead us?" Listening to Su Zhonghua's words, Fu Mingting felt an undeniable eagerness in her heart. She had always harbored a passion for music, her voice resonating with a crystalline purity that required no embellishment. Moreover, she held a distinguished position in the eyes of her peers. Once she agreed, many students ceased their objections. "However, what shall we sing?" Fu Mingting inquired with a smile. Let us go with "The Sun is the Most Red, Chairman Mao is the Most Beloved," Su Zhonghua replied nonchalantly, recalling this rather conventional song, while scratching his head. In truth, he had not listened to many songs. Prior to turning 16, he had spent his days in frivolity, only exposed to a plethora of tawdry love songs, such as Playboy and The Maiden's First Night. "Teacher, you are so outdated. The sun is the most red? We might as well sing Conquer instead." Yang Jiafu nearly burst into tears from laughter. The teacher was utterly amusing, maintaining an absurdly serious expression, which was simply unbearable. Conquer would indeed be a fine choice. The teacher had initially intended to perform this song at the top 10 young singers competition in Huaxin City, but unfortunately, he fell ill with a sore throat and was unable to participate. A collective shiver ran through the group. This fellow was boasting without a shred of modesty, his audacity rivaling that of a city wall. Even Zhou Xiaoyang felt a twinge of embarrassment for Teacher Su. As the car gradually navigated the steep gravel road, its dilapidated parts rattled incessantly. "Forget it. The environment is too noisy. Let us not sing after all." Su Zhonghua observed their lack of enthusiasm and decided to forego interaction with the students. Su Zhonghua ceased to pay attention to the group of students and approached the front row where Tang Bao was seated, patting him on the shoulder. "Hand me a cigarette." Tang Bao retrieved a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, distributing one to both Lao Su and Ahu. As Ahu contemplated using his usual excuse of abstaining from smoking during moments of concentration, he was met with a playful slap on the head from Tang Bao. With no alternative, he managed to steer the vehicle with one hand while the other held the cigarette, turning his head to light it, completely disregarding the road ahead. The sight of this reckless behavior left the students in the back trembling with fear, wishing they could leap from the vehicle to escape. Yet, they knew that a fall could merely result in a broken leg. Once inside this metal shell, no one would be able to flee in the event of an accident. The car emitted a loud noise as it drove, necessitating that the two men speak in shouts. Su Zhonghua raised his voice to inquire, "What is the current landscape in Nanxing? In what regard do you mean?" Tang Bao, Noticing the seriousness etched on Su Zhonghua's face, stowed his smile. I am referring to your internal affairs. Su Zhonghua exhaled a puff of smoke. Upon realizing that Tang Bao and Su Zhonghua were discussing matters of their organization, Hu instinctively reduced the speed of the vehicle, straining to listen to the conversation between the leaders. As a member of the knife gang, he felt it essential to absorb some practical knowledge, having heard of Su Zhonghua's capabilities long before. Presently, the dynamic of gang in city was divided among three factions: the Bald Gang, the minor godfather Qian Laoba, and our knife gang. Tang Bao began to gradually analyze the situation, sharing the haze of smoke with Su Zhonghua. Little did they know that within a year, the entire territory of Gangnan City would fall under Tang Bao's dominion, with Su Zhonghua clearing out the other factions solely through his own strength. Do you think they might sell us off to the mountains? Li Xiaohong whispered to her companion, noting how much Lao Su and his associates resembled bandits dividing their spoils. Hu, distracted from his driving, leaned in to listen, creating an atmosphere of unease. As some students grew bored, the scenery transitioned from towering skyscrapers to expansive rice fields and sparse dwellings, rendering them disinterested. Consequently, some began to boast, while others engaged in card games. Fu Mingting was absorbed in a new book by Yu Hua. In contrast, Lin Xiaoying and Zhou Xiaolong stared at each other, embroiled in a quarrel for unknown reasons, resembling two feisty roosters. A sudden, sharp screech of brakes shattered the brief tranquility, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Could there truly be a traffic accident? It would be too late to jump from the vehicle now. The thought of impending doom sent chills through the students, who huddled together in anxiety. Rest assured, it's nothing serious, merely a minor break. Su Zhonghua quickly stood up to offer comfort and turned to see a police car parked on the road, accompanied by a variety of sand-carrying trucks. Several drivers stood beside the traffic police with furrowed brows. After all, Hu was entangled in the underworld. His first instinct in such a scenario was to slam on the brakes. If it had been Tang Bao, his impulsive nature would have driven him to charge ahead recklessly. The peculiar behavior of the group attracted the attention of the traffic officer, who approached Hu's window and politely stated, "I apologize, sir, but may I see your driver's license?" Hu was immediately taken aback. His license had just been revoked, and he had yet to retake the exam. How could he possibly explain this to the officer? The facade of coolness faded as his eyes darted behind his sunglasses, desperately searching for a solution, while cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. The traffic officer cast a suspicious glance at the group of students inside the car and then swiftly communicated a few words into his radio. Moments later, another police vehicle arrived, and 5 officers requested Hu, Old Tang, and Su Zhonghua to step out of the car. Chapter 78. Intimidation. Driving a scrapped vehicle without a license was indeed a grave offense, and the police intended to forcibly take the 3 individuals away. Tang Bao suddenly whispered, "Who dares to stop my Old Tang's car?" Such audacity. Old Tang's reputation was well known, and the 5 officers exchanged hushed comments before one of them, presumably the leader, replied, "I apologize, but we are merely performing our official duties." Upon observing Tang Bao clenching his fists, prepared to resort to brute force to resolve the issue, Su Zhonghua hastily donned a conciliatory smile and, addressing each traffic officer, exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding indeed." This tactic, while seemingly cliché, proved particularly effective with those who wield even a modicum of authority. Su Zhonghua was adept at employing such strategies. However, this time they were confronted with a formidable figure in the form of the notorious road boss, whose ferocity surpassed that of the past highwayman who audaciously proclaimed, "This road belongs to me." The officers, discerning the inferior quality of the offered cigarettes, tucked them behind their ears. The squad leader remarked, "Sir, I regret to inform you that this is quite difficult to resolve." Su Zhonghua understood that this situation was rather troublesome. With so many students on the bus, any misstep could lead to significant consequences. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he cheerfully inquired, "Old Qian, have you missed me?" Tang Bao found it peculiar. When had Su Zhonghua become acquainted with someone named Old Qian? The traffic officer was also intrigued, suspecting that this individual was leveraging connections. Yet there was no prominent government figure by the surname Qian. Before long, Su Zhonghua smiled and remarked, "Please take care of your health, sir. If you have kidney deficiency, be sure to drink more of that herbal liquor." He then ended the call. Moments later, the phone of the traffic police captain rang. Upon answering, his tone transformed into one of utmost gentleness, his demeanor submissive as if reprimanded by his wife. After hanging up, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished that the seemingly unremarkable individual possessed such influence. The director of the traffic bureau had personally called to reprimand him, expressing indignation that he dared to detain someone associated with Qian Quanjiji, instilling in him a sense of dread as he feared for his position. Had this young captain known that Su Zhonghua's so-called old Qian was the underground patriarch of Gang'an City, he would have immediately granted passage. Who exactly was Qian Quanjiji? He was a figure whose mere presence could cause tremors throughout the district. Observing the young captain nearly fawning as he escorted the three individuals to the vehicle, the students of Class 2 stood agape, bewildered by the remarkable stature of their teacher. Meanwhile, the drivers of the sand trucks were left to ponder. Could it be that this young man was the mayor's son? With an expression of a seasoned expert, Su Zhonghua waved his hand nonchalantly and stepped into the vehicle. Hu, as if granted a green light and the legal right to collide, excitedly drove the bus like a Ferrari, causing the young ones to be tossed about, tears streaming down their faces. This dilapidated vehicle, barely functioning, finally sputtered to a halt in the darkness, and in a fit of rage, Hu even kicked a tire, bursting it. Faced with the desolate surroundings, Su Zhonghua decisively ordered all the students to disembark, casually shouldering Lin Xiaoying and Zhou Xiaoyang's backpacks. He remarked, "We shall proceed on foot. It is merely a dozen kilometers to our destination." A dozen kilometers? The students of Class 2 felt an overwhelming urge to beat Su Zhonghua senseless. "Leave if you wish," he added, cigarette dangling from his lips, appearing much like a farmer heading to market. "We have approximately a dozen kilometers to advance towards our goal, while returning would entail about 80 kilometers. The choice is yours." Grumbling ensued among the students, with some even speculating whether this was a scheme orchestrated by Su Zhonghua to torment them. With the vehicle now inoperable, it was clear to everyone that following Su Zhonghua was the more favorable option. Feeling like lambs to the slaughter, they resigned to trailing behind him. In this motley group of over 30 individuals, Su Zhonghua led the charge with Tang Bao bringing up the rear, reminiscent of an outing with elementary students to the cinema. As Su Zhonghua spotted the looming mountains in the distance, a familiar impulse surged within him, prompting him to shout, "Classmates, remember our forebears who undertook the arduous long march of 35,000 li, traversing grasslands and snow-capped peaks without uttering a word of complaint. What is this minor ordeal in comparison? Let us overcome it and charge forth." With that, he dashed ahead. Insanity, immaturity, foolishness, a chorus of insults echoed from behind. Yet, amidst this cathartic release of emotions, soaring through the fragrant earth, Su Zhonghua felt as though he had returned to his youth, a student traversing ridges with a backpack. Having once hiked alone over mountains due to the absence of a bicycle, the mountain breeze whispered gently, and Su Zhonghua darted between the ridges like a lithe cheetah, indifferent to the peculiar gazes of his students. Countless thorny branches scraped against his skin, his clothing became tattered, and droplets of blood oozed from the wounds. Su Zhonghua felt no pain as he raced to the summit of the small hill, tears cascading down his cheeks in the wind. Trembling slightly, he retrieved a cigarette, striving to calm his emotions. Years had passed, yet every encounter with those nostalgic fragments stirred an uncontrollable tide of feelings within him, an experience utterly foreign during his professional endeavors. By the time the out-of-shape students from Class 2 reached the hilltop, Su Zhonghua had already lit his second cigarette. Under the moonlight, he appeared serene, akin to a statue. Some girls, initially poised to express their grievances, found themselves mesmerized by his presence. Oblivious to the sorrow hidden behind his disheveled hair, an expression of profound melancholy born only from the passage of time. Fu Mingting, a gifted intellect, was particularly adept at making connections. Individuals like Su Zhonghua were rare in her life, amplifying her emotions. It felt as though her own heart had been tugged painfully. She sensed that behind Su Zhonghua's carefree demeanor lay a door closed to all but one person, of whom she was certain she was not. How much further must we go? Deng Huizheng, a petite boy standing over 1.70 meters tall, asked, perspiring slightly and sounding a touch disgruntled. "Over the ridge. It will take us just over an hour to arrive," Su Zhonghua replied, gazing towards a distant village, its lights twinkling like stars against the dark canvas of night. "Teacher, may I pose a question?" Lin Xiaoying, her voice a mixture of innocence and skepticism, chimed in, her face smeared with dirt from an unintentional encounter. "This doesn't feel like a trip, but rather, are we not being lured here like a flock of unsuspecting lambs? Only just realizing this?" Su Zhonghua feigned astonishment at the vivid imaginations of today's youth. Adopting a fierce expression, he declared, "The three of us have long orchestrated this abduction. Do you know the immense effort we expended to infiltrate the school? You've truly boarded a pirate ship. With that, he assumed a comical pose, pulling Lin Xiaoying closer with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Teacher Su, what are you planning? The sight of Lin Xiaoying struggling in Su Zhonghua's playful grasp sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding girls, compounded by the enveloping darkness. Noticing old Su signaling him, the newly crowned Oscar-winning supporting actor, Tang Bao, seized the moment, drawing from his solid acting skills. He let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Brother Su, you've made me stifle my laughter. After this, we'll be leaving here. I've heard whispers that among these little rascals are the offspring of officials and wealthy families. There could be a substantial ransom involved." Ahu, still sporting his signature white gloves, adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, "We should aim for several hundred million, or at least a few tens of millions. That is merely a trifling matter. Once we collect the ransom, we shall tear up the ticket, thereby averting future complications. I have already determined the location, right here on this mountain, where we shall bury them alive, ensuring that their parents will never find their remains. Each year, my brothers and I will return to tend to the burial site of these 31 individuals, for they have inadvertently paved the way for our future. As the saying goes, a general's rise to fame often leaves countless bones in its wake." Su Zhonghua shook his head, stifling a laugh. "Apologies, my classmates. It is merely the result of a life fraught with difficulties." While most present viewed Su Zhonghua as a source of amusement, a faction among them recognized the ferocity emanating from Tang Baochang, whose very presence exuded an aura of menace. Though this was a manifestation of his rogue nature, it effectively intimidated those students who harbored initial suspicions. As they began to connect the dots, their inherent mistrust only served to amplify the tension. "Do not act recklessly. My father is the police chief," Deng Huizhong asserted, taking a step back as he spoke. "What is a police chief, anyway?" Ahu interjected, clearly vying for attention, his voice rising in anger. "If you do not keep quiet, I might just ensure you meet a most gruesome fate. It is said that there are many wolves on this mountain." With that, Ahu let out a howl, mimicking a wolf with exaggerated fervor. Ahu's antics sent a ripple of panic through the group, causing some of the more timid children to huddle together. A few brave souls attempted to bolster their courage, declaring, "Fear not, we are many." Wang Yu, Zhou Xiaoang, and those familiar with Su Zhonghua found it difficult to suppress their laughter. Witnessing their classmates' discomfort was, in a way, quite entertaining. Even the typically composed and astute Fu Mingting and Yang Jiafu crossed their arms, observing how Su Zhonghua would continue his performance. Deng Huizhong's thoughts were far more intricate than those of his peers. Relying on his physical prowess, he had quietly conspired with a few companions nearby, plotting to incapacitate the elder Su first, then confront Ahu, and subsequently devise a means for others to escape. It was as if he were scripting a play, all the while rooted in juvenile fantasies. "Numbers mean nothing," Ahu bellowed, pointing at the crew-cut Tang Bao. "You have no idea who our leader is. His martial arts skills are of the highest caliber. He can effortlessly break a brick." Once, a few black-belted Taekwondo practitioners dared to challenge him, only to return battered and broken. If you doubt this, feel free to test it yourself. I advise you to avoid unnecessary trouble and simply present your family as contact numbers. Having concluded his words, Tang Bao stood with his arms crossed. Although Ahu's statement was laced with exaggeration, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to single-handedly confront this group of rascals. This assurance stemmed from the rigorous training endured in prison and the honed reflexes developed from his encounters with Su Zhonghua on the streets. Consequently, a palpable silence enveloped the crowd, fear thickening in the air. Those of a more timid disposition had already succumbed to tears. For the first time, they perceived the sunlight as exceptionally beautiful, the rice they had squandered as delectable, and even their parents' nagging as somewhat tolerable. Many boys harbored a deep resentment towards Su Zhonghua, lamenting their untimely fate as they remained inexperienced and unfulfilled in their youthful aspirations, with unresponded love letters to the class beauty still weighing on their hearts. Lin Xiaoying trembled in fear, her hands ensnared by Su Zhonghua, rendering her immobile. Suddenly, he extended a hand toward her, causing her to shrink back like a frightened rabbit. In her eyes, Su Zhonghua had transformed into an unequivocal demon. His hand gently brushed against her face, not committing any malevolent act, nearly wiping away the dust from her cheeks. He then patted her head softly, saying, "Teacher is just teasing you." At this moment, Fu Mengting and Huang Yu could no longer contain their laughter, collapsing to the ground in mirth. The entire second class seemed deflated, left to be toyed with as they wished. Ahu and Tang Bao, feeling unsatisfied, stomped their feet in frustration, exclaiming, Brother Sue. We haven't had our fill of the act yet. The thrill of deceiving the students is simply exhilarating. Just look at their cowardly demeanor. Weren't they quite bold at school? Su Zhenghua lit a cigarette and remarked, "It is not that I wish to prevent you from performing. The crux of the matter lies in the frailty of these young ones. Should they suffer a sudden shock, neither of us could bear the consequences. You are aware that every household now has its cherished darling. I cannot afford the responsibility if anything were to happen." Tang Bao patted Mo Pengzi's ample frame and said, "Hey, kid, how did our performance fare just now?" Mo Pengzi, with an expression reminiscent of one who has narrowly escaped calamity, eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, very well, very well. This teacher is utterly despicable and vile. Even the second class, known for its tradition of mischief, has fallen victim to his malevolence." Some students, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt an insatiable desire to exact revenge, wishing to taste his flesh and drink his blood to relieve their pent-up fury. Ironically, these students had just been subjected to a harsh ordeal, leaving them too drained to confront Su Zhenghua directly. They could only await the strategies devised by Yang Jiafu and Deng Huizhong. Prior to their departure, they had clandestinely conspired on how to bring down Su Zhenghua. And their grand scheme had only grown more sophisticated following this intimidation. It was a manifestation of the second class's simmering rage. Once unleashed, it would be truly formidable. Let us go, Su Zhenghua called, herding the group like livestock. If we were to spend the night in the mountains, we might truly fall prey to the wolves. After this, he took the lead, and the group of over 30 individuals appeared from a distance like ants traversing the ridge. In a moment of distraction, Lin Xiaoying discreetly touched her cheek, as if still catching a whiff of that familiar scent of smoke. At this moment, her mood was as serene and warm as the moon in the sky. Chapter 79. Love. The characteristic of climbing mountains lies in the difficulty of ascending, but descending proves even more challenging. To save time, Su Zhenghua opted for some rugged paths. In truth, the rural areas have now largely been paved with gravel roads. However, for this second class, known for their penchant for dawdling and causing trouble, traversing such paths would likely take until dawn. The arduousness of the ascent and descent was also a part of Su's plan. Only in such harsh conditions could the bonds of friendship among classmates be truly tested. He sought to discern whether, under the cold eaves of the city, the precious camaraderie among people had diminished. To Su Zhenghua's delight, during the descent, many of the male students were assisting their female counterparts. Though one might suspect ulterior motives,